Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Ah! A few seagulls are flying around a small wooden boat in the boundless sea. On the wooden boat, a young man in a vest, shorts, and dragboard was staring at the straw hat in his hand in a daze. Am I transmigrating? Wang Luffy looked at the straw hat in his hand in bewilderment. Don't wear such a hat, you can't make me a Luffy just because my name is Wang Luffy, hey? That's right, the boy's name is Wang Luffy, and he was originally just an ordinary migrant worker from Blue Star. When he woke up, he appeared on this boat inexplicably. Memories come and go. Let Wang Luffy know that he has traveled to the world of One Piece. In place of the already starved protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy became the destiny child of this world. That's right, just like the many parallel worlds in the American drama Rocky, Luffy, the pirate king in this world, died before he was able to make it out, which made the hero burst into tears. I just went to sea because I don't have a navigator, I don't know how to plan food, and I'm afraid that I can't swim in the sea. He died of starvation on this small boat that can only accommodate one person and one bucket. Wang Luffy felt his skinny body wanted to cry but said that this is the reality. When watching One Piece in the previous life, those protagonists and pirates rowed a small boat directly into the vast sea, but they didn't die. Isn't this FG nonsense? Obviously, the reality is that most of the idiots who have no boats and no one are dead, only a very few children of destiny, blessed by God, survived to the next episode. Guys like Ace, Luffy from the main universe. Obviously, Luffy in this world was not so lucky, and starved to death on the way to encounter the Alvida pirates. At this time, Wang Luffy said that it is an animation, so why not be so realistic? Could it be that I want to be one of the few time-traveling people, a hard worker who is cool at the beginning? Wang Luffy smiled bitterly, feeling the bursts of hunger coming from his body. He didn't even know how he was still alive and didn't follow Luffy. He was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to move, otherwise he would never let those seagulls go. It's either a cheat or an old man who travels through time. How come I don't talk about cheating, just give myself a dead body? Don't I still call Xiao AI classmate, hey system? Hey, here it is. Wang Luffy. System. What can I help you? Wang Luffy. It's really FG here. I'm FG dying. Can't you make a sound yourself? Luffy roared loudly with all his strength, and scared the seagulls who had landed on the side of the boat and waited for the feast to fly out. This system does not have any intelligence, and the system operation needs to be operated by the host himself. Don't be so nonsense. Quick! Eat! Get me something to eat. Is there a gift pack for beginners? Don't people's system give benefits to newcomers? Ding dong, the novice gift pack has been released, and the side effect of Devil Fruit's ability, fear of sea water, has been eliminated. Luffy. This is the cheating. Is this what I want now? I can now have a call even if I am not afraid of sea water. All I want now is food. Food. Is there anything to eat? Luffy asked the system again in despair. Congratulations, no. My tender father. Luffy roared loudly in his heart, then you have a bird. This system is the Variety Martin system. Every 7 days, the host will randomly obtain all the abilities of an anime character. Within 7 days, host will improve the reduction degree by acting as the anime character. When the restoration degree reaches 100%, the host can immediately obtain an ability, skill, or item of the anime character. Characters can be repeated and randomized, and the restoration degree will not be reset. Do you want to start this instant? Luffy wanted to cry but had no tears in his heart. In the current situation, the ability to acquire was useless, wouldn't he starve to death every minute? Luffy sighed helplessly, let's go right now, at least go through once. Can't you just return to the west without even using the system? Ding dong, random. Congratulations on getting this random template. Poseidon. Poseidon. Luffy was taken aback. Princess Shirahoji's template. Before thinking about it, a phantom wearing a golden armor and holding a trident suddenly appeared in front of Luffy and merged with Luffy. This is Poseidon in DC. Luffy suddenly felt a powerful force flooding his whole body. A gleaming golden trident suddenly appeared in his hand. The originally shriveled body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The boundless sea that originally made people feel hopeless is now feeling very friendly to Luffy. Ding dong, Poseidon template is equipped. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Current reduction rate is 0%. Please check the property panel for detailed properties. Feeling the surging power of his body, Luffy lost his voice in astonishment, possessed and revived with full blood. Chapter 2. I am a Poseidon, and I would like to contract this ocean for you. Luffy holds a trident and soars lonely in the ocean on big waves. When I watched anime in my previous life, I didn't realize how big East Blue was. Luffy got on Grand Line within a few episodes. How come I've been walking like this for almost a week, and I haven't even seen a boat? At this moment, he absolutely agrees with the importance of Nami as a navigator. No wonder Nami, the Straw Hat Pirates in the previous life, wanted to be number 1 and no one dared to say number 2. If there is no navigator here, in this broken place where most of the world is sea, you can just wave. Luffy looked at the blue sea with emotion. In my whole life, I don't need oars to row a boat, I don't need sails to set sail, I rely on waves all my life. Then he looked at his property panel. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, DC Poseidon. Equipment, Trident of the Sea God, manipulate the water in the ocean range to cause tides, tsunamis, waterspouts, manipulate the weather, wind, rain, thunderstorm, launch magic lightning, create ice, poison, and grant flight ability. Innate abilities, super endurance, super strength, super senses, super reaction, super speed, super jump, amphibious breathing, magic potential, vitality connection, telepathy. Character reset countdown, 1 hour 02 minutes 47 seconds. Character restoration degree, 10%. After loading the Poseidon template, Luffy was finally released from the crisis of being starved to death. As a Poseidon, he can control the fish in the sea to throw themselves into the net without even going into the sea himself. However, what makes Luffy helpless is that although he has all the abilities of Poseidon, his strength does become stronger with the improvement of reduction. Not directly possessing the peak strength of Poseidon in the original comics. Think about it too, Poseidon's peak speed in the water can reach Mach 9, and now he is at most faster than the Murloc in the water. Even so, Luffy feels that his current strength is definitely more than 10 times stronger than Luffy at this time in the original book. With the blessing of the Poseidon template, Luffy at this time at least has the strength when the capital of 7 waters and CP9 played against each other. But even with this kind of strength, its effect in this boundless sea is still limited. At least at this point Luffy has to feel melancholy that the Poseidon template is about to be reset. He never thought that it would be so difficult to improve the restoration of this character. During this week, he constantly used Poseidon's various skills, but barely increased the degree of restoration to 10%. Luffy suspects that his own physical fitness limits the improvement progress of the template. After all, the DC universe is a multiverse, and the strength of the top powerhouses can even reach the Starburst level. Although Poseidon is not very powerful, he is still the king of the Atlantis family, the 3 giants of ancient humans. At its peak, Poseidon's physical strength can withstand the ice magic of King Atlantis of the first generation, stratum lava, and even survive after being shot into Earth's orbit and falling back to Earth. Therefore, although Luffy's physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary Blue Star humans, it is still far behind Poseidon. But Luffy can clearly feel that he has developed a great degree of physical development by playing Poseidon. Due to the bonus of Poseidon's passive ability, Luffy doesn't know how much his current specific strength has been enhanced. But Luffy felt that even if he didn't have the bonus of Poseidon's ability at this time, his strength at this time could not reach the strength he had when he was against Sand Crocodile K. Lockdoll. And Luffy knew that what he ate was not pure rubber fruit, but something similar to the Sun God fruit. It's a pity that Luffy was not updated when he crossed, and naturally he doesn't know how to develop the fruit awakening, so he can't go to the Island of Ghosts to find Kaido to fight. In that case Luffy is 99% sure that he will play dead like his starving predecessor. Fortunately, Luffy's ability before awakening is very clear, and it is relatively simple to develop. The most important thing is that Poseidon has its own super sense and super reaction. Super senses more than double that of ordinary people, can see and hear clearly in the deepest trench, and can hear sirens several miles away on land. Super reaction, the reaction is several times that of ordinary people. Observation haki is originally a skill that can be awakened by strengthening the senses and self-responsibility. These two skills allowed Luffy to awaken observation haki early, which is also a surprise. But all of this can't get rid of Luffy's dilemma at this time. That is, my Poseidon experience coupon will disappear soon. But I still haven't found any islands and abilities. Once the Poseidon template is gone, Luffy suspects that he will repeat the steps of his predecessor who starved to death at sea. He doesn't think the next template is just an anime character as suitable for surviving at sea as Poseidon. And just when Luffy looked melancholy, several sharks emerged from the bottom of the water. Waves of brain waves passed from the shark's head into Luffy's mind. Luffy opened his eyes wide and shouted excitedly. What? There's a boat! Chapter 3. Poseidon has telepathy. Relying on life force connection, Luffy can easily talk to sea creatures. These sharks were the spies he sent out to look for land around them. Luffy looked at the template reset time that was less than an hour left, and without hesitation pushed the waves towards the direction that Depressed said. And now not far from the sea, the Alvida pirates are frantically looting merchant ships, and on the Alvida, a girl in a pirate costume is carrying boxes out excitedly. Harvest! I didn't expect this pirate group who only offered a reward of 5 million Baileys to have so much treasure. Nami said excitedly, carrying a large sack. Stop! Who are you? Why haven't I seen you? The two pirates guarding the ship were stunned when they saw a black figure appearing in the cabin, and then shouted loudly. Nami stuck out her tongue, winked at the two in a funny way, and then kicked the bottom of the two with a flirtatious leg. Ah! The screams came from the Alvida pirates. Fat woman Iron Rod Alvida turned her head in surprise and saw Nami oncoming. There are thieves who dare to steal from me! Alvida yelled angrily. Obviously, due to Luffy's absence, the plot has deviated from the main line it should have. Nami was startled when she heard Alvida's cry, and she trembled in fright when she looked at Alvida who weighed several hundred kilograms. Although she is a cadre of the Dragon Pirates in name, but to put it bluntly, she is just an 18-year-old girl. It might be okay to deal with ordinary minions, but it still pales in comparison to these bounty criminals. Alvida held a huge mace and rushed towards Nami at a speed that didn't match her figure. Nami exclaimed, and hurriedly rolled on a donkey next to him. With a bang, a huge hole was punched out on the deck. Nami looked at the hole made by the mace in shock. If he hit it, he would never die or be seriously injured. And the angry Alvida would not give Nami a chance to breathe, she just made a backhand without any pause, and the huge mace hit Nami's head. Nami's eyes were terrified and she wanted to avoid it, but she slowed down because she was reluctant to part with the treasure on her back, and then she closed her eyes in despair, to meet the next heavy blow. The mace was about to hit Nami's head. Suddenly she felt a powerful arm pull her into her arms, and the huge mace whizzed past Nami's hair. Hello, beautiful lady, nice to meet you. An aristocratic greeting came to Nami's ears. Nami opened his eyes in surprise, and found himself in the arms of a man wearing a straw hat, and he was standing on top of the waves made of water. Are you a god? Nami asked subconsciously in a daze. Then she reacted with a squeal as he spotted giant sea kings surrounding the waves. That's right, these are all the food reserves that Luffy prepared in advance to prevent himself from starving to death, and he was going to slaughter them all for food when the character reset time came. Don't be nervous, just write food reserves. Luffy smiled and dismissed the sea kings around. Now that Nami and the merchant ship have been found, the food has become redundant. Little devil! Who are you? How dare you spoil my good deed? Alvida below shouted at Luffy angrily. The little guy on the side looked at Luffy's appearance like Poseidon, the sea god, and quickly whispered to Alvida. Captain, he can stand on the sea, he is a devil. Alvida was taken aback, the legendary demon fruit power. Even devil fruit has become like a legend under the sweep of East Blue due to Garp. Holding the sea god trident, King Luffy grinned at Alvida below. Oh, Uliwa Luffy is an adventurer. Adventurer? What is that? Alvida was taken aback. In the world of One Piece, there are three kinds of people who can go to sea: marine, pirate, and merchant. All navigators without world government approval are all defined as pirates, and there is no such thing as an adventurer. It's clear that the world government doesn't want people looking for history on the Grand Line, or something that threatens their rule. Therefore, the adventurers mentioned by Luffy do not exist in the world of pirates. But Luffy is a time traveler, and he knows how Nami hates pirates. If he says he is a pirate as in the original book, it is equivalent to choosing the most difficult path when there is a quick way to clear the level. No one would do that unless they were well fed. And don't look at Luffy walking through the Grand Line smoothly, but that's only because of the existence of the protagonist's halo. Pirates in the whole One Piece world belong to street rats that everyone shouts and beats. Except for some ruthless villains who make up their minds to burn, kill, and loot, no one is full enough to be a pirate. So Luffy didn't intend to take risks at sea according to the identity of the original book. Isn't it good to be a marine? Covered by Garp, he was definitely walking sideways before his identity as Joey Boy was exposed. Chapter 4. You must know that although Luffy in the original book gives people the feeling of a simple silly boy doing good deeds unintentionally when watching anime. But when you really think about it, Luffy isn't really a good guy by any means. The prisoners he unleashed at Impel Down alone were enough to undo all previous unintentional acts of kindness. You must know that they are extremely ferocious and cruel villains that Marine has captured for hundreds of years. It would be a disaster for civilians in the whole world to release them at sea. What's more, what Luffy has done has reduced Marine's dominance in the Grand Line, and more villains have gone to the Grand Line to become pirates. This is enough to show that the existence of Luffy may have a role in overthrowing the rule of celestial dragons. He caused chaos in the sea. But for the common people at the bottom of the world, Luffy definitely exists like a demon. So Wang Luffy decided that he would never admit that he was a pirate. With the name of Old Man Garp, wouldn't it be so simple and easy to get a casual job in Marine? Isn't this freer than pirates? Just kidding. Only when my brain is broken will I run to be a pirate. Even if Celestial Dragons finds out that he is Joey Boy, being a liberated revolutionary army is more than pirates. At this time, Nami heard that Luffy was not a pirate, and sure enough, her favorability rose instantly, and even Chendo was a little excited when she looked at Luffy. Luffy nodded in satisfaction when he saw it from the corner of his eye. If there is a strategy, you don't have to choose the most difficult route, then it's not a fool. Luffy didn't answer Alvida's question, he directly pointed the sea god trident in his hand towards the sky. What I hate the most in my life is your kind of pirate who burns, kills, loots, does all kinds of evil, and steals people's villages. You are unlucky to meet me. As the grandson of marine hero Garp, it is my duty to save innocent girls who are attacked, so go die. After speaking, Luffy suddenly raised the trident high, and a flash of lightning shot straight into the sky. The sky suddenly became cloudy. Thunderbolts flashed from the dark clouds. Ray! Luffy shouted loudly, and a huge lightning bolt fell directly from the sky. The climate control attached to the trident made Luffy look like a god at this time, and Nami's eyes were shining with gold in his arms. If this person might really be able to save Kakosia village. Boom! The loud noise and the dazzling thunder and lightning enveloped the Alvida pirates, and the terrifying lightning directly split the pirate ship into pieces. All the pirates who were still on the pirate ship were completely black and floating on the sea surface. Alvida, the iron rod with 5 million Baileys, fainted directly on the sea surface. Tisk tisk, it's not dead, the physique of pirate world is really terrifying. Luffy looked at Alvida who was still alive and sighed. The surviving pirates who jumped onto the merchant ship before were so frightened that their legs trembled and they sat down on the deck. What's more, they were so scared that they peed their pants. From their point of view, this is no longer something that humans can do, and Luffy at this time is like a god in their eyes like Enel. Luffy pushes the waves onto the deck with Nami. Looking at the trembling pirate, he waved his hands to the shocked merchant captain and crew. The captain trotted to Luffy, "My lord, what are your orders? Prepare me something to eat. I want to invite this lady to lunch and tie up these pirates. Marine should be here soon. Don't forget to scoop up the Alvida underwater, that's 5 million walking." Luffy spoke to the captain. Also, the treasures carried by this lady are the spoils she snatched from the pirate ship. I don't want anyone to take advantage of these treasures, understand? The captain on the opposite side nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and Nami next to him heard the last sentence, and his favorability for Luffy rose again. Good man. Not only did he kill the pirate, but he also gave himself the treasure openly. You must know that if these treasures are really discovered by Marine, they will definitely be confiscated. After all, these are all stolen money. But at this time, Luffy told everyone on the boat that they would never dare to mention these treasures again, so that he could own these treasures openly. Nami said gratefully to Luffy, "Thank you." Luffy was secretly delighted. This strategy is different, the favorability is going to explode every minute, okay? Soon Luffy and Nami were taken to a separate box, and dishes of delicious food were brought to the table. Luffy, who has been eating Sea King's sashimi, burst into tears when he saw the hot dishes on the table. "Nima, how long has it been since I ate normal food? You must know that he has been surfing the sea for a week, and the only cooked food he can eat is probably Sea King's smashed with lightning. Not as good as the original sashimi." Nami looked at the tearful Luffy in surprise and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Luffy wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, "It's okay, I'm just so touched, you are the first girl to eat with me." Nami broke the defense instantly when he heard the words, "Didn't such an excellent person have a womanhood before?" Just when Nami was about to reward Luffy, the captain led a marine officer in untimely. "Mr. Luffy, Colonel Marine Joey is here." Chapter 5. A man wearing a cloak of justice came through the door. "Hi, my name is Joey's, Colonel Naval Headquarters." Marine smiled and stretched out her hand, "Thank you very much for saving this merchant ship." Luffy suddenly extended his arm and shook his hand. This startled Colonel Joey's, devil fruit and ability users. "Don't get excited," Luffy said with a chuckle, "I didn't expect to meet the colonel of the headquarters in East Blue. Did you hang out with my grandpa? You must know that Marine, who is a colonel in the headquarters, has either mastered elementary haki, or some ability users who have eaten devil fruit. In the weakest East Blue, where this bounty is rare, it is impossible to have a bounty of this level." "Your grandfather?" Joey was taken aback, "I don't know if your grandpa is Vice Admiral Garp." Luffy smiled and spoke to Colonel Joey's. Joey's complexion changed instantly, and he directly saluted Luffy, "I didn't expect it to be the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. It really is the grandson of Lord Tiger without a dog." "On behalf of Marine, I thank you, Master." The captain and Nami on the side were stunned when they heard this. Luffy squinted his eyes and waved his hands, "You don't need to be so respectful, I'm not a Marine, I'm just a commoner now, why don't you salute a naval headquarters colonel? The Alvita pirates this time is just a matter of convenience, but I hope you can give me the amount of this guy's reward. I think this lady needs this money very urgently. Colonel Joey's nodded quickly and said, no problem, I will go with you, young master, to redeem this bounty. Luffy nodded, this is the real prince's going to the countryside, obviously, he has a strong background, so that he is like a mouse wherever he goes, everyone shouts and beats him, this is full. Luffy nodded to Joey's with satisfaction, go and tell my grandfather, I want to be a marine, and I want to get a part-time job in the marine, remember to say it's a part-time job. Tell him if he disagrees, I will become a pirate. Joey froze for a moment, then nodded hurriedly, I'll go down and communicate with the old man. Immediately, Joey walked out in a hurry. Ordinarily, with Garp's personality, it would be better to go to Sengoku directly to ask him for marine duty, because Garp will throw himself at the grassroots level and start training as a marine. But if he threatens to be a pirate if he disagrees, even Garp will definitely compromise, although he will not hinder his grandson's will. But he still hopes that Luffy and Ace can be a marine safely. After all, as Doflamingo said, marine is the most powerful force in this sea. Moreover, he is also a dignified teacher of justice. Although it is inevitable that there are some moths, compared with pirates, they can be ignored. Of course, the safety factor of being a marine is infinitely stronger than being a pirate. So when Garp in the marshal's office received a phone bug call from Joey's, a subordinate in East Blue who was visiting relatives. Even the senbei in my mouth can't be bothered to chew. He jumped up from his seat, startling Sengoku who had just entered the room. Garp! What are you doing? Surprised? Sengoku looked at the agitated Garp speechlessly and frowned and asked. Garp didn't respond to Sengoku's intentions at all, but turned to the phone bug to confirm again, are you sure that kid is going to be marine? Not one piece. Joey suddenly looked at Kide, the phone bug, with a puzzled look on his face. He said that if you don't give him a free job, he will run off to become a pirate. Ha 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 ha. Garp suddenly laughed happily, finally a grandson enlightened him and relieved his worries. Sengoku looked at the excited Garp wondering, what happened? Garp looked at Sengoku proudly and said, my grandson. He's going to be a marine. Grandson. Sengoku was taken aback for a moment. Then he thought of Garp's son, the most vicious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Dragon. Didn't you say that your grandson is going to be a pirate? Sengoku asked with a surprised face. Then who knows, anyway, he's enlightened, and asked someone to come to the marine to take a casual job, so he won't be a pirate. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed excitedly like a child. Sengoku looked at Garp with disgust, and Luffy's arrogant marine second-generation appearance in naval headquarters came to mind. After all, everyone turns a blind eye to this kind of thing, and it is quite common to stuff a few relatives to pay for the empty salary. How did you plan? Sengoku asked Garp with a frown. Ordinarily, with Garp's temper, he must have thrown Luffy into the barracks as a soldier. How about a freelance job with Marine Commodore? Garp picked his nostrils and said. Sengoku. Are you crazy? Commodore? You're the FG Vice Admiral. Sengoku rolled his eyes at this unreliable colleague, then Sengoku asked Garp. What strength is he? Garp touched his chin and said, from the last time I saw him, he should be stronger than seaman recruit. Sengoku. Sengoku said in a daze, are you crazy? Let a seaman recruit take up the idle position of Marine Commodore? How can he be a seaman recruit after all these years under your command? Garp picked his nostrils and said, he has been making noises about being a pirate, and I can't pass him the 6 moves. Fortunately, I only polished his foundation. It would be good to have seaman recruit, but it's demon fruit power. Sengoku glanced at Garp twice, this guy really has nothing to do with Marine's implementation of justice, no wonder he can become a hero in the hearts of many Marines. Garp didn't teach his grandson the bad street moves in the second half of the Grand Line, such as 6 forms, even though he wasn't sure that he would be a Marine. How did he know that Garp actually secretly passed the 6-form final esoteric life return directly to the 3 of Luffy? Otherwise, it would be impossible for Luffy to overcome difficulties again and again by eating meat in the later adventures. Sengoku glanced at this colleague who was unwilling to be promoted to admiral all his life, and finally softened his heart and made a decision that he regretted very much. In this case, let him be a colonel of naval headquarters first. Anyway, he is also demon fruit power, nor a breach of discipline. Garp nodded in distaste. That's fine, give me the military uniform epaulets, and I'll send them myself. It's a rare time for selfishness, and I didn't win a Commodore. Hey, my influence is gone. Sengoku, get out. Chapter 6. At this time, Nami looked at Luffy opposite with a shocked face. You are the grandson of Marine hero Garp. Luffy waved his hand calmly. Calm down, it's all useless. You must know that Garp is absolutely legendary in East Blue. It is precisely because of Luffy and Ace that Garp wanders around East Blue on vacation when he is free. This also led to the surprisingly good law and order in East Blue. To say that the rest of the world may not have much feeling for Garp's prestige. But in East Blue, the hero Garp the Fist, is the marine hero that the people of East Blue are most proud of. After all, Garp was chasing Roger the Pirate King and running around. Nami's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and for the first time, a little possibility rose in her heart, who had never had any hope. Maybe Garp can wipe out Arlong's paradise in Kokoyasi village. This marine hero can definitely kill the Murloc Arlong. Nami was no longer interested in the delicious food on the table. She looked at Luffy hesitantly and didn't know whether to speak. Luffy on the opposite side was frantically sweeping the food on the table like a starving ghost. No way, no one can stand eating raw fish 7 days a week. The absence of diarrhea is due to the addition of Luffy's original physique and the Poseidon template. On the opposite side, Nami's gaze finally fixed. She stared at Luffy with firm determination and said solemnly, I hope to ask you a favor. If I can succeed, I am willing to be your cow or horse for the rest of my life. Luffy on the opposite side was taken aback, and stopped what he was doing. He looked at Nami in surprise. He who is familiar with the plot knows that Nami has been brainwashed by the Murloc Arlong over the years and has always believed that Murlocs are creatures superior to humans. She has seen too many deaths of the villager marine over the years. If it weren't for Arlong's billion-dollar agreement, the villagers couldn't stand it any longer, and they decided to fight Arlong to the death, and they were unwilling to let Nami continue to fight alone. Nami will not make up her mind to rebel against Arlong's rule. Originally, I was just trying to gain favor, and I underestimated the influence of my cheap grandfather in the hearts of East Blue people. In particular, Nami wandering alone in East Blue these years to steal the treasures of the pirates is even more impressive to Garp's reputation. This made Nami decide to ask Luffy for help. It will definitely work. Nami secretly encouraged himself. As long as the legendary marine hero is willing to make a move, it will definitely be possible. Luffy smiled and looked at Nami, who had made up his mind, and adjusted his expression, and said to Nami with a serious look on his face, listen carefully, if you need help, just say it. Looking at Luffy's appearance, Nami felt a little stable in her heart. Grief flashed in her eyes, and the memories of the past flooded Nami's eyes like a flood. It all started 8 years ago. Then Nami told Luffy that Arlong suddenly appeared 8 years ago, occupied the archipelago where Kokoyasi village is located, collected protection fees for his life, and slaughtered the village if he couldn't pay the money. Even Luffy, who is familiar with the plot, once again heard Nami's eloquent description at this time. He felt angry with Arlong and crushed him. In the past 8 years, countless villagers died under Arlong's brutal rule, and even many villages were massacred because of their resistance to Arlong's tyranny. After hearing these descriptions, Luffy knew that Arlong couldn't be blamed anyway. Not even if humans treacherously killed Fisher Tiger of the Sun pirates. Incapable of taking revenge on celestial dragons, world government, and marine, instead ravaging the weak to satisfy their false sense of superiority. Luffy was already full of anger at this point. Looking at the tearful Nami, Luffy felt distressed for the first time. Even if he asked Luffy for help, Nami didn't even mention the 100 million agreed with Arlong. Obviously, Nami also hated her joining Arlong Paradise, and she even wanted to die together when Arlong Paradise was destroyed to appease Belle Mel's soul. Luffy slowly put down the knife and fork in his hand, looked at Nami calmly and said, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me, Arlong. I will definitely tear him to pieces." Nami's face was full of surprise when he heard the words. Originally he just mentioned it, but Luffy actually agreed. You must know that Marine Vice Admiral is not something people like East Blue can meet casually. Each Marine branch is only a Marine at the branch colonel level. The encounter with Colonel Joey's naval headquarters this time was all by chance. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Nami, Luffy had no intention of asking Garp for help. For a waste of Arlong's level, let alone his current strength far exceeds that in the original book. Arlong can't beat Luffy even in the normal scenario. Since Nami directly proposed to eliminate Arlong, there is no need for him to go to Orange Town to increase his favorability. All he has to do now is wait for his grandfather to give him a title. Then I can justifiably destroy Arlong Paradise, and will not be wanted by Marine. But before that, Luffy turned to Nami and asked, "Do you know how to get to Shields?" Chapter 7. Shields Town. Nami was taken aback. "I know, but what are you going to do?" Luffy chuckled, "There is an idiot Liu Chi who is being tied to the execution rack. I think I should save it. After all, even if you are a Marine, you must have a handyman to help deal with mobs." Execution rack. Nami frowned upon hearing this. "Is it a pirate?" Luffy seemed to understand her concerns. "Don't worry, it's a pirate hunter." "Nonoroya Zoro? The legendary pirate hunter?" Nami opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed. "That idiot might really die at the hands of a group of scum if no one saves him." Luffy shook his head. In order to save the little girl's restaurant in Shields Town, Zoro made a bet with Belumbo and was tied to the execution rack and exposed to the sun for 30 days. It's a pity that Belumbo never planned to abide by the agreement from the beginning to the end. If Luffy didn't go, the future great swordsman might really die in this nameless town. Nami was confused and didn't know what Luffy meant, but finally nodded. "I know how to get there, shall we go right away?" As long as she is not saving pirates, Nami is still kind-hearted, and she has an unforgettable hatred for pirates. Luffy waved his hand. "Don't worry, finish your meal first, you don't know how painful it is to be hungry at sea." Nami was speechless for a moment. Then Luffy ate all the delicious food on the table like a storm. "Ah! I'm full." Luffy stretched contentedly, very satisfied with this long-lost feast. Nami on the opposite side is absent-minded. With Luffy's promise, she can't wait to fly back to rescue the villagers of Kokoyashi village from the fire and water. At this time, Colonel Joey's of Naval Headquarters also came in from the door. "Master! Congratulations, Master Garp has agreed to your request, and is now coming from Naval Headquarters to give you military badges and marine clothing." Joey smiled and said to Luffy. Countless MMPs roared in his heart, "This is Colonel Naval Headquarters. I have worked hard for so long to be promoted to this level, and I have been directly promoted to this level with a word. It is really a dog." "What level?" Nami on the side asked curiously. "Colonel Naval Headquarters." Joey said bitterly, "On the same level as me." Luffy was a little surprised when he heard that. He didn't expect the old man to be so powerful, he would directly get him such a high position. Colonel Naval Headquarters, even though he doesn't even have the title of general, but in the 4 seas outside the Grand Line, the rank of colonel in the branch is already the biggest officer. At the level of colonel naval headquarters, I can be said to walk sideways at will. Luffy was in a good mood, and smiled and patted Joey's shoulder. We will be colleagues from now on, ha ha ha. Joey's laughed along with him. Luffy turned to him and said, I'm going to Shield's town, you go with me. Joey was taken aback for a moment. Shield's town? Where is that? Joey's, whose main activity is on the Grand Line, has little contact with branches like East Blue except his hometown. Luffy rubbed his chin. I heard that a marine scum came out there, wantonly plundering the villagers' fat and anointing. I went this time to eliminate harm for the people. After hearing this, Joey's immediately shared the same hatred. As a native of East Blue, he was like a general who was fighting outside. At this time, he heard that his relatives were being detained by the local county magistrate, so he was naturally extremely upset. Don't worry. We'll set off right away. But I don't have a chart of Shield's town. Luffy waved his hand, pointed at Nami and said, the best navigator in the world is standing in front of you, what chart do you want? Joey's looked at Nami in astonishment, then nodded and said, then please miss. Nami on the side suddenly felt a little flustered. No matter whether he was a marine, a pirate or a businessman, as long as he knew his identity, no one would not look down on him when he went to sea. When will you be respected by such a big marine chief? Luffy looked at the happy Nami and laughed a few words. When I watched anime in my previous life, I felt that Luffy, a two-fool, played a good hand of cards to pieces. There are so many resources not to be used, but to take a path of betrayal. If you're a pirate, being Marine's grandfather won't help you at all. At most, it can only release water in a subtle way. But what if you were a Marine? Just kidding, will Redhead, Dragon, and Ace fight you with swords because you are a Marine? No, in fact they still treat you like a brother who died. This is where pirates are free. But this kind of freedom is of no use to Luffy. If it weren't for Luffy's connections, it is estimated that he would have been strangled in the cradle by the Five Elders when he declared war with the world government. The so-called freedom is only based on the supremacy of strength. Unfortunately, Luffy in the original book is simply a willful novice who only knows how to move forward. If Luffy has a marine status, Alabastus achievements will not be given to Smoker. Soon several people boarded the warship and set off towards Shield's town. And at this moment, ding dong, the Poseidon template has expired, the loading template has been reset, and the recovery rate has been saved at 10%, the next template is randomly selected. Chapter 8. Hey? Is it time? Luffy was taken aback for a moment. What's the time? Nami on the side asked curiously. As soon as the words fell, the Poseidon trident in Luffy's hand dissipated like sand grains and floated in the air. And Luffy also felt that Poseidon's passive bonuses disappeared instantly. His physique suddenly weakened. Tisk tisk, it feels like my body has been hollowed out. Luffy sighed helplessly. Nami on the side spat, what are you talking about, why is your dung fork gone? Luffy. That's the Poseidon trident. The legendary artifact used by Poseidon. It's not a fork dung. Nami looked at the excited Luffy and stuck out her tongue playfully, it looks like the fork that Belle-Mel used to fatten the orange tree. Luffy rubbed the corners of her eyes in pain, and she couldn't look directly at the dung fork she once held in her hand. Bah! The Poseidon trident is up. Luffy waved his hands, feeling the changes in his body. As he thought, observation haki didn't disappear just because the Poseidon template disappeared. At most, it was because of the disappearance of super perception skills, and the range was much weaker. In terms of physical strength, it is already comparable to Luffy, who is in the second gear of the capital of Seven Waters. Unfortunately, he has not yet worked out how to use the second gear. Luffy felt a pity that he was not able to solidify a Poseidon's power due to insufficient reduction. Luffy shook his head helplessly, thinking silently. Then the next template. Ding dong random. Congratulations for getting this random template. Li Jing. Li Jing. Luffy was taken aback, the name sounded extremely familiar but he didn't remember it for a while. It wasn't until a middle-aged man in an ancient gown appeared in midair with a phantom holding a sword that Luffy's pupils suddenly shrank. It turned out to be him. Luffy was overjoyed. Very cold Li Jing. The #1 swordsman of the Shang dynasty. And he is most famous for that truly terrifying law of causality skill. 100% received empty-handed blade technique. Ding dong Li Jing's template has been equipped. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Current reduction rate is 0%. Please check the property panel for detailed properties. Open the properties panel. Luffy couldn't wait to look into his mind, wanting to confirm if it was what he thought. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, Shi Leng Li Jing. Equipment, sword. Talent ability, 100% being caught empty-handed. Skills, 100% being empty-handed to the sword, single body, 100% to being empty-handed to the sword, group, 100% to being empty-handed to the sword, specified, peerless swordsmanship. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Character restoration degree, 0. Sure enough. Luffy came back from his mind in surprise. Very cold Li Jing. Possess an unsolvable causality level skill. This skill does not need to be restored at all to show its full strength. As soon as Luffy stretched out his hand, a long sword appeared in Nami's surprised eyes. Luffy chuckled, drew out his long sword and waved it out of thin air. Ah! Nami exclaimed, and his whole body appeared uncontrollably in front of Luffy in an instant, half kneeling on the ground, holding Luffy's long sword with both hands. Haha! This skill is fun! Luffy laughed excitedly. Nami knelt on the spot with a dazed face. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? When did I get so fast that I ran up to Luffy in an instant and caught his sword? Luffy put away the long sword in satisfaction, sure enough. No matter how weakened this causal level skill is, it is still at the causal level. What surprised Luffy even more was Li Jing's unparalleled swordsmanship. Because of the level of causality, Li Jing's unparalleled swordsmanship was not noticed. But the swordsmanship of the #1 swordsman in the Shang dynasty was quite terrifying. That was the Shang dynasty. Although it was not as good as the original Feng Shen period, there were still many monsters. Being able to sit in Chintaguan is enough to show the gold content of Li Jing, the #1 swordsman of the Shang dynasty. The only shot was to split the serrated dragon beast, which was even bigger than Tyrannosaurus Rex, into two with one easy blow. The knowledge of countless sword techniques such as hooking, hanging, pointing, picking, stabbing, teasing, and chopping was introduced into Luffy's mind. The sword is in harmony with the body is in harmony with the chi, and the chi is in harmony with the spirit. With a wave of the sword, Luffy suddenly splits out and splits into a stream in the sea. You actually know the way of the sword. Nami was surprised to see Luffy's handsome posture of withdrawing his sword. You must know that swordsmanship in the world of One Piece is the only way of training that is divided from physical skills. Is it the way of the sword? Luffy touched his chin, it's all useless, haha. Li Jing's so-called swordsman is the way of swordsmanship of Blue Star in his previous life, which is different from the way of swordsmanship in One Piece. Luffy could feel that if he could display the full strength of Li Jing's swordsmanship, it shouldn't be a big problem to fight Hawkeye for 3,000 rounds. And just when Luffy was about to practice Li Jing's swordsmanship to improve the restoration speed, the watchman's voice came from the tower. Report to Colonel Luffy. Seeing shields. Chapter 9. So fast. Luffy looked at the small island looming in the distance in surprise. You must know that he has been in the sea for 7 days without touching a hair. Luffy felt once again how important it is to be a good navigator. Let's go, Old Joe, take a group of soldiers with me to smash the field. Bah! Come with me to inspect. Luffy waved at Colonel Marine and said. Joey's hurriedly assembled a team of marines and landed towards Shield's town. Looking around, the huge marine base stands in the center of the island. The comings and goings of Shield's town seemed peaceful. Colonel Luffy, why do I see that this town is not ruled by the scumbag marine as you said? Joey asked, frowning, looking at the noisy town not far away. Oh! Luffy glanced sideways at Joey's and said, you go to the town first and then talk about it. Joey's looked suspicious, but he still led the marines and followed Luffy towards the town. However, as Luffy expected, the residents of the town saw Joey's and others wearing marine costumes, like a mouse seeing a cat, and they were scared to stay away. This made Joey's finally realize that something was wrong with this town. It stands to reason that no matter which island Marine is on, he is like a patron saint, especially in East Blue. However, at this time, the residents of the small town saw Marine as if they were seeing a ghost, which made Joey frown deeply. The crowd went straight to the tallest Marine base in the town without stopping. What surprised Joey's was that the huge Marine base gate was closed and there was not even a Marine guarding it. Little devil! Do you want to die? Get lost! A low shout came from the Marine base. A little girl's voice replied without any anger, Big brother, you haven't eaten all this time, right? Here, I made rice balls. Although it's the first time I made them with great care. I'm not hungry, you are an eyesore, go back quickly. But I told you I don't want it. Be careful, I'll beat you. Nami and Joey's outside the wall frowned when they heard the man's roar, wondering who was so vile to threaten a little girl. Only Luffy smiled crookedly, one hand slammed towards the wall, and the other hand wrapped around Nami's slender waist and jumped onto the wall of Marine base like a slingshot. Seeing this, Joey quickly shaved and followed the wall. However, what the two of them did not expect was that there is no picture of a vicious man threatening the little girl. Instead, a man covered in scars and wearing a turban was trapped on the cross, and the little girl reached out with a rice ball and was handing it to the man. Is this Zoro the pirate hunter? Nami looked at the scarred man in front of him in surprise. How did he make it like this? Wouldn't he eat the food that the little girl kindly gave him? And at this moment, the door outside the execution ground opened. A young man with blonde hair and butt face who was extremely ugly led two sailors and walked in slowly. Don't bully people. Zoro frowned and looked in the direction of the three of them. He, I didn't expect you to be so energetic, Noah Zoro. The person who came was the son of Menka, the playboy Bellamub. Why does this guy look so bad? Nami frowned and said, looking at Belumbo, who was wearing gold and silver and holding his collar, walking in. Luffy nodded in agreement. Belumbo walked up to the little girl and bowed down. Oh, this rice ball seems delicious. After finishing speaking, regardless of the little girl's obstruction, he reached out and grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. Nami and Joey's on the wall frowned. This guy is so hateful. Nami clenched his fists angrily. Belumbo suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Ah! It's so sweet. What a piece of crap. It's full of sugar. The rice balls should be salted. Add salt. But, I think sweet ones are better, the little girl explained with tears in her eyes. Belumbo slapped all the rice balls in the little girl's hand to the ground. This kind of thing, this kind of thing. Bellamibo stepped on the rice balls under his feet while shouting. Nami's eyes were already burning with anger. Joey couldn't help but shook his fist. If it wasn't for seeing that he wasn't wearing a marine costume, he probably couldn't help but go up and beat him up at this time. The little girl couldn't stop the tears from her eyes as she watched the rice balls she worked so hard to be trampled to pieces. Bellamibo took out a notice from his pocket with a ferocious face. Tisk tisk, didn't you read this notice? Those who help criminals will also be sentenced to death. Colonel Marine Monka. He. Even if you're a kid, you know how scary my dad is? Hey, throw this kid out. Marine behind him looked at Belumbo in astonishment. This is a 5-year-old child. But I said, throw her out of the fence. Didn't you hear my order? Be careful, I'm going to sue my father. Belumbo looked at Marine, who was motionless, and grabbed his collar and shouted. The Marine soldier struggled for a long time, but finally nodded to Monka's fear. Sorry, little sister, curl up your body. The Marine soldier whispered apologetically to the little girl. In the next second, she was sent flying out of the 8-meter-high wall. At this time, the people on the city wall couldn't bear it anymore. Joey's jumped up and caught the little girl. Nami shouted angrily, "Are you still human? He's just a child." Belumbo looked at the city wall in surprise. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Marine base? Luffy jumped directly from the high wall and walked straight to where Belumbo was. Chapter 10. What are you doing? Belumbo yelled presumptuously, do you know who my father is? Luffy turned a deaf ear and walked straight forward. My father is the Marine hero Colonel Monka. How dare you resist my father? Belumbo shouted triumphantly. At this time, Luffy has already walked in front of Belumbo. Belumbo looked at Luffy arrogantly and said, try to touch me. Have you seen this pirate hunter? He was too arrogant at the time, didn't he still let me be tied here willingly? As long as you dare to touch me, I will destroy the residents of the town, ha ha ha. Nami gritted his teeth listening from behind, this scumbag. Colonel Naval Headquarters also looked at Barameber with a livid face. He never imagined that there would be such a scum in the East Blue Marine ruled by Garp. Joey's figure also caught the eyes of the two Marines. This is... The two Marines were taken aback, looking at the cape Joey's was wearing, a cape that only Marines above the Naval Headquarters school level can wear. But at this moment, Belumbo didn't notice Joey's at all. Luffy looked at Barameber expressionlessly, and directly slapped Barameber hard on the face. Under the unbelievable eyes of Belumbo, he flew directly 5 meters away. How dare you hit me? Belumbo asked in a dazed manner, spitting out the big teeth that had been slapped out of his mouth. Beat you. Luffy rushed to Belumbo again and kicked him hard. I dare to kick you. Belumbo yelled in pain, are you still watching? Kill him quickly. Do you know who my father is? My father is Menka. However, what greeted him was still a huge fist. The two Marines guarding him were just about to pick up the firecrackers behind them. Joey sneered, do you dare to try? The two sailors froze in place for an instant. This was Colonel Naval Headquarters. Although his title was equal, everyone knew that the headquarters had a much higher gold content than the colonel of the branch. Luffy blasted Belumbo. Fighting father? In the past life, I may not have fought you. In this life, you dare to fight me as a waste. Luffy said that his hands were not idle, and his fists hit Belumbo like a rainstorm. Knowing that Belumbo couldn't see human form, Luffy spat and stopped. The two sailors watched with trepidation. You too. The head of this branch has been replaced. Lock up this BD in the fish and meat town for me. Luffy waved to the two Marines and said. The two sailors hesitated and didn't know what to do, they all looked at Joey's. Joey waved his hand, Master Luffy is a Naval Headquarters colonel who is on the same level as me, but the transfer order has not yet come down. Master? The two Marines were shocked, this is the Naval Headquarters colonel who is better than Monkadu, and he also called the Straw Hat Boy in front of him Master. This time, Belumbo has encountered a hard problem. The two looked at each other with joy on their faces. They were both from Shields Town. They had long been dissatisfied with their relatives being exploited by Monka. Now that Marine, who is more powerful than Monka, stood up, they would definitely wish for it. The two happily tied up the outrageous Belumbo. This made Zoro, who was tied on the cross, dumbfounded, completely confused about the situation. Luffy shook the bloodline in his hand. He walked up to Zoro calmly and said, "Noa Zoro, the pirate hunter, are you interested in being a marine with me? There are so many sword masters in the marine, even if your goal is Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Also belongs to 7 warlords of the sea with marine." Hawkeye. Zoro's eyes lit up when he heard Luffy's words, and then he frowned again. "My goal is to be the world's #1 swordsman. I don't want to be a marine stationed on an island and rest on my laurels." "Ha ha ha," Luffy laughed, "working under me is just a casual job, and I'm going to the Grand Line to fight against the strong, mere East Blue? You'll never reach Hawkeye's level in your lifetime." While speaking, Luffy drew out his long sword with a smile and waved it lightly. A crescent-like sword chi directly tore apart the huge wall of marine base. Li Jing's unparalleled swordsmanship. When the target is not a creature or object with hands, its power is as powerful as that of a great swordsman. Zoro's eyes flashed when he saw this. "You are also a great swordsman." With his strength at this time, it is simply not enough to complete the flying slash. Not to mention breaking the solid marine base. Even Joey's on the side looked at Luffy in shock. Along the way, he just thought that Luffy had good strength relying on Devil Fruit's ability. But now it seems that the boss's grandson has unfathomable strength. Luffy didn't answer Zoro, just looked at Zoro with a smile. Zoro looked at the huge crack in the wall, and the look in his eyes gradually hardened. "I want to become the world's #1 swordsman. I can't die here. I agree to be your subordinate." When Luffy heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Who broke my wall?" At this moment, an angry shout came from outside. Chapter 11. Everyone looked back. I saw Colonel Monka with a broken axe in his hand leading a group of marines and dragging a huge statue to the door. The reason why no one is on duty today is that Monka took people to pull the huge statue he carved for himself. "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of resisting me?" Monka threatened Luffy with an axe in hand. Luffy looked at Monka with a strange expression and said, "It seems that Zengo's hypnosis not only ruined your character hypnosis, but also your brain hypnosis. The consequences? You are just a mere colonel of the East Blue branch. Shut up. I'm the marine hero who killed 100 Chloe. How dare you speak to me like that?" Monka looked at the fearless Luffy and his face changed drastically. Since he was hypnosis by Chloe, he feels that he has become a hero of marine, and everyone should be grateful to himself. Luffy looked at Monka sympathetically. "You really are an idiot. I decided to seek revenge for you after you die. How can you say that you were once a qualified marine with a mission of justice?" Nami looked at Luffy puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Zoro and the marines also looked at Luffy strangely, wondering what he meant when he said that Monka was a qualified marine. The reason why this guy was promoted to Captain Marine was to capture and kill Baiji Crow, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who offered a bounty of 16 million Baileys. But the reality is that Crow was tired of Marine's endless pursuit. After destroying the warship he was on, he asked his subordinates to praise hypnosis. He and one of his subordinates acted out a scene of suspended animation. After the promotion, this guy suddenly felt the taste of power, so he let himself go and became a marine moth that did harm to one side. Monka on the opposite side yelled at Luffy with an ugly face, "Impossible! I obviously caught Crow with my own hands. The captain of the Black Cat Pirates has also been replaced by Hypnosis Master Zhang Gao. Crow was obviously killed by me. What evidence do you have that Crow is not dead?" Luffy looked at Monka with contempt. "I just see you pitifully telling you a cruel fact. Evidence? Do I need that kind of thing?" Monka glared at Luffy and yelled, "Come on, shoot him." But the colonel, behind him are the colonel of the headquarters and the villagers. Monka directly turned his head and slashed at the talking marine, "Shut up. It's all faked by pirates. How could Colonel Naval Headquarters appear in East Blue?" Joey's looked at the completely hopeless Monka with a livid face and was about to make a move. Luffy directly pulled out the long sword at his waist and waved it lightly. Ha ha ha, are you going to salute me before you die? Monka looked at Luffy's actions with contempt. Who would have thought that an invisible force would directly act on him? Under everyone's unbelievable gazes, Menka knelt down in front of Luffy and clamped Luffy's long sword with his palms together. 100% being caught empty-handed. However, what Luffy didn't expect was that since one hand was an axe. At the moment of receiving the sword, the huge axe directly cut off Menka's other hand. Well. Luffy looked awkwardly at Monka, who was lying on the ground and writhing in pain. Sorry, I forgot that you are disabled. UBD. Monka jumped up from the ground angrily, and slashed at Luffy with an axe. Nami on the side exclaimed. Luffy waved his hand contemptuously, and a huge sword mark appeared on Menka's body. You don't even have a hand, and you want to take Li Jing's sword. Please stop. At this time, Marine on the opposite side raised a firecracker and shouted tremblingly at Luffy, he is the colonel of our branch after all, please don't embarrass us. Luffy gave the person opposite him a sideways glance. What did you guys do long ago? Even this kind of scum doesn't know how to resist. Marine on the opposite side lowered his gun in shame. We can't beat him. He is no longer a branch colonel as of today, by order of Vice Admiral Garp himself. At this time, Joey's put down the phone report in his hand and said. Just now he had contacted Garp and told Garp about the incident in Shields Town. The Marines looked at each other, and dropped the guns in their hands to the ground, with a hint of joy on their expressions. Luffy kicked the dying Monka to the side. With his own sword just now, this guy will never live long. This kind of person can still let his unreliable grandfather go, Luffy naturally won't let him live until then. Go and get this guy's knife. Luffy pointed to Zoro and said. One of them nodded hurriedly. Zoro looked at Luffy with burning eyes. What's the name of that trick you just did? It can suck people in front of you out of thin air. Luffy said to Zoro inscrutably, this is called sword intent. I use my will to force it to catch my sword. When you become a great swordsman, you may be able to use it. I want to fight you one-on-one. Zoro spoke to Luffy excitedly. Nami on the side frowned. What are you talking about? Luffy just saved you. Ah, no, I want to learn the art of swords with him. Zoro exclaimed excitedly. Luffy shook his head indifferently. You are still too weak. After speaking, wave your hand casually. Zoro only felt that he was suddenly enveloped by a strong force, the ropes tied to his body. He snapped involuntarily, and he knelt down in front of Luffy in an instant, clamping his long sword. How can it be? I have no power to resist. What a terrifying sword intent! Zoro was shocked to see Luffy's handsome figure. Only Luffy muttered in his heart, I'm blind to Li Jing's terrifying swordsmanship, damn it, is this the legend that you can do it if you have hands? Chapter 12. Looking at Zoro and Nami behind him. And respectfully standing in front of a row of Marines standing at attention. Luffy has a feeling of beating a wolf and then going back to speedrunning. In the original book, Zoro was forced to have no choice but to agree with Luffy to become a pirate. In his mind, things like pirates belong to the evil party and crooked ways. And Nami hated pirates from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Luffy relied on Marine's identities so that the two of them would not have the slightest obstacle to joining Luffy's command. Even killing the Menka father and son by himself has become a matter of course for this group of Marines. At this time, everyone was standing at the pier to welcome the arrival of the legendary marine hero Garp. Luffy lay bored on a recliner. This smelly old man's ears are really big enough, and he has to be greeted by me in person. Nami, Zoro, this is what you should do, hey. A mast slowly appeared on the sea level, and a warship with a dog-headed bow slowly approached from the sea level. Is that the legendary marine hero Garp's warship? There was hope in Nami's eyes. Zoro also involuntarily held his three knives. After all, they are legendary existences. For the strong Zoro always wants to challenge and become stronger. The warship was slowly approaching, and a figure wearing a dog's head hat stood at the bow. Is that Vice Admiral Garp? A true marine hero. Marine behind him looked excitedly at his back in the distance. Why is Vice Admiral Garp motionless? Stupid. Vice Admiral Garp is a strong man. Much stronger than Colonel Monka. Standing still shows that Vice Admiral Garp has good concentration. So that's it. Soon the warship arrived. Garp lowered his head and caught everyone's eyes with a big snot bubble on his nose. Everyone. Asleep, hey. Wave. The snot bubble burst and Garp woke up from his sleep. Where am I? Garp looked around in bewilderment. The adjutant on the side hurried forward and said, Vice Admiral Garp, we are sending Luffy a letter of appointment. Oh, yes. Luffy is going to be a marine, ha 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 ha. Garp laughed excitedly. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched when he looked at it. The original incompetent grandsons became more and more unreliable one by one. It is said that Ace died in front of Luffy, and Luffy suffered the most. However, in order to prevent Marine's justice from collapsing, the pain of Garp, who watched his grandson execute in front of his own eyes, was no less painful than Luffy's, or even better. If it weren't for the flag of the marine hero, and for the confidence of the people on the Grand Line not to collapse, Garp might have rescued Ace long ago. Even so, seeing Ace die tragically in front of him, Garp couldn't help but want to kill Akainu. If Sengoku hadn't discovered and stopped it in time, it is estimated that the Martial Marine will not be able to do it in Akainu's turn 2 years later. Now seeing Luffy decide not to be a pirate and instead to be a marine, Garp's surprise is beyond words. It was Garp's lifelong dream. It's a pity that Garp, who wandered the Grand Line for a long time to catch pirates and maintain the order of the sea, was cut off by the red hair pirates who came to East Blue to find Rubber Fruit and Ace. Now that Luffy is willing to change his ways, Garp directly puts down his face to find Sengoku to go through the back door, which was impossible before. Everyone looked at the laughing Garp on the boat and wondered, isn't the grandson the marine? Isn't that normal for a marine third generation? They don't know if it wasn't for Wang Luffy's time travel. At this time, Garp has a son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the #1 enemy of the world government, and a grandson of the #2 enemy, One Piece. Garp looked at Luffy who was lying on the recliner and didn't get up at all, and a big tic-tac-toe appeared on his forehead. Stinky boy! You still can't get up. Try your grandfather's iron fist of my love. Garp roared and appeared in front of Luffy in an instant. Luffy suddenly trembled, FK. So fast. Although he knows that Garp is the ceiling of One Piece World's combat power, he has never really seen it. Luffy, who was already on guard, now found that even with the addition of Guo Jing's Wushuan swordsmanship, he was still like a naughty boy in front of Garp. Boom! There was a burst of severe pain, and Luffy's head swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss! Luffy gasped. This is Nima's fist with haki attached. As a rubber fruit capable user, I am immune to blunt blows. At this time, I felt the piercing pain and realized how important haki is in the second half of the Grand Line. At this time, Luffy also felt the huge gap between himself and the world's powerhouses, which made Luffy firmer in his determination to take the marine route. If you don't have a backer, it's brain damage. Garp laughed when he saw Luffy's painful mask, and then punched Luffy again. Nima, it's over. With a loud cry, Luffy drew out his long sword and slashed straight down. Chapter 13. Well. I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me? Luffy looked awkwardly at Garp who was kneeling on the ground holding his sword with both hands and said. The eyes of everyone around were staring, and even the eyeballs protruded out of the law of physics. Zoro's eyes flashed. This terrifying sword intent can even hit Garp. Garp also looked at the sword in his hand in astonishment, but instead of being angry, he laughed loudly. Not bad, brat, you are capable? What new devil fruit ability have you developed? No, aren't you rubber fruit? As he spoke, Garp's hands suddenly turned into pitch black, and he clamped them hard. The ordinary long sword attached to Li Jing's template turned into two pieces. A flash of astonishment flashed in Luffy's eyes when he saw this. Although this is just an ordinary stainless steel long sword, it is blessed by Luffy's internal energy. Although Luffy's strength at this time is not enough to play Li Jing's template, but at this time the long sword is comparable to a big sharp knife, and it should not be a big problem. But such a hard long sword was easily broken by Garp. This made Luffy feel the terrifying strength of his grandfather again. Think about being hit by yourself with a punch in Summit War, it is not as simple as releasing water. Ah! My baby! Luffy looked at the half of the long sword and shouted mournfully. Garp! Okay, stop yelling, what you want? Garp casually tossed the marine uniform, ID, etc. to Luffy. I didn't expect your kid's strength to reach such a level. You are considered qualified. Garp narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson. Now that he's a marine, he's still a colonel, even if he's a nominal one, he can't lose Marine's face. Otherwise I will personally go and capture you back from the sea. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched, it seemed that the old man planned to take him back to naval headquarters to train like Kirby and Barameber in the original book. Fortunately, it was Li Jing's template who awakened this time, otherwise, even if Sun Wukong, who was randomly assigned to the 7 Dragon Balls, estimated to display his strength, he could only be hanged in front of Garp. Sure enough, as Vegeta said when he beat Errol, never fight with funny comic characters. Luffy took the clothes with a smile, don't worry, we are very conscious and good citizens, and we will never do something illegal and disciplined under the skin of Marine. But... Luffy changed the subject. Garp looked at Luffy in surprise, but what? If there are individual Marines like this Menka, who use the name of Marines to collude with pirates to do evil, can I kill them first and then act? Luffy squinted at Garp and said. Garp looked at Luffy meaningfully, and pondered for a while, yes. As long as Luffy's identity is not a pirate, then by virtue of his status in Marine, as long as he doesn't kill the celestial dragons, then he can keep him. This is the confidence of the legendary seaman and the hero Garp. After all, Garp, who is the fruit of withdrawal, his son is the #1 criminal and often insults celestial dragons, but he can still divide and rule equally with Sengoku. It's a pity that Luffy in her previous life advertised herself as a pirate when she went to sea, which directly blocked Garp's role as a backstage. Otherwise, just relying on Garp's achievements in the Valley of the Gods, it would be enough for Luffy to roam freely in the first half of the Grand Line. Luffy stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up, save. As a Marine captain, shouldn't you assign me a warship? Garp looked at Luffy with a dark face, get out. You are a guy who is idle and has no soldiers, and you still want to waste resources? Make money and buy it from Marine base. TCH Stingy, who said that I have no one left, look, this is my navigator, this is my ship's mate. Luffy sneered at Garp, pointing at Nami and Zoro. Garp glanced at the two of them sideways, but he didn't see anything special. After all, the strength of the two of them was almost nothing in Garp's view. Anyway, the warships are traded by Marines relying on their military exploits. If you want a warship, go and catch the pirates yourself. Garp said to Luffy with a smile. Catch it, just catch it. It just so happens that Nami's family has a Murloc offering a reward of 20 million Baileys. Killing him should earn you a lot of military merit. Anyway, East Blue, which is also ruled by Marine, allows pirates to camp unscrupulously. Tisk tisk, you guys not very efficient. Garp was taken aback after hearing this, and then realized that if what Luffy said was true, there must be something wrong with the Marine base in charge of that area. Nami was very excited behind him. Luffy really told Garp about his hometown, and Kikyoxi village was saved. Garp glanced at Luffy and said, it's us, don't forget that you are also a Marine, I have a mission for you, go to the place you mentioned and destroy that murloc. The surrounding marines will obey your command, and anyone who disobeys, you handle it yourself." A smile cracked at the corner of Luffy's mouth when he heard the words. This is what he wanted. As for letting Garp take action, it was purely an anti-aircraft gun hitting mosquitoes. Besides, how could Luffy, the tool man who built up his favorability in front of Nami, be handed over to Garp? But only Nami behind him looked disappointed, with a hint of despair in his eyes. Chapter 14. Careful Luffy noticed the change in Nami's mood. But he didn't explain too much. Because the ideas that Arlong brainwashed Nami from a young age cannot be explained clearly in a few sentences. Only by exploding all the negative emotions in Nami's heart can she become the optimistic, sunny, and cheerful navigator in the future. Garp left by boat under the eyes of everyone. He came this time to give his grandson a military uniform. In the original book, East Blue was originally intended to capture Luffy and correct him. Today's Garp is still an indispensable combat force active in the second half of the Grand Line to deter the Four Emperors. Now that it has been confirmed that Luffy is indeed going to be a Marine, there is no need for him to stay in East Blue. After all, he is not a Marine Admiral, and he is usually very busy. Very good, I got the identity, it's time to help my navigator solve her worries. Luffy stretched his waist and said to everyone. However, Nami behind her showed hesitation on her face, and then she took out a worn-out piece of paper from her bosom. Don't worry about things in the village. See what I found in Monka's office. Said Nami opened a piece of paper with the logo of the clown buggy coming here drawn on it. I also know Shield's town because I heard that Monka has a Grand Line chart. Now that this chart has been taken away by the clown buggy, let's get it back first. After all, didn't you say you were going to the Grand Line? Nami suggested to Luffy. Luffy gave Nami a meaningful look. He knew that Nami no longer wanted to use his own power to deal with Arlong. Because in her opinion, Luffy may not be able to defeat Arlong, and once Arlong finds his resistance, the people in the village will be massacred by Arlong, which is not what she wants to see. What she wants is to be foolproof, which is why she forced a smile on her face after knowing that Arlong had broken the agreement, saying that she could save another 100 million. A chart for the Grand Line? Do you need a chart for the Grand Line? Zoro asked in surprise, holding the knife. Luffy, Nami! Nami yelled frantically, how the hell did you survive until now? Floating around in a small boat, when you're hungry, kill a few pirates to earn rewards for food. Zoro spread his hands innocently and said. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Compared to his original body, this guy should starve to death the most. If you want. Luffy smiled and nodded to Nami. Zoro also smiled broadly at the side, I don't care. But our ship is really shabby, can't we have a better one? Zoro pointed to the small broken single-sail boat provided by Marine free of charge and said speechlessly. Why don't you blame the old man for saying that you can use military merits in exchange for it? If there is a headquarters warship, then we can freely enter and exit the Grand Line from the Com Belt. Luffy couldn't help but complain. From the Com Belt? Nami looked surprised, that's the lair of the Big Sea Kings. No one came out of there alive. Luffy spread his hands, East Blue is the weakest sea, and Grand Line is simply a legend here. Especially after Roger became the Pirate King, Marine paid more attention to killing the East Blue pirates. Coupled with the fact that Garp ran to East Blue when he had nothing to do, this made East Blue extremely safe and also killed East Blue's sources. For the top powerhouses in the second half of the Grand Line, Com Belt's threat to them is almost negligible. The role of Poseidon is more for war than for individual strength. Marine's Seastone warship is a secret research and development, and it is not known to the outside world at this time. So Nami has never heard of anyone passing the Com Belt. Luffy jumped onto the boat, let's go, you lead the way, let's go find the chart. Ah! Oh! Nami hurriedly jumped on it, followed by Zoro. It feels like there's a good adventure ahead. Zoro leaned against the side of the boat and smiled. I don't know about the adventure, but I know that the rest of my life will definitely be very comfortable. Luffy chuckled, and put the cloak of justice printed on his back directly behind him. This trademark is the official version of One Piece's prince going to the countryside, haha. The sound of Luffy's laughter spread throughout the sea with the sound of waves. What he didn't know was that in the newspaper of the next day in the news agency at this time, an inconspicuous marine appointment announcement had already printed his image. At this time, on the boat where Luffy was, a cold front accompanied by low clouds has been discovered in the southern sky. I'm afraid there will be a violent storm soon. Nami looked at the clouds in the south and said to Luffy and Zoro, who were sweating profusely. Hey ha! Hey ha! Nami! You two bastards! Can you stop practicing swords? If you practice again, you will become AST. Didn't you hear what I said? It's going to rain. Our broken ship doesn't even have a cabin, hey! Nami frantically roared at the two who were practicing sword. Chapter 15. Luffy spread his hands helplessly. Even if you say that, it's impossible for us to create a boat for you. And aren't we looking for a ship now? Nami sighed helplessly. The Zilluabia village you mentioned really has a boat for us to go to sea. Luffy gave a thumbs up. Absolutely no problem, that ship has the potential to give birth to ship spirits. Ship elf. Nami was taken aback. You are still a child, so being sensible is just a legend. Luffy smiled and didn't say a word. Watching anime at the time, she had earned enough tears before the Mary was burned. But this time, they didn't go directly to find Buggy, but turned their heads and drove towards Sarab village where Usopp was located. However, the weather was not good, and a large cloud was drifting towards the boat of the few people. Soon it began to rain cats and dogs. It's all your fault, you two bastards, it made people's clothes wet. Nami put an empty wine barrel on top of his head, barely blocking the rain from the sky. And Luffy and Zoro really turned into drowned chickens directly. That is to say, Zoro, you don't know how to bring an umbrella when you go out. Luffy nodded confidently, then wiped his bleeding nose and looked away from Nami. Rain is awesome. Zoro, ah. BD, what's in the way, you didn't bring it yourself. Is this a question of whether to bring an umbrella or not? You two idiots. Nami felt like she was going crazy right now. Suddenly, Luffy pointed to the distant sea. Look. There's a boat. Several people looked around, and a pirate ship with a black cat-style pirate flag came into their eyes. Haha. There is no unparalleled road. Luffy stood up abruptly. I saw him turn his hands around suddenly, and his arms were tightly wrapped in circles like hemp rope. Rubber rubber. Propellers. Luffy placed his arms behind the boat, and his hands spun like propellers at high speed. Ask for a sack of beans. Nami didn't react and staggered into Luffy's arms. Zoro was thrown directly by the fast-moving boat. A whole Luffy. Zoro's scolding was faintly visible in the undulating sea. Hurry up! Let's take the boat down first. Luffy yelled at Zoro, who fell into the sea. Zoro, me. At percent number. At this time, on the Black Cat pirate ship, two pirates in charge of looking out stood in the heavy rain with their bamboo hats on and complained bitterly. With this kind of weather, how could there be any enemy attacks? That is to say, if we insist on going out to watch, they are all drinking comfortably in the cabin. Hey, it's really rare that the old captain took the initiative to contact us this time. I heard that he went to work as a housekeeper for a rich merchant. Hey, to put it bluntly, I still covet those properties. This time I contacted us to kill the heir. As expected of Beiji Kilo, you can really bear it. That is to say, ha ha ha. The two were squatting on the plywood to hide from the rain, when suddenly a scream came from below. Go! Ah! The next second a long arm grabbed the mast, and Nami and Luffy jumped up under the bewildered eyes of the two pirates. There are 2 more young men. Luffy took a look at the 2 pirates and kicked them up. The 2 unlucky kids were kicked out before they realized what was going on. Boom! Nami punched Luffy on the head. Damn! Can you tell me in advance next time? Do you want to throw me to death? Looking at Nami, whose chest was heaving in shock, Luffy touched his head, which didn't hurt at all, as well as the feeling on his body, and said with a smile, I'll definitely do it next time. Then I added a sentence in my heart, no wonder. Next, Luffy directly led Nami into the cabin. At this time, the Black Cat pirates are holding a banquet in the cabin. Men keep to the left. Women keep to the right. Rob now. Luffy let out a loud cry. Nami! You are Marine, BD. Luffy also realized that he seemed to have used the wrong word, and then coughed twice. Ahem, I made a mistake, and I'm the Colonel Luffy of Naval Headquarters. If you don't want to die, surrender. The pirates in the cabin were shocked at first, and several pirates even raised their hands directly. Why is the Colonel of Naval Headquarters coming to encircle and suppress his little East Blue pirate group? It's over this time. However, after waiting for a long time, they found that there was no marine rushing in from outside the cabin except Luffy and Nami. Zangao, wearing heart-shaped glasses, stood out from the crowd and asked cautiously, just the 2 of you? Luffy frowned, of course not. Zangao was startled, it's over, it must be cold this time, the big troops are outside, this is coming in to negotiate. There's a swimmer under the boat. Luffy pointed to the outside and said. Zongjao. Brothers. Shoulder to shoulder. All the pirates rushed towards Luffy and the 2 of them. Luffy smiled evilly, pulled out the broken sword and waved it casually. For a while, the sound of thumping and thumping spread throughout the cabin. 100% received empty-handed and white knife group version. Chapter 16. A whole Luffy, I'm not done with you. Zoro climbed up from the sea wet all over. Just rushed into the cabin but saw many pirates of the Black Cat pirates kneeling on the ground. Zoro asked Luffy in bewilderment, your sword intent is still group. Luffy said earnestly and sincerely, I am cooperating with the group killing effect caused by Conqueror's Haki, which is the ultimate talent that not 1 in a million people may have. Conqueror's Haki. Zoro looked at Luffy suspiciously. Of course, why do you think they all knelt down on their own initiative? Luffy said as a matter of course. The gang of pirates kneeling below were about to cry. Master Colonel Marine, can you stop chatting, my knees are swollen and I ask for it. They had never seen such a weird move before, with a wave of the sword, everyone knelt on the spot in unison. During this period, no matter what moves he used, he couldn't stand up. Only after Luffy retracts his sword can he continue the activity. Several cotters didn't believe in evil, and wanted to violently kill people while Luffy was withdrawing his sword, but Luffy directly knelt 5 times in a row, causing their knees to be tortured. At this time, the pirates curled up in the corner like little daughters-in-law, watching Luffy and the others enjoy themselves. Good uha, it's really lucky to meet a pirate group at this time. Zoro drank a large glass of wine and sighed comfortably. Do you think it's a coincidence? Luffy looked at the group of pirates with a sneer, they are all planning to go to Syrup village as well. Eh? Really? Then they are really unlucky, haha. Zoro looked at the group of pirates and laughed. Nami on the side stared at the group of pirates with resentment. The boss of this group of guys lived in seclusion in Ziluabu village, and this time they were asked to go back to prepare to embezzle the property of a girl named Kaya. And they said that even her parents were killed by this group of pirates, they are simply not human. Nami stared viciously at the pirates of the Black Cat pirates, wishing they could slaughter the scum immediately. Don't worry, our ship happens to be at that Kaya's house, and when the time comes, it will be sent to impel down together with his boss. Then they will feel that sometimes death may be a kind of happiness. Luffy looked at the words of the pirates with a smile, making them shudder. Master Marine! I beg you to let us go, we are old and young, we are all a group of poor people. That's right, we are all good citizens who were forced by Luo. All the pirates trembled with fright and begged for mercy loudly. Luffy sneered, what did you do? Pirates in One Piece world are different from Zhanluan, only those greedy people who covet treasure will walk the way of pirates. It may be too much to say that catching one and killing another, but among all the pirates, there are only a handful of pirates who are really adventurers. Perhaps in the entire pirate world, only Roger's pirate group can be called an adventure group. Only his pirate group has only one pirate ship, and embarks on an adventure with the goal of finding Ralph Rudd. The other pirate groups are all for power, wealth, and fame. So for this group of pirates, Luffy can't have the slightest soft heart. Just like the original Monkey D. Luffy said, since he is on the road of becoming the One Piece, it doesn't matter even if he sacrifices his life and dies at sea. In terms of awareness, Luffy is much better than these scumbags, at least he won't regret it. Damn it! Since you won't give us a way out, then even if we die, I will bite off a piece of your flesh. Seeing that Luffy didn't show any sympathy, the Catman brothers stretched out their sharp claws and rushed towards them. Ah! Nami screamed in horror. Luffy calmly ate the barbecue in his hand without being moved at all. Ding! There was a crisp metal clanging sound. The Catman's claws landed an inch from Luffy's forehead. Good job! Luffy took a bite of the ham and praised. I saw Zoro holding two knives firmly in front of Luffy. Don't shoot at our chief casually, otherwise it will appear that I am a bit redundant. Zoro looked at the Catman brothers and said lightly, two swords style two cuts. I saw Zoro put the double swords horizontally in front of his chest, and made a high-speed continuous slash. Immediately, the Catman brothers' chest was cut with countless huge incisions, blood spilled all over the ground. Luffy looked at the trembling pirates with a smile and said, if you don't want to go to Impel Down, I don't mind sending you to hell right now, maybe the life there is much better than Impel Down. The seemingly innocent eyes and light voice make many pirates shudder. They didn't doubt the truth of what the guy in the cloak of justice said before them. The atmosphere in the cabin was extremely dignified. Suddenly, Luffy burst into laughter, haha. Look at Zoro, look at these cowards, I'm just joking, ha ha ha. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, you don't seem to be joking, your character is really bad. Zoro didn't care and continued to drink from his glass. Luffy waved his hand and told the two pirates to wash the floor. The heavy rain comes and goes quickly. When dawn arrived, the shadow of the island where Zilluabia village was located appeared above the sea level. Chapter 17. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming. On the streets of Zilluabia village, a long-nosed boy in overalls was walking in the alleys while shouting. A villager came out with a rolling pin and a frying pan and shouted loudly. Damn Usopp! So annoying early in the morning. Go away. Don't let people sleep early in the morning. Don't let me catch you. I'm going to beat you up. The boy laughed and ran to the villa on the top of the mountain while chasing him. I saw Usopp move away a piece of green plant fence with ease and climbed on top of a big tree. He took out a few stones from his pocket and banged on the window. After a while, a sickly girl in pajamas and a coat opened the window. Usopp! What adventure stories are you telling me today? Today I'm going to tell you the story of the giant goldfish. Under the sunlight, the silhouettes of the two looked extraordinarily innocent. But at the main entrance of the villa, 3 uninvited guests rang the doorbell. Hi, may I ask who you are? The sheephead housekeeper, Meili, looked at the 3 of Luffy with doubts. Colonel Monkey D. Luffy, Naval Headquarters, come here for your steward Cobalt. Luffy smiled and stretched out his hand to Meili. The ship he will sail in the future is named after the sheep-headed butler in front of him. Ah, Butler Crabart? Sir, please come in and have a few cups of tea. The butler has gone to the market to buy vegetables. Meili hurriedly led the 3 of them in. I didn't expect Steward Crabart to have a friend like Chief Marine. Only good people like Steward Crabart have friends like you, right? Meili smiled and complimented Luffy and the others. Yes, I think he will be very surprised to see us. Luffy smiled and followed Meili to the living room. Are you sure there is the ship we want here? Nami asked Luffy suspiciously. It is really that the location of Zilobya village is too remote, and it can even be said to be a remote village. This is why Usopp has been calling the pirates all day long, and the pirates have not come for so many years. Without him, poor. Of course, otherwise, do you think Beiji Kilo, who is worth 16 million pele, would bend over to take care of others for 3 years to get this inheritance? Luffy took a sip of tea lightly and said, this black tea is not bad, can I have some later? Meili. You are really welcome. And just an hour ago. At this time, Crow was in a very unhappy mood. The Black Cat pirates, who had originally agreed to gather in the back mountain, did not arrive on time at this time. Crow pushed his glasses with the palm of his hand with a dark face. This group of damned pirates, if they destroy my plan, I will definitely not spare them. No, I didn't intend to let them leave alive. Only the dead will not leak the secret. Crow sneered and pushed his glasses again. And on his way back to the villa, Usopp's embarrassed figure who was being chased appeared in front of him. Crow glanced at Usopp in disgust, and cursed in a low voice, "You BD of a pirate." Then he looked at the villagers as if changing his face again. Everyone is so energetic early in the morning. The villagers saw that Crow stopped in a hurry. Ah, Butler Crabart. Come out to buy food again. What a good man, the last time the child fell down was the wound he helped to deal with. The villagers greeted Crow one after another. Only Usopp made a face at Chloe, the guy who stood in the way every time he met Kaya. Crow watched as Usopp ran towards the hill with a gloomy look on his face, and he would not allow any changes to prevent him from inheriting Kaya's property. Immediately after he greeted the villagers, he hurried up the mountain. In the villa. Luffy put down the teacup in his hand. What's wrong? Nami asked from the side. There was a sudden commotion outside the door. Usopp laughed and walked past the door, followed by a group of bodyguards. Catch him quickly, you damn brat, he comes to harass our young lady every time. The bodyguards swarmed up after hearing the words, and Usopp yelled and slipped through the cracks but couldn't be caught. A hint of impatience flashed across Crow's face, and he casually picked up a short gun from the bodyguard's waist and shot it at Usopp. Don't want. Kaya's excited voice came from behind the three of Luffy. At this time, Crow also noticed 3 uninvited guests standing at the entrance of the hall watching the theater. Marine. Crow's pupils shrank, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Why is there a Marine in the villa? He hurriedly threw away the gun, and pretended to be concerned and said to Kaya, I'm really sorry, miss, your body can't be excited, and he also tells you lies every day, which makes you emotionally unstable. I really can't help it. Usopp on the opposite side retorted loudly, you fart, Kaya is not sick, it is obvious that you keep her in the room to be weak. At this time, Usopp already had a keen perception far beyond that of ordinary people. The black gun that Crow fired just now failed to hit Usopp in the crowd. Crow turned to Luffy and asked politely, I don't know what your lord is doing here. Luffy grinned, and took out a reward order in front of Crow, catch the thief. Chapter 18. Crow's pupils shrank, and his mind was shocked. The reward order in Luffy's hand is obviously the reward order belonging to the Black Cat pirates Beiji Crow 3 years ago. Sir, you are joking, why do we have pirates here? Kaya, who was behind her, said without knowing why. On the other hand, Usopp rubbed his eyes wide-eyed. Kaya, why do I feel that the reward in Marine's hand is similar to that of Butler Clabattle? Usopp yelled urgently. Kaya frowned when she heard this. Usopp, you are this kind of person? I know you hate Butler Battelle, but how can you slander him like this? Not me. Usopp was spoken incoherently. Crow struck while the iron was hot and smiled at Luffy. Sir, I don't understand what you mean, didn't Baiji Crow died 3 years ago? Oh. Luffy replied with a smile, when we were in Shield's town, we found that Colonel Monka seemed to have been hypnosized, and Crow's death 3 years ago was just a cover. I would like to offer a reward of 16,100,000 grams. Luo doesn't seem to be dead yet, it seems that he is pretending to be dead and undercover in a wealthy businessman to seize the property. The more Crow listened, the more ugly his face became. He didn't know why Luffy knew so much about his plan. But what he can be sure of is that his identity must have been exposed. Now only Kaya doesn't understand, so she doesn't know what Luffy means. A stern look flashed on Kei Luo's face, and then he smiled gently. I see, but we really don't have any tricks here. Luffy stared at Crow with a chuckle and said, really? How do I think that Crow's reward order looks a bit like you? Chloe was unmoved. There are a lot of people who look alike, and you can see how vicious the guy on the reward order is, he doesn't look like me at all. Luffy spread his hands. In this case, then go to the butler Sabaody and let us go to the marine base to verify your identity. If you are not Crow, we will release you back. At this moment, even Kaya felt something was wrong in the tone of the confrontation between the two sides. She hurriedly opened her mouth to Luffy to defend Crow. Battle can't be a pirate, he's obviously so kind. Crow also looked at Luffy with contempt. I am Crow, do you have evidence? Can you marine frame a kind civilian at will? Yes. Luffy spread her hands innocently. One sentence made Crow so angry that he almost made a move. Luffy smiled and said to Crow, I just doubt you, what can you do? We are marine, and it is your duty as a civilian to cooperate with our marine investigation. The veins on Crow's forehead were exposed, and he almost lost his breath. Zoro and Nami on the side laughed wildly. Luffy is clearly disgusting Crow. If he really wants evidence, the evidence of the Black Cat pirate's ship is all parked at the pier. Crow stared at Luffy with a dark face and said, I won't go with you without evidence, and if you have the guts, you'll kill me. By then, I think Marine's random killings will spread all over the sea soon. Luffy sighed, as expected of Baiji Kilo, I just like your stubborn little expression. And at this moment, suddenly, the shouts of several children came from outside the door. Captain Usopp! Not good! There's a pirate ship parked in East Blue Bay. It's a real pirate ship, with the Black Cat pirate flag. The 3 onion heads yelled and ran from below in a panic. Crow, who was still a little calm at first, suddenly changed his face. These idiots! Was discovered at this time? He looked at Luffy suddenly, only to see Luffy answering slowly, oh, I accidentally caught a group of pirates on the way here, so I brought them here along the way. You're kidding me? Crow suddenly showed a furious expression on his face. Hey, hurry up! You can't concentrate! Luffy laughed out loud. Crow looked around gloomily. Is there no need to act anymore? Everyone came to hinder me. 3 years is really a long time. Crow opened his mouth slowly and looked at Luffy and the others viciously. What are you talking about, butler battle? Kaya looked at her original amiable housekeeper with such an expression in disbelief. Crow stepped lightly on both feet, and the whole person moved quickly like a ghost. Zoro looked at Crow in surprise, disappeared. Sabaody, are you really a pirate? Impossible! Kaya cried out in disbelief with tears in her eyes. In order to pursue peace of mind, I spent 3 years gaining the trust of the villagers. What a pleasant and comfortable feeling it was. Right now, just when I'm about to have this peace of mind forever, you bastards appear. You have ruined my perfect plan. As Captain Crow, I have to smile at a little girl with a snotty nose, and try to please you with duplicity. Can you understand? This period of humiliation. Can you understand the feelings of me who was once called Captain Crow? Crow yelled loudly while moving at high speed. Everyone in the villa listened to Kilo's shameless declaration in shock. Kaya was crying badly at this time. Nami and Usopp gritted their teeth even more. Even Zoro frowned at this vicious pirate. When Crow stopped, 2 cat claw gloves with long knives appeared on his hands. Then he glared at the crowd fiercely and said, "Since the plan is unsuccessful, as long as you all die here, you can still continue to pursue my peace of mind." Chapter 19. Crow. Then there was an angry roar. Usopp pulled out the bodyguard's firecracker and shot at Crow. All of a sudden Kaya was frightened and screamed. On the other hand, Crow sneered, stepping on both feet to avoid the bullet in an instant. And he himself appears directly behind Usopp. Having said that, after all these years, if it weren't for you, Kaya should have died earlier. Crow sneered and put the espada on Usopp's neck. Usopp was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Hello, hello." Luffy put away his legs and stood up from the sofa. "Are you thinking that this marine doesn't exist?" Crow looked at Luffy with a sneer. "You're just a kid, although I don't know where you got the marine uniform, but no matter how you look at it, you are not a qualified marine." "Really?" Luffy had a huge smile on his face, not annoyed at all. "What do you think marine should be like?" Luffy flicked his arm to the right casually, and his right hand was like a booster pump. In an instant, Luffy's body became red and white steam came out. "You are really lucky. It was developed with great difficulty recently. You are the first unlucky child to experience the power of second gear." "Humph. What, first gear and second gear, under my silent steps, you all have a fate waiting to be killed." Then Crow kicked Usopp away and rushed towards Luffy with strange steps. Zoro on the side immediately clenched the knife in his hand, ready to block in front of Luffy. Luffy waved his hand. "I want to try out a new move, I'm missing a target." "Tch." Zoro reluctantly put away the knife in his hand. "How dare you underestimate me? Go to hell." Crow's voice wandered around, and the 10 blades in both hands suddenly appeared behind Luffy, slashing straight at Luffy. "Careful!" Usopp got up and exclaimed instantly when he saw this scene. With super perception ability, he could barely see Crow's movements clearly. "Late." Crow laughed. The espada in his hand has come to the top of Luffy's head. A contemptuous smile appeared on Luffy's face. Crow felt his eyes dazzle, and espada had already swiped past Luffy's side. "What?" Crow looked at the empty blade he cut in surprise. "Cut crooked." "Wrong." A bad premonition rose in Crow's heart, and then he swiped at Luffy again. However, Luffy dodged it lightly again. "I do not believe!" Crow yelled angrily. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain on his face. Then it flew backwards in an instant and hit a big hole in the wall. "Idiot, with your speed, there is no difference between you and bastards in front of observation haki." Luffy looked at Crow with contempt and complained. "Observation haki? What's that?" Zoro asked in surprise. With the blessing of the super perception and super reaction of the first template Poseidon, Luffy has mastered observation haki in advance. Even the initial level, among the weakest East Blue, is like cheating. Hitting Luffy with Crow's strength is just a dream. But Crow didn't think so at all. I saw him get up angrily, with blood streaming from his forehead. He was like a lunatic, and roared at Luffy, "I am the man who destroyed an entire marine fleet alone. As long as you are all dead, my plan can continue." I saw Crow bent over and stood up, swaying like a drunk. "I want to let you know how terrifying a pirate who has been in and out of the Ghost Gate several times is." While speaking, Crow's figure suddenly disappeared. Zoro on the side looked in the direction of Crow in shock. You must know that Crow's speed at this time is already comparable to shaved in Marine 6 styles. At the current speed of Zoro, it can't reach that level. "Spoon!" Crow yelled. At the same time, cracks in the shape of 5 fingers appeared in the villa. "This is an indiscriminate attack by me using silent steps. It's so fast that even I myself don't know what I've hit. In the past, I don't know how many lovely subordinates died under this trick of mine, but now you are all shredded into pieces under my ultimate mystery. Ha ha ha. Kaya's bodyguard and others curled up in the corner in horror. Usopp desperately ran to Kaya and held her in his arms. How could there be such a move? Nami's eyes widened, but he couldn't find Chloe at all. Zoro lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Only a series of knife marks suddenly appeared around the villa. Die! Crow yelled. Luffy. Nami was terrified. MDZZ. Luffy turned sideways to dodge another slash. Didn't I say that your speed? Too slow. Second gear. Jet pistol. Nanny. Crow only felt his eyes go dark, and his whole head smashed hard into the floor of the villa in an instant. Boom. A huge deep pit shattered the entire villa. Crow, spitting out blood, raised his head with difficulty and said intermittently, unwillingly, "My plan is, it is absolutely impossible to fail." Bang! Luffy kicked Chloe's head into the floor again. He turned his head to face the crowd with a serious expression. What's wrong? Nami looked at Luffy with a dignified expression, swallowed and asked. The villa is going to collapse. Everyone. FK. Run. Chapter 20. Fool. Nami punched Luffy's rubber head. You destroyed the villa like this, how can we ask someone for a boat? Zoro, is the point here? Hey! Everyone looked at the ruined villa and looked at each other in blank dismay. Luffy spread his hands innocently. A new move, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. You must know that Luffy in the second gear can already fight with ordinary members of CP9, and a country house like this is as brittle as paper under the power of Luffy's second gear. Kaya stepped forward with the support of the sheep steward Meili. It's okay, we can just ask the villagers to build another one. Look, this is called atmosphere. Great sister. You brought people's houses down. Didn't I also prevent a human tragedy? It's normal to sacrifice a little bit. Usopp looked at the spanking Luffy and others with envy in their eyes. He glanced at Kaya, who was out of danger, turned and ran towards his house. Zoro and others glanced at him without paying attention. Luffy flipped Crow out of the ruins and threw it on the ground. Nami looked at Luffy with disgust and said, "Why are you saving him?" Nami's distaste for pirates has never changed. In the original book, Luffy just drove Crow away. The pirate who killed an unknown number of marines is still wandering in East Blue. At this time, Luffy naturally wouldn't let this guy go, and the 2 consecutive heavy blows had already made Crow vent more and breathe less. What do you know, is this a pirate? This is 16 million walking. Speaking of which, Luffy took out a mini video phone bug from his arms, which was borrowed from the Marine base in Shields Town. Marine is still offering a bounty for catching pirates. Nami asked Luffy in surprise. I have an official position, but Zoro doesn't have one, so stupid, you must know how to be flexible. That's right. Nami's eyes instantly turned into Bailey's look. Why didn't I think of that? Said Nami, directly snatched Luffy's phone bug. Get out of the way, I'll do it, I'll take a clearer picture, save the Marine who won't admit it. Luffy. Luffy twitched his lips when he saw Nami, who didn't dislike him at all. Sure enough, Nami's dream was first, Bailey second, and the captain wanted to go to the back row. Let's go to the town to have some food first, and wait for Joey to lead us. Joey's? Didn't he go back to Marine headquarters? Oh, I was called here temporarily to escort the Black Cat pirates. We can't lead a group of prisoners to run around, can we? Poor Joey's. Under the surprised gazes of Kaya and Meili, the 3 of Luffy walked down the mountain in silence while chatting. Walking has been changed to a trot. It seems to be worried that Kaya will ask them to compensate for the money for building the villa. What are you running for? If you run, I will follow. The 3 came to a tavern in a row. Did Kaya hear our cryptic request? You don't look like a marine like this, and you're not afraid that your grandpa will come and catch you. What are you afraid of? We really can't wait until Zoro gets 16 million in exchange for us to repay her. No. That 16 million is mine. Nami held the video phone bug in her arms like a kitten protecting food. The corners of Luffy and Zoro's mouths twitched as they watched. Shouldn't it be time to visit your hometown after you get the boat? Luffy smiled and said to Nami, I promised the old man to get rid of the Murloc who caused the trouble. Murloc? A monster with a fish head and a human body? Zoro asked curiously from the side. Instead, Nami fell silent, and finally said with a forced smile, I heard that there is a good sea restaurant nearby, let's go have a meal first. And didn't we get the charts of the Grand Line? Don't worry about the sea charts. The East-West Blue Army has as many as you want. Later, I will ask the old man to send you a batch of sea charts for 8 routes. Luffy tapped the table and laughed. Oh, then let's go to the restaurant on the sea first. Nami quickly changed the subject. Luffy took a deep look at Nami and didn't say any more. Well, since our navigator is willing, let's try it. Nami forced a laugh upon hearing this. At this time, Kaya and butler Meili walked into the restaurant. Finally found you. Kaya greeted Luffy with a smile. You look good, Luffy nodded, what can you do with us? Kaya smiled and said to everyone. This time Crab Art, the matter of Crow has caused you a lot of trouble. This time I am here mainly to thank you. By the way, I must accept it. Luffy stretched out his thumb directly, then I'll be impolite. Nami, Zoro, you have to be polite to me. Kaya covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 21. Wait until Luffy comes to the beach. A light sailboat with a sheep's head prow caught the eyes of several people. Golden Mary earned Luffy's tears when the capital of the Seven Waters was burned. At this time, the Meili was lying on the water surface intact, quietly waiting for the arrival of its owner. Amazing! Nami looked at the Mary with bright eyes. She had had enough of Luffy and Zoro, 2 big boys, drifting with the current in a small broken ship all day long. She couldn't imagine how the 2 of them sailed in the windy sea in a small sailboat with a square meter of 3 meters. All the things that will be used in the voyage have been packed in for you. Kaya on the side smiled and said to Luffy. That's so embarrassing. Luffy looked around the Mary with satisfaction. Zoro, Nami, I'm sorry we didn't see you, hello. However, at this moment, Usopp rolled down the slope with a huge backpack on his back. Help me stop. Usopp yelled like a spinning top and rushed towards the Mary. Usopp? Kaya covered her mouth in surprise. What is that guy doing? Hurry up and stop him, he will hit our boat. Nami said nervously. Yaoxi. Luffy and Zoro kicked Usopp in the face decisively. The ball-like Usopp froze in place. Thank you very much. Usopp grunted on the face at his feet. What are you here for, boy? Zoro looked at Usopp with a look of surprise. He had also seen this guy in Kaya's villa before, desperate to protect Kaya, and he had a good impression of him. Humph. Of course I went to see. Usopp raised his head and said loudly. Are you really going to see too, Usopp? Kaya looked at Usopp sadly. Let's go before my resolution wavers. Usopp looked at the sea and said, don't stop me. Kaya was a little sad but still said, I won't stop you, because I already had a hunch. Next time I return to the village, I will definitely tell you an adventure that is even more incredible than the stories I made up. Usopp said solemnly. By the way, how do you plan to go to sea? Zoro interjected from the sidelines. Usopp hesitantly glanced at a few people. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he quickly raised his head and said loudly, I am the leader of the Usopp pirates. We will definitely meet again at sea in the future. Shoot inside the temple. Luffy and Zoro appeared beside Usopp in an instant, one left and one right. Luffy strangles Usopp's neck, Zoro's knife rests in front of Usopp's neck. Luffy nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very well, I announce that you are under arrest." Et? Usopp yelled in bewilderment, "No, what's the situation? What do you mean, you guys?" Nami looked at Usopp like an idiot and said, "You said in front of a naval headquarters colonel and a pirate hunter that you want to be a pirate, are you courting death or what?" Usopp. "In order to prevent you from endangering civilians, I'd better take your head to collect the bounty in advance," Zoro said sullenly. "Hey, don't fight and kill, let's send him to impel down with the Black Cat pirates to experience what hell looks like." Luffy is also adding oil and vinegar. Usopp was so frightened that his legs trembled crazily. "Woo, I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm not a pirate anymore. I was wrong." Luffy and Zoro laughed, "Then you still want to go to sea?" Usopp glanced at Kaya, remembering his own incompetence in the villa. He still nodded firmly, "I must go to sea, I want to be a brave sea warrior to protect Kaya." Kaya blushed when she heard this. Luffy took a sip, "Damn, you actually sprinkled dog food, bah." Zoro pointed to the ship, "Our warship still needs a handyman, are you interested?" "Ah." Usopp was stunned when he heard the words, he never thought that Zoro and others would take the initiative to invite him, a weak chicken. Because in his opinion, Luffy's strength is too terrifying, such a strong crow has no power to resist in Luffy's hands. You must know that Luffy in the original book also used all his strength to beat Crow by exchanging injuries for his life. At this time, Luffy is simply crushing Crow. "Give you an internship opportunity." Luffy jumped on the bow and smiled at Usopp, "It's like paying Kaya's fare." Usopp's eyes were red, he jumped up and shouted excitedly, "I'm going to be the captain." Luffy smacks Usopp's head with a rubber fist, "Idiot, we're marine. Where's the captain?" "Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed. But at this moment, there was a sound of a whistle on the sea. A marine warship slowly approached from a distance. "Yo, here comes the sweeper." Luffy put his hands over his eyes and looked. Soon the warship approached, and Joey got off the warship with a face of helplessness. "Master Luffy! What kind of expression do you have? Isn't it just to let you escort a group of pirates along the way?" Luffy looked at Joey's in distaste. "No problem, I'm here." Fourth Master Chiao hurriedly said. Usopp's eyes lit up as he watched the gigantic warship. "Why does Luffy need Kaya's ship without a warship?" Usopp whispered to Zoro. Zoro touched his chin, "Maybe it's because he belongs to the informal establishment." Joey's escorted all the pirates of the Black Cat pirates away, and brought Luffy a bounty of 16 million baileys of hundreds of crows. "Master Luffy, your military achievements will be lost in this way." Joey looked puzzled at Luffy who wanted money but not military merit. "What do you do with this little military merit?" "When I get to the Grand Line, I'll have plenty of money, bah. Military merit. You go." Luffy waved his hand impatiently, "He is Commodore, the military exploits of this little pirate are useful. On the contrary, Arlong's identities of the Sun Pirates and Murlocs may also consider whether to exchange them for bounties." Chapter 22. The sea was blue and the sky was blue, and a few seagulls were circling over the Mary. Luffy is sitting cross-legged on the sheep's head and meditating. This is an unknown cultivation method that fits Li Jing's unparalleled swordsmanship. It helps to improve the performance level of Li Jing's template. Below, Zoro is working on his arms with a 1-ton barbell. Nami is now in the control room controlling the direction. Usopp folded his arms and held a mop on the deck looking into the distance. Suddenly he waved his hand forward. "Stupid pirates! You know that this Going Merry is the invincible fleet of Captain Usopp, but you still dare to attack it. Someone from Yalu! Go! Fight!" Usopp yelled and flung the mop around. "Is this an idiot?" Zoro yawned as he watched Zhong Er's Usopp, who was in a fit of illness. Are you sure it would do us good to have him on board? Nami also stuck his head out of the cabin. Luffy opened his eyes and stretched his waist. You don't understand, Shunfeng cooks against the wind, and the desperate situation depends on the shooter. Hey! Zoro looked puzzled and didn't know what Luffy was talking about. Hey, I said you guys, pay more attention to others, shall we? Usopp looked at the few people who lacked interest. We are going out to sea for adventure. However, except for Luffy, the three of them don't know how long they have been floating at sea, especially Nami, who started to go to sea by himself 8 years ago, so naturally he is not as excited as when he first went to sea. Shouldn't we draw a flag or something? How can we go on a sea adventure without a flag? Usopp looked awkwardly at the empty mast. Ah, we are making up a marine. We need to hang a few marine flags when we pass by a marine base some other day. Luffy yawned. He was really not interested in the so-called pirate flag spirit of pirates. Why, the marine flags are all in the same style. Usopp said helplessly. Anyway, those regular marines don't recognize our ships as warships, do they? Zoro said comfortably while lying on the deck with the sea breeze blowing. Why? Usopp asked puzzled. Probably because Luffy got into marine by going through the back door. Nami came out with a copy of the chart and continued casually. Usopp was stunned. Are you making it up as agreed? Luffy smiled and said to Usopp, I made it up myself. At present, you are temporary workers, the kind who are responsible for topping the bag in case of an accident. Usopp. Show. Sailing for almost half a day. The bored Usopp was wandering around the Mary. After a while, he came out of the cabin carrying a box with a danger printed on it. What? Luffy leaned over curiously. He didn't know what Kaya had put in the cabin at that time. Usopp shook his head. I haven't opened it yet, I want to take it out and have a look. The two pried open the box and found that it contained shells for launching. Sharp. Usopp stared at the crate full of shells. And this thing? I remember when the Alvida pirates fired shells when I rescued Nami. Usopp looked around quickly, and soon saw a reef to the south that looked like a target. Come on, let's hit a few shots. Usopp stuffed himself into the cannon with the shell in his arms. Seems like fun. Luffy touched his chin. Zoro, lend me a knife. Hey! You can't borrow knives. Zoro, who was sleeping, resolutely refused to Luffy. Don't you want to learn my peerless swordsmanship? Luffy laughed from the side. With a swish, a knife was stabbed straight in front of Usopp's body. Usopp growled loudly, Hey! Zoro! You almost cut my DK. Luffy pulled out the knife casually and looked at it. Che, Hideo is even reluctant to use it. Shut up! Love it or not? Zoro yelled frantically. Come on, Usopp, give it a try. Luffy motioned to Usopp. Hey, when I was 3 years old, I flew around the world on a cannonball. Usopp, who was in contact with the real guy for the first time, stuffed the cannonball into the cannon excitedly. People call me Cannon Usopp. I'm not lying to you. Luffy took the knife and waved it casually. It's obviously a knife, why do you have to say it's a swordsman, a snake spirit? Usopp, hey! Can you respect me and listen to what people say, hey? Boom! With a roar, the shell exploded not far from the reef, causing a splash of water. This power doesn't look very good. Luffy shook his head in disgust. That's why you can't shoot, right? Look at me. Usopp moved closer to the cannon, aiming carefully for a moment. Yuxi. Launch. Boom. The shells rushed straight towards the reef. Seeing that the shell was about to hit the target. Suddenly, a burst of sword energy split the cannonball in two. Ah! Usopp looked back at Luffy who was posing posseing in bewilderment. It actually increased the reduction rate by 0.1%? Usopp, hurry up and shoot more. I want to gain experience. Luffy yelled at Usopp, who stayed where he was. Chapter 23. Oh awesome! I hit it again. Really? Look at my swordsmanship. 1 slash. The wind and the clouds. Zoro looked at Luffy excitedly. At this time, Luffy held a long knife and used the shells as flying saucers to play a target game. Usopp, on the other hand, practiced dodging Luffy's slashes with his cannon and fired at the distant reef from all angles. I have to say that Usopp's sniper talent is really ridiculously strong. Even though he had never touched a cannon before, under his aim, the shells flew towards the reef with a hit rate of almost 100%. It's a pity that the unparalleled swordsmanship attached to Luffy's Li Jing template is outrageous. As long as it is a target that has no hands to catch the blade, Luffy can easily smash it to pieces. For a moment the shells flew. It was chopped up over the reef and fell to the surroundings, setting off waves of waves. Oh! Luffy, you are so strong! Usopp looked at the shattered cannonball in shock, although it was of little use in the later stage. But in East Blue, the cannon is still the main means of attack for pirates and marines. That alone is enough for Luffy to run the East Blue. Hey, they are all useless, hurry up and shoot more. Luffy was overjoyed seeing the soaring reduction rate on the system. Although it was only 0.1%, it was quite fast for Luffy's usual delivery. At this time, the restoration degree of Li Jing's template has reached 55.7%. You must know that the original Poseidon template only increased to 10% after a week of training. Luffy suspects that one of the important factors for the soaring restoration rate is the gap between the physical fitness and the original anime characters, and the other is the gap between the proficiency of the attached weapons and skills and the original anime characters. In other words, as long as Luffy exceeds the peak physical fitness of the template and masters the template skills proficiently, he can increase the reduction rate to 100%. And Luffy can obviously find that when he loads the template, his cultivation is not restricted by this world. In other words, Luffy at this time is equivalent to practicing swordsmanship and kung fu with Li Jing's aptitude. If one day I can randomly get Saitama's template, that means Luffy can practice for 7 days with Saitama's talent. Don't underestimate the mere 7 days. The author once said that Saitama's combat power is about the same as that of Super Saiyan 2, and it only took 3 years for Saitama to cultivate to this point. And he just did some simple physical training, and didn't practice as hard as other heroes. Therefore, every time the template is changed, it will have a different bonus to Luffy's strength. However, when Luffy and Usopp were working hard, the sharp-eyed Zoro was surprised to see a white flag fluttering on the top of the reef. Zoro pointed to the reef and asked Luffy, "Hey? Is there a white flag there?" "Have it." Luffy and Usopp stopped what they were doing. Usopp also took out a spotting telescope and looked over. "Ah! There really are!" Usopp exclaimed loudly. Luffy said triumphantly, "How is it?" "Fortunately, I blocked the handle of your cannonball, otherwise they wouldn't even have a chance to raise the white flag. Go, lean over and have a look." With a wave of Luffy's hand, the Mary sailed slowly towards the reef. Just when he was about to bypass the reef, a tattooed young man with short hair and sunglasses attacked directly with a machete. "Too much deceit. If you want to kill, kill, you keep blowing to the side, why are you scaring us?" The youth roared and slashed towards Usopp. Usopp screamed in fright, and the whole person flew back to hide behind Zoro. "It's none of my business. I didn't make it." At this moment, the young man was taken aback when he saw Zoro. "Brother Zoro. Yo, isn't this Johnny? Where's Joseph?" Zoro looked at Johnny strangely and asked. "Big brother. Why are you on this kind of pirate ship?" Johnny looked at Zoro in surprise. "Pirate ship? Don't make a fuss, we are a warship." "Well, requisitioned." Luffy coughed twice. Is this a warship? Johnny looked at the Mary suspiciously. The expression on his face is that I don't read much, don't lie to me, it's not like he hasn't seen a warship as a bounty hunter. I just said that I want to paint a marine warship logo on the ship. Usopp complained to several people, you don't believe my nearly 50 years of painting experience. Don't make trouble, you will be treated as a fake marine and attacked by warships. Johnny first looked at Zoro excitedly, then pointed to the rock with tears streaming down his face, brother, Joseph, Joseph. Everyone turned their heads and saw Joseph in green skin lying behind the reef with his eyes rolled. Zoro looked at Joseph silently, patted Johnny on the shoulder comfortingly, and was about to say goodbye to him. As a result, Johnny answered. Joseph, he is sick. Zoro, Usopp. If you're not dead, cry yourself. Chapter 24. They took Joseph aboard. Nami could tell at a glance that this guy had scurvy caused by a long-term lack of vitamin C. Go to the cabin and prepare some limes to feed him into his mouth. He will be fine in 2 days. Nami said to Zoro and the others. Zoro, really or not? Johnny, big sister, is what you said true? Isn't this guy dying? Nami, it's just normal scurvy. Really, really? Big sister head. Johnny excitedly asked Nami loudly, is it really like what the big sister said? Nami slapped Johnny away who was spitting excitedly. Usopp came out of the cabin carrying a large box of lemons, and squeezed lemon juice into Joseph's mouth with his hands. Usopp, are these enough? Zoro, not yet. He's not awake yet. Usopp, so let's try putting lemons in his mouth. Zoro, it can be. Nami. Enough is enough. Do you want to choke him to death? With a growl, Nami stopped Usopp and Zoro who had already stuffed a dozen lemons into Joseph's mouth. Hey? Enough. Usopp, but you are so powerful, I already knew that you are a woman with 2 skills. Yeah, yes, it's really powerful, Zoro on the side also nodded. Nami looked at the two 2bs with a headache. Give me some common sense of navigation. Are you idiots? Otherwise, you will die sooner or later. As soon as the voice fell, there was a puff from below. Joseph struggled to spit out all the lemon in his mouth, and his face was twisted to ultimate by the acid. Then he stood up like a zombie. Johnny, companion. Joseph, companion. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The two of them walked around the deck excitedly, arm in arm. Full nutrition. Resurrected. Everyone. Nami yelled furiously, are you idiots, how could you recover so quickly? Plop. Joseph fell to the ground in an instant and passed out again. Everyone. Damn retarded. The crowd gathered together Zoro's younger brother duo temporarily, and continued to set off towards the restaurant on the sea. I heard that Sabaody restaurant is very close to the Grand Line. There are rumors about the eagle-eyed man that Big Brother has been looking for. In the evening, everyone sat around the dining table, gnawing dryly on long bread. When Zoro heard what Johnny said, his eyes widened, his forehead was sweating, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey, Zoro, don't get so excited, as a superb swordsman, learn to be like a shisui. Luffy held the steel sword broken by Garp in front of him with a peaceful face, and looked at the system panel in his mind. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, Shi Leng Li Jing. Equipment, sword. Talent ability, 100% being caught empty-handed. Skills, 100% being empty-handed to the sword, single body, 100% to being empty-handed to the sword, group, 100% to being empty-handed to the sword, specified, peerless swordsmanship. Character reset countdown, 1 day, 15 hours and 23 minutes. Character reduction rate, 57%. There is still more than a day, and the reduction rate has reached 57%. Luffy, if you meet Hawkeye, do you want to challenge him? At this time, Zoro's eyes are full of challenging Hawkeye's dream of becoming the world's #1 swordsman. Luffy shook his head inscrutably, I can't. Zoro looked at Luffy with contempt, as a swordsman, you must go forward bravely, how can you just say that you are not good enough before you can compare? Who would have thought that Luffy would look at Zoro with contempt? I mean, once I make a move, even if I am as strong as Hawkeye, I will inevitably throw myself and kneel in front of me. Hey, invincible how lonely. Zoro. I believe you ghost. Since Johnny and Joseph had been to Baratie, the melee soon came to the waters where Baratie sailed. A huge fish-head restaurant anchored firmly in the sea. Amazing! What a big ship! Usopp was drooling looking at Baratie, and even Nami looked excitedly at this sea restaurant she had only heard of. In order to save money, she was never willing to come to this kind of place to spend. At this time, a huge warship rang the bell and passed by. A man in a suit and leather shoes came out from the deck. Isn't there a pirate flag? The man put a fisted hand on the railing, I am Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Iron Fist Hope. Hey! Who is the captain? Tell me your name. At this time, Luffy took out his justice cloak from the cabin and put it on behind him. Colonel Laozi Naval Headquarters, Monkey D. Luffy. Which onion are you? Chapter 25. Hopeful, who was opposite, staggered. The wine glass in his hand suddenly covered his whole body. He looked carefully at Luffy and found that it was the new Marine Colonel Monkey D. Luffy published in the newspaper some time ago. At that time, I was still discussing that I don't know which Vice Admiral's family member went through the back door to get paid for nothing. Who would have thought that he would meet him here? Hobadiah's originally arrogant smile instantly turned into a flattering sneer. It turned out to be Colonel Luffy. I didn't expect to be honored to meet you here. Sabaody rubbed his palms like a traitor, bowed his head and greeted Luffy. Usopp on the side looked enviously at the marine skin behind Luffy, amazing. This thing is so easy to use, if I have one, it would be so handsome. Nami on the side nodded, Luffy's grandfather is the legendary Marine Vice Admiral Garp, we can definitely wear this military uniform. At this time, Hope put on and walked out a blonde beauty in a red dress. What's wrong? Has something happened? Luffy's eyes lit up on the melee, and he jumped directly to Sabaody's warship. Marine on the side looked at Luffy, who was wearing the cloak of justice and the colonel's epaulets, and immediately raised his hand to salute. Hello Colonel. Luffy waved his hand casually, comrades have worked hard. The blonde beauty looked at Luffy in surprise and asked Hope, this is... Luffy directly gave a hand kiss from a Western aristocrat in an elegant manner, my lord, Colonel Luffy of Naval Headquarters, the grandson of Marine hero Garp, would you be interested in having a romantic encounter with me? Sabaody on the side had a livid face at first and felt that the top of his head was green, but when he heard Luffy's introduction, his face instantly showed ecstasy. This guy turned out to be Garp's grandson. Who is Garp? That's the legendary Marine. Although he is an ordinary Vice Admiral in name, everyone in this department knows that even 3 admirals are not necessarily comparable to Garp in terms of status. The blonde beauty looked at Hobadiah with a puzzled expression. Hobadiah quickly winked at the beautiful woman. Seeing Hope's cowardice, the blonde beauty was filled with disgust, and immediately took Luffy's arm and walked towards the boat to Baratie. Hobadiah, who was behind him, followed up like a follower. The stunned Usopp and others on the melee were left behind. My grass! Thousands of words merged into a classic word and shouted from Usopp's mouth. Why are you standing still? Hurry up and follow Sengfan. Luffy suddenly turned around and shouted at Nami and the others. Nami's eyes lit up when he heard that he could eat for free, wait for me. Sabaody behind him looked at Luffy's coquettish operation with a confused face. Is the current Marine second generation's way so wild? Soon everyone came to the restaurant. The coat of Colonel Luffy's rank caused a lot of exclamation from the diners. What a young colonel! The servant behind him seems to be that Sabaody lieutenant. Even the younger brother is Naval Headquarters Lieutenant, this must be the Colonel of Marine Headquarters. How handsome! That is to say, the movements are so elegant, there are even 2 female companions. Luffy led the blonde beauty and Nami to find a round table and sat down. Zoro and Usopp also wanted to sit down but were ruthlessly driven away by Luffy. While going, didn't you see that I was in a 2-person, 3-person world? Zoro, the straight man of steel, looked impatient. Hey? Why? What 3-person world? Usopp on the side pulled Zoro to another table enviously. You single dog doesn't understand, if it weren't for the fact that I only have Kaya in my heart, oh my Kaya. Zoro looked at Usopp with a question mark all over his head, not understanding what he meant at all. Soon the red-footed Zap walked up to Luffy with a bottle of red wine and poured it for the 3 of them. Although the protagonist has changed, it is obvious that Luffy's status is much higher than that of Sabaody. You are awesome, you see everyone looks at you with envy. The blonde beauty covers her mouth and chuckles. Luffy picked up the glass and shook it twice, it's all attracted by you 2 beautiful ladies. The blonde woman covers her mouth and chuckles. Nami looked at Luffy with a look of disdain, come on, I don't know you yet. Luffy. Depend on. Can you not destroy such a romantic atmosphere I created? Luffy took a sip of the red wine, and suddenly a sour and slightly sweet taste spread through his mouth. FK, what's the matter, boss, give me some white. Beauty, GP. White. What do you mean? Zap looked at Luffy in bewilderment. Luffy pointed to the red wine and said, it's the one with a higher alcohol content. With this low alcohol wine, how many bottles do you have to drink to get the 2 of you drunk? Boom. Nami punched Luffy's head dangling. Hey, what are you thinking about? And at this moment, a marine with injuries all over his body came in from the door. Lieutenant is bad. We let the pirate Kriegsmen escape. Chapter 26. At this time, a marine ran in from the door in a panic. Everyone looked in the direction of the soldiers. What did you say? Sabaody's expression changed upon hearing this. In order to track down Krieg and his gang, we sent 7 people to catch them. The soldier lowered his head, not daring to look at Sabaody. Impossible. When he was caught 3 days ago, he was already starving to death. Didn't he eat anything after that? Sabaody said in disbelief. The hotel guests panicked when they heard Krieg's name. The Krieg gang. Isn't that the strongest pirate group in East Blue? The frightening pirate group with dozens of large ships in the legend. All of a sudden, there was a commotion in Baratie. The soldier bowed to Sabaody in shame, I really hug. And at this moment, suddenly, a firecracker stretched out from the side of the soldier. Luffy narrowed his eyes while holding the wine glass. Bang! There was a shot. The bullet hit the wooden door in the air. Marine, who was standing, was pulled to his side by Luffy's extended arm. Ah! The guests suddenly screamed in panic. Everyone hid in a corner and looked at the door in a swarm. Ajin slowly walked into the hall with a firecracker in his hand and a ferocious expression on his face. The bloodline on his head and his weak face showed that he was not in a healthy state at this time. Thank you, sir. The soldier who was pulled aside looked at him in shock and Luffy hurriedly thanked him. Luffy waved his hand and picked up the red wine to signal the soldier to go aside to heal his wounds. Ajin walked to an empty dining table step by step, and slammed his foot on the table. Anything is fine, hurry up and serve, this is a restaurant, right? Then he yelled viciously in the restaurant. Disgust flashed in Nami's eyes. If it wasn't for Luffy's attack just now, the soldier would have died by now. At this time, Sabaody whispered to Luffy with trepidation, Mr. Luffy, look. Sabaody had just heard that the Krieg pirates suffered serious losses, and wanted to see if he could set up an ambush to gain military merit. Anyone who was once a seriously injured subordinate can escape from his own cage. He was so timid at this time that he was so frightened by Ajin's power that he didn't even dare to speak. I'm repeating, listen to me, and serve quickly. Ajin said with a grim face. Luffy stood up slowly holding the wine glass at this time. Hello? Master Luffy. Hobadai looked at Luffy who was slowly walking towards Ajin in astonishment. No way, Lord Luffy, he will be killed. From Hobadi's point of view, Luffy is nothing more than the thigh of a Colonel Marine who got through the back door through his connections. However, Luffy ignored Hobadai at all, and walked straight to Ajin. Hey, don't you take Marine too seriously. Luffy said to Ajin condescendingly while holding a wine glass. Marine. Ajin sneered and pointed the short gun at Luffy. I think you want to eat a gun. No, I'm going to be killed. Hobadai looked in Akin's direction in horror. Luffy poured the red wine in his hand directly on Ajin's head with a blank expression. So, I hate you pirates. Ajin was furious instantly. You are courting death. Bang. There was a shot. The bullet went straight into Luffy's chest. Everyone in the hall screamed. However, the expected blood did not flow out, and the bullet pulled a long trajectory on Luffy's chest, and then bounced straight back to Ajin's hand. Nanny? What's going on? Ajin screamed, covering his injured arm with an expression of disbelief. Red-footed Zap squinted his eyes and looked at Luffy. Demon fruit power. Idiot. A pirate dares to show up in front of Laozi. Do you think you are the four emperors? Luffy sneered, kicked Ajin's chest directly, and the tables and chairs in the restaurant suddenly turned upside down. And Ajin clutched his chest in pain and screamed again and again. Luffy stepped forward and kicked Ajin in front of Hope again. Go get him something to eat, and let him go. Hop Artie nodded subconsciously. Oh, I'll arrest him now. No, Lord Luffy, what did you say? Luffy sneered and said to Hope Body word by word, get him something to eat, and then put it back. But he... Hopperty was so confused that he didn't know Luffy's purpose for doing this. Even Nami was at a loss as to what Luffy was up to. Luffy stepped forward and patted Ajin's face. Aren't you dissatisfied? Do you want to take revenge? Go and call me your boss, Krieg. There should be quite a few of you left. Are you starving to death? Bring your boss and I'll treat you to dinner. After speaking, Luffy waved his hand at Hope, asking him to throw Ajin out. It affects my appetite. Nami frowned and asked Luffy, what's your plan? Why do you want to help the pirates? Luffy shook his head with a smile. Help the pirates? It doesn't exist. Eliminate evil, do everything. Chapter 27. After Luffy defeated the Krieg pirates in the original book, Akin left Baratie with Krieg and his party. And also said to set sail again to meet Luffy on the Grand Line. And with Krieg's despicable and shit-eating personality, I don't know how many civilian marines will die in his hands. So this time Luffy had no intention of letting go of the Krieg pirates or leaving Baratie at all. At this time, Sanji came out of the kitchen with a plate of egg fried rice. Having experienced the pain of extreme hunger, he would not allow anyone to feel hungry in front of him. You must know that Jeep ate his own leg because he gave up the food to Sanji. The so-called being cut off by the anchor in the anime is purely for passing the trial, and the reality is often much crueler. So even if the person in front of him is an extremely fierce and cruel pirate, he is willing to fill his stomach first before fighting him. Coupled with the habit of not shooting women, in Luffy's opinion, this guy is purely a typical 2B youth who is poisoned by the spirit of chivalry. So 2B youths are much happier, which is why Luffy agreed with Nami to come to Baratie restaurant. After all, the guy in front of him is the top chef among the pirates. Who doesn't want to have all kinds of food served during the adventure? Although Luffy wanted to tie Jessica from the G8 fortress, he estimated that Jonathan Vice Admiral would not allow him to poach his wife. Sanji put seafood fried rice in front of Ajin who was lying on the ground. Ajin turned his head dismissively. Tisk tisk, you have a lot of backbone. Luffy sighed, I don't eat the food donated by others, but eat the food I snatched. Is this the most delicious food obtained through my own efforts? Nami on the side rolled his eyes in contempt, so this is a pirate. Suddenly, Sanji only saw Nami's eyes lit up. He casually took out a rose from the table beside him and knelt down in front of Nami on one knee. Ocean, thank you for giving me today's meeting. Nami, hey. Love, just laugh at me who can't bear this pain. As long as I can be with you, whether it's becoming a pirate or sinking into hell, I've made up my mind now. Sanji opened his hands, and his eyes had become red hearts at this time. In Luffy's previous life, this was definitely a standard dog licking. It's a pity that there is such a huge obstacle between us. Boom. With a muffled sound, the wooden stick on Garp's foot hit Sanji's head directly. I'm the obstacle, you idiot said, right? Excuse me, Colonel, I'll get him out right away. Luffy smiled and waved his hands, don't, I happen to be short of a cook on board, and I'll recruit you, the sous chef. GP's face changed suddenly, and the thing he didn't want to see happened. Molested as Colonel Marine's female companion, isn't it death? Colonel, you are joking, Sanji is not good at learning, and now he cannot be the chef of the warship independently. Who knows if this person in front of him will avenge his personal revenge during the voyage. As a pirate, GP naturally doesn't have much affection for Marine. That's not what you say. Luffy said to GP with a smile. GP's expression changed, and he had already begun to secretly gather strength, ready to strike. Unexpectedly, Luffy smiled and said to Sanji, shouldn't we ask the person concerned for their opinion? Ha! Sanji looked at Luffy with a look of disgust. I don't want to be your cook, I have a reason to be a cook in this restaurant. Don't you want to find All Blue? Luffy smiled at Sanji like a fox. All Blue? Sanji raised his voice sharply. Zap frowned at Luffy, wondering why he was bringing this up. Do you know where All Blue is? Sanji asked hurriedly. Of course. Luffy was completely bragging and didn't draw a draft. The so-called All Blue, the place where the world meets, has no other place except Luffrud where One Place is located. It's at the end of the Grand Line, the real end of the land. Really? Sanji's eyes sparkled, is there the legendary All Blue there? Zoro frowned and asked Luffy in a low voice, is what you said true? Luffy whispered back, I don't know the FK, I'm fooling him. Zoro. Zoro looked at Sanji sympathetically. GP looked at Luffy dubiously and asked, how do you know this? I haven't heard about All Blue. You must know that GP's original goal of going to sea was All Blue. To this end, he also established the chef pirates. It's a pity that the long fights and battles in the Grand Line made him gradually forget his previous dreams. But his insight is not comparable to that of the frogs in the bottom of the well in East Blue. Of course, my grandpa is Garp. Luffy said thumbs up to Zap. GP's expression changed instantly when he heard the words. Marine Hero Garp. Chapter 28. Among the East Blue, Garp is a legend. So for the pirates on the Grand Line, the existence of Garp is a real fear. As Marine Vice Admiral Garp, who kills rocks and chases One Piece everywhere. Except for a very few top iron pirates on the Grand Line, they basically walk around when they meet each other. Moreover, Garp's figure is almost all over the entire Grand Line, even in the second half of the Four Emperors' territory, Garp can enter and exit at will. Not even the Four Emperors were willing to confront Garp head-on. Without him, it is really unbeatable. If Marine Admiral strays into Four Emperors' territory, he can be killed there. But even if Garp went deep into the territory of the Four Emperors, they couldn't do anything about him. Luckily Garp doesn't want to start a world war. Therefore, he generally wouldn't stroll around the Four Emperors' territory easily. But for All Blue, if Garp gave the news, it might really be as Luffy said. After all, apart from Roger, the one who conquered the Grand Line, only Garp has done it. GP looked at Luffy with a pensive face, and then he kicked Sanji. Go away, boy, go to sea, this is a good opportunity, you leave with them, this store doesn't need you anymore, gone. Smelly old man. Sanji was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'm the sous chef here, what do you mean you don't need me? Leaning on a table, Zap folded his arms and said. Just like the words, you often have conflicts with customers, and you run to flatter women as soon as you see them, and you can't cook any delicious dishes. It's a burden for this store, and that's what I mean. What did you say? Sanji glared at GP angrily, and the chefs on the side looked at Sanji and laughed. Anyway, the chefs don't like you, so leave as soon as possible and get out of this shop. Zap waved his hand impatiently. Nami on the side muttered softly, it's too much to say. Luffy chuckled. Being familiar with the plot, I naturally knew that GP didn't want Sanji to hide in the small corner of East Blue because of his life-saving grace. What he hopes is for Sanji to fulfill his original dream and find the legendary All Blue. But Sanji felt guilty for GP because he lost a leg, and vowed to stay in Baratie to protect the restaurant that GP bought with his life. Damn it, I won't refute you, don't push yourself too hard, old man. Aside from other things, I will never allow you to belittle my cuisine. No matter what you say, I will be a chef here. You are not allowed to have any opinions. GP frowned, and kicked Sanji far away again, you silly boy. Luffy glanced at Ajin, who was about to run away after dinner at some point, thinking that this guy was still somewhat useful. Zap left the hall angrily. Peace was restored among Baratie again. Hobadai suddenly found that there was only an empty plate left where Ajin was originally. He yelled at Luffy in shock, no, Colonel. Jin ran away. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, he wondered how Hobart got the position of Naval Headquarters Lieutenant. Now it seems that this guy must have come in through the back door just like himself. This is also the reason why this unlucky boy was sent to a remote area after his reputation became bad. If it really depends on strength to become a lieutenant, Marine will definitely not waste such a combat power. Luffy waved his hand, I was going to let him go. Seeing GP leave, Sanji's mood turned from cloudy to sunny like a Sichuan opera. He took out 2 cups of fruit salad from nowhere and put them next to Nami and the blonde girl beside him. I was really rude just now, Wei apologizes, I invite you to eat assorted fruits, your royal highnesses. Saying that, Sanji also poured a glass of juice for the two of them. Thank you so much, you are such a nice person. Nami saw that there was something free to eat, and immediately smiled and sent a good person card to Sanji. Sanji suddenly felt ecstatic, where? Usopp on the side roared frantically, don't you need to apologize to us? Hey! Be careful and I'll sue you. You perverted cook. Sanji immediately gave Usopp a look of disgust, didn't I serve you rough tea? Be grateful, long nose. Want to fight, BD? I'm not being polite. Usopp said to Sanji viciously, and then he turned his head and shouted at Zoro, kill him, Zoro. Zoro. You FK yourself, BD. Luffy burst out laughing, sure enough, life would not be so boring if there were more funny people on board. There are many traversers who want to come to Pirate World to gain invincibility and then push invincibility to dominate the world. But Luffy feels that a big reason why he liked watching One Piece in his previous life was because of the funny daily life and touching experiences of the Straw Hat Pirates. The only thing that makes Luffy feel awkward is that in the original book, Luffy is a fool, clamoring to be a pirate all day long, and as a result, the whole world is thrown into chaos. In Wang Luffy's view, the ones who really belong to the righteous in the pirate world may instead be the revolutionary army dedicated to liberating the world. They may be the real hope of setting the world free. And Luffy is at most the fuse that caused the world to change and overthrow the celestial dragons. And before the world is liberated, only Marine is the real justice and the greatest power above the sea, which is why Luffy chose to become a Marine. Anyway, with Garp's support, as long as he has the status of Marine, he can almost do whatever he wants on a legal level. Chapter 29. In the original book, Luffy was forced to work in the sea restaurant Baratie because he accidentally injured GP by knocking the shells fired by Hobodai. In this life, Luffy is holding a beautiful woman in his arms, with delicacies on the table, flirting leisurely with the beautiful woman. "Hey, Luffy, are you sure the Krieg pirates will really come to this restaurant to rob?" Usopp looked at the heavy fog rising outside the ship and asked in boredom, "It's been a day, if you really go to inform me, shouldn't you be here? Didn't I already send Hobodai to investigate? As a righteous Marine, we must not sit back and watch the evil pirates harm East Blue." Luffy said to Usopp sternly, and then turned to the blonde beauty and said softly, "Do you think so? Colonel Luffy is so handsome." The blonde beauty clapped her hands, then took Luffy and fed him a glass of wine. "Usopp? A hole. You're definitely not wanting to leave because you're picking up girls. How can you take me so lightly? I'm Colonel Naval Headquarters. Then you take the hand off the other person's body before you talk. Well, I can't make it up. Usopp, boil." Luffy silently looked at the attribute panel in his mind and frowned. At this time, Li Jing's template has entered the countdown stage. Luffy silently pulled out the broken sword that was snapped off by Garp. Unfathomable stood up and said to Zoro, who was drinking, "I think I am invincible in the world of swordsmanship. Today I will let you experience the ultimate mystery of swordsmanship." Zoro put down the wine glass in his hand with a confused face. "Hey." I saw Luffy standing indifferently, and everyone in the restaurant looked at Luffy. Even Zap and the chefs of the restaurant ran out to watch the excitement. I saw Luffy slowly slashing down the broken sword, and forced a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead with internal force. "Come!" Luffy yelled, and suddenly a figure appeared and clamped Luffy's broken sword with both hands. "Nani?" Zoro looked at the scene in front of him in horror and felt incredible. GP slapped himself in a daze, as if to make sure that he was not dreaming. Luffy gasped. "Boy, did it really work?" I saw short black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, a black top hat with white fluff on his head, and a wine-red patterned shirt. Black trench coat, white trousers, and black ankle boots. With a cross knife hanging on his chest, and the man carrying the world's strongest black knife, yet, on his back, he knelt on one knee and clamped Luffy's broken sword. "Hawkeye!" Zoro felt a terrifying aura emanating from the man. Zap looked at Hawkeye in complete disbelief, wondering how he had ended up on his ship. Only the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Did it really work? 100% being caught empty-handed, designated. Within a certain range, you can designate someone to ignore the cause and effect and directly appear under the sword to catch your own slash. Originally, although Luffy knew that Hawkeye might have come to East Blue, he didn't know the scope of this move at all. Thinking that the time is coming anyway, there is no loss if you try a few times blindly, so you just think about Hawkeye, and slashed down out of thin air. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye was actually summoned directly. This is so frightening. As expected, it was a karma-level move that was forcibly rescued from the Black Hole Vice Admiral. At this time, Hawkeye was looking around blankly. I asked myself 3 questions in a row. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? It wasn't until he saw the straw hat behind Luffy that he suddenly remembered his purpose for coming to East Blue this time. He wanted to see what the future One Piece would look like if Shanks traded his arm in East Blue. However, he has no idea how he got here. However, his intuition as a swordsman made him instantly feel the power of Luffy as the #1 swordsman in the Shang dynasty. Who are you? Hawkeye asked without paying attention to his half-kneeling posture. Luffy nodded with a smile. My name is Luffy, Colonel Naval Headquarters. Hawkeye was stunned when he heard the words. My grass? Redhead, you bet your loneliness with your arm, he never became a pirate at all. It can be drawn from the fact that the red hare went to snatch the rubber fruit of celestial dragons, and the red hare's reaction after Luffy ate the rubber fruit. The earliest redheads didn't intend to give rubber fruit to Luffy. And the biggest possibility of frequenting the windmill array is Redhead originally planned to give this fruit, which even the world government changed its name out of fear, to the son of Roger, the former captain of One Piece. Poor Ghastly Ace. It's a pity that Garp didn't know where Ace was hidden at that time, and Hungfa only knew that the captain had entrusted Ace to Garp, so Hungfa could only come to Windmill Town to inquire about Ace. Who would have thought that the rubber fruit originally prepared for Ace would be cut off by Luffy halfway? And the rarity of this kind of fruit is impossible for Red Hare and others to kill Luffy and look for it again, not to mention that Luffy is the grandson of Garp, the son of the dragon. Even if the four emperors fight against these two people at the same time, it is just looking for death. So the redhead simply used the bandits and planted a seed in Luffy's heart to become the One Piece at the cost of an arm. That's why when the redhead said he accidentally let the bandit go, Beckman cursed helplessly, UBD. However, what made Hawkeye confused at this time was that the red-haired Luffy seemed to have grown crookedly. Far from being a pirate, he became a marine, a colonel. Hawkeye didn't know what expression to use to face Luffy at this moment. I had no choice but to continue pretending that I didn't know Luffy at all, and after Luffy drew his sword, he got up calmly and asked, "Where am I?" Chapter 30. Could it be, are you, the eagle-eyed man? Zoro stared at Hawkeye tremblingly and asked. "He's called Dracula my hawk." Luffy explained from the side, "What am I talking about? Following me will definitely make you meet the world's #1 swordsman." Although Zoro could feel the overwhelming terrifying aura of Hawkeye. But facing Hawkeye kneeling in front of Luffy always felt a little distorted. What about the world's #1 swordsman? Why did he kneel down in front of Colonel Luffy, the Marine? Is your conqueror's sword intent so terrifying? Zoro couldn't help but asked Luffy again. Luffy smiled and didn't speak. You didn't dare to neglect Hawkeye and said. "The man who stood on the top of the world's arrows." You looked at Hawkeye and said solemnly, "This is Sabaody, East Blue Sea Restaurant." Hawkeye's heart was full of MMP at this moment. Sitting in a boat, chopping creek, wandering in East Blue, looking for Luffy, only to run here in the next second. What hurt the eagle eye was that Luffy, who made the red hare lose an arm, did not become a pirate according to the red hare's idea. Moreover, Hawkeye can still feel the powerful swordsmanship on Luffy. Conqueror's sword intent? What is that? As the #1 swordsman in the world, Hawkeye was dumbfounded by Zoro's moves. At this time, Zoro finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he clenched the Hideo word in his hand and said loudly to Hawkeye, "I went to see you." Hawkeye asked without interest, "What is the target?" Zoro tied the turban on his arm to his head and said confidently, "The strongest." Sensing Zoro's determination, Hawkeye also showed an interested smile, "You're so stupid." Zoro directly pulled out Hideyi's text and said excitedly, "Let's compete." Competition. Hawkeye glanced at Zoro contemptuously, and then looked at Luffy, sadly weak. "If you talk about him, you may be able to compete with me. If you are really a first-class swordsman, even this gap can't you see it? Dare to face me with a sword and say that you have the courage, or is it because of ignorance?" Zoro glanced at Luffy. Kenshin was not affected by Hawkeye's words at all. He grinned and said, "Because of my ambition and the agreement with my best friend, I am not allowed to back down in front of you. Of course I can see the gap, but I have a reason to win." As he spoke, Zoro put the sword in his mouth and faced Hawkeye. Usopp swallowed deeply and whispered to Luffy, "Hey, Luffy, are you sure you don't want to stop it?" Luffy suddenly realized, and said to Zoro and Hawkeye, "Then what? I want to beat you out to fight, and I won't pay you if you damage the restaurant." Usopp. At this moment, GP also remembered that the two of them were in his restaurant in Sabaody. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, there is an elevator platform outside the restaurant that can be used for combat. If you want to fight, I can raise the platform, and you can fight outside. Luffy waved his hand and said, "No need, the tournament stage is here." Zap looked at Luffy in surprise, not knowing what he meant. However, when everyone came to the deck outside the ship, they found a giant pirate ship 10 times larger than Sabaody slowly approaching. Krieg pirates! Oh my god, that terrifying pirate admiral is really here! The guests suddenly let out a cry of panic. Immediately everyone was frightened and ran to the lifeboat behind the ship in a hurry. This stage is enough for you to play. Luffy pointed at the pirates and laughed. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Luffy pulled out the broken sword. The originally kind expression instantly became sharp. "I will add a little more difficulty to you." After speaking, Luffy swung the broken sword abruptly. A sword chi formed a sword net that directly enveloped the entire giant pirate ship. Hawkeye's pupils shrank. Sure enough, this guy's swordsmanship was comparable to his own. In Zoro's shocked eyes, the Krieg pirates' ship was instantly dismembered like a toy. Countless pirates fell into the water like dumplings. Krieg, who was wearing armor, and Ajin, who was beside him, looked confused, completely unaware of what happened. Seeing Li Jingxi at this time, Hawkeye directly pulled out the black sword behind his back and pointed at Luffy, "I want to compete with you." Luffy waved his hands at Hawkeye with an inscrutable expression on his face, you can't even bear my sword intent." Hawkeye was speechless after hearing this. He had never seen such a brazen person. "Okay, let's talk after we call." Hawkeye jumped straight onto a broken deck of the Krieg pirate ship with a black sword in hand, pointing at Luffy. Luffy stretched out 3 fingers calmly, and said forcefully to Hawkeye, "3 swords, I only make 3 swords, if you can catch it, you will win." Hawkeye on the opposite side smiled angrily, even the peak redhead would not dare to underestimate him in terms of kendo. "Come on!" Hawkeye yelled. Luffy stood there calmly and waved his hand. Hawkeye. Chapter 31. Ahem, I didn't count just now, I'm not ready. Hawkeye once again appeared in front of Hidei in an instant, clutching tightly. This time, he stared at Luffy's movements with great solemnity. The black armament haki and the red conquerors were entwined on the supreme sword, the 12 crafts black sword knight. Zoro and the others felt the pressure from the Hawkeye with solemn faces. That kind of feeling almost made people faint on the spot. Many pirates on the sea surface were stunned by haki and sank to the bottom of the sea. Zoro swallowed deeply, staring at Hawkeye. Is this the strength of the world's #1 swordsman? At this time, Luffy calmly took a look at Hawkeye who was facing a big enemy. Are you ready this time? Let's make a move. Hawkeye snorted. Luffy went down lightly with his sword again. With a jingle, the sound of Hidei landing echoed around everyone like a bell. Everyone looked at Hawkeye who knelt down in front of Luffy again in shock. Conqueror's sword intent is so terrifying. At this time, Hawkeye was completely stunned. What the hell, I can't even hold a sword in front of him. Why did I involuntarily want to grab his sword? Obviously his sword is not powerful at all. Hawkeye looked up at Luffy in disbelief, and at this moment Luffy stared at Hawkeye calmly. Hawkeye got up silently and returned to the original position to pick up Hideo, looking at Hidei in a daze. This is my strongest move. I have never used it against anyone since I became the #1 swordsman in the world. Hawkeye took a deep breath and said, if you can take over, I will give you the position of the world's #1 swordsman. Speaking of that, Hawkeye picked up the black knife and pointed it at Luffy. Zoro on the side looked at Luffy in shock. It turns out that the truly invincible #1 swordsman is by his side? Did I witness the birth of a new world's #1 swordsman? Never thought. Luffy sighed softly, this position is not worth it, I admit defeat. What? The onlookers looked at Luffy in bewilderment. This is the world's #1 swordsman. The dream position of countless well-known swordsmen. Even Zoro looked at Luffy angrily, feeling that what he was most proud of had been abandoned by Luffy. What do you think of a swordsman? Luffy shook his head, the broken sword in his hand turned into powder. He spoke to the crowd in an unfathomable way and said, "The way of swordsmanship is divided into 3 levels. The first level, the body and the sword are one, the so-called grass in hand is like a sharp weapon. Second level, there is no sword in the hand and there is a sword in the heart, and 1 finger of sword energy can hurt people. The third layer, there is no sword in the hand and no sword in the heart. This is the mind and the highest state." Luffy said to Hawkeye with a sincere face. "This is the ultimate truth of the way of the sword that I only realized after confronting you. From now on, I will never use a sword again." Zoro and Hawkeye looked at Luffy with deep frowns, feeling that what he said was vague but sounded awesome. And only Luffy knew the sorrow in his heart at this moment. Yes. Nima just now, after the second fight with Hawkeye. The time limit for Li Jing's template is up. What hurt Luffy the most was that he didn't know if it was because of the swordplay with Hawkeye. The Li Jing template loaded by Luffy was restored to 100%. Congratulations to the host for successfully restoring Li Jing's template to 100%, and the skills will be released soon. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the law of causality skill, 100% being caught empty-handed, single body. 100% being caught with bare hands, single body. When the host uses a sword move, a lucky audience with hands will be drawn within the field of vision to catch the host's slash. This is a causal skill and is not affected by strength limitations. Luffy. Longevity. Give me a 100% empty-handed sword immediately, I will use a shit sword in the future. Even if he continues to duel with Hawkeye, this skill is so random. As far as the number of people present is concerned, the probability of Hawkeye catching the sword himself is less than 1%. If Hawkeye, who has always used his ULT as a flat A, used his supercharged ULT, then he would have no accidents other than becoming Hui Huier. So Luffy resolutely stopped the third sword that was about to start, and by the way found an excuse for himself not to use swords in the future. It's a pity that Hawkeye on the opposite side doesn't seem to buy his rhetoric too much. Luffy felt that Hawkeye's body was becoming more and more terrifying. Luffy stared at Hawkeye calmly on the surface, but actually panicked inside. Finally, Hawkeye finally drew his sword and stabbed Luffy directly. Horrific conquerors and armed slashes head straight for Luffy's face with unparalleled slashes. For a moment Luffy's mind was blanked by the impact of conquerors. Boom! The color of the sky and the earth changed, and the entire sea was divided into 2 in the eyes of everyone's horror. Baratie was bobbing back and forth in the waves. Everyone looked in the direction of Luffy in horror. Hawkeye slowly withdrew the black knife from the motionless Luffy's face. He looked at Luffy with a complicated expression and said, "I haven't realized it yet. Since you have abandoned the position of the world's #1 swordsman like a shoe, then I will sit in this position first. When I realize it, I will come to you to learn the way of swordsmanship." Luffy didn't speak, the straw hat on his head covered the upper half of Luffy's face, accompanied by the swaying Baratie. A figure of a peerless swordsman was photographed by the reporter who came to eat with Baratie. Luffy. Nima. My legs are numb. Chapter 32. Is this the strength of being the #1 swordsman in the world? In the turbulent wind and waves, Zoro stared at the sea that was split in half. And Hawkeye with such strength even promised in front of Luffy that he would only temporarily take the position of the #1 swordsman. Is Luffy's kendo really stronger? I want to challenge you. Zoro spoke again to Hawkeye. Oh! Hawkeye my hawk looked at Zoro in surprise. Do you still have the courage to draw your sword even when you see such a big gap? Hawkeye suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for Zoro. He seemed to see himself in Zoro. Faced with the blows of kneeling in front of Luffy twice in a row, he resolutely swung the third sword with courage. Of course, what he admires the most is that Luffy still insists on not resisting with a sword in the face of his unique move. It has implemented what he said is the highest state of having no sword in the heart and no sword in the hand. It's a pity that I haven't reached that level yet. How did he know that Luffy didn't draw his sword purely because the plug-in expired and failed to renew? At this time, Luffy vowed that he would never pretend again without hard power. This is so exciting. Hawkeye watched the young Zoro slowly pull out the black knife behind his back. Since drawing the sword against me requires a corresponding awareness, are you ready? Hawkeye pointed his sword straight at Zoro and asked. Of course, Zoro said viciously, biting Hidao's words, I already have the consciousness of mortal death. In that case, come on. Hawkeye looked at Zoro solemnly. At this moment, Luffy, who finally came back to his senses, looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. FK? What about the pocket knife? This is directly on the black knife? Can this Nima Zoro last around? Facing the mighty Hawkeye, Zoro was not afraid at all. With his two knives leaning back on his back, he rushed directly towards Hawkeye. Tiger hunting! Zoro let out a loud shout, and slashed straight at Hawkeye with both knives. Hawkeye looked at the fearless Zoro and nodded, the long-lost strong man, in order to show the etiquette of a swordsman, I will use this world's strongest black knife to kill you in the sea. Brother Zoro! Johnny and Joseph shouted nervously. Luffy is already frowning at this time, the current plot seems to be messed up by himself, he doesn't know if Hawkeye is still showing mercy to Zoro. And his current strength is not enough to stop this battle, and Zoro will certainly not let himself stop this hard-won challenge. Is it the strongest in the world? Or is it death? Zoro rushed towards Hawkeye while thinking in his mind. Ding! There was a crisp crashing sound. The two long knives in Zoro's hands instantly shattered into pieces. A long knife edge extended from Zoro's chest. Did you lose? Zoro stared blankly at the broken sword in his hand. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, it seemed that he survived this time. Zoro opened his hands and faced Hawkeye, come on. Hawkeye looked at Zoro wonderingly and asked, what is this for? Zoro smiled free and easy, the sword mark on the back is the shame of a swordsman. The corner of Hawkeye's mouth twitched, crazy, Laozi didn't say he must kill you. Hawkeye slowly put away the black knife, looked at this genius who refused to admit defeat. SB, Hawkeye said loudly to Zoro, don't worry about dying, young strong man, your future shouldn't stop here, I am Dracula my hawk, see yourself clearly, understand the world, become stronger, and surpass the highest state of kendo with me. No matter how many years pass, I will challenge you to the highest state of kendo together. As he spoke, Hawkeye took a deep look at Luffy, found a board and rode straight out. Luffy. Me? Did I do something so awesome that the eagle-eyed target turned into me? Hearing this, Zoro could no longer suppress the knife wound on his chest, and fell to his knees with a plop. I saw him holding up the only remaining Hideo word and shouting out of breath, Luffy. Did you hear that? If I don't become the strongest swordsman in the world, you will be very troubled, right? That kind of loneliness that no one can surpass. That kind of loneliness that can't come out without a sword. Don't worry, I won't lose again. Wait for me at that highest level. Luffy. Nima, your dream is crooked, brother. I'm not bothered at all. What the hell am I? What if one day the two of them suddenly feel that they have enlightened themselves and challenge themselves to compare swords? Am I digging a huge hole for myself? No, to have no sword in your heart is to never have a sword. As long as they propose to compare swords with themselves, it means that they have not yet realized it. I'm going to use this excuse in the future, I'm so smart. Luffy looked at Hawkeye who was fading away with infinite emotion in his heart. As expected of the world's #1 swordsman, he was unwilling to use his black knife as an oar without a boat. It can be seen that the movement of people's paddling is different from those pirates who are in trouble. The hand turns like an engine. I, Luffy, would call you the strongest paddler. Chapter 33. Hawkeye East Blue was crushed by a mysterious man. The East Blue mysterious man is suspected of being a new Marine star. Marine Ad's Admiral, a suspected top swordsman. The next day, the news of Luffy's fight with Hawkeye made headlines all over the world. On the headlines, Luffy was wearing a cloak of justice and a straw hat, and lowered his head to concentrate, while behind him was a shocking wave that was cut in half by Hawkeye. Damn, this is too handsome, right? But after all, there is no match for my handsome heroism. Usopp looked at the newspaper in his hand proudly and said. Ah! Zoro looked at the newspaper wondering, where is your figure? Usopp excitedly pointed to a wide-angle lens beside Luffy, look, my handsome nose. Zoro. MDZZ. Zoro decided to ignore this idiot who didn't know the so-called. Hey, Luffy! What the hell is Nami doing? Why didn't she tell us when she sailed away? Zoro turned his head and looked at Luffy, who was eating and drinking, and asked with a frown. Oh, I went to investigate the enemy's situation. Luffy said to Zoro with a smile. Ah? You let a navigator inquire about the enemy's situation? Do you know the way? Or do I know the way, BD? Luffy pointed at Johnny and Joseph with a smile and said. Don't you two younger brothers know the way? The two hurriedly gave a thumbs up excitedly. Don't worry, Boss Zoro, we also have a reward from Arlong, and we have inquired about them before. Zoro frowned, always feeling that things were not as Luffy said. But Luffy knows that Nami is actually taking the treasure on the ship alone to fulfill the bet with Arlong. Nami has been brainwashed by Arlong too deeply, she refuses to believe that there are human beings who are strong enough to subdue the Murlocs suppressed by blood. And Luffy also understands this. Originally in Shield's town, Luffy planned to go directly to Arlong Paradise to deal with Arlong. Nami, however, changed the subject with Buggy's Grand Line chart. You must know that Luffy is Marine at this time, and there is no need to go to Buggy the Clown for the Grand Line sea chart. Just call Garp and someone will send the so-called sea chart. At that time, Luffy had already discovered Nami's fear, but to untie Nami's knot, Nami must fully realize Arlong's despicableness. So Luffy never mentioned the matter of going to Kokoyashi village. After arriving at Baratie restaurant, Nami drove the Mary to Arlong Park alone that night. But Luffy naturally didn't catch up directly because he wanted to deal with Krieg's gang that he had let go. At this time, Krieg and his gang were directly wiped out in the duel between Luffy and Hawkeye. And Zoro has also completed the agreement to become stronger with Hawkeye. Although the goal is a bit off, it is still good overall. At this moment, Zoro, relying on his perverted willpower, could finally move freely despite the severe pain in his chest. Now is the time to head to Kokosia village to complete Nami's final walkthrough. Thinking of this, Luffy stood up slowly, and shouted into the dining room, I said, are you all done? Shut up! Sanji came out of the house angrily. When Sanji, who was disliked by the whole Baratie, learned that everyone was deliberately swearing at him because they wanted him to fulfill his dream, he was deeply moved. While preparing to stage an affectionate farewell to Zap, Luffy blew away all the brewing emotions with a single throat. Jeep walked out of the restaurant slowly, and bowed deeply to Luffy. In short, I will entrust this brat to you, Colonel, from now on. This time is different from before. Whether it is Luffy's identity or Luffy's strength, it is enough to respect this strong man who has retreated from the Grand Line. Luffy smiled and waved to Jeb. Don't worry, we are Marine. Hey, is Usopp finished moving the food? Usopp, who came out of the kitchen with a huge package on his back, yelled frantically, why am I doing all this work alone? Luffy took kite as a matter of course, didn't you apply for a handyman when you got on the boat? Usopp, boil. Sanji's eyes turned red as he watched Zep, who was rarely humbled. He silently walked to the balcony deck, and solemnly knelt down to Jeep. All the time. Thank you for taking care of me. And at this time, on the Mary. Nami stood at the bow of the boat looking at the calm sea in the distance and murmured. It's really a good group of guys. Can I be his subordinate next time we meet again? If we can redeem the village. As Nami spoke, tears could not stop streaming down. Although she didn't get along for a long time, the days she spent with Luffy and the others were the happiest days she had in these years. Can we meet again? Nami squatted down, hugging her knees and buried her head deeply in her chest. I'm sure you'll be free this time, right? Bell Mel. On the other side, Luffy looked in the direction of Kokoyashi village in surprise. It was a very sad sound carried over the sea. Is this listening to the voice of all things? Luffy looked into the distance and muttered to himself. It feels really uncomfortable. Chapter 34. Hey, do you really know All Blue? On Johnny and Joseph's boat, Sanji asked Luffy excitedly. Luffy was holding a Sanji cigarette in his hand at this time, and his face was full of exhaustion from the years. You have asked 800 times. Even if you really can't find All Blue, I will dig a hole for you in the Red Line, so that the sea water from all over the world will gather together. Do you think this will work? Luffy looked helplessly at Sanji Kide. Sanji looked at Luffy with a look of disgust, with an expression of you are such an irresponsible guy who gets people's hands. Seeing Sanji's funny face full of resentment, Luffy took a deep breath of the cigarette. Hiss ha Jessica, I really like you. Hey, color cook, what's for lunch? Hey? Who is the perverted cook, you green algae head? You are so injured that you must eat some light health porridge. Nanny? I want to drink. I want to eat meat. Shut up. I'm the cook on the ship, you have to listen to me about what to eat. Usopp, hey? Sanji, you are really hard-spoken and soft-hearted. Sanji, you shut up. Usopp, ahaha you're blushing. Luffy, my dear Jessica. Hey, Joseph, is Nami coming soon? At this time, Usopp asked Joseph, who was on the side with a livid face. Joseph, who was trembling all over, slapped his thigh suddenly. Do you know what you are going to do? You are so naive. Do you know that we are approaching Arlong's territory step by step? Seeing the excited Joseph, everyone stopped fighting and looked at Joseph. That's the most vicious pirate in East Blue with a reward of 20 million Baileys. Luffy, yawn. It's almost time for lunch. What do you want to eat? Didn't you hit a bread shark just now? I want to eat 5 sharks. Zoro, I want to eat braised. Sanji, shut up, you can only drink porridge. Hey? Do you want to fight, pervert? Are you looking for death like a bear now? Joseph. You don't know that Arlong, do you? Sanji raised his eyebrows and asked Joseph, Arlong? Who is that? Is it better than Hawkeye? Joseph. That's right, this Captain Luffy is a terrifying existence that even the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, rubs against the ground. It's just Arlong, it seems that it really doesn't matter. Then what? I want to eat fried bean sprouts. Ask for a sack of beans. At this time Usopp stood up. Can you explain to me? They are not afraid of me. No, I need to know the enemy's situation in advance. Hey! Joseph glanced at the trembling Usopp, and said to Usopp with a serious face, Arlong is the Murloc who once made a fuss about the Grand Line. Murloc! Sanji's eyes instantly turned red, and his mind began to think, I heard that the Fishman Island on the Grand Line has many beautiful mermaids. Could you all be more attentive? Hey! Arlong is a Murloc on the Grand Line who is on par with the Murloc Jinbei in 7 Warlords of the Sea. His strength far surpasses the leader of Krieg. Does he have eagle eyes? Joseph. I want fried bean sprouts. Hi. Sanji patted his butt and stood up. By the way, why did Nami go to that guy's territory alone? Luffy said he was sent to spy on the enemy's situation. Usopp unceremoniously betrayed Luffy. BD. How can you bear to let such a beautiful woman go to such a dangerous place alone? Sanji yelled at Luffy, and then he looked Nympho again. Could it be that Nami-san is a beautiful mermaid? After all, she is so beautiful. Luffy, I want to eat 5 sharks. Sanji, shut up. I'll do it right away. Soon bursts of fragrance came from the cabin, and Zoro, who was convalescing on the side, struggled to get up to get a share, but Sanji threw him on the bed mercilessly. BD. I will kill you when I recover. Shut up. Listen to the chef at sea. At this time, Kokoyasi village. In Arlong Paradise. Arlong dropped a stack of Baileys onto the table. This is for this month, take it. On the opposite side, Colonel Marine with a long beard and a mouse-like face smiled triumphantly. His brother Arlong, your mind is really different from that of ordinary pirates, you are really sophisticated. As he spoke, Colonel Mouse unceremoniously received Bailey into his arms. Arlong on the opposite side laughed loudly, everyone, as long as you are willing to be my friend, you can taste endless sweetness here in East Blue. If you can understand this, it means that you are also a smart Colonel Marine. It's always been embarrassing. Colonel Mouse said to Arlong with a smirk. Harmony makes money, ha ha ha, money is a good thing, more trustworthy than anything else, isn't it? Arlong spoke to Colonel Mouse in a strange tone. Colonel Mouse felt uncomfortable seeing Arlong's expression. Then I will excuse you first. Scary, ha ha ha. Do you want to have a drink together before leaving? It's always bad for a warship on patrol to stop on a pirate's island. What are you afraid of? Whoever dares to file a complaint with the headquarters will kill him. Having said that, Arlong's face was full of murderous look. Colonel Mouse on the opposite side was suddenly shuddered. Hey, Zioba, the colonel is back, send him aboard. Then Colonel Mouse was sent back to the warship by Octopus Zioba in a jar. At this moment, Nami's figure has appeared far above the ground level. At this time, Luffy is immersing his consciousness in the attribute panel in his mind. This template, the degree of reduction is a bit high. Chapter 35. It has been more than half a day since Li Jing's template disappeared. At this time, Luffy remembered that he seemed to have not loaded the template randomly. System random template. Ding dong, the template is random. Congratulations on getting this random template. Hoshigaki Kisame. Luffy. No, you can't just give me a shark template just because I'm going to hunt sharks. Let me tell you, if you are also playing with water, you can give me the water god Senju Tobirama. When Luffy saw the system prompt, his face was full of depression. Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the members of Akatsuki. One of the second batch of Ninja Sword 7 in Kirigakure, the land of water, and the second user of the big sword Samehada. It has a shark-like face, skin color, and sharp teeth. Good at using water style and the big sword Samehada in his hand, a big sword that can absorb chakra, to attack. Due to the amazing chakra in its body, it is called Tailless Beast. Although this guy has a lot of roles, he is not too strong in Hokage in terms of strength alone. Although the strength from the first part to Shippuden has increased a lot. But looking at his appearance record, except for the one-on-one Four Tails Jinchuriki, his performance is remarkable. Except for the relatively easy fight with Hyaganijis Juniors, the rest of the battles were particularly difficult. In terms of strength, Kisame belongs to the second echelon in the Hokage world. Luffy looked helplessly at the property panel, and suddenly his brows frowned. This Kisame, the degree of reduction is a bit high. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Currently loading template, Tail Hoshigaki Kisame. Equipment, Ninja Sword Samehada, can devour the opponent's chakra, physical strength, feed back to the host, eliminate the owner's fatigue, quickly heal the owner's wounds, enhance the host's physical strength and speed, keep the host in the best fighting state, and can be combined with the host to become Murloc. Innate abilities: 3 body technique, throwing grandmaster, water style grandmaster, earth style diving in earth, strange power, shark calling. Character reset countdown: 6 days, 2 hours, 02 minutes, and 47 seconds. Character restoration degree: 70%. This is the first time that Luffy has encountered a situation where the restoration degree of the first load is directly close to full. Luffy touched his chin. Sure enough, is the reduction degree related to the comparison between the template and your own physical fitness. Whether it was Poseidon or Li Jing before, the universe they were in was obviously higher than that of Pirate World. The strength of the two is also much stronger than that of Luffy at that time, so when the restoration speed is loaded, Luffy's body is not enough to inherit the full strength of the template. At this time, the Hokage where Kisame is located is weaker than One Piece World in terms of physical skills. Even the cage level strong in Hokage may be assassinated by kunao, shuriken, and detonating charms without paying attention. But in One Piece World, Kaido was arrested for making troubles in Marine Base many times, and Marine tried his best to kill him. So although Hokage with peak combat power is stronger than One Piece World, in terms of physical skills alone, people in Hokage are not as hard as 4 emperors even at the 6 paths level. And Luffy, the Zoan devil fruit in the form of phantom beast, human fruit, and Nika, strengthens the physical fitness even more obviously. At this time, although Luffy has not even learned armament haki, his physical fitness is already much stronger than Kisame. Luffy, who is in the 2nd gear, is already comparable to CP9 with the full level of 6 styles. Luffy, who is now capable, has no problem accepting Kisame's full strength. And the reason why there is no 100% reduction. It is likely to be proficiency in using ninjutsu, and some fragmentary options such as combat experience. Thinking of this, Luffy slowly came to the bow. "Brother Luffy? What are you doing?" Joseph, who knew his way aside, looked at Luffy in surprise. I saw Luffy quickly catching and leading with both hands, and couldn't help shouting, "Wow, ha ha ha, I bought a watch last year, who repaired the water-style bus Hitui?" Under Joseph's bewildered gaze, Luffy vomited out waves like huge waves, carrying the boat straight ahead. All of a sudden, the whole boat was turned upside down, and the injured Zoro fell from the bed and screamed in pain. "Luffy! What the hell are you doing?" Sanji came out of the kitchen with bean sprouts on his head and growled loudly. Luffy stood at the bow of the boat awkwardly and coughed twice. "Ahem, I am experimenting with ninjutsu. In fact, I have another identity that I haven't told you. I am a ninja." After speaking, Luffy took off the extra big knife Samehada on his back and swung it vigorously. "Ninja? I think you are a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Return a ninja." Sanji cursed and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Usopp and Johnny came up and patted Joseph, whose eyes were shining. "What the hell is going on?" Joseph pointed at Luffy excitedly. "Ninjutsu. Brother Luffy knows ninjutsu." Usopp and Johnny's eyes lit up instantly. "Ninja! Ninja! Ninja! Show us ninjutsu!" The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. He almost forgot that men in Pirate World seem to have an inexplicable admiration for ninjas. Luffy grinned as he looked at the 3 people with glowing eyes. "Yaoxi, water-style Shui Sha Dan technique." A huge shark made of water directly wrapped the entire ship and rushed towards Arlong Paradise. "Everyone! Good I, at you in number." Chapter 36. I originally planned to get along with you as ordinary people. Stop pretending, I have a showdown, I am a ninja. You guys put me down. Luffy said deeply while being tied to a chair by everyone. Shut up. You almost drowned us all just now. Just now Luffy used a water shark bomb, and the transformed shark wrapped the boat and swam in the sea. But obviously not everyone has Kisame's physique. 5 minutes later, Luffy finally noticed that Joseph and Johnny had given up struggling among the water sharks, and then released the ninjutsu. Then Luffy was tied to a chair by the angry crowd to prevent him from making any more messes. Fortunately, at this time, Kokoyashi village is already looming. The first thing you see is the towering Arlong Park. Is this the base of the Murloc from the Grand Line called Arlong? Usopp lay on the side of the boat and nervously stared at the Arlong paradise in the distance. Did Nami come here to inquire about information? First of all, we need to find the Golden Mary that Nami big sister is riding on, right? Johnny also whispered beside him, see if it stops on the island. What are you doing so quietly? Zoro looked at the nervous Usopp and Johnny with a puzzled expression. He directly grabbed Hideyi's text and stood up. Very good, let's go in happily. Nanny. Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph suddenly stared. Usopp, are you an idiot? Why do you have to be like this when you come up? We haven't got any clues yet. The other party is that Murloc. First of all, we should make a battle plan. Hey! Hey Luffy! Take care of Zoro! Everyone turned their heads to look at Luffy, who was tied to the chair, only to see Luffy grinning, and his whole body turned into a puddle of water. What? Life! The captain has turned into water. Water body technique. The strength of the clone made of water is about 1/10 of the main body. Luffy had already created a water body by himself when everyone settled accounts, and the main body had already set off early. Zoro stepped on the bow of the boat and pointed to Arlong Paradise with a word in his hand. I don't like to be so troublesome. No matter who the other party is, just cut it all the way and it's over. Just cough. Behind Usopp and Johnny looked at each other. A huge rubber hammer suddenly appeared in his hand and smashed towards the back of Zoro's head. Boom! The place where Luffy was bound was now Zoro's throne. What are you doing? Why are you so noisy? Sanji walked from the cabin impatiently, looked up, and saw Zoro tied to the chair. Hey? Where's Luffy? Why is the green algae tied here? Luffy has turned into water. Zoro is going to enter Arlong Paradise and we have subdued him. Zoro, I told you to untie it, BD. You are seriously injured, that is almost life-threatening, you should take a good rest now. Usopp smiled and comforted, stay here obediently. As he spoke, Usopp pressed Zoro's chest, and Zoro rolled his eyes in pain. Sanji on the side was at a loss. Hey? What a mess! Usopp explained to Sanji with a face of relief, in short, we need to find Nami first and then decide what to do next. Otherwise, what should we do if we directly attack Arlong Paradise and Nami's safety is threatened? Sanji heard Nami's serious expression and nodded in agreement. Yes, Miss Nami must have been caught by the evil Arlong, and I am the hero who went to save her. The poignant and beautiful love story of Dragon Quest instantly filled Sanji's mind, and his expression softened instantly, like two idiots. Johnny, what happened to him? Usopp, leave him alone, he's a big fool, we'd better find the Mary and rendezvous with Nami first. The younger brother duo decisively nodded in agreement. On the other side, Luffy landed from a small town. It's really much faster to travel with water shark bombs than to take a boat, but where is this? Luffy surveyed his surroundings. Only to find that all the houses in the town were violently turned upside down. That's right, the kind where the whole house is turned upside down. This is the town that Arlong destroyed? What's it called? Luffy rubbed his chin in thought. Along the way, the town is full of bloodline. Luffy didn't see the corpse exposed, it was obvious that the remaining villagers had disposed of the corpse. There is a deep gully in the center of the houses on both sides, as if there is a trace of a giant creature crawling through. Isn't Momo doing this? Luffy looked at the ravine on the ground and sighed, it looks much bigger than in the anime. How did you know Mumu? At this time, a questioning voice came from behind, and the huge shadow covered the sunlight behind him. Luffy grinned suddenly, turned his head 180 degrees to look at the Murloc behind him, and said slowly to the Murloc in a terrifying tone. Because I was killed by him. Chapter 37. What? The murloc behind him trembled and fell backwards to the ground. Luffy turned his head amusedly. First, he saw two extremely ugly murlocs covered in blue and with fish fins on their heads looking at him in horror. It's been said that you murlocs have a low IQ, but now it seems that you really are. Luffy said to the murloc mockingly. The murloc, who was still in shock, looked at Luffy and heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was not a ghost. Damn kid! How dare you scare us? You probably don't want to live. The frightened murloc roared angrily. He stood up abruptly, and punched Luffy straight with a punch. The huge force even made howls in the air. It's over, this guy is dead. Aokiji, who was hiding behind a house, closed his eyes in pain. There was a muffled bang. How can it be? The inconceivable exclamation of the murloc reached Aokiji's ears. Aokiji quickly opened her eyes, but she saw a scene that surprised her. I saw Luffy yawned and put one finger against the murloc's fist. Do you eat when you have so much energy to eat? Luffy asked the murloc with a smile. After hearing this, the murloc was furious. What did you say, kid? However, what greeted him in the next second was the huge Samehada sword behind Luffy. With a bang, the murloc's head was turned back at an extremely strange angle, and the murloc's figure was also slammed into the collapsed building. The companions behind the murlocs stared dumbfounded at Luffy, who was not as tall as their waist. After staying in the water for a long time, not only the brain is flooded, but the ears are also bad. I say, you two haven't eaten. Luffy taunted another murloc again. In the next second, that murloc, like the first one, crashed into the ruins without making a sound. Aokiji, who was hiding behind the wall, suddenly changed his face. It's over, the murloc is dead. You must know that Arlong is a strong racist. Even if someone contradicts this group of murlocs a little, he will slaughter the entire village. Hiding even a weapon would be regarded as a rebel and killed, let alone a murloc who regarded Arlong as a brother. This guy is in big trouble. This was the only thought left in Aokiji's mind. At this time, Luffy seems to be unaware of these. He flicked the big knife Samehada in his hand. I don't know if it was because of the loading of the Kisame template. The Samehada big knife felt very easy to use. And it seems that because Samehada is a creature, it is not 100% within the scope of the white sword that is covered by the skill of empty-handed and white-handed. With the addition of devil fruit, Luffy's original physical strength has already exceeded what he should have at his age. Coupled with the strange power brought by the Kisame template, even if Luffy does not use the second gear at this time, he can already exert the power of the second gear in the original work. The murlocs, whose defense was far superior to that of humans, were crushed like tofu in front of Luffy. Luffy poked the dead murloc, turned around and looked at the figure walking towards him with a smile. I thought you wouldn't come out. At this time, Aokiji walked up to Luffy angrily. How can you attack the murlocs? This town of Gasa was slaughtered by the murlocs precisely because a villager disobeyed the murlocs. So that's the case, so what should we do now? Luffy spread his hands at Aokiji with an innocent face. Aokiji walked anxiously into the ruins. The murlocs are physically strong, maybe they didn't cause a fatal attack on them just now, if they are still alive. Aokiji saw two murlocs whose necks were beaten into twists. Aokiji! If this is alive, hey! At this time, another little boy came out from behind a house, and he rushed out crying and shouting, where are the murlocs? I'm going to kill the murlocs. This little boy is one of the few survivors in the town of Gasa. Murloc? You're late, come early, maybe I'll let you vent your anger. Luffy smiled and pointed to the corpses of the two murlocs. Little boy! He burst into tears when he saw the murloc lying on the ground. Dad, someone has avenged you. Aokiji on the side shouted to Luffy frantically, do you guys know the seriousness of the matter? This is Arlong's subordinate of the murloc pirates. Even if these two murlocs are killed, Hundreds of murlocs and several murloc cotters will avenge them. Luffy looked at Aokiji's frantic look and was very interesting, then kill them all. You think this is killing a chicken? That's a murloc. A murloc who was born 10 times stronger than a human. See these upside-down houses, it's all done by the cotters of the murloc pirates. Aokiji explained to Luffy excitedly. But Luffy walked slowly in front of an upside-down house, put his hand on a corner. Is that what you said? Boom! The huge upside-down house was turned upside down in an instant. Aokiji and the little boy were stunned. Who the hell are you? Luffy grinned. Colonel Naval Headquarters, Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 38. Hi, Marine. The little boy looked at Luffy in disbelief with an excited expression on his face. Why, doesn't it look like it? Luffy swam from the sea this time, so he didn't wear his justice cloak. The little boy looked at the dead murloc and shook his head frantically, like. It's so similar. Hey, is this really okay? This is a murloc from Arlong's murloc pirate group who has a bounty of 20 million Baileys. Aokiji frowned and asked Luffy, if they find out that you killed his partner, you will definitely have no way out. Luffy chuckled, as long as you don't get discovered, it's over. Aokiji was taken aback. What followed was an unbelievable scene. I saw Luffy bit his finger, and his hands quickly sealed, water-style water prison technique. Summoning technique. Poof! A huge ball of water wrapped the corpses of the 2 murlocs, and countless sharks in the water polo emerged out of thin air and directly devoured the corpses of the murlocs. This is exactly the ninjutsu that Hoshigaki Kisame once used to kill himself. Soon the entire water polo was infested with red blood. With a puff, the water polo exploded, and the originally huge murloc corpse was now empty. Aokiji and the little boy swallowed in shock. Why does this method feel more terrifying than Arlong? All in all, you guys come to my place to hide from the limelight, even if it's Marine, it's not possible to fight against Arlong until the support arrives. Aokiji let out a long breath and said calmly. Luffy nodded and did not object, this time he came here just to prepare to sneak in when Nami was most vulnerable. No, it was a hero to save the beauty. Only after experiencing real despair, will Nami follow her to sea with all her heart. Soon Luffy followed Aokiji to a green-orange orchard. Is this the orange grove planted by Belle Mel? Sure enough, it's growing really well. Luffy sighed as he looked at the already fruitful Lin Yuan. Aokiji in front froze suddenly, she turned her head to look at Luffy with a solemn face and asked, Who the hell are you? Why do you know Belmel? Luffy didn't pay any attention to Nyaki's face as if facing a formidable enemy, but slowly looked at the orange grove where Nami grew up. Didn't I tell you? My name is Luffy and I'm a Marine Colonel. Luffy grabbed an orange and popped it open in his mouth, it's so sour. The oranges cultivated by Belle and Mel are not at all the oranges that Luffy ate in the previous life. They are more like the limes specially prepared for sailors to supplement vitamin C when going out to sea. Aokiji looked at Luffy who didn't see anything, and his face was a little ugly. What are you here for? Me, my navigator is lost, and I'm here to pick her up. Luffy threw a piece of orange into his mouth again, and his mouth was immediately stimulated to drool. This thing is really thirst-quenching. Aokiji looked at Luffy suspiciously. Navigator. Luffy nodded and looked at Aokiji teasingly and said, That's right, what's the name? It's Nami. Aokiji's face changed drastically when he heard the words. Could it be that Nami cheated money into Luffy's head? You must know that Nami has been stealing money from pirates before. Aokiji hurriedly stopped leading the way, pretending to be puzzled and said to Luffy, Nami? Who is Nami? But there is still a photo of Nami and her in her room. At this time she has to find a way to prevent Luffy from finding Nami. The Murloc pirates already caused Nami a lot of pain, but if he messes with Marine again. Luffy looked at Aokiji's expression and laughed, Don't be so nervous, I didn't come to ask Nami for the bill, just like the literal meaning, she is my navigator. I heard that my navigator's hometown is full. I was oppressed by a group of pirates, so I came here to unshackle my dear navigator. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief, but she still remained vigilant towards Luffy. What is oppressed? Nami is a witch, a leader of the Murloc pirates. Aokiji tentatively said to Luffy. Of course I know, and I also know about the bet between Nami and Arlong. Luffy shook his head in silence and said, when he was in Baratie, his body had awakened the talent of listening to the voice of all things, and felt Nami's sadness. This is why, in the original book, Luffy's EQ is always higher than the secret. Originally, I planned to destroy the Murloc pirates directly, but unfortunately Nami was very worried that I would not be able to defeat the Murloc pirates, so that her dear family members would be killed by Arlong. So she ran back to Keikiasi village alone to complete the agreement with the 100 million yuan she had already saved. Aokiji was overjoyed when he heard this. Is Nami's money enough? Luffy nodded. The Alvida pirates and Crow's Black Cat pirates provided Nami with an income of no less than 30 million baileys. In addition, the savings that Nami has accumulated over the years are enough to cover the ransom agreed with Arlong. Chapter 39. Great! Nami finally doesn't have to live in pain anymore. Aokiji said excitedly. You also think Arlong will keep his word? Luffy looked at Aokiji curiously and asked. No. Who would have thought that? Aokiji shook his head. Arlong will never keep his promise. But this way we finally don't have to continue to be a stumbling block for Nami. Nyaki said to Luffy in a low voice, we all know the reason why Nami joined the Arlong pirates. In order to redeem the village, she greets her mother-killing enemy with a smile every day. Obviously we can get rid of Arlong's control, but for us, Nami has no complaints working for the Murloc pirates. We couldn't bear to see that innocent little girl's hopes dashed, but we all knew that day would come sooner or later. So we've all been waiting for this day, to use our deaths to send Nami into the sea. Luffy fell silent instantly after hearing Aokiji's statement. That's right, the people in Kokoyasi village are not without blood. If it weren't for an 8-year-old girl who endured the pain and smiled at the crowd and said that she joined the Murloc pirates, the crowd would have risen up. An 8-year-old girl endured humiliation for her own sake, so why not cherish her own life? So all these years everyone has been waiting for the moment when Nami completes the agreement with Arlong. And now the moment is finally here. No matter what the result is, Aokiji can only be happy that Nami is about to get rid of the shackles in his heart at this time. Luffy looked at Aokiji and sighed. All these years, Nami, who has been walking on the edge of life and death since childhood, is certainly suffering. But this group of bloody villagers has never felt comfortable. After all, they are under the high-handed rule of the Murloc pirates, and everyone lives in fear. Sometimes death is not terrible, what is terrible is the process of waiting to die. Luffy looked at Nyaki who was determined to die and shrugged, won't you invite me in for a cup of tea? Are you really not afraid of that Arlong? That's a terrifying Murloc who has a bounty of 20 million baileys and rules more than 20 towns. Aokiji couldn't help reminding Luffy again. Luffy didn't answer directly, but just looked in the direction of Arlong Paradise and said, this world is so big, it's bigger than you can imagine. There's really nothing to be afraid of like Arlong. And at this moment, a villager hurried into the orange grove. Nyaki Gao. It's not good. Arlong, he has come to the village. It's probably because Mr. Aji unhid the weapon privately. Aokiji's expression changed instantly, what did you say? Then he ignored Luffy and hurried towards the village. Luffy unhurriedly followed along. Soon Luffy followed Aokiji to the streets of Kakosha village. At this time, the street was empty, only a group of tall murlocs of different shapes and sizes surrounded a middle-aged man with a windmill on his head. Are you the one with the weapon? A terrifying murloc with long fins on its back, a jagged nose, and a mouth full of fangs, taller than the awning, stared at the man condescendingly. "Ah, that's right, I really like to admire weapons. Under your rule, is even collecting weapons forbidden?" The windmill above Aegeon's head was spinning crazily under the blowing of the sea breeze, and his face full of scars proved the cruel experiences he had suffered in these years. "Ah, it's not allowed." Arlong sneered at Jian and said, "Weapons will only generate evil thoughts and violence, and they are the biggest factor that endangers peace." The surrounding murlocs burst into laughter, as if they deeply agreed with what Arlong said. At this time, Nyochi was hiding behind a house and gnashing her teeth. Luffy poked his head out behind her and made a tisk-tisk sound. "This is Arlong, it really is ugly as hell." Nyokijo was terrified, and made a shush gesture with his hand on his mouth. Luffy spread his hands helplessly. It seems like everyone in town thinks the murlocs are invincible. However, this is what makes Luffy feel admirable, knowing that they are going to die, but they are not afraid at all. This makes people feel a sense of admiration while feeling extremely contradictory. "I rule 20 towns, and the rebellion will be very troublesome." Arlong pinched his waist and said helplessly. "As a manager, I have already wiped out Gosa, Dagong Township, for the public display of other villages and towns. The failure to pay the confession means a rebellion against us." Arlong's frivolous tone made the villagers who hid in the houses to watch gnash their teeth. Nyokijo explained to Luffy, "We have to use money every month to buy our own lives. Adults and children are the same, as long as someone in the village can't pay the contribution, even one person, the whole village will be like Gesa was killed like that. That's Arlong's rule. They're racist, and they don't take killing seriously." Luffy narrowed his eyes slightly, and Luffy, who had seen Gosar's end, had a clearer understanding of the brutality of the Murloc pirates. This also strengthened Luffy's determination to wipe out the Murloc pirates. Just defeat like the original? Wait until these guys reunite on the Grand Line? Just kidding, who knows how many innocent villages and towns will suffer along the way. Wang Luffy doesn't think he is a good person, but he is not stingy about raising his hands for such a good thing. Chapter 40. Thanks to this reader who is willing to give his opinion. About Nami, my latest chapter also explains some. The main reason is that I don't want to collapse the character design of the original character. In the original book, Nami left Luffy not because he didn't want to get Luffy involved. In my opinion, the real reason why Nami left is because Nami couldn't afford to gamble, and it took 10 years to make up 100 million pele. It is impossible for Nami to pin her hopes on the so-called friendship or the partner who has not known for a few months because of the short time she spent with Luffy. As the anime said, Arlong is a racist, and he brainwashed Nami from a young age. Nami is from East Blue and has been living under the rule of Arlong. Her strength cannot be viewed from the perspective of us as God. In his opinion, Arlong is invincible, maybe in her eyes, even Hawkeye may not be as strong as Arlong. And whether it is the original book or the book, Nami left before the arrival of Hawkeye, before Luffy and Krieg fought. So Nami can only understand part of Luffy's strength, and Luffy in this book is almost instant kill every time he makes a shot, and he doesn't show overwhelming strength, so Nami took Bailey to leave to complete the bet. A very reasonable thing. After all, this is a glimmer of hope that I have endured 10 years of pain and is about to complete it. It is impossible to give up your beliefs because of a sudden companion. As stated in the book, Nami is willing to believe in Luffy because of Garp's title as a marine hero, rather than Luffy's strength. And since Garp isn't personally involved, Nami certainly won't be counting on Luffy being stronger than Arlong. Because without knowing whether he can win, once Luffy loses, Nami will face the demise of the entire Kokoyashi village. She couldn't afford to gamble, so it became a necessity for Nami to leave alone. Only when everyone chose to die because they couldn't bear her to continue suffering for the village. The desperate Nami chose to ask Luffy for help, which is the author's understanding of Nami's personality. The author doesn't think that Nami left because of worrying Luffy. If he was worried about getting Luffy involved, Nami would not have driven the Golden Mary away. It can only be said that when Nami had to choose between the village and Luffy, he chose the village. After all, redeeming Kokoyashi village is Nami's only belief in these years. And only when Nami's faith is shattered is the time when Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hats, really returns. Think about it in your shoes, and on the one hand is the goal that I have worked hard for 10 years and is about to complete. On the other side are friends who I have known for less than 2 months. Anyone will choose a relatively safe solution. Therefore, when Nami knew that Garp would not personally deal with Arlong, Nami had already given up the idea of Luffy dealing with Arlong. Just like when Hawkeye confronted Zoro. Whether it is the East Blue people or the pirates of the Krieg Pirates, they all think that Zoro, as the famous swordsman and pirate hunter of East Blue, should be almost the same as Hawkeye. But we all know that the gap between the strengths of the two is not measured in miles. When Joseph introduced Arlong, he also compared Arlong with Jinbei from Seven Warlords of the Sea, saying that the two were pirates of the same level. But in fact, there is a huge difference in strength between the two. So in the eyes of Nami, who has been ruled by evil dragons for a long time, the evil dragons are also at the Seven Warlords of the Sea level, even stronger. Then it is only natural that Nami leaves Luffy and chooses to save Kokoyashi village in the way he has worked hard for 10 years. Chapter 40.5. Listen well, inferiors. Arlong looked at Ajian, who was waiting to die, then looked at the villagers hiding in the houses and shouted, "You inferior humans don't have to think about anything, just keep working and make money for us. I need a huge amount of money, haha. In the near future, after you make offerings, you will become the cornerstone of the Arlong Empire that rules this East Blue." Ya ha 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 ha. Arlong burst out laughing. Nyokijo looked at Arlong angrily. Is this guy going to turn the entire East Blue into an empire of murlocs? Pfft. Luffy chuckled and couldn't hold back the laughter. What are you laughing at? Nyokijo looked at Luffy dissatisfied. Do you know the seriousness of what Arlong said? Haha, I really can't hold it back. The Arlong Empire. Do you know how hard it took the Fishmen Island to barely become a member of the world government? Turning East Blue into the Arlong Empire, this guy has been back from the Grand Line for a long time, and his brain has gone stupid, haha. Do you really think I can do what the Germa family did? The Germa family? What are you talking about? Nyokijo looked at Luffy, who was laughing in surprise, and asked. It's nothing, I just thought of some happy things, haha. At this moment, Arlong suddenly reached out and grabbed Ajian's neck. Nyokijo clenched her right hand tightly and couldn't help but wanted to rush out, but she still held back. You must know that Mr. Ajian is like a father to the two sisters Nami and Nyokijo. Regardless of his vicious appearance, the windmill on his head was also used to make the baby Nami laugh when he was a child. It took 18 years until Nami was rescued from the Murloc pirates, and the windmill was inserted back into Belle Mel's grave. At this time, Ajian was caught in Arlong's hands in pain. Possessing a weapon has completely constituted a rebellion. In order to prevent people like you from appearing in the future, I have to kill you here as a warning. Hearing this, Nyokijo couldn't bear to rush out anymore, and she shouted at Arlong, Arlong, how can you be so foolish? We have provided you with a lot of money for the past 8 years. Now, how could there be any intention of rebellion? Let go of Mr. Jian. That's right. That's right. He didn't use a weapon, did he? Stop. Let go of Mr. Jian. The villagers in the room all came out of the house one by one, and surrounded them angrily. I said that holding a weapon is equivalent to rebellion. Arlong's face suddenly became gloomy. Or do you want me to destroy the entire village? As long as one of you dares to attack us, this village is doomed. I don't care. Arlong looked mockingly at the outraged villagers. Ajian yelled out in pain, everyone hurry back. If we resist here, then our 8 years of hard work will be in vain. If we want to fight to the death to refuse to rule, what we did 8 years ago, it's time to do it, isn't it? But everyone has sworn, we are going to fight a protracted war, and we will live for it." Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at Arlong, and fell silent when they heard Ajian's difficult cry. Arlong looked at the people in Kokoyashi village with a sneer. Since he had an agreement with Nami, he naturally knew what these people were talking about. But while he used Nami to suppress Kokoyashi village, he used everyone in Kokoyashi village to suppress Nami. He held up Ajian and laughed loudly. "It's really a good talk, it's well said, yes, maybe it's fun, even for an ant like you. Creatures are not born equal. Scary, ha ha ha." Arlong violently threw Ajian to the ground. Just when Ajian was about to die, a big hand patted Arlong's shoulder. Arlong looked back in surprise, only to find that the Murlocs who were going to patrol Gasa town were standing behind him. Arlong looked at the Murloc suspiciously and asked, "What's the matter, compatriot?" On the opposite side, Nyokijao's expression changed drastically. "Isn't this guy dead? I saw this guy being eaten up by the sharks summoned by Luffy with my own eyes." SHH. Luffy's figure appeared behind Nyokijao at some point, watching a show. Nyokijao was stunned to find that Luffy had mixed in the crowd and came behind him at some point. When Nyokijao looked back at Arlong again, he saw that Murloc punched Arlong hard on the chin. Caught off guard, Arlong was thrown flying in an instant. All the people present were stupefied. What the hell? What's the situation? Internal strife? Arlong looked at the Murloc in bewilderment. "Compatriot, what's wrong with you?" For the Murlocs, Arlong was very tolerant. Even if he was slapped in the face, Arlong would still ask what was going on right away. At this point Luffy in the crowd grinned. The Murloc on the opposite side suddenly yelled in pain, "It's you! Arlong! You killed my brother, and you killed the patrolling brother. I came to seek revenge on you under the guidance of Sea God. Arlong." Chapter 41. "Hey, BD, what do you mean? How did you do it to brother Arlong?" The Murlocs at the side asked this Murloc in surprise. I saw the Murloc pointing at Arlong with painful exaggerated acting skills and yelling, "My brother and I are on patrol in Gosar town, and this guy came up and attacked us without saying a word. Whatever you say about the Arlong Empire is fake, he has already contacted people from the world government to sell us as slaves. And this time use our dead bodies to show our sincerity. Arlong, you traitor!" Everyone looked at Arlong in horror. "Brother, is it real?" Arlong looked at the crowd frantically. "How is it possible? I have always been in Arlong paradise. And if I want to kill them, how could he appear here intact?" Everyone nodded after hearing this, because with Arlong's strength, it is impossible for this guy to come here to complain. However, the Murloc sneered, "It's all thanks to the god of the sea's blessing that I can live here. He gave me life temporarily so that I can expose your despicable face." The Murlocs around looked at him in confusion. "Brother, have you lost your mind and gone crazy? Why is there still a sea god?" The Murloc didn't speak, and he yelled sadly, "Be careful, Arlong." Then the whole person burst into a puddle of water. All the Murlocs looked in horror at where the Murlocs were originally. Could it be that the sea god really brought him back to life? The group subconsciously took 2 steps back, away from Arlong. The onlookers watched the scene in front of them and started talking in low voices. "This is a ruthless person, so ruthless that he won't even spare his own people. Fight, fight, it's best to die." Nyokijao asked Luffy in a low voice, "You did this?" Luffy smiled and nodded, "Is it fun?" Nyokijao shook her head, "The acting skills are too bad." Luffy on the side staggered, "It's okay to watch, didn't you see that the Murlocs watched it with gusto?" The Murloc just now was transformed by Luffy using the water body and transformation technique. I have to say that the most basic 3-body technique in the ninja world can play a considerable role in the pirate world. If it weren't for not knowing his appearance, Luffy felt that he could make Arlong kneel on the ground and sing Conquest by being a fisher tiger. Odin also lost Kaido because of the distraction caused by clone fruit. At this time, Nami came running from outside the village panting, and shouted anxiously while running, "Arlong! Before the agreement, we agreed not to attack Kokoyashi village." However, when Nami approached, he found that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird. The villagers whispered, and Arlong was isolated by the murlocs. What happened? Nami surveyed the scene suspiciously. Suddenly she saw the figure of Luffy carrying the big knife Samehada, her pupils shrank, and her mind was shocked. Luffy! Why is he here? At this moment, Nami was very anxious. She didn't know whether Luffy came to arrest Arlong, or came to ask for a boat from herself, so she could only pray in her heart that Luffy would not make a move. Nami said to Arlong on the ground, "Arlong, I have collected 100 million Baileys, and I will take them to Arlong Paradise tomorrow. I hope you can keep your promise." At this time, Arlong, who was confused, heard Nami's words, and immediately came to his senses. He stood up from the ground and patted the dirt on his body. Of course. I, Arlong, have never missed an appointment when it comes to money, so scary, ha ha ha. Then he looked at his terrified companions and frowned, "Idiot. We are from the Grand Line, what kind of sea god? I think it is a demon." The murlocs were taken aback when they heard the words, "Brother Arlong, you mean demon fruit power?" Arlong looked around with an ugly face. Nami's heart skipped a beat. She was worried that Arlong would discover Luffy's presence. However, Arlong searched around and couldn't find Luffy, which made Nami very surprised. Arlong waved to the murlocs in a deep voice, "Go." Immediately, all the pirates walked towards Arlong Paradise. Nami looked at the villagers and forced a smile to say, "Hello, everyone, long time no see." The villagers saw Nami returning to the room without saying a word. Nami, the only one in Kokoyashi village who didn't know, had a sad look in his eyes. Hey, don't you think it's a little too pitiful?" Luffy complained to Nyokijo at the side. Nyochi took a high look at Nami and said in a low voice, "Everyone wants her to despair of us. Only in this way will Nami escape from here after being disappointed." Luffy shook his head, "You guys underestimate Nami too. Nami is an absolutely kind person among the Straw Hats. Even in this situation, she is unwilling to hurt innocent people to complete her bet. Even if all the people in the village abandon her, she will continue to save everyone without hesitation." "What? You actually passed by the village?" Nyokijo asked Nami. "You must know that even the strong Nami is not willing to see the indifferent faces the villagers put on her, even if it is fake. In Nami's view, it is a whiplash to her heart. I heard a loud noise, so come over and have a look." Nami thought about it, and then he looked at Luffy who appeared on the side again, and his expression became angry. "What are you doing here?" Luffy chuckled and didn't care about Nami's expression at all. "Of course I'm here to destroy the murlocs who rule here. After all, I'm also the colonel of the pirate headquarters, and I've made a deal with old man Garp." Nami stepped forward and grabbed Luffy by the collar. "I don't care who you are, I have enough money, I can already buy back Kokoyashi village, and I don't need your marine's help. In the previous voyages, I was just pushing the boat along the river to get the treasure. The Mary is at the port. Hurry up and get out of here. If you destroy my plan, I will never let you go." Nami shouted excitedly at Luffy. Chapter 42. After Nami finished speaking, she pushed Luffy away with excitement and ran out of the village. She came back this time because she was worried that Arlong would not keep his promise and came to stop her. And the fact is the same, if it weren't for Luffy, Ajian would have been cold on the spot at this time. On a hillside, Nami weeps in front of a grave with her hands wrapped around her knees. "There is Belle Mayer's grave." Nyokijo stepped out from behind a tree, looked at the lost Nami and joked to her, "Your reputation is still so bad." Nami raised his head and wiped his tears calmly, then smiled indifferently, "It doesn't matter, I'm a pirate anyway, but Arlong seems to be a sensible guy, and everything can be solved with money, and the money he promised has finally been collected, and I can buy this village tomorrow." Speaking of this, Nami's face suddenly filled with a hopeful smile. Aokiji sighed helplessly in the back, and didn't tell Nami about Aegean's almost death. Luffy stood on top of a big tree silently smoking a cigarette. At this time, he had an idea of finding Arlong in advance, using love to influence him, and let him sell Kokoyashi village to Nami. Because seeing Nami's smile at this moment, Luffy knew how heartbroken it would be when the lie was exposed. Luffy disappeared from the treetop in an instant. Nami felt something in his heart and glanced at the tree, but it was empty. "Did you meet a good partner during your voyage this time?" Aokiji walked forward slowly, lighting a lady's cigarette, and said. Thinking of Luffy's figure, Nami shook his head with gloomy eyes. "It's just a joke." "Really?" Aokiji didn't break through Nami's pretended calm. "After buying the village tomorrow, you should leave with him? Go and fulfill your dream. Isn't it your dream to draw a world map?" Aokiji smiled at Nami. Nami lowered her head full of disappointment, covered her face and cried, "He is a marine, and I am a pirate. I can't sail with him anymore." "How will you know if you don't try?" Aokiji smiled and encouraged Nami, and a gust of sea breeze blew as if Belle Mel's hand brushed their faces. At this moment, Arlong led everyone back to Arlong Paradise with a gloomy face. Demon fruit power. "Have any new faces come to these islands recently?" Arlong asked the crowd viciously. Over the years of rule, Arlong knows the residents of the island well. If there is demon fruit power, it can only be outsiders. Everyone shook their heads when they heard the words. Only the kissing Murloc Achu spoke to Arlong thoughtfully. "The only ones present are the two brothers Uda who went to patrol Gasa town, and the two brothers are not here. Could it be them?" "What? The Murloc brothers will never betray brother Arlong." Xiao Ba emerged from the swimming pool and said loudly. Aegean's head was full of black lines and he said madly, "I mean, the two of them have already been killed." "Hey! Killed?" Everyone fell silent when they heard the words, because they knew that what Aju said was probably true. They have been hanging around East Blue all the year round, and they have almost forgotten that once the Murlocs are discovered by the nobles of the world government, they will do everything possible to kill them or capture them as slaves. Arlong's face was a little livid, and he told Aju and the cartilage Murloc Croobi, "You two lead a team to go to Gasa town to investigate. Damn the inferior people, is there Gasa town?" The remnants of the gang called Marines, bounty hunters, and the like. Aju and Croobi nodded, and led a group of Murlocs to set off. Aegean suddenly remembered what Nami said, and he asked Arlong, "Brother Arlong, you won't really sell Kokoyashi village to Nami, will you?" Arlong smiled triumphantly when he heard the words, "Of course, instead of making me break the money agreement, it's better to ask me to kill myself by Harikiri, I am this kind of man." Everyone looked at Arlong in astonishment, as if they didn't expect what Arlong said at this time. And Arlong grinned, "Only after she gave us a full map of the world." The Murlocs laughed loudly when they heard the words, "She will be in her late 70s by the time the world sea map is finished, right? At that time, we will be merciful and let her go back to the old age, shall I?" Ha 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 ha. Besides, she can't get together the so-called 100 million Baileys. Who asked her to put the treasure map on the table in Arlong Paradise? I'm afraid that Colonel Mouse has already started to go treasure hunting by now, right? Haha, brother Arlong, you are really bad. Aju and Croobi laughed and led the team away from Arlong Paradise and headed towards Gasa town. At this time, Luffy is also heading towards the town of Gasa. "Even if you don't take Arlong directly, help Marine, it doesn't matter to me as a colonel of naval headquarters, does it?" Luffy looked at a warship on the sea level and said to himself. "You are lucky to have met me. I just happen to be angry and want to find someone out." After saying that, Luffy got up and jumped into the sea. On the turbulent waves, Luffy walked towards the marine warship step by step as if walking on flat ground. Chapter 43. Hurry up! A little boy ran quickly in the jungle holding Nyokijao's hand. What's the matter? Nyokijao asked the little boy suspiciously. It's Marine. Marine is here. The little boy shouted excitedly while running. The surviving uncles in Gasa successfully got in touch with the government. Marine is here to pick us up. Soon the two came to a coast where many survivors who had escaped from Gasa gathered on the coast, and everyone looked expectantly at the figure of the warship in the distance. On the warship, the 77th Marine Commodore is speaking to the Marines on the deck. Is that the fabled Arlong's paradise? It's really the end of this world for pirates to settle down like that. Listen up. Ladies and gentlemen, our mission today is to rescue the survivors of the town of Gasa, which was destroyed by Arlong's gang, from the island safely. But I think that if we clearly saw these arrogant pirate cities falling there, but pretended not to see them, will our justice forgive us? Commodore cheers up the Marines loudly. The soldiers below gave a sharp military salute and shouted Kide, will not forgive. Very good. Commodore agreed loudly, this unit is now going to annihilate Arlong and his gang, and prepare for battle immediately. Yes. The crowd shouted excitedly. However, a Murloc suddenly jumped onto the deck. Dare to yell at us in this area of the sea? What a stupid human being! Aoji put his hands in his pockets and sneered at the branch commodore. I saw Aju's big mouth puffed out suddenly, and a water bomb comparable to a bullet directly knocked down the marine soldiers who were about to fire. Hey? You're the Arlongs, aren't you? Commodore said to Aoji with a smug expression on his face, I am Commodore Brin Brin of the 77th branch of the Marine. We are also a well-known first-class Marine elite unit. If you don't want to die, just surrender to us obediently. However, the one who answered him was Achu, who fired a water bomb at close range, and the whole Commodore of the branch was sent flying in an instant. Damn it! You gave me Commodore! Everyone go together! However, a violent shock came, and the entire warship lost power in an instant. Nanny! What happened? All the Marines looked around. Aoji looked at the bewildered Marine proudly, I really bothered you? Sorry, we removed the rudder of this ship just now. Now I have a question for you, did you kill our two Murloc brothers in Gasa town? Commodore held his chest and stood up with difficulty, what are you talking about? It's a stroke of luck, Lord Commodore, to avoid the vital point. Aoji looked at the branch Commodore in surprise. But even so, the next thing waiting for you is death. You know what? If you move a huge reef into the middle of a strong current, guess what will happen at sea? Achu said with a terrified face. At this time, there was a violent vibration on the sea surface. Moving the reef? How is this possible? Brin Commodore looked at Achu in shock and said. However, a huge Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of the warship. No Commodore, there is a huge Uzumaki ahead, and our ship is out of order. A helmsman reported in horror. Didn't I say that? The rudder was removed by us. Achu laughed loudly, the destination of this ship is the deep sea. While speaking, the warship was suddenly broken in half by Uzumaki's huge suction. Numerous Marines were vortexed into the seabed along with the wreckage. Achu and Croobi looked at the scene in front of them excitedly. Having the advantage of our Murlocs on the bottom of the sea, coupled with Nami's perfect sea chart, it is enough for us to dominate the entire sea. Ha 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 ha. Aoji laughed out loud outside Uzumaki. The villagers on the shore saw the sunken warship sitting on the ground in despair. Why is it like this? The little boy froze in despair. Nyokijao said calmly, this is the reality, we cannot escape Arlong's rule. However, at this moment, a sharp-eyed villager suddenly saw a small black dot on the sea. Look, everyone! Is there someone walking on the sea? How is it possible? Are you hallucinating? How do people live on the sea? It's true. And a straw hat. Nyokijao suddenly turned his head to look at the sea. I saw Luffy's figure appearing beside the vortex, and the fierce vortex did not shake Luffy's figure at all. Who are you? Aju looked at Luffy in shock. He had never seen anyone standing above the surface of the sea. Luffy took a leisurely look at Aju. Me? Colonel Naval Headquarters, Monkey D. Luffy. Nanny? Marine. Aju tensed up instantly. I saw Luffy's hands forming mudras quickly, and a large amount of chakra was directly poured into the sea under his feet. Water-style waterfall water rush waves. Boom! Layers upon layers of monstrous waves set off. All the warships of the 77th branch that had been sunk into the bottom of the sea were all dragged on top of waves. Luffy single-handedly fights against the giant Uzumaki created by the Murlocs with ocean currents. Chapter 44. How can it be? All the Murlocs looked at Luffy, who was stepping on the top of the waves in shock, and asked loudly. Aju and Croobi stepped on the water and looked at Luffy's figure with a hint of fear in their hearts. Luffy swung the same Hata broadsword behind him twice in front of him, as expected of the Hoshigaki Kisame known as the tailless beast. The power of chakra who can turn Gobi into Wang Yang in the sea is really objective. Brin Commodore looked at Luffy in shock on a broken deck and asked, I don't know who you are. The old man asked me to clear up the East Blue Murlocs, didn't he tell you? Luffy gave Brin Commodore a sideways look and said. Linton was startled, remembering the instructions issued by the Marine headquarters 2 days ago, and nodded quickly, I said it. I said it. It turned out to be Master Luffy. Thank you, Master Luffy, for saving my life. Luffy looked at Brin with disgust on his face. Your Commodore is really a bit watery, can't you beat this kind of scum? Brin laughed awkwardly, our East Blue Branch Commodore can't compare with you, young master, can it? Then he looked down at the huge wave that supported him, and swallowed hard, it was too terrifying. Luffy ignored the group of rookies no longer, and turned to look down at the Murlocs, who were like dumplings in a pot, one by one poking their heads out of the sea and looking at him in shock. Aju asked Luffy with a serious face, you killed our 2 brothers in Gasa town. Luffy raised his head, pretending to be thinking hard, and then looked at the Murloc below with a wicked smile, you mean those 2 horse bulls? I fed them to the sharks. The Murloc below suddenly felt a tremor all over his body, which was the instinctive fear of the body. Then the Murlocs came back to their senses and were furious, damn inferior humans, dare to hurt the great Murlocs. Saying that, the Murlocs rushed towards Luffy directly along the waves of the waterfall. The Marines were frightened and exclaimed loudly, Colonel, be careful. These Murlocs are moving so fast in the water. Luffy looked at the dozens of Murlocs humming below and grinned, relying on the number of people. Luffy's hands quickly formed seals, 1,000 food shark. In an instant, thousands of sharks suddenly appeared in the water. What? The Murlocs were instantly terrified, completely unaware of how this group of sharks suddenly appeared. And these sharks are not ordinary sharks, but ninja sharks signed by Kisame and summoning. In terms of strength, they are not inferior to these ordinary Murlocs. Dozens of pairs, thousands. This is completely one-sided massacre, or more like feeding. Almost instantly dozens of Murlocs were overwhelmed by countless sharks. There are only 2 cotters left, the Kissing Murloc and the Cartilage Murloc, barely supported by water bombs and Murloc karate. However, exhaustion is only a matter of time. A large amount of seawater was stained red by the Murloc's bright red blood, and Luffy looked at the tragic scene below indifferently and remained unmoved. Superior? I really don't know where you, a group of Murlocs, got the courage to show up. You're just a fool with no brains like slaves. Luffy looked at the 2 remaining cotters with a sneer and said. Murlocs are different from mermaids. Mermaids have human bodies and fish tails, and their way of thinking is more inclined to humans. And these Murlocs with crooked melons and jujubes are more accustomed to the jungle, and there are very few people with online IQs like Fisher Tiger and Jinbei. Even if Jinbei's mind is single-minded, some at war would rather be caught than make false promises to Marine first and then turn his back on him. At this time, these murlocs were like beasts. Aju and Croobi stared at Luffy fiercely. Murloc karate! Croobi instantly knocked away the murlocs around the two of them. Aju took the opportunity to shoot several water bombs straight at Luffy. Idiots are idiots. Can't you see the gap in strength between us? Luffy casually blocks Samehada in front of him. With a few puffs, the bandage tied on Samehada burst, and a terrifying creature with a big mouth and thorns all over appeared in front of Aju and Croobi. Samehada didn't know if he was particularly excited because of the powerful physical energy contained in the murlocs of Otherworld. The twisting Samehada made Aju and Croobi feel extra terrified. What is this? Aju looked at Samehada Deo in shock. Luffy waved the shark in the water back to the summoning world. The whole person held the Samehada and rushed towards the two murlocs in person on a huge wave. Since you want me to do it myself, then I will do it for you. It just so happens that your heads are still useful to me. The combined bounty of these two people is 14.5 million. If Nami leaves 100 million Baileys in Kokoyasi village, the future will not be too tight. Seeing Luffy coming towards him, Croobi was overjoyed. With his Murloc Karate level 40 power, it is enough to break 1,000 tiles in the water. Fighting with him in the water, ordinary people will definitely die. 1,000 tiles or right fist. Croobi roared and threw it straight at Luffy. Luffy looked at Croobi as if he was mentally retarded, not to mention that he was now loaded with Kisame's strange power. Even Luffy's own strength is not comparable to this 900 Bailey's little guy. I saw that Luffy just swung Samehada and smashed it down. With a bang, there was a shocking wave in the sea. Under Achu's horrified eyes, Croobi's head was directly chopped off by Samehada's reverse scale. Achu yelled in horror and swam directly towards the deep sea. Luffy is a fast seal, water-style big shrimp technique. A super large shark-shaped water bomb directly swallowed it. Chapter 45. You bastards, if you dare to sneak attack next time, I will kill you all. Zoro rubbed his tied red wrist with a frantic face and cursed. Ahahaha, a stopgap measure, this is just a stopgap measure. Usopp on the side waved his hand with a strange smile and said. Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth. Kide said indifferently, who told you to go directly to Arlong Paradise? If Ms. Nami dies because of you, I will make you pay for it. Nanny? What are you talking about, a perverted cook? Want a fight, Chlorella? Sanji and Zoro immediately pressed against each other like old cows. Big brother! Big brother! Look, Marine is coming ashore. At this moment, Joseph pointed to a huge warship not far away and shouted. Marine? Aren't we Marines too? Zoro turned his head and saw a warship with a huge 16 painted on its body slowly approaching the shore. The villagers of Kokoyasi village gathered around the warship with excited faces. The ship of the 16th branch? Could it be that the headquarters has finally taken action? At this time, Marines lined up on the boat, and Colonel Mouse walked off the boat with a strange smile and hands behind his back. Zhizzy, I'm Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Branch, call me Aegean, a police officer from Kokoyasi village. At this moment, Aegean, with a windmill on his head, walked out of the crowd. I am Jian, Colonel. It's you, take me to the house of a woman named Nami. Nami. Aegean was startled, may I ask what's the matter? There was a sinister smile on Colonel Mouse's face, you just need to lead the way. Usopp and others gathered from behind the crowd frowned at Colonel Mouse. This guy looks so ugly, like a mouse. Looking at this face, I can't help but want to chop him up. Ah, he seems to be looking for Miss Nami's house, can we find Miss Nami by following him? Could this be Luffy calling for support? Several people were discussing in the back, leisurely following behind Marine. The group soon came to the back mountain where Nami was. At this time, Nami is preparing to go to the treasure location to count the 100 million Baileys he has accumulated. As soon as I went out, I saw Jian and Marines walking towards me. Yo Miss Nami! Sanji gave a loud cry that startled Colonel Mouse in front of him. Why are there still villagers following? Colonel Mouse frowned. But thinking of the upcoming editorial, he ignored Usopp and his party. Nami looked at the group of people with a deep frown and was startled. Marine? Zoro and them? Could it be Luffy calling for support? BD, didn't I tell him to leave here? These people are not good enough to beat Arlong. When Nami was a child, he saw 5 warships sunk by Arlong right under his nose. But why is Mr. Jian here? At this time, Colonel Mouse walked out slowly. You are the thief named Nami. According to our investigation, the treasure you dropped from the pirates is hidden in the orange field, right? Nami's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Jian, who was leading the way behind him, instantly showed a jealous and angry expression. The other party is a pirate, so I won't blame you, but a thief is a thief, so all the property you stole should now be confiscated by our government. Colonel Mouse said with a sinister smile. The Marines behind them showed mocking smiles. Okay, hand over all the stolen goods. Confiscate. Nami was startled at first, then she calmed down, she curled her lips and smiled. Hey, this is really an accident, you are really keen on your work, because you don't have the courage to fight against the pirates, you come to find a thief to give yourself extra points? Really? It's amazing. Let me give you a piece of advice first, I am the cadre of Arlong's group. If you dare to touch me, Arlong will not sit idly by. Colonel Mouse laughed softly. You think I'm afraid of this? Find the stolen goods for me. Arlong's gang. Isn't that the Murloc that Luffy said he was going to hunt down? Why did Nami become a pirate? Usopp and the others muttered in surprise. Seeing the Marines walking towards the orange field, Nami became extremely excited. Is this what you Marines should be doing now? The Arlongs didn't just kill people, they destroyed entire towns. They still rule the island, trampling on human lives everywhere. And you are ignoring this big problem and taking stolen goods from a thief. Is this the government's intention? Colonel Mouse was in collusion with Arlong, so naturally he didn't explain Nami's questioning. He shouted again to the stopped Marine, continue to search. Zoro and others behind him also found something wrong. At this time, Nami excitedly took out the 3-section stick on his chest, and rushed directly to the Marines. People on the whole island have been waiting for your Marines' rescue for so many years. You can still ignore those people and come to me. Colonel. Our mission to this orange field is very suspicious. Dug him out. Nami's pupil shrank, and he knocked down a Marine with a stick. Don't use your dirty hands to Belle Mel's orange field. My money will not be handed over to you, that money is, which money is? Nami yelled unconsciously. At this moment, Aegean yelled loudly, the money is used by this kid to save this Kokoyasi village. Even so, do you still have the right to take away the money? Marine. Nami froze in place when she heard Aegean's shout. Why would Mr. Jian? Aegean looked at Nami with distressed expression. We already knew, Nami. Nami's psychological defense suddenly collapsed. She always thought that she was fighting alone, and tears flowed from her eyes. Colonel Mouse glanced at Jian mockingly. What? The mere police officer also wants to lecture me, Colonel Marine. Colonel. A coffin has been dug. What? Colonel Mouse excitedly walked towards the soldier. The rest of the soldiers stopped in front of Nami to prevent Nami from passing. That's my money! Nami yelled in despair. At this moment, Sanji took a deep breath of the cigarette, threw the handle of the cigarette on the ground and stomped on it with his foot. Hey, green algae head! You don't need to tell me. Zoro slowly pulled out the word Hideo. My big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Chapter 46. Colonel Mouse excitedly looked at the treasure and Bailey in a coffin, and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Bailey and the treasure are stained red with Nami's blood. Hey! Get your hands off Miss Nami's Bailey! Sanji walked forward slowly with his hands in his pockets. Zoro pointed at Colonel Mouse with a word of peace, "This is the navigator appointed by our captain." Colonel Mouse looked at Zoro and the others with contempt. "Who are you? How dare you stop Marine? Are you not afraid of being wanted? The Marine we know is not a scum like you." "That's right, Big Brother Luffy won't be as mean and shameless as you." Joseph and Johnny also showed their weapons. Usopp hid behind the wall of the house and loudly cheered, "Go! Zoro, Sanji, kill them!" Then he also took out the Imperial slingshot. Nami looked at Zoro and his party with a complicated expression, and she also knew that Zoro was not with this group of Marines. Ajian looked at Nami and said happily, "It seems that you have met a group of good partners. Actually, we knew from the earliest days that you joined Arlong's gang for the sake of the village, but we kept pretending not to know, just hoping that one day you would not be a stumbling block when you wanted to escape from Arlong." "How so?" Nami's heart is full of complexity and emotion. Colonel Mouse waved his hand impatiently, "Go and arrest all these people. If you dare to resist, you will be shot." Usopp was the first to yell, "Kill Gunpowder Star!" A firebomb hit Colonel Mouse directly in the face, and Colonel Mouse screamed in pain for a moment. "Kill them for me!" Zoro tied the hood around his forehead and smiled excitedly. Sanji rushed forward directly, "You actually made beautiful Ms. Nami cry. You are really guilty of the heinous crime." Banquet table and kick package. For a while, Marine was turned on his back by the attack of the two main straw hats. Colonel Mouse was shocked when he saw the beaten Marine. "Damn it! Arlong didn't say that there are such powerful guys here." Nami's face changed upon hearing this. "Are you sent by Arlong?" Colonel Mouse immediately kept silent, and shouted at the Marines, "Quick! Use a gun! Kill them!" Marine in the back row didn't hold back his hands at all and directly raised his firecrackers to aim at Zoro, Nami, and others. "Hey, you nasty bastards! Are you still a Marine?" When Zoro and others fought before, because the opponent was Marine, they didn't kill them. Colonel Mouse looked at Zoro with disdain and scolded, "How can we show mercy when dealing with you vicious criminals?" Zoro frowned suddenly. "Looking at this group of obstinate Marines, I feel a little headache." As the deputy captain, he is calmer than Luffy at certain times, and in his opinion, killing these Marines is not a good thing for Luffy. After all, they are both Marines, so he doesn't know if killing this group of Marines directly will have any impact on Luffy. "Shot!" Colonel Mouse shouted. Many Marines were just about to pull the trigger, but suddenly a burst of gunfire came from the other side. All of a sudden, Colonel Mouse's subordinates fell to the spot one by one, blood spattered everywhere. Everyone looked in the direction of the gunshot in astonishment. I saw Luffy holding the fish heads of Kissing Murloc and Krubai in his hands, followed by the Commodore and Marines from Branch 77 appearing in everyone's field of vision. And the firecrackers in the hands of the sailors were still emitting wisps of smoke. It was obvious that the bullets had been fired from their hands. Shouldn't you die at the hands of the dragon pirates?" Colonel Mouse looked at the bandaged Commodore in horror. Obviously, I have already told him the news of Branch 77, so now he should be buried in the belly of a fish. Then Colonel Mouse suddenly reacted and asked loudly, "How dare you take action against your colleagues? Could it be that Arlong wants to monopolize the 100 million Bailey?" Looking at Colonel Mouse, who looked like a clown, Luffy's eyes were full of disgust. "Sometimes you moths are even more hateful than pirates." Luffy went straight to Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse saw at a glance that the two heads in Luffy's hands were the heads of the dragon pirates' cotters, and he asked Luffy in horror, "Who are you?" "Colonel Naval Headquarters, Monkey D. Luffy." Colonel Mouse's pupils shrank when he heard the words. He remembered that his subordinates reported to himself a few days ago that a colonel from the headquarters might come to inspect in the near future, and asked all branches to follow their arrangements. Originally, Colonel Mouse thought it was just a formality, so he didn't care. He never thought that Luffy would appear in front of him in this way. It turned out to be Colonel Luffy. "You see, I have found a treasure stolen by a thief for the government, and I am about to hand it over to you," Colonel Mouse said to Luffy ingratiatingly. Luffy casually picked up a firecracker from the ground and pointed it at Colonel Mouse's head. "What a coincidence, the thief you mentioned is the navigator on my ship, and it's even more unfortunate that there is one of the 100 million Baileys that I opened for her wages." Colonel Mouse's face changed greatly when he heard this. "You can't kill me. Even if I'm guilty, I have to go to the trial court for sentencing." Bang! A gunshot directly interrupted Colonel Mouse's unfinished words. Luffy threw away the gun, and walked slowly past Zoro towards Nami. "Hey, is this really appropriate?" Zoro looked at Colonel Mouse with a hole in his head and grinned. "Don't turn us into pirates if you play like this." Luffy gave Zoro a blank look. "In the future, you don't have to keep your hands on this kind of scum, I will be responsible for what happens." Then Luffy paused and said with a smile, "There are people above us." Chapter 47. Luffy walked to Nami's side at this time. The figure with its head in its hands looked particularly terrifying. However, Nami did not have the slightest fear. She raised her head to reveal a cat face with pear blossoms and rain. Nami's mind was filled with the echo of Arlong's terrifying laugh. "Arlong! Arlong!" Nami cried to Luffy with a voice full of despair. "Luffy, help me!" Luffy patted Nami's head lightly, and put the straw hat on Nami's head. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others walked slowly to Luffy's side. Luffy raised his head, showing an extremely ferocious expression. "Very well, little ones, don't be patient anymore, let's start working." Then Luffy turned to Nami and smiled. "Nami, lend me your 100 million Bailey." Nami lifted her head sobbing, not knowing what Luffy meant. Zoro walked up to the coffin containing 100 million Baileys, and put his hands on his shoulders. Of course the captain meant to redeem Kokoyasi village. At this time, a large number of villagers also surrounded from all directions. They held kitchen knives and hoes, and everyone looked fearless in their eyes. Aokiji also took out the only long knife in the village and said firmly to Luffy, "Let us fight together. We swore 8 years ago that you sacrifice your life so easily, no matter how painful and humiliating their rule is, as long as Nami lives well, we will continue to fight this battle of endurance." However, they gave such an answer. "Since the breakthrough to liberate the village has been closed, we have no hope. Even if we die, we must not become a stumbling block for Nami. And playing with the kindness of Nami's child like this, we must not spare those murlocs. Nami, but we watched her grow up together. We watch Nami's happiness every day is our future, and now they destroyed it all. We want revenge on the murlocs." Aokiji turned his head and asked loudly to the surrounding villagers, "Do you have any objections?" "How could there be? Everyone has been waiting impatiently for a long time. Everyone has been waiting for this moment." Everyone responded loudly to Aokiji. Nami watched the brave villagers burst into tears. Then everyone looked at the leader Luffy. Luffy didn't speak at first, then reached out and took the cloak of justice handed over by Usopp, put it on his back, looked at the villagers and said, "My name is Luffy, and I'm a Marine Colonel. It's our Marines' duty to wipe out pirates. I'm sorry for being a little late, but it's not your turn to take action before we fall, not to mention that Nami is still my sailor scholar. So, please wait patiently, don't let down the hard work of our navigators in the past 8 years, the rest will be left to us." After speaking, Luffy turned around and walked towards Arlong's paradise. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others followed in turn. The sea breeze made the cloak on Luffy whistling, and the word justice on the back made the villagers of Kokoyashi village feel a little warmth for the first time. Lord Luffy, what about us? Commodore Brin of the 77th branch rubbed his hands and walked forward. Since everyone was rescued by Luffy on the coast, they obeyed Luffy's orders. Even if he shot Colonel Mouse who was in the 16th branch before, he didn't hesitate at all. Luffy glanced at Brin meaningfully. Arrange soldiers to protect the villagers, in case murlocs who are not in Arlong's paradise hurt them. One hair is missing, you Commodore don't have to do it. Yes. Everyone saluted Luffy one after another, and surrounded the villagers in all directions. This is not only protection, but also to prevent this group of unarmed people from going to the murlocs to commit suicide. Looking at the scene in front of him, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, she no longer had to carry the lives of the entire village on her own, but someone else took on this responsibility. Nami supported the straw hat on her head and burst into tears. This was the first time that she completely let go of everything since Belle-Mel died and swore not to cry anymore. Soon, the shadow of Arlong Paradise slowly appeared in front of Luffy and the others. Facing the huge stone gate, Luffy held the heads of 2 cotters and stood at the gate of Arlong Paradise. Call the door. Zoro grinned, pulled out Hidei and aimed at Shimon. Got it. With a bang. Under Arlong's surprised eyes, 2 fish heads were thrown directly at Arlong's feet along with the dust. Arlong's fish eyes exploded instantly, and he yelled furiously, compatriots. Chirp. Krubai. Who is it? The figures of Luffy and the others slowly walked out of the smoke. Hey, Arlong! How about the greeting? We came to you to redeem Kokoyashi village. Luffy's ethereal voice echoed directly in the silent Arlong Paradise. Chapter 48. Arlong stared at Luffy fiercely. Who are you? Then he looked at the justice cloak behind Luffy, Marine. Luffy smiled and said to Arlong, I heard that you made a bet with us navigators. Want to use 100 million to redeem Kokoyashi village? Look, I not only brought 100 million Baileys, but also spared you 14 million Baileys. These 2 murlocs and pirates also have 14.5 million bounties. How about it? Am I being generous? Luffy spoke to Arlong with a smile. On the opposite side, Arlong's eyes were red and bloodshot. You're looking for death. Kill him. A large group of murlocs jumped out of the pool in Arlong Paradise again and killed Luffy and the others. Luffy continued to walk forward indifferently, because he knew that Zoro and Sanji would not let any of them get close to him. 3 swords tornado. Fried mixed platter. The 2 kicked the murloc minions away instantly. Without the constraints of the 2 cotters, the strength of Zoro and Sanji at this time is absolutely crushing. The murloc pirates, who were 10 times stronger than ordinary soldiers, had no equal in their hands. Arlong looked at Luffy who was getting closer with a livid face, and slowly stood up. You guys, what are you? And what responded to him was the same had a broadsword with the sound of howling wind. Nanny. Arlong didn't even know what to do when he was smashed into rubble by a wall. Hitting you will dirty my hands. Luffy waved Same Hata in his hand slowly, and the bandages were untied immediately. Same Hata baring his teeth and claws made all the murlocs terrified. A mere inferior race dares to speak so brazenly. Arlong suddenly jumped up from the ruins and rushed straight towards Luffy. Inferior race? Luffy sneered, you murlocs are very good slaves in the eyes of the nobles of the world. As a leader of the Sun Pirates, have you even forgotten this? Arlong's face suddenly changed. How do you know that, UBD? You must know that Fisher Tiger has always been Arlong's idol, but unlike him, Fisher Tiger hopes to live in peace with resolving conflicts with humans. But Arlong is an out-and-out racist. Zioba. Go and call Momu. Arlong yelled into the water. Suddenly, an octopus squeezed its mouth and blew a horn toward the sky. All of you just wait to be his bait. Xiao Bie laughed loudly after blowing the horn. Soon there were huge waves on the sea, and the entire Arlong Park began to shake uncontrollably. What? Zoro and Sanji frowned and looked out of the port, only to see a huge sea monster with the body of a bullhead fish appearing outside Arlong's paradise. This is the scary sea monster we brought back from the Grand Line. Come out! Moo. Xiao Ba shouted excitedly at the sea beast. Luffy ignored Xiao Ba's self-promotion completely lazily, waved his left hand lightly, as if cheering him up, and Luffy began to emit white air. Second gear. Luffy waved his arm, although what he ate was Zoan human fruit phantom beast Nica form. But devil fruit's ability needs to be developed by the capable person. Who knows what Nika is, even though he knows it is the sun god. But no matter how you look at it, the legend of the sun god is more like an ordinary person who ate rubber fruit was spread because he saved the slaves. Compared with developing the so-called sun god fruit, it is better to honestly learn the relevant abilities of rubber fruit first. At this time, Luffy has mastered the second gear form early by virtue of the template bonus. Coupled with Kisame's huge strength and Orochimaru's fluid transformation, Luffy's strength has once again ushered in a surge. With a wave of Luffy's hand, the right hand holding Samehada stretched out and hit the house in Arlong Paradise nearby. There was a bang. The Arlong Paradise that trapped Nami for 8 years turned into a pile of ruins in an instant. Arlong looked at Luffy with a livid face. Here are all the nautical charts that Nami has drawn in the past 8 years. Arlong is also counting on these charts to create natural disasters and dominate the sea. Demon fruit power. Arlong saw the change of Luffy's arm. Are you the demon fruit power that killed the two brothers Yu? Ah? You mean those two stupid fish? Luffy pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and then used the water body technique and transformation technique. Two murlocs appeared in front of Arlong again. Ah! It's Arlong who wants to kill us. He colludes with the world government and wants to sell us as slaves. The veins on Arlong's forehead were exposed, and he yelled at Zioba, "Give it to me. Follow Momo and go kill them." The manatee let out a low growl and opened its mouth wide to swallow Luffy and the others. All the murlocs that could still move stood on Momo's back and attacked Luffy and the others. A creature on the Grand Line. Zoro stood in front of Momo holding the Hedayi character and 2 broken knives he had picked up. Sanji also lit a cigarette and took a step forward. Only after tens of thousands of beatings, the beef balls will become firm and elastic. Luffy didn't even look at it, and said lightly, "Don't keep your hands, I don't want to see any living beast." Then Luffy disappeared directly in front of Arlong's eyes. Second gear. Comparable to shaving speed with Sheng Shui body flicker technique. Chapter 49. A groan of pain started the battle of vengeance. Luffy is not a righteous Ultraman, and naturally he doesn't have to wait until he runs out of energy before killing little monsters in seconds. Wang Luffy is not the Luffy in the original book either. With his current strength against Arlong, it is like a grandfather beating a grandson. And the reason why he didn't kill Arlong directly is purely that Luffy didn't want Arlong to die too comfortably. He wanted Arlong to recall the pain of being chased by humans when he was hiding in hiding. Luffy didn't feel the slightest bit of Nika's will that the 5 elders were talking about. At this time, Samehada in Luffy's hand hit Arlong flying around like a bat. The barbs on Samehada made Luffy scrape a piece of flesh off Arlong with every blow. Ling Chi. One of the cruelest punishments in Luffy's previous life. At this time, Arlong was experiencing this punishment for himself, and with the blessing of the Murloc's powerful body, Luffy did not worry at all that Arlong would die prematurely. On the other side, Zoro and Sanji stopped holding back after receiving the order. Zoro is a pirate hunter. Sanji, who suffered from his father and grew up in the battle restaurant Bharati, will only show mercy to starving castaways and women. For this group of guys who are not even human, Sanji's kicks completely inherited the title of GP's Red Feet, and the moves greeted the Murloc's vitals. Even because he is familiar with fish as a sea chef, Sanji can more accurately distinguish the species of Murlocs and launch a fatal blow to them. Only Usopp is trembling on the spot with a slingshot in hand, and he is the only one in the current main team who was born in a wild way that no one taught him at all. I haven't even touched a gun since I was a child. Zoro. Come on. Cut off his brains, let him go in and out. Sanji. Kick him shitbag, let him go in with black feet and come out with yellow feet. Sanji, Zoro. Shut up. Usopp closed his mouth awkwardly, and began to shoot the group of murlocs with steel balls. It's a pity that at this time, with his slingshot, even with his extraordinary talent, his lethality against murlocs is extremely limited. Luffy smashed Arlong into the air again, and Arlong was already covered in blood. Inferior race. Weak humans. I don't know how you feel now. The same hata in Luffy's hand at this time has become extraordinarily huge due to devouring Arlong's flesh and blood. Same hata with a huge mouth stretched out his tongue to lick the blood on his body, which looked very strange. But, damn it! How could you be so strong? Arlong looked at the unharmed Luffy in disbelief. After all, he also stayed in the Sun Pirates. With his eyesight, he could only catch an afterimage of Luffy. Trying to keep up with Luffy's movements is just a dream. Arlong looked around, and found that there were not even one murloc in 10 at this time. Moo, a giant manatee, also became covered in bruises. Everyone, retreat to the sea. Arlong yelled and jumped straight into the sea himself. Brother Luffy! Don't let him enter the water. The murloc's strength in the water must be increased several times. Joseph and Johnny, who were waving the flag and shouting, reminded loudly when they saw this scene. However, Luffy did not stop Arlong's movement at all, allowing him to jump into the sea. And the murlocs who fought with Sanji and Zoro jumped into the sea one after another. Panting, Zoro looked at the remaining murlocs and shouted, BD. I don't have time to play hide and seek with you. Sanji glanced at Zoro. The guy's knife wound would be fatal to any ordinary person. The fact that she can do this with sheer willpower makes Sanji admire Zoro. Hey, green algae head, leave it to me, I think you are here. Sanji took a deep breath and said. Ah. Zoro looked at Sanji dissatisfied, it's still early just because of these murlocs. A hole. Don't you have B points for your own injuries? It's up to you. I won't have any problems fighting another 300 rounds. The two of them quarreled as they put their heads together. Arlong poked his head out of the water and looked at Luffy proudly, come down? Demon fruit power doesn't seem to be water resistant, right? After you leave, I will kill all the villagers in Kakashi village. Make Nami feel what despair is. UBD. Zoro and Sanji turned to look at Arlong angrily. Arlong stared at Luffy and the others unscrupulously, as if he had settled on Luffy's weakness of not being able to go into the water as a demon fruit power. Luffy walked to the edge of the pool with a sneer, if you just ran away, you might still have a chance, but it's too late now. Don't be ashamed. Come down if you have the guts. Arlong spat at Luffy proudly, predicting that Luffy, as a demon fruit power, would not dare to go into the water to make trouble for him. Sanji and Zoro also frowned and looked at Luffy and asked, demon fruit power is afraid of water. Luffy nodded, other demon fruit powers are indeed afraid of water. The two were taken aback when they heard the words, others. I saw Luffy grinning. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he slowly walked to the surface of the water. That's right, other. Chapter 50. How can it be? Arlong looked at Luffy walking on the water in astonishment, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The originally arrogant murlocs scattered around and stared at Luffy in horror. Arlong watched Luffy stand still in his sleep and swallowed hard. The only person he's ever seen with such abilities in the Sun Pirates is the guy who is now Admiral. Aokiji. Damn it! What the hell are you, demon fruit power? Arlong looked at Luffy in shock. Martin fruit, Luffy grinned, Martin every morning you wake up. Arlong. Damn it! No matter what kind of fruit ability user you are, even if you can walk on the water, you still can't get into the water in the end. Arlong panicked and sank into the water. Yet, Luffy smiled slightly at Arlong's smug figure. The same hata in his hand started to melt and merge with it. It was a bit ugly at first, and I didn't want to use this form, but in order to let you feel what despair is, so I tell you, even if you hide in the deepest part of the sea, I will catch you back and tear you into pieces. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Luffy's appearance turned into a half-mermaid appearance after fusion. The transformation form of the big sword same hata. In this state, Luffy can fly freely in the water and has the ability to devour chakra and sense chakra. Arlong stared at Luffy in horror and shouted, "What the hell are you?" Then he turned his head and swam towards the deep sea and shouted at the Murlocs, "Run!" The remaining Murlocs could no longer bear the fear and fled in all directions. But Luffy wasn't going to let them go so easily. I saw him receive the lead instantly, with his arms open, water style who shows off the dam. The huge amount of seawater directly forms a huge mountain-like water prison. A dozen or so scattered Murlocs were trapped in the water polo like ants. How is it possible? Is this the sea god? A Murloc stared blankly at his figure suspended in mid-air. At this time, the villagers of the entire island saw the huge water prison towering into the sky, as well as Arlong and Luffy in the water prison. Is that Arlong? Who is he fighting? Why do I get the feeling that Arlong is running away? No way. That's Arlong. Only the survivors of Gosa town and the villagers of Kokoyashi village, who had witnessed the killing of Arlong cotters, looked at the water polo with excitement. Master Luffy is so powerful. Nami stared blankly at the water polo in the air, as if he couldn't believe that such a powerful Arlong would run away like a bereaved dog. Arlong? Want to know how those two cotters and compatriots of yours died? Luffy looked at the scurrying Murlocs and laughed, summoning 1,000 food sharks. Immediately thousands of ninja sharks were summoned by Luffy summoning. Murlocs are 10 times stronger than ordinary humans, but the strength of fish in water is more than 10 times stronger than humans, not to mention that this is a specially bred ninja beast. Thousands of sharks rushed towards the Murlocs like a submarine. Arlong looked at the scene in horror and finally felt deep regret in his heart. It is obvious that the strength of human beings is far superior to that of the Murlocs, so why does he come to the human country to do his best? Arlong begged Luffy tremblingly, "Please, let me go. I swear I will never appear in Kokoyashi village again, no, I will never appear in the human world again." Luffy put away his smile and looked at Arlong coldly, "Go tell the villagers you killed before." All of a sudden, countless sharks rushed towards Arlong cruelly. Originally, Arlong managed to kill several sharks with his own strength, but with the blood flowing, the sharks fell into a frenzy. And Arlong also began to wear down due to the excessive bloodshed in the previous battle with Luffy. "No! Help me! I don't want to die!" Arlong's terrified cries spread throughout the island through special sound waves. As everyone watches, Arlong, the bully who rules over 20 towns on the island, turns into shark bait. The whole water dungeon was stained red with blood, and with Arlong's tragic death, the dragon pirates were completely wiped out. With a bang, the huge water prison melted into the sea with the blood of the Murlocs wrapped in it, as if it had never appeared before. Bryn Commodore brought Nami and the villagers of Kokoyashi village to the ruined Arlong paradise. Luffy withdrew same hata from his body, and the strong 8-pack ABS were covered with a layer of divine brilliance under the sunlight. He walked up to Nami slowly, reached out and put the straw hat back on his head. "Welcome back, little navigator." Nami burst into tears and threw herself into Luffy's arms. The villagers in Kokoyashi village looked at each other and happily threw the farm tools in their hands into the sky. "Arlong is dead. We are liberated. Long live Luffy! Long live Marine!" Looking at the excited villagers, Luffy held Nami in one hand and raised his hand high and shouted, "Yuxi, the banquet is here. I want 10 girls. Nami, Go to hell! Boom! Chapter 51. Catchy catchy! Look, here's the spoils I saved from killing Arlong. The Murloc Arlong's sharp teeth are said to be teeth that can crush stones. Even if the whole body is swallowed by sharks, the fangs in this mouth still remain. At this time, in Kokoyaksi village, Usopp stood on a high platform holding a mouthful of huge fangs and boasted loudly. A large group of villagers below looked at Usopp with golden eyes and cheered loudly. Sanji hugged the two young ladies in one hand and was in high spirits. Only Zoro struggled to get up from the bed to drink and was pinned down on the bed by the old doctor in Kokoyashi village. BD. You are fatally injured, and you will die if you drink any more. How is it possible? I'll drink another 10 barrels and nothing will happen. Arlong paradise is broken. We are free. The villagers cheered loudly holding the tattered flag of the dragon pirates. Let's have a carnival, let's have a banquet. We have been waiting for this day for 8 years, let's party, today, tomorrow, and even the day after tomorrow, until we are too tired to move. Ah! Nyaki Gao's big sister. Chapo, the surviving little boy in Gosa town, ran to Nyakijao and cheered loudly, I went to Arlong Paradise to see it, it was amazing. Everything was beaten to pieces. Nyakijao smiled and took a big sip of rum and said, how is it? Very powerful, right? Chapo danced excitedly, as expected of Lord Luffy. You are so strong. Where is Lord Luffy? Nyakijao pointed at a figure in the crowd who was binge eating and drinking and pouted. He also said that he had to find 10 results, and when the food came up, he immediately started the gluttony mode. Luffy was also a little helpless, he didn't expect that the second gear would consume so much for him at this time. If it wasn't for the fact that Samehada's sword had restored him some of his strength by eating the murlocs, Luffy even doubted that he wouldn't be able to survive the banquet. At this time, a group of girls around Luffy were feeding Luffy with red eyes. At this time, Luffy was simply a perfect man in their hearts. Young, powerful, savior, marine, good figure, strong physique, cough cough. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and Luffy also ate for 3 days and 3 nights. Under the dual effects of life return and rubber fruit, Luffy finally returned to his peak state. Yaoxi, let's strike up a conversation. Luffy stretched a lot, looked around, but found that everyone was already lying on the ground so tired and fell asleep. Luffy glanced at Sanji who was hugging left and right with disdain, damn, you actually took advantage of others. Luffy, who can't find a girl, is going to find Nami to have a good rest. Hey? Where's the person? Luffy observation Haki found that Nami was not at the banquet. Expanding the range, Luffy vaguely sensed a direction. Without hesitation, Luffy wandered up the hill. A cross is erected on one of the tombs. Nami was kneeling in front of the grave and looking at the sea in the distance, with an excited smile on his face. Nyokijao on the side was sleeping soundly on Nami's lap. The scenery here is nice. Luffy smiled and said to Nami, I've been looking for you for a long time. Luffy. Nami turned around in surprise, as if she didn't expect Luffy to find this place. I said, Luffy, you said if Belle Mel was still alive, would she be happy to hear that I was marine? Luffy smiled slightly when he heard the words, of course, I heard you say that Belle Mel is a warrior who never surrendered to the pirates until his death. The smile on Nami's face became more obvious, she gently leaned her head on the shoulder of Luffy who was sitting aside, and said softly, thank you. Luffy smiled slightly. At this moment, he really felt the blood and emotion brought by Luffy's adventure in the original play. And far surpassing the happiness of Luffy, the straight man of steel, he gently hugged Nami who was sleeping on his shoulder, and it really was the beginning of Tianhu. After this battle, his reputation has probably been passed to the 5 elders for the record, right? No, it should be said to be Zoan human fruit phantom beast Nica form. It is said that rubber fruit and world government are incompatible. Luffy never thought of it that way. 5 elders have said they've been trying to control rubber fruit for 800 years. But rubber fruit is extremely difficult to obtain, as if avoiding the world government. At this moment, Luffy joins Marine as a rubber fruit demonic ability user. This will greatly attract the attention of the world government. Obliterate? Just kidding, after all, there is a Nika fruit user who is willing to join the world government, but he wants to kill it and let the fruit spread to the sea again? Luffy believes that from then on, as long as he is still in the Marine camp, the 5 elders will not give up this opportunity to control rubber fruit. 77th Marine Branch. Mossy, 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 Mossy. Hi, this is Marine Headquarters. This is the 77th branch of the Marine Commodore Brin Brin, Marine number 00701, now report to the headquarters. I can hear you without being so excited. Listen, Naval Headquarters Colonel Monkey D. Luffy has wiped out all the evil dragons in the invincible Erlong Paradise. And he will also kill Colonel Mouse, the 16th branch that colluded with the evil dragon pirates to search for civilians. For rectification. The task of clearing the murlocs assigned by Vice Admiral Garp has been completed. I would like to ask for credit. Understood, received. Chapter 52. Ah! A scream sounded in the orange grove. With Luffy's scream, the morning sun cast a ray of light from a distance. BD Luffy, what did you do to us? Nami yelled at Luffy under the bed angrily, clutching his chest. Aokiji covered her mouth and laughed happily. Luffy looked at Nami with an innocent face and spread his hands. Oh my god, I didn't do anything. Yesterday you were too tired and fell asleep on my shoulder, and Aokiji fell asleep on your lap. I'm afraid you caught a cold, so I moved you back home. Then why are you in bed? Nami looked at Luffy suspiciously and asked. Last night, you two hugged me and insisted that I was Belle Mel, and you couldn't pull it away. Then I could only lie on the bed and sleep with you. Luffy explained helplessly. Really? Nami asked Luffy suspiciously. Whether he is true or not, at worst, he should repay his life-saving grace with a promise of his own body. Aokiji said with a teasing face. Under the influence of Belle Mel, in order to cooperate with Nami's acting, Aokiji developed a bad character that is more rogue than Nami's siren. Nami gave Aokiji a white look, and looked at Luffy softly. What Aokiji said is indeed true, and the kindness of saving the village is not a big deal even if it is promised by body. In the past 8 years, she has had a much worse life than this. Nami? Are you home? Ajian's voice sounded from outside the door. Ajian entered the door and saw the 3 people in disheveled clothes, and immediately spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Ahem, do you believe me when I say this is a misunderstanding? Luffy said to Jian with a serious face, this guy is like a father to Nami and Aokiji. Aokiji suddenly put on a cute and pitiful expression, some people even put up their pants and refused to admit it. Nami on the side also had a smirk on his face, and said to Jian, that is to say, Jian, you have to be the master for us. Luffy. With a whoosh, Luffy rushed out of the house, and Ajian chased him out with his face flushed with anger. Nami and Nokikao in the room laughed. Waiting to catch up to a hillside. Luffy stopped, and Ajian, who was panting behind him, sat down on the ground. You really can run. Luffy spread his hands and smiled. Ajian was silent for a while and said, Nami is going to follow you to the sea, this must be a dangerous journey, it is impossible, but it doesn't matter, but if you dare to make her lose her precious smile, I will definitely to kill you. Luffy looked at the grave bag on the top of the mountain and gave a thumbs up, don't you look at who I am? No one can compare in terms of background, and I have the background in terms of strength. From now on, there must be only joy to accompany Nami. Ajian nodded in satisfaction when he heard the words, and walked towards Belle's grave on his own. Aren't you going to see Nami off? Luffy smiled at Jian and said. No need, her smile is no longer my old guardian. Aegeon waved his hand and took off the windmill above his head, and silently inserted it in front of Belle Mel's grave. Luffy smiled slightly. Unlike Hokage, where most of the characters are extremist snake spirits, most of the civilians Luffy met in pirates were positive, which is why Luffy was very moved in his previous life. At this time, Nami looked around at the tables and chairs in the orange room, and memories of Belle and Mel flowed into Nami's heart. Holding a photo of Belle Mel in her hand, Nami said to herself, "It's all over, Belmel. Although it took 8 years, I finally got freedom. I and everyone else are like Belle Mel said, as long as we live, there will be happy things to come." Sure enough, it's true. Everyone in the village laughed so happily. "I'm planning to leave this island, it doesn't matter, there is nothing to worry about, they are all good people, they are marines like you, and they are very powerful. This time I'm going to draw the sea chart for myself, and for my dream, I'm going to travel around the world with my friends." Nyokijo on the bed looked at Nami's excited expression and showed a satisfied smile. "Are you leaving?" Nami nodded. "Go, I have been living for others for so many years, now it is finally my turn." Nyokijo said to Nami with a smile. "Will you come with me?" Nami asked expectantly. Luffy sure doesn't mind having an extra crew member. "Me?" Nyokijo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I don't have the dream of going to sea, and I also have to take care of this orange grove in Belle Mel, and when you come back someday, you will have these sour oranges to eat." "Woolen cloth." Nami looked at Nyokijo apologetically. Nyokijo waved his hand indifferently. "My dream is not in the sea." Nami nodded, picked up his small backpack and walked out of the house. While standing at the door, Nami felt a gentle push from an arm. Nami turned around in surprise, but saw Nyokijo still lying on the bed without moving. Nami immediately showed a happy smile and ran towards the port. "Hey! Nami! I've been waiting for you for a long time." Luffy and the others were bored at this moment, waving at Nami who was running and waiting for her arrival. Chapter 53. Awesome, I got a lot of food this time, and the preparations are finally complete. Sanji nodded in satisfaction looking at the supplies in the cabin. Usopp was tidying up the warehouse, and he was very excited to participate in the adventure for the first time. Although it is only a few days, it is really a town full of memories. "UBD has been paddling the whole time, hey." "What? Just kidding, I covered you for you," Usopp said with an annoyed look on his face. "After waiting so long for Ms. Nami, I'm really afraid that she won't come anymore." Sanji looked at Nami steering the helm with a cigarette in his mouth, his face full of nympho. "Idiot, why did you get on this ship?" Zoro raised an eyebrow and asked Sanji. "Shut up. You're just jealous of my love with Ms. Nami, so you're jealous." Zoro turned his head with black lines all over his head. "What are you doing, you idiot?" "Shut up. I'm on this boat, 99.9999% because of Ms. Nami." Nami glanced at the chart and turned to Sanji with a sly smile. "Then you should prepare a summer drink for me." Hearing Nami's voice, Sanji's figure instantly turned into soft plasticine, his eyes turned into red hearts and he raised his hand and shouted, "Hi Nami-san, I'll be here soon." Nami smiled triumphantly, "I want 2 glasses." "No problem." Sanji shouted excitedly. After Sanji was ready, he served it to Nami, and Nami handed a cup to Luffy casually. "You won't be angry if I bring a cup to Chief Luffy?" Nami asked, blinking her big shiny eyes. Sanji's heart melted immediately. "No. No. Even if you ask me to do it for him, I won't be angry at all." "Usopp? I want to eat Sanji too." Sanji immediately turned to look at Usopp with a look of disdain. "Go and do it yourself." "Usopp? Show. This lick dog." Luffy jumped onto the sheep's head of the melee, feeling the sea breeze going forward, eating the smoothie made by Sanji very comfortably. A news bird fell from the sky and landed directly on the deck of the melee. Usopp pointed at the news bird excitedly and shouted, "Ah, sea bird, can you bake it?" Nami punched it flying, "Idiot, this is a news bird, selling newspapers. Do you want to spend the rest of your life as a blind man who doesn't even know anything about current affairs? Is that so?" Usopp got up and looked at the newspaper hanging around the neck of Newsbird and the hat on his head. "It's so amazing, it really is the right time for me to go to sea. Here's a newspaper," Nami said, holding out his hand to Newsbird. The Newsbird compared a 100 Bailey with its wings. Nami suddenly looked disgusted. "Why has the price increased again? Isn't it a bit expensive for you?" Immediately, Nami stuffed Bailey into the backpack on Newsbird's chest and took a newspaper with a look of reluctance. "I won't buy it if the price increases again next time." Newsbird touched its head with its wings helplessly. It had never met such a stingy woman. "It's just a newspaper, what about you?" Usopp fiddled with the various bottles and cans he had researched and did not reply. Nami looked at the crew members who looked like the second uncle with a look of hatred. "You guys don't know that rice, oil, and salt are expensive. If you buy them every day, it will be a big deal. Luffy is a colonel. His point, the salary is not enough to eat by myself. Don't you need to save money to buy the village back from Arlong? Are you still so fussy about money?" Usopp asked in surprise. Nami looked at Usopp with disgust. "What are you talking about? I put 100 million Baileys in Kokoyasi village to let everyone rebuild the village. Now we are penniless. In addition to all of you lazy bastards, I don't even have the money to buy a piece of clothing. Fortunately, there are still 2 heads of Murloc cotters who can exchange some Baileys to deal with it temporarily. Let Zoro exchange the bounties of those 2 Murloc leaders later." Usopp carefully poured a bottle of special chili water into the marbles. "As long as the enemy hits this trick, it will definitely be over. My killer chili star." "What?" Suddenly, Nami screamed. Usopp, who was pouring chili water, shook his hand and poured it all over his eyes. "Usopp! Ah! Water, water, water!" Usopp was scurrying all over the deck. Zoro looked at Nami in surprise. "What's wrong?" Sanji, who turned into a knight, was guarding the orange tree on the roof, and jumped down when he heard Nami's cry, who surprised our beloved Nami so much. "Usopp, water! Water! BD! Water!" Impatiently, Sanji kicked Usopp into the sea. "Isn't there water everywhere outside the boat?" "Usopp, Gilyalo Sanji Gilyalo UBD." Everyone looked at Nami again, only to see that Nami turned the newspaper over in tears. Photos of Luffy holding Same Hata standing on the giant waves like a sea god appeared in the newspapers. It was written in the newspaper. The newly promoted Marine Supernova Monkey D. Luffy killed the dragon pirates alone, rescued 20 innocent villages and towns, and will soon be promoted to the post of Naval Headquarters Commodore. Nami heartbrokenly pointed to the newspaper and said, "The bounties for the 2 Murloc officers are gone. Everyone! Is this where your focus is?" Chapter 54. In order to give credit to Luffy, Brin Commodore reported the dragon pirates to Naval Headquarters intact. Naturally, the bounties of the 2 Murloc cotters who were going to exchange money for card bugs would not reach Luffy's account. This made Luffy and others, who were already very poor, even poorer. Fortunately, there are materials sponsored by people in Kokoyasi village, which are enough for Luffy and others to persist until Luffy pays his salary. Naval Headquarters at this time. Garp showed off to Sengoku with a newspaper laughing. "Did you see? Did you see? My grandson! Commodore! Don't let me be promoted! The world government personally ordered Luffy to be promoted to Commodore. Ha ha ha!" Sengoku yelled at Garp with veins on his head, "Have you had enough? It's been 3 days. You've been in front of me for 3 days. Stop it! Don't you have to do missions?" Garp picked his nostrils with a look of disgust. it's only been 3 days, and I'm going to laugh for another 3 months. God knows how Garp got by all these years. The son is the leader of the revolutionary army. One of the 2 grandsons is the son of One Piece, and the other is the rubber fruit eaten by the red hare. As Garp, who saved countless celestial dragons from the Valley of the Gods, he naturally knows the real name of rubber fruit. So he has always hoped that Ace and Luffy can become Marine since they were young. Because whether it is Joey Boy who joined Marine or the posthumous son of One Piece who has reformed, they have a greater impact on the world than simply killing the 2. If you think about it, you know that the execution of the son of the One Piece is more beneficial to the rule of the world government than the son of the One Piece repenting and joining the Marine to maintain world peace. Even the son of One Piece doesn't bother to look for that big secret treasure anymore. The legend of One Piece must be false. This blow to the era of great pirates is much bigger than the execution of Ace. Not to mention Joey Boy's rubber fruit, the world government has been trying to control rubber fruit for 800 years, but they have all failed. How to control? It must not be found and hidden. Instead, people eat rubber fruit to control it, but as 5 elders said, Zoan fruit has the will of animals. And the free will contained in the Nika fruit affects the demon fruit power, causing all those who eat the rubber fruit to embark on a path that runs counter to the world government. This is why the 5 elders say that rubber fruit is fleeing the world government. Otherwise, how could devil fruit itself use the word escape to describe it? Today's Luffy, as a rubber fruit capable person, even volunteered to join Marine, and is actively doing the work of fighting pirates. This made the 5 elders overjoyed directly, and let the world government see the possibility of controlling the Nika fruit. So when Luffy's record was presented, Luffy was directly promoted to the post of Commodore. Otherwise, it would be a dream come true for Arlong to be promoted to the Naval Headquarters Commodore with just 20 million Baileys. You must know that the strength of the Commodore level in this department is the powerhouse who holds armament haki and observation haki. The pirates with 20 million Baileys are not an enemy at all under their hands. Luffy can become a Commodore with such a record, all relying on the identity of rubber fruit and Garp. Seeing Garp's triumphant expression, Sengoku's heart was full of MMP at this moment. He grabbed the senbei in Garp's hand, and stuffed it into his mouth desperately. Ah! My senbei! BD Sengoku! I'm going to drink up your tea! Goat! BAA! 2 old men over half a century old began to fight in the marshal's office. The messenger soldier outside the door twitched his mouth and finally decided to report to work later. At the same time, the 3 admirals on the other side and some vice-admirals were also discussing the young Commodore in a conference room. It's just defeating an evil dragon. Even if the strength has surpassed the branch Marine, his combat achievements are much worse if he directly becomes the headquarters Commodore. It means that our group of subordinates who have worked so hard in the Grand Line have not yet been qualified to be promoted to Commodore. Is it because of Vice Admiral Garp? If you want to say that, it may be possible. A group of rear admirals muttered in the audience. With their positions, it was impossible to get to the real reason why Luffy was promoted to Commodore. Not to mention that they are clueless about the 3 admirals. Even if it is Garp's grandson, the world government doesn't need to pay so much attention to it. Kizaru took a sip of hot tea. Yo, the young people nowadays are really scary. Only 16, right? They're already in Commodore. Aokiji took off the blindfold on his head. Well, I'm so tired. Overall I did a good job, even if he hit Marine very hard. Apparently Aokiji was talking about Luffy taking out the 16th branch directly. Akainu on the side looked at the handed-in report with admiration. Hey! Colluding with Marine. Smearing my Marine's reputation. This kind of person deserves to die. I think he did nothing wrong. If it were me, I would guarantee that this group of scumbags would not left. Akainu pursues thorough justice, and will not tolerate people like Colonel Mouse who swindle and cheat in the name of Marine. Aokiji and Kizaru glanced at Akainu. It seems that Garp, the grandson's behavior, is really liked by Akainu. Let's make an announcement. Let Luffy come to naval headquarters to report on his duties in a month's time. Akainu said to the recorder on the side. Next, let's talk about the Alabasta Rebellion. Chapter 55. Grand Line, on a spring island. Hey, look! A pirate on guard suddenly saw several green flames on the sea. Another person picked up the binoculars and took a closer look. This is Hawkeye, my hawk. Go find the boss. The rest of the little pirates gathered around Hawkeye, looking nervously at Hawkeye. Hawkeye! What are you doing here? Don't make noise, I'm not here to find you. Where are the cotters? Eagle Eyes looked straight into the depths of the island's forest. It's really quite leisurely to camp on this kind of island. Deep in the forest, a number of pirates were lying on the ground, twisted and twisted. If it weren't for the terrifying aura exuding from them, people would have thought it was a murder scene. A little Carla ran up to the pirate leader out of breath. Boss! Who? Hawkeye? Hawkeye! However, just as he was about to continue talking, he felt a chill behind him, and Hawkeye was already standing behind him. The leader with red hair bowed his head and said in a deep voice, Hawkeye, you are really a rare visitor. I'm not feeling well right now. Did you come to me for a duel? Hawkeye glanced at the red hair in distaste. I never thought that the Kraken would now challenge you, a guy who lost his left arm, to a duel, and now I am pursuing the highest level of kendo. There is no sword in my hand, and I have no sword in my heart. Red hair. Nima, without a sword in your heart, you are Mao's swordsman. Then what are you here for? The redhead looked at Hawkeye in surprise and asked. The fluttering tone made Hawkeye frown. Hawkeye took out a newspaper from his pocket, and said lightly to the redhead, I'm here to tell you that you bet on your loneliness in the future, and the funny kid in a certain village you told me about seems to be your future worst enemy. The red hair pirates looked up instantly when they heard about Luffy. Photos of Luffy haki riding the waves appeared in front of everyone. The red-haired stared at Luffy wearing the cloak of justice in a daze, and his mind couldn't turn around. The chicken leg in the mouth of the big fat Logi Lu suddenly fell, and he laughed loudly at the redhead and mocked loudly, "Ptah ha ha ha! Boss, Luffy has become a marine and a marine commodore." The originally dull atmosphere was instantly interrupted by the taunts from the red hair pirates. "Haha boss, Luffy has become a marine instead of a pirate, haha. I really want to see him chasing you around in the future. He still wears the straw hat you gave him. Are you a marine admiral? Puff ha ha ha." The red-haired guy shook his somewhat bewildered head, and waved his hands at his crew in disgust. Go, 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 and play. Then he looked at Hawkeye with an excited expression on his face and said, since Hawkeye is like this, I can't let you just go back like this. Hawkeye frowned, and a large barrel of rum was handed directly to Hawkeye. The red-haired blushed and waved at Hawkeye, that's it, my hawk, come have a drink, the banquet is going to be held today. Eagle-eyed picked up the wine glass in pain, and looked at the dizzy red-haired, aren't you hungover? Don't worry about it. This is wine for celebration. Come, come, drink. Ha ha ha. Feeling deeply bored? Ha 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 ha. Watching Hawkeye drank the barrel of wine in one gulp, the redhead laughed excitedly. Very good drink to your heart's content. But boss, didn't you just say that you are not feeling well after drinking too much? You idiot, how can you not drink on such a happy day, ha ha ha. It's still broad daylight. Don't worry about it. Done it, cheers to Luffy becoming a marine. Oh. Hawkeye looked at the excited red hair pirates and twitched his mouth. Only then did he see that the redhead didn't seem to care whether Luffy became a marine or a pirate at all, he just cared whether Luffy went to sea or not. Thinking of the fight with Luffy at the Bharati restaurant, Hawkeye pulled out the black knife from behind. Be it a pirate or a marine, Kendo never ends. Supreme sword intent. Wait for me to find you again. Monkey D. Luffy. Poor Hawkeye had no idea that Luffy had already given him reasons to avoid fighting in the future. And this scene is not limited to the red hair here. Anyone who knew Luffy set off a frenzy. Windmill Village. The villagers looked at the newspaper excitedly. Hey, is it true? Luffy? Marine? Isn't this guy always talking about becoming a pirate? OMG, this is Commodore. Garp is also Vice Admiral, right? He is really capable. Maybe there will be an admiral in this village. This is really good. The old village head leaned on a stick and looked at Luffy's photo with satisfaction. This kid has finally figured it out. I hope he can become a hero like his grandfather. In this way, there will be 2 marine heroes in the village, and East Blue can also, it's more peaceful. Cheers, become a marine admiral for Luffy. Oh ah! There was a burst of carnival in the tavern. Luffy, who became marine, brought more surprises to everyone than pirates. Chapter 56. Ding dong, the Kisame template has expired. Congratulations to host Kisame, the restoration rate of the template has reached 100%, and the rewards will be drawn soon. Congratulations on getting the item reward, broadsword Samehada. Do you want to enable template refollowing? Luffy looked at Samehada in his hand with disgust. Why did you randomly get one of these things? Even if you give me a 3-body technique, it's better than Samehada, right? Zoro on the side looked at the depressed Luffy strangely and asked, what's wrong? Luffy glanced at Zoro and said with a strange smile, Zoro, do you want a big knife? Zoro. Then Luffy handed Samehada to Zoro, this knife is for you. Zoro looked at Luffy with a look of disgust, I don't want it, it doesn't look like a knife at all, okay. Samehada looked like a mallet when it was wrapped in a bandage, but when it was unwrapped, boy, it had nothing to do with the knife at all. This is a famous sword. It's comparable to the Supreme 12 sharp swords. It can absorb the energy and blood of the enemy to replenish itself, restore vitality and physical strength. It can also fuse with it and become a murloc. A batch of cattle. Luffy was just bragging to Zoro. It's a pity that Zoro still looks disgusted and has no interest in Samehada. TCH. Luffy had no choice but to put Samehada away silently. That is to say, this knife is not suitable for Li Jing's 100% empty-handed catch, otherwise Luffy can let them feel what it means to be 100% empty-handed to catch the mace. Although Luffy dislikes Samehada very much, it is only because the guy is too ugly. In terms of ability alone, Samehada's ability to absorb the enemy's blood to replenish himself is a perfect match for the second gear that consumes life and a lot of physical strength. Usopp on the lookout yelled at Luffy, I want it. Luffy chuckled and threw Samehada to Usopp directly. Usopp is ready to catch. In the next second, the heavy Samehada staggered him directly. Good weight. Usopp picked up Samehada with a black line all over his head, but he was only able to pick it up. You must know that Kisame is gifted with strange powers, and Samehada is ridiculously heavy for ordinary people. What Usopp didn't expect was that the moment he got Samehada, Usopp felt his physical strength was draining rapidly. After a while, the whole person collapsed directly on the observation deck. Hey! Luffy, what a broken knife, why is it so heavy? And I feel more and more tired after holding it in my hand. Usopp complained weakly and loudly. Luffy laughed at the bottom, this thing is a monster that can suck the blood of others. If you use it without fighting, you need to feed it regularly, although not much. That's not much. I can't stand up, okay? Usopp said with a depressed face. Unexpectedly, Samehada suddenly seemed to feel that Usopp couldn't get enough blood, so he jumped off the bandage by himself and jumped to Luffy's side. My grass! Samehada with a big mouth frightens Usopp directly. Looking at Samehada, Luffy, who is like a puppy beside him with black lines all over his head, you are Samehada, one of the 7 ninja swords. I'm not Killer Bee, why are you clinging to me? In desperation, Luffy had no choice but to carry Same Hata again, and gave it to Chopper if it didn't work. Same Hata, who can grow bigger by devouring energy and blood, might just be suitable for Chopper who ate the fruits of ordinary people. Sanji. Breakfast. Is breakfast ready? Starving. Luffy turned his head and yelled into the cabin. The broken knife made Luffy, who already had a huge appetite, even bigger. Fortunately, Same Hata devours chi and blood and has a weak exercise effect, so that Luffy's physical strength is slowly increasing. Hi. I'll do it right away, you wait first. Yang Fan's Sanji climbed down from the net rope to comfort him. Cooking is always the happiest moment for Sanji. Good morning, Nami-san. Sanji stared at Nami who had just come out of the cabin and ran into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Hey Zoro, how about we play hide and seek? Usopp squatted in front of Zoro excitedly. It can be, Luffy nodded, the voyage before landing was indeed boring. Ah! Zoro looked at the two of them as if they were mentally retarded. Are you idiots? How old are you? You're so useless. Yawn, I'm going to catch up on sleep before breakfast. Hey, you must be afraid of losing, right? Usopp looked at Zoro with a smirk and said aggressively. Zoro's leaving figure instantly stopped in place. What did you say, boy? How could I be afraid? Usopp laughed, haha. Look. Get angry all at once. Nanny. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? If you lose, you will be a puppy. Luffy laughed, Zoro is just like a child, haha. Stop, you two bastards. Zoro's eyes were burning with anger, and he rushed towards Luffy and Usopp frantically. Come and chase me, I'll let you he. Stop. BD. I'm going to kill you both. Nami stood on the high platform and propped his chin with his hand, looking at the three people fighting with each other below with a happy smile on his mouth. At this moment, Sanji finished cooking and came out of the kitchen. Hey! You three! It's time for breakfast. Nami-san, I prepared delicious egg tarts for you. Nami smiled happily, thank you. Sanji suddenly turned into a puddle of mud, writhing around. The three people below looked at Sanji with contempt, and said in unison, Bollock the dog. Sanji, FK. You three childish guys, how can you understand the charm of Nami-san? Whispering sound. Chapter 57. The system reloads the character template. Ding dong, the template is being randomly generated. Congratulations for getting this random template. Kill Wang Larenbach. Luffy, who was yawning, suddenly brightened his eyes. Kill Wang Larenbach? The main character in the Star Predator anime. The legendary Blitz knocked down Wang Larenbach. Although this anime is not too popular, Luffy knows that the strength of Larenbach, the protagonist of the battle comics, is definitely pervert. Without him, Larenbach's only ability is speed. Ability to move faster than the speed of sound. And the feeling, endurance, and thinking ability to match the speed. Luffy hastily opened his property panel. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Currently loaded template, Blitz's knockdown Wang Larenbach. Equipment, Oda Key. Innate abilities, Lightning Strike, the ability to move faster than the speed of sound, Critical Strike, Sword Strike at super heights, Strengthened Thinking, able to adapt to and timely handle actions in the high-speed state, Toughness, the body can easily withstand the impact of high-speed movement, Impact. Character Reset Countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Character Restoration Degree, 10%. With a flash of golden light, a large sword with the same length as Luffy appeared at Luffy's waist. And Luffy's observation haki skyrocketed at the same time, and the talent of enhanced thinking was not restricted by the ontology and was exactly the same as the protagonist. The scope of observation haki, which was originally just a rudimentary one, has expanded by more than 10 times. At this time, Luffy can still vaguely foresee part of the future. This is the top observation haki that can only be obtained when fighting Kaji. What surprised Luffy even more was that he could feel that his body had been greatly strengthened. He could feel that even if he slashed himself with a knife at this moment, it might only create a white mark. At this time, his body hardness is comparable to the iron body level of CP9 members. Armament haki is just a stone's throw away. Hey? Luffy, when did you change your knife again? Zoro put down the fitness equipment sweating profusely and saw the Tadeo hanging on Luffy. Luffy smiled, and disappeared from the spot the next moment. What? Zoro's pupil shrank, he didn't even see Luffy's movements. As expected of the knockdown king of Blitz, this speed has risen to another level. Luffy's voice came from behind Zoro. Zoro turned around abruptly, only to see Luffy was already standing behind him. Hey, you still keep people alive, and the speed has increased again. Zoro looked at Luffy in disbelief. Temporary, this is just a temporary cheat. Luffy waved his hand, they're all useless. Zoro blankly glanced at Luffy, turned his head and joined the Iron Army. With such a captain, as the deputy captain, the pressure on himself was too great. And Luffy drew out the sword at his waist, and the number 213 appeared on the sword. Star Points. The world of Star Raiders is a Garden of Eden established in the sky by a superpower after a nuclear war. All are ruled by star points. Different people have different ways of obtaining star points, but the more star points, the stronger the strength. There are two types of star points obtained by the protagonist Lorenbach. One is the number that replaces the number of companions killed on the Otaki. The other is the number of girls on the left hand. And the 213 on the sword is the number of those pirates that Luffy has killed since he went to sea. Then Luffy looked at his left hand again, but saw a number 57 appearing on his left hand. Luffy suddenly took a breath, good guy. I didn't expect that I would be so popular. You must know that the number on the girl's left hand will decrease by 1 every time Lorenbach flicks it. And the number on the protagonist's left hand is -1002. In other words, the protagonist has dumped 1002 girls. But Luffy has a positive 57 in his hand, which means that there are at least 57 girls in this world who are willing to commit themselves to Luffy. Luffy immediately guessed the girls in the 20 villages and towns on the island where Kakozia village is located. Tisk tisk tisk, Marine is really popular. Luffy let out an exclamation of excitement. Then he looked at the number on the Otaki, which was far from the original protagonist's 300,000 star points. If I want to restore the strength of the protagonist Lorenbach to 100%, it is very likely that I will push the number on the sword to 300,000, and then dump 1002 girls. Isn't this FG nonsense? Luffy twitched the corner of his mouth speechlessly, unless this template might be able to complete a 100% restoration when he was fighting against the Big Mom Pirates 10,000 Kingdoms. But judging from my current route, unless I kill indiscriminately all the way, otherwise, wanting to reach 300,000 kill points is purely a dream. But even so, the talent that Lorenbach brings can greatly facilitate the progress of Luffy's armament haki and observation haki. Especially observation haki, the so-called predicting the future is to simulate in the brain the imminent future with the largest possible choice through the perception of extremely subtle observations. And Blitz King's ability to feel and think that matches the speed of sound directly pushed observation haki to the top. Everything around was transmitted to Luffy's mind through the 5 senses, and countless future pictures flashed in Luffy's mind. Is this what it feels like to be a god? Luffy grabbed a giant fish in the sea directly onto the deck. But what followed was a sense of exhaustion. FK, is this thing so wasteful? Luffy shook his head, and was surprised to find that his body had already consumed a lot of energy at this time. No wonder Ka-er would only activate this top-level knowledge color when he was fighting. Luffy. Look. The town of Rog is here. Usopp interrupts Luffy to study his newly loaded template. At this time, the shadow of the town of Rog has appeared above the sea level. Chapter 58. Is that the island where the town of Rog is? It seems to be a pretty big town, right? I heard it is. Looks like there's a market selling fresh ingredients. I'm going to the weapon shop. It's really not very decent for a three-sword samurai to always have only one sword. Then I'll go to the equipment store to have a look. Luffy, by the way, are you rich? Everyone. Damn, penniless. This time, Nami did not steal the wallets of the villagers of Kokoyashi village. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and finally they all set their eyes on Luffy. You all look at me, I can't change money. Luffy suddenly raised his voice. Then we don't care. You are the captain. As a Marine Commodore who is about to be promoted, you must not give your subordinates salaries, right? Nami approached Luffy with a smile and said, and then gave Luffy a seductive look, why didn't you report the establishment to us? In order to defraud, in order to gain the world government's wool, Luffy has been asking the crew to use the pirates as bounty hunters to exchange the bounty Bailey. After all, once they become a marine, the pirates' bounty becomes the marine's military exploits. For the brave Luffy and others who are skilled in art, no matter how you look at it, it is more than Bailey earns in exchange for bounty. It's a pity that East Blue is the weakest sea after all. The average reward for the entire East Blue by Garp is less than 3 million. Like Krieg with a bounty of 17 million and Arlong with a bounty of 20 million, it is simply impossible to find. Luffy looked melancholy at the town of Rog, waiting for the Grand Line to evacuate Sky Island Enel's gold no matter what. No wonder Marine can become the biggest force in the pirate world, they are rich. Although they were obtained by exploiting the citizens by celestial dragons, they easily supported the expenses of the entire Marine plus bounty hunters. The reason why pirates are evil is that these poor people need to be self-sufficient in order to survive. The world government somehow gave the villagers a way to survive. But what this group of pirates robbed was the money and food for the villagers to survive. If you grab a one-piece level bounty like your grandfather, then you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Sanji took a breath and said. One Piece. Luffy rubbed his chin, One Piece. Buggy. Luffy suddenly remembered the clown Buggy who was an intern on the One Piece ship. Buggy, who was supposed to appear in Rog Town. Since Wang Luffy's crossing people did not go to Orange Town to find Buggy, so Luffy is not sure whether this guy came to Rog Town. Luffy turned back to the cabin and took out the reward order sent by Naval Headquarters, pulled out the reward order of Buggy the Clown and handed it to everyone. See, we rely on this guy to pay for our purchases. When we go ashore, everyone disperses and go to the town to look for him to see if there is any sign of this guy. Everyone looked at the reward of 16 million Baileys with bright eyes. Are you sure he's here? Zoro asked Luffy, frowning. Cough cough probably. Everyone immediately looked disgusted, relationship is luck. Luffy gave everyone a blank look, whether you want to find it or not, let me tell you, the guard of this town is the Thorn from Naval Headquarters, the Smoker from Logia Demon Fruit Power, if you don't want your head to be robbed, then set off quickly. Cut, you are squeezing labor. Zoro was still thinking about his weapon, he turned to Nami and asked, do you have any money left? Use it first. Nami suddenly showed a fox-like smile, hey 9 out and 13 out. Interest is calculated every day. Zoro roared frantically, are you a devil? Do you want to borrow it? Borrow. Soon everyone parked the Mary at the port, and as Marines, they naturally didn't have to park the ship in the wild. When we got off the boat, there were bustling crowds everywhere. I've never seen a small island so prosperous. Most of the people along the way are small islands like villages and towns. After all, it is a famous check-in spot for the birth and death of One Piece. It's the first time I have the feeling of coming to a big city. Very well, let's split up and see if we can find Buggy. We also look at the other reward orders. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's meat. Everyone nodded and set off towards the town separately. And just as Zoro was about to leave, Luffy called Zoro from behind. Zoro, do you want to buy 2 famous knives? Zoro looked back at Luffy in surprise. Hey? I don't want your monster. Luffy gave Zoro a blank look. I told you it's a ninja sword, it's awesome, okay. And I'm not talking about same hata. What's that? Zoro asked, looking at Luffy curiously. 3rd generation Geisha and Yokaizo. Zoro's eyes lit up when he heard that. Chapter 59. Zoro and Sanji walk out from Marine Base. At this time, there was an extra stack of Baileys in the hands of the 2 of them. Luffy glanced in disgustedly. Bah! What is the power of the 3 suns and the moon? Just pretend to be a big-tailed wolf with a 2 million bounty. It turned out that when Luffy and the others sent the pirate to Marine Base to exchange for the bounty, this guy boasted that he had a bounty of 5 million just to pretend to be ABD. In this East Blue, where the average bounty is less than 3 million Baileys, reaching a bounty of more than 5 million seems to be the dream of many pirates. Zoro on the side was not too disappointed, because compared to the 300,000 given by Nami, 2 million Pele is quite a lot for him. This time we have money to buy a knife, right? Zoro looked at Bailey in his hand and asked excitedly. We have to wait a little longer, we're going to find someone. Luffy touched his chin and said. Ah? Zoro looked at Luffy with a puzzled face. At this time, a knife shop next to the road attracted Zoro's attention. Oh, a knife shop. Zoro excitedly ran to the display counter, and when he saw the price marked on the knives on the display cabinet, Zoro's mood instantly became very ugly. Damn, it's too expensive, this kind. How dare you ask for 1 million Baileys? If Luffy hadn't found an extra money temporarily, the money he borrowed from Nami would not be enough for Zoro to take a look at it. Hey? I found it! Luffy, who was exploring the way with observation haki, opened his eyes suddenly. Hey? What? Go, your knife has been found. While speaking, Luffy excitedly drew to a place where people gathered and walked over. It's really rude to call him a monster. A crisp female voice came from the crowd. Don't be so wordy, he grabbed our heads and went to jail. Haven't you learned how to behave? Yet, we can't swallow this breath if it goes on like this. We're going to throw your dead body in front of him. The sound of arguing reached Zoro and Luffy's ears. The 2 broke through the crowd and looked in. At this time, Tashigi, who was dressed in rustic clothes, was confronting 2 pirates with murder weapons. The 2 pirates shouted impatiently and swung their knives at Tashigi. Zoro, who was watching, subconsciously put his hand on the words of Hideo. But Tashigi was not afraid at all, and the cloth strip she held in her hand fell off, revealing her famous sword Hwasu, ready to kill the 2 pirates instantly. However, there was a figure who shot faster than the 2. Zoro only felt that Luffy next to him was fleeting. In the next second, Luffy has appeared in front of Tashigi. In Tashigi's stunned expression, Luffy took Tashigi in his arms, and same hata came out from behind. With a loud noise, the 2 pirates screamed and smashed a big hole in the ground. And the number of star points on the dagger at his waist increased by 2 points again, and Luffy felt that his speed had improved a little bit again. Good guy, this thing has a killing bonus, no wonder the blitz on Wang is outrageous. Luffy muttered softly. Then Luffy suddenly became serious and said to Tashigi. How dare you attack such a cute girl, these pirates are still damned as always. Then he turned his head handsomely to Daisuke with a motherly smile and said, This beautiful lady, are you not hurt? At this time, Tashigi was wearing a khaki floral shirt, a pair of blue trousers, half of Tashigi's face was covered by big frame glasses, and it was obvious to others that she was a local girl who could not dress up. Nobody ever complimented her on being pretty or anything like that. At this moment, Luffy's affectionate greeting made Tashigi's pretty face flush. No, nothing. Tashigi whispered, "Can you let me go, please?" Luffy looked at Tashigi's embarrassing look and was instantly elated. Sure enough, the happiest thing is to be bullied naturally. Luffy chuckled and pulled Tashigi's hand from his waist. Who would have thought that Tashigi's legs gave way, screaming and throwing himself into Luffy's arms again. "Ah! I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Tashigi got up from Luffy's arms with a flushed face and bowed to Luffy again and again. Luffy smiled and waved his hands, "It's okay. It just so happens that a friend of mine wants to buy 2 knives. If you feel sorry, can you take us to a suitable shop?" At this moment, Dashiki saw the Tadeo and same hata on Luffy. She asked Luffy excitedly, "Are you a swordsman too?" Luffy rubbed his chin, looked at the same hata and Tadeo in his hand, "Let's count it. It seems that if you use a knife yourself, you will be caught." He is the real #1 swordsman in the world that even Hawkeye wants to surpass. At this time, Zoro stepped forward to justify Luffy's name. It seems that when it comes to kendo, Zoro is very serious. Especially after taking Luffy as the ultimate boss. Luffy looked at Zoro speechlessly, "Are you a fool? Only ghosts believe your nonsense, okay? What? You are so powerful." Tashigi looked at Luffy excitedly and said in surprise. "Luffy! I really believe it." Chapter 60. In the town of Rog. Tashigi asked Luffy all kinds of things with an excited face. "When did the duel between you and Hawkeye start? How did that supreme sword intent be displayed?" "The 3rd level of Kendo, I just entered the 1st level." "The 2 knives in your hand look so powerful, are they also famous knives?" "My dream is to take back all the famous swords in the world from the villains. If I reach the state of no sword in my heart as you said, will my dream be meaningless?" Tashigi, who was originally shy and quiet, walked around Luffy like a bee when talking about kendo and knives. Luffy glared at Zoro viciously. "Your uncle. Let me stay naturally." It's a pity that Zoro, who has a low EQ, didn't feel Luffy's pain at all. He looked at Luffy in surprise, "Why are you staring at me?" "Luffy." Finally, when Luffy was about to go crazy, they finally came to the place where Tashigi took care of Shijir. This is it. Although the boss likes money, the quality of technology and weapons can be guaranteed. Tashigi pointed to a shop with a dilapidated plaque and said to the two. Luffy saw that it was indeed the store where Zoro got the 3rd generation geisha. "Welcome, please choose slowly, my family is a 200-year-old shop." The store owner rubbed his hands like a profiteer and said to the 3 of Luffy. "Boss, our 2 friends want to buy 2 knives." Tashigi pointed to Luffy and the 2 of them and spoke. "Please tell the boss 2 good knives." Tashigi said to the shop owner with clasped hands, and then she pointed to Zoro, "Look at my friend who has not eaten for a few days and looks hungry, it must be there is an old mother who is sick in bed, and maybe the wife has run away, and she is raising 5 children who are waiting to be fed." Zoro. Luffy laughed at the side, Tashigi's brain power is second only to Usopp's prophecy among pirates. "In short, please give my friend a good price," Tashigi said with a sincere face. The originally flattering expression of the rosacea-nosed uncle on the opposite side instantly turned into a look of disgust. "Then how much money do you have?" Zoro slapped the bounty he received from Marine on the table, 1.3 million Baileys. The boss's eyes lit up when he heard about it. He originally thought that this guy was poor after hearing Tashigi's introduction, but he turned out to be a rich man. "I want to buy 2. Zoro said, holding out a 2-finger. The boss suddenly rejoiced in his heart, it seems that he is still being taken advantage of. "I don't even know the price of knives in the market in Rog Town. The swords on the display cabinets that Zoro saw in other knife shops before are basically the treasures of the merchants." The boss of Rosacea directly and mysteriously took out a gorgeous sword inlaid with gold and silver from the cupboard. "Brother, I see that you are full of seals and lucky stars. I will sell you this sword that has been passed down from my ancestors for many years today. It only costs 100 yuan. Wan Bailey. Take home a sword that is comparable to a famous sword. Zoro looked at the sword in the owner's hand covered with black lines. As a swordsman, he could tell at a glance that the sword was nothing but gorgeous. Tashigi on the side frowned, and seriously took out her small book that recorded all the famous knives and rummaged for a long time. Boss, you are wrong. Not one of Liang Kui Dao's 50 skills is your sword. The store owner looked at Tashiji's earnest expression in dismay, and smiled a little embarrassingly. I said it all, it's comparable, it's comparable. At this time, Luffy rummaged through a pile of broken swords at the corner of the door and found a long black knife. The head of this knife is decorated with kojiri, and the blade is cross-shaped, which is relatively simple. It has a handle and a handle. From a distance, it looks like a rusty Madara, but if you look closely, you can feel its sharpness. One of the 50 craftsmen of Liang Kui Dao, 3rd generation Oni Toru. Zoro's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he walked towards Luffy excitedly, grabbing the knife in his hand. Tashigi even introduced all the information about 3rd generation Gato clearly with admiration. The shop owner was delighted at first, then struggled on his face. This knife is not for sale. Hey? Why? Tashigi frowned and looked at the shop owner. Zoro waved the 3rd generation geisha in his hand and felt more and more comfortable. That knife is a demon knife. The shop owner finally said, the knives of the Onitsuka series are good, but many swordsmen who wore the Onitsuka series died inexplicably. Now there is no swordsman who uses Onitsuka anymore. No, that's not right, Luffy said aside. 1st generation geisha is still in use. The store owner was stunned, and Luffy continued, Boss, let's make a bet. I will use my sword skills to compare with his curse. If my sword skills are stronger, how about you give me this 3rd generation geisha? The shop owner was stunned. How is this a competition? Luffy reached out and took the 3rd generation Kitora from Zoro's hand, and slashed straight at Tashigi. With the addition of the Blitz King template, 3rd generation Onitsuka appeared in front of Tashigi instantly like a phantom. What are you doing? Chapter 61. At this time, there was a shout outside the door. A black shadow instantly appeared in front of Tashigi at an extremely terrifying speed, and with a snap of his hands, he caught the terrifying Onitsuka. The shop owner was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Tashigi also backed away again and again with a look of shock. Everyone took a closer look at this time, and it was Colonel Smoker, who was stationed in Rogue Town and known as the White Hunter, who was attacking with the help of Luffy. Yo hello! Luffy smiled and withdrew the ghost from Smoker's hand. Smoker punched Luffy directly, a hole. Who are you? Do you want to kill her? Luffy dodges Smoker's white punch with an understated sideways move. Don't get excited, I'm just demonstrating my kendo to the shopkeeper. Smoker was furious when he heard the words, BD. You actually took your life to demonstrate the way of swordsmanship? I must arrest you. You hateful pirate! Stop! Who is going to take human life to demonstrate my sword skills? Luffy stopped Smoker innocently. If I hadn't caught the long sword in time, Tashigi would have. Luffy interrupted Smoker directly, are you sure you caught it in time? Of course it is me. Smoker was about to speak when he suddenly reacted. No, it seems that my own strength is not enough to stop such a fast sword at such a long distance. At that time, I panicked, only feeling a terrifying force acting on myself. My body involuntarily appeared under Luffy's sword and clamped the long sword. Smoker looked at Luffy suspiciously. Zoro on the side suddenly realized, so it is. Supreme Sword Intent. Everyone was confused when they heard the words, what is the Supreme Sword Intent? Zoro looked at Luffy excitedly and said, I didn't expect to see this Supreme Sword Intent again. I thought you would never use sword skills after you sealed your sword. Zoro was very moved, is this all to win me a good knife? This captain is so touching. Luffy nodded in an inscrutable way and said, "My way of the sword is the sword that never kills. No matter how sharp and coquettish the sword is in my hands, it won't hurt anyone. They will only kneel on the ground and hold my sword devoutly and pray for my forgiveness." Everyone looked at Luffy in bewilderment, as if they were looking at a fool. They had never heard of such a sword. Looking at the disbelieving crowd, Luffy waved at the air again without explaining. In the next second, Tashigi half-kneeled on the ground and clamped Luffy's ghost with his hands. Everyone! In the following time, Luffy swung his sword, and everyone took the sword. The shop owner, Tashigi, Smoker, and the proprietress took turns kneeling in front of Luffy to receive the sword over and over again. Luffy said to everyone like a magic stick, "How is it? Have you realized it?" The shop owner nodded frantically at this time, "I got it. I got it. Don't make us kneel, our knees are swollen." Zoro also had a sore face on his face, "If you demonstrate it, demonstrate it. They don't believe you, demonstrate it to them. I believe in your swordsmanship. You let me take over the sword." In this regard, Luffy said, "What the hell, this is a 100% bare-handed catch-to-hand, single-body, skill. Just swing the sword by yourself, whoever will receive the sword will randomly select the lucky audience purely by luck." Smoker also looked confused at this time, he is a Logia smoke fruit-capable person. When Luffy swung the sword before, he was already elementalized, but his body still involuntarily ran to catch Luffy's ghost. This makes Smoker wonder if this guy is some kind of demon fruit power. At this time, Luffy laughed, "What kind of demon knife? As long as it is a white blade, it will stand aside against his own causal law skills." Luffy swung Onitsuo again. The shop owner shouted loudly, "Stop swinging it! I believe it. Give you the sword, and I will give you my ancestral sword as well." With a snap, a pair of palms caught Guiche again. Luffy looked at Zoro proudly, and threw Oni Toru to him. "That's what you said. I know that you have a snow sword. The sword is given to the hero. It's useless for you to keep it. Let's kill more pirates for us." The shop owner, who was going to deal with the sword casually, was crying for a moment. How does this guy know that he still has a sword? However, the shop owner is also from a swordsmith's family, and Luffy's kendo has really conquered him. He nodded and said, "No problem, I'll get it for you right away." At this time, Tashigi, who came back to his senses, stared at Luffy excitedly, "Your swordsmanship is too strong. You are indeed the world's #1 swordsman who has defeated Hawkeye." Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar, stared at Luffy solemnly and asked, "Beat Hawkeye? Are you kidding me? But who are you?" Luffy took out his military ID and threw it to Smoker, "Monkey D. Luffy, Colonel of Naval Headquarters." Smoker's face suddenly changed, "This is the Luffy who is about to be promoted to Commodore through the back door? I had no power to fight back in his hands just now?" Tashigi behind him hastily saluted Luffy, "Hello, sir." Luffy waved his hands as if inspecting, "Comrades have worked hard." Tashigi suddenly raised his chest and raised his head in great encouragement. Smoker carefully looked at this 17-year-old boy, and really couldn't believe that this guy had such a strong ability. Just when he was about to invite Luffy to a serious battle, Zoro's voice full of doubts came from the side. "Luffy? Can you summon ghosts with your supreme sword intent?" "Ha!" Luffy turned to look at Zoro with a puzzled expression. I saw Zoro pointing to the two palms that fell on the ground and said, "You, the one who received the sword at the end, doesn't seem to be human." Chapter 62. Luffy carefully looked at the severed hand that fell to the ground. I was 100% caught with empty hands. It is reasonable to say that without hands, it would not be effective, but I have never heard that it can be caught with only palms. Luffy looked more and more familiar with the rise. Finally, Luffy immediately remembered the owner of this palm. Is this the FG hand of Buggy the Clown? Luffy picked up the severed hand that wasn't bleeding a bit and shook it. Obviously, because it exceeds the 200 meters that Buggy can control, this arm is really like a model, but it still has the warmth and softness of a living palm. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. This guy's fruit ability is the real pervert. Although he doesn't appear in many scenes, most of the time he relies on his conqueror's luck to profit from battle to battle. But the abilities that are occasionally revealed have already made people think carefully. The original Luffy and Nami split their body in two, and the torso was packed away. But Buggy is still unaffected by relying on a head and half limbs. Even after the body is buried for an unknown period of time, it can still be easily assembled back to the body. Even in the world of pirates, this vitality is extremely powerful. What's even more exaggerated is that Buggy easily took all of Hawkeye's attacks in Summit War. Although it looks like his body was cut into countless pieces by Hawkeye, Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman. Black Sword Knight has been infested by armament haki for a long time and has become indestructible. Even the sword that attacks Hawkeye casually has armament haki attached, because Hawkeye once said to Zoro that a real swordsman will not let the weapon hurt. So facing the slash with armament haki, the only thing that can explain Buggy's unscathed is that, like Aokiji avoiding Whitebeard's immature sword, he split his body in advance through the top-level observation haki, avoiding Hawkeye's slash hit. Originally I was looking for Buggy with the mentality of trying to see if this guy with Conqueror's luck is really the same waste material as in the anime. At this time, he actually forcibly sucked this guy's palm over by using a sword move unintentionally. Luffy took these two palms in play, picked them up and fed them directly into Samehada's big mouth. Tashigi and Smoker on the side were startled when they saw the untied Samehada. FK. What are you? Zoro also looked at Luffy with disgust on his face. You actually feed this guy? Luffy gave them a blank look, and took his palm out of Samehada's body again. This guy has his own space in his body, which is only used for temporary storage. At this time, Tashigi and Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this reserve Commodore is not the kind of marine scum. Tashigi looked strangely at Luffy entwining Samehada again and asked, "Are you keeping this as a pet?" Luffy smiled. "This is a famous sword, ninja sword Samehada, how about it? Do you want it? If you want it, I will give it to you." Tashigi shook his head like a rattle when he heard this. The devil wants such an ugly thing. It's also called a knife. What about cheating ghosts? Luffy carried Samehada on his back speechlessly. If the people of Kirigakure in Hokage saw that Samehada, one of the 7 ninja knives in their village, was so disgusted, they would probably be sick from anger. At this time, the shopkeeper came down from upstairs with a sword stand in his hand. The owner excitedly held Yukino in his hand and said loudly, "The blade is made of black lacquer tachi. The blade is a small T-shaped random blade. Kwaiseo Yuki Zoro." The shopkeeper handed Yukizu to Zoro with a look of reluctance, and said, "I hope you will treat it kindly." "Ah, that's for sure." Zoro took the snow and said excitedly. The shop owner nodded satisfied when he saw Zoro's loving eyes. "It's been a long time since I saw the eyes of a good swordsman. They say that the sword will choose the owner. I wish you good luck." Zoro immediately thanked the shopkeeper, and put Onitsuo and Yukino on his waist. Sure enough, it will be more practical to have 3 knives. Really? I don't feel anything. Luffy shrugged aside. Of course, I haven't reached the 2nd level of Sword Deo where I don't have a sword in my hand, but I have a sword in my heart. Zoro gave Luffy a blank look. Luffy. Damn, he took it seriously. What should I do? What if the practice is crooked? The knives of One Piece world are an indispensable part of the kendo duel. In case someone else takes the 1st generation ghost and chops at Zoro in the later stage. He said, "The sword is in the heart, and all vegetation and flying flowers can be swords." Then, will he die miserably if he chops at the opponent with 3 grasses in his mouth? Thinking of this, Luffy wiped the cold sweat off his brow. Probably, maybe this guy isn't so stupid yet. At this time, Smoker asked Luffy, I don't know what is the purpose of Master Commodore coming this time? If you need a map of the Grand Line, I will send someone to bring it to you right away. Luffy glanced at Smoker, who was a little unwilling because he was kneeling to receive the sword, suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. I came this time because of you. Smoker was taken aback when he heard this. Hey! Luffy smiled and said to Smoker. Are you interested in working under me? Chapter 63. That's right, recruiting Smoker is also one of the purposes of Luffy's coming to Rog Town. As a time traveler, Luffy likes the daily routine of the Straw Hats and others. But as a Nika fruit-capable user, he is destined to fight against the world government or celestial dragons in the future. Naturally, Luffy who takes the marine route will not recruit the so-called Pirate Alliance as in the original book. Then if you want to accumulate your own power, you can only recruit from marine. Smoker is the marine with great potential in the future and the earliest appearance. As for Kabi and Barameber, one of those two guys is a playboy who disregards human life, and the other is a waste who has no sense of the overall situation and relies on emotion. Summit War, yelling to stop fighting, directly reduced Marine's victory by a third or more in an instant. You must know that the opposite side is the pirates in the second half of the Grand Line. Marine concentrated all his forces to bring the entire Whitebeard pirate group into the game, in order to weaken the New World pirate power and let Marine settle in New World. However, Kirby's delay allowed Redhead to arrive in time to prevent the expansion of Marine's victory, causing a large number of Whitebeard pirates and their allies to escape except for Whitebeard himself. As a result, the entire New World pirates did not suffer much damage at all, which greatly increased the difficulty for Marine to settle in New World. Just like this, 2B is still shouting that fighting is meaningless, it will only cause more casualties. He didn't understand at all that Marine's top management was essentially using Ace to destroy the power of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, and by the way, enhance Marine's power so that it would be convenient to settle in the New World and receive the territory controlled by Whitebeard. Unfortunately, these plans were suppressed by the appearance of Blackbeard and Redhead Broken. So when Luffy encountered the Alvida pirates, he didn't hesitate to send Kabi and Alvida to Joey Stan to deal with the pirates. This is why it is said that Smoker is the first marine with great potential that Luffy encountered. Facing this one of the few guys who dared to contradict the five elders and had a promising future, Luffy naturally had the idea of recruiting. It's a pity that at this time, Smoker is still an arrogant thorn. He glanced at Luffy with disdain and said, if I want to, I am also a Commodore in the headquarters now, and want to recruit me? I will be promoted to the Admiral Alternate first. Luffy smiled and looked at Smoker, as a Logia demon fruit power, but you are so content with being in such a small place like East Blue to deal with some bounties of 3 million Baileys. You have to know that with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the first half of the Grand Line, right? Smoker was furious when he heard this. You are talking nonsense. In the first half of the Grand Line, Logia Devil Fruit, are invincible. You must know that the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line basically haven't even mastered Haki. With Smoker Logia's ability, unless it encounters the ability to restrain attributes, no one really can threaten it. Oh? Really? How about we make a bet? Luffy said to Smoker with a smile. What bet? Smoker was taken aback when he heard that. You know there's an Alabasta in the first half of the Grand Line, right? Luffy asked with a smile. Of course, Smoker nodded, that was a country once established by descendants of 20 celestial dragons' royal families. I got the news that Porgas D. Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, will appear in Alabasta. Let's bet to see who can catch Ace first. If I catch Ace first, you apply to be transferred to my marine branch. If you catch Ace first, I'll apply to transfer you to my marine branch. How about it? A shocked expression appeared on Smoker's face when he heard this, Whitebeard's second team captain. You must know that the Whitebeard pirates are one of the New World 4 emperors. He is the well-deserved Sea Emperor of the New World. Luffy dared to attack the captain of his second team? This is simply desperate. What? Are you scared? Luffy scoffed at the surprised Smoker. Smoker immediately denied it like a furry cat, just kidding. How can my majestic marine be afraid of pirates? I'll take this bet. Luffy smiled as if the plot had succeeded, then we will meet in Alabasta. I will go to the marine base to get the chart in the afternoon, and we will withdraw first. After speaking, Luffy walked up to Tashigi and smiled triumphantly, you will be with me soon. Seeing Luffy's face so close, Tashigi blushed and took 2 steps back. Smoker said dissatisfiedly, what are you driving? The winner and loser have not yet been decided. Luffy looked at Smoker sympathetically, and said in his heart, with your brain, you still need to win or lose. Then he led Zoro directly out of the weapon shop. At this moment, the blushing on Tashigi's face slowly receded, and she whispered to Smoker, Colonel, just now Luffy Commodore made a bet with you, it seems that you will be transferred to his army whether you win or lose. Smoker. Chapter 64. At this time, on the other side of Rog Town, a group of mysterious people in cloaks are running around the town of Rog. BD. Haven't found my palm yet. A clown with a red nose in the cloak shouted frantically at his subordinates. This man is none other than Buggy, the legendary clown with conqueror's luck. As hard as he is one of the few smart people with an online IQ in the world of pirates. It's different from those coquettish sluts who are reckless when they see people and grab things when they see them. Buggy's favorite thing is only treasure. My usual hobby is to search for money everywhere. It's different from those pirates who snatch it as soon as they land on the island. Buggy's own pirate group is more like an acrobatic troupe, and every time they land on an island, they first inquire about the news on the island in the name of the acrobatic troupe. If there is marine stationed, everyone will give up the treasure hunt. If you can't threaten your own existence, then you will become a pirate and rob treasure. And Buggy also has his own way of being a pirate, that is, he only robs but does not kill. This also led to the pirate who was obviously the same period as the red hair, but after working in East Blue for so many years, he only got a bounty of 15 million. It is precisely because in the eyes of the world government, the threat of this guy is really small and outrageous. Of course, this is also related to his identity as an intern crew member in the Roger Pirates. And this time I came to Rog Town precisely because of a treasure map located in the Grand Line that was stolen from Colonel Monka before. Buggy, who is dedicated to treasure hunting, will naturally not miss this opportunity. However, just as he quietly came to the town of Rog to resupply and prepare to set foot on the Grand Line, my palm disappeared in one direction with an inexplicable whoosh, and almost at the same time, it exceeded the control range of 200 yards and lost its sense. The deputy captain Machi whispered in horror, Captain, do you think Rog Town is haunted? After all, it is the place where the legendary pirate Wang was executed. Buggy trembled when he heard this, idiot. How can there be ghosts in this world? Then he muttered in a low voice, even if there is a ghost captain, he will definitely not look for me. The acrobat Kabeji on the side is riding a unicycle and throwing apples on the side of a street to perform juggling. Captain, look, the people here are so generous, they give a lot of tips. Buggy didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, and kicked Kabeji away, you idiot. We want to keep a low profile. Low key, you know? UBD, the watcher here is the Logia demon fruit known as the White Hunter power. If we are discovered, none of us can escape. Hurry up and find my palm. Get out of here as soon as you find it. Buggy roared frantically. Kabeji was so frightened that he fell off the wheelbarrow, and hurriedly put on a grey cloak to prevent being discovered. However, what they don't know is that in the town of Rog, which is a tourist city, this mysterious outfit seems to be telling others deliberately that Laozi is not a good person, come and arrest Laozi? At least that's true for the sharp-eyed Usopp. Just after fighting Usopp with his daughter Nuda Dibi, he noticed the group of snake spirits wrapped tightly in broad daylight in front of him at a glance. "Hey, Uncle Duddy, look, is that guy the legendary clown Buggy?" Usopp asked Duddy cautiously. Duddy is the marine genius sniper who once saw the photo of his daughter and turned to become a bounty hunter after losing the one-on-one marksmanship with Usopp. In order to be able to take care of his daughter more safely, Duddy knows these bounty criminals very well, because he only picks the bounty criminals below 3 million. However, the guy who can shoot at the Cotter sniper Usopp among the 4 Emperor's red hair pirates is naturally not an ordinary bounty hunter. Even if Usopp had just set out to sea at that time, it was enough to show that the person in front of him had quite good strength and potential. It's a pity that in order to prevent her daughter from living on the streets after her death, she gave up further plans and has been nesting in Rogue Town to catch some little pirates who want to enter the Grand Line. His sensitivity to bounty criminals is not comparable to that of Usopp, an intern marine. Duddy looked carefully at Buggy under the cloak and nodded, "That's right, it's Buggy the Clown, the leader of the Buggy Pirates." Usopp suddenly looked excited, "Great! I didn't expect that I found this guy first." Duddy on the side looked at Usopp strangely, "Do you have a grudge against him?" "Ah," Usopp quickly waved his hand, "that's not true. The main reason is that our captain has no money. Let's find this guy and catch Marine in exchange for a bounty." Duddy looked at Usopp naturally, "Didn't you say you are Marine?" Usopp scratched his head in embarrassment, "At present, only the captain is preparing the Marine. According to our captain, we are all temporary workers." Duddy. Chapter 65. When Duddy heard the situation on Luffy's boat, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. He had never heard of a naval headquarters commodore who had neither warships nor soldiers, just a bare-bones commander. You must know that when the Iron Fist Sabaody first appeared, there was still a warship and a dozen marine subordinates. It wasn't until he was dispatched to a remote corner that he was reduced to a wreck of a warship and 5 or 6 shrimp soldiers and crab generals. But Luffy is the colonel of naval headquarters, and he is about to be promoted to the celebrity of Commodore. At this time, his subordinates are so talented, which made Duddy wonder. Usopp watched as Buggy and the others pulled out the slingshot from his arms. "Hello? What are you going to do?" Duddy on the side asked in surprise. "Catch him, of course," Usopp said in amazement. "We're making a bet on who will find Buggy the Clown first." Duddy looked at Usopp like an idiot. "This is Buggy, the big pirate clown with a bounty of 15 million, are you sure you can beat him?" Then he glanced at Usopp's weapon again, "With the toy in your hand." Usopp was covered in cold sweat when he heard the words. "I'm stupid. After staying with the monsters for a long time, I almost forgot that I was just a powerless rookie." He turned to look at Duddy. But Duddy looked dotingly at his daughter Guy Luoer next to him. "I won't take action against such a big pirate with a high bounty." Usopp looked disappointed. Immediately, he took out a firework and released it directly into the sky. This is the signal flare agreed upon by Luffy et.al. If there is an emergency, send it out. After all, even the Master Kakuzu can starve to death, and other people are not allowed to have any accidents or the like. At this time, Buggy also noticed the fireworks in the sky. Usopp was so scared that he quickly hid behind a wall. Buggy looked at the sky with a puzzled face. "Is there any festival? There are fireworks here." Machi on the side rubbed his palms. "Captain Buggy, how about we release 2 to celebrate?" "What? You said fireworks look like my red nose." Buggy growled angrily at Machi. Machi. Luffy and Zoro, who had achieved their goal, were strolling around, but they frowned suddenly when they saw the fireworks in the sky. "Who sent an emergency assembly message?" Zoro looked at the fireworks in the sky and said. Luffy's eyes suddenly flashed red, and observation Haki looked straight towards the direction of the fireworks. "Hey!" Luffy gave a little snort. "What's wrong?" Zoro asked in surprise, "Is there something urgent?" "That's not true," Luffy smiled, I feel like we've got our travel expenses covered. Zoro, hey. However, before the two could rush in the direction of Usopp, a large number of fireworks rose from that direction. Wow, ha ha ha, don't miss it when you pass by. Welcome to watch our buggy circus. Taming beasts, throwing knives, and unicycles are all available. Don't pay 9,800 yuan. Don't pay 980 yuan. Only 98 yuan, and you can take the ticket home. Buy big and get small free, give back activities. Don't miss it when you pass by. When Luffy and Zoro arrived, they found huge tents erected on the square where the execution platform originally stood. The pirates of the Buggy Pirates are soliciting tourists everywhere. Are you sure it's Buggy the Clown with a bounty of 15 million Baileys? Looking at the circus in front of him, Zoro twitched his eyebrows twice. Luffy also looked at the bustling crowd with a speechless face. Your uncle, do you have the professionalism to be a pirate? At this time, Usopp jumped out from the crowd, with a loli in a Lolita costume riding on his neck. Yo Luffy! You're here, look, I found Buggy. Usopp pointed to the largest tent. At the door of the tent, Machi was pulling Leaky the lion and dancing in the fire ring, making the surrounding audience cheer. It's in the biggest tent. Zoro, Luffy! What the hell are you doing? At this time, Luffy also noticed Duddy following behind. He smiled and stretched out his hand and said, Daddy Masterson. Duddy shook hands with Luffy in surprise. You know me. The former marine genius sniper was defeated by Usopp and has never recovered from it. Luffy said with a smile, it says so in the resume I read before. Duddy laughed twice, and didn't care about what Luffy said. Is that so? It's an honor to have Commodore remember my name. Luffy spoke again, are you interested in coming to my place? Dottie was taken aback when he heard the words, you want to recruit me? Luffy nodded as a matter of course, after all, you are a man who can arm wrestle with the red-haired chief sniper of the Four Emperors. It's a pity that your talent is wasted here. Duddy shook his head with a smile, and looked at his daughter Guy Lower beside him, I don't think it's a waste now. Luffy smiled and said to Duddy again. How about we make a bet? Zoro on the side looked at Luffy blankly. This guy is going to ignore Hiruto again. Chapter 66. In fact, Luffy also temporarily remembered the man in front of him, Duddy Masterson, Smoker's contemporaneity. Duddy Masterson doesn't have much of a role, but Marine's talented sniper and his record against Vice Admiral Usopp's injuries are enough to leave a mark in pirates. Although the red hair was not Four Emperors at that time, Usopp was just a rookie who had not been out for a long time. But it is enough to show that Duddy Masterson is not inferior to Smoker in terms of potential. Unfortunately, after being hit by Usopp, he directly gave up and continued to develop in Marine and turned to bounty hunter to earn a living. Naturally, his strength has gradually failed to keep up with the same period since he did not receive advanced training at the headquarters. At this time, Usopp was already the red-haired chief sniper coder of the Four Emperors, while Duddy was still hunting millions of little pirates and bounties in the town of East Blue Rog. And Luffy, as a marine, naturally cannot gather 10 or 8 partners to travel around the world like the original book. Whether it is preparing to turn against celestial dragons in the future, or clearing up New World to unify pirates, the support of its own forces is indispensable. Otherwise, even if you are too strong, no one will recognize you as the Emperor of the Sea. After all, the former Lonely Red was evaluated by Sengoku as a force that can be tied with Roger Pirates and Golden Lion, but he still cannot become Four Emperors. The root cause is that he does not have enough power to control enough territory. No matter how powerful they are just pirates wandering in the New World. And the New World Four Emperors, even the most reckless redheads, have countless affiliated pirate groups controlling their territory. Therefore, whether Luffy is a pirate or a marine, he must have his own direct lineage. Just relying on Zoro and the others is undoubtedly a dream. At this time, Luffy, who is a marine, must not be able to find subordinates from among the pirates, so the only way for him to develop his direct line is to start with his acquaintances. That's right, it's the revolutionary army of my cheap daddy, and the marine side in the hands of the old man Garp are looking for. One of these two forces belongs to the liberation of brutal rule and the establishment of fairer justice. The other party is to maintain the peace of the civilians under the existing system, and for the people at the bottom, they all belong to the party of relative justice. At this time, it is rare to meet a guy worthy of training other than Marine and the Revolutionary Army, so Luffy naturally refuses to let him go. However, Duddy didn't seem to be as hard-headed as Smoker. He glanced at Guy Luoer and refused decisively, I don't want to die by my own gun again now. Is it because you are afraid that your daughter will sleep on the street after you die? Luffy said with a chuckle. Duddy lit his pipe and took a puff without speaking. But Luffy became serious, but you have to think about your daughter's future. Dottie was taken aback when he heard the words, what future? With your strength, you may still be able to live comfortably with this group of small bounty criminals. But in today's world, the second half of the Grand Line has been out of the control of the world government and Marine. The Revolutionary Army frequently instigates coups in allied countries and declares independence. The power of pirates is growing. Do you think the real war will be far away? With your current strength, it may be more than enough to deal with some small pirates, but you should also know that Usopp's strength at this time can easily kill you instantly. When the real chaos comes, can you still protect your daughter's safety? Didn't we Marine choose to uphold justice so that the next generation can live a peaceful life? Luffy spoke impassionedly to Duddy. Duddy's face was full of confusion at this time. He once remembered that he was also a man who was developing towards the naval headquarters cadre and walking the elite road. But because of a defeat, his original belief was shaken. Besides, as a bounty hunter, there are many enemies. Can you really guarantee that you will stay by Guy Luoer's side and protect him for the rest of your life? Luffy glanced at the thugs who were rushing towards him. Soon several people surrounded the crowd. You bloody BD, how dare you betray my partner to Marine? A burly man at the head pointed a gun at Dottie with a vicious face and cursed, I will never spare you. With a pensive expression on Duttie's face, he asked Luffy, even so, what reason do I have to be your subordinate? Know that even if I rejoin Marine, I can get a good position with my old classmate Smoker. Luffy looked at Duty who was a little bit excited and grinned, let me reintroduce, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, my grandfather Monkey D. Garp, the largest Marine second generation among the Marines, if you agree to join me, I can easily get you sent to the Naval Headquarters training base for further training. Duddy's face changed when he heard the words, Marine Hero Garp. Luffy nodded calmly. And your classmate Smoker will be recruited by me in the near future. Luffy sold Smoker directly in advance to buy Duddy's heart. Duddy fell into deep thought immediately upon hearing this. At this time, the criminals who surrounded him were not happy. Damn, we're here for revenge, can you give us some attention? Can you respect our profession? Give it to me. FK them to death. The criminal roared angrily. And at the same time, Zoro and Duddy shot at the same time. After a burst of gunshots and knives, Duddy took a cigarette from a criminal's arms, lit it and stuffed it into his mouth and said to Luffy, I can promise you, but you must give Guy Luoer a good settlement. Luffy grinned upon hearing this, no problem. Chapter 67. Zoro looked at Duddy with admiration, as expected of the legendary Duddy with children. Duddy also glanced at Zoro, Noah Zoro, the pirate hunter? I didn't expect that the bounty hunter Usopp mentioned was you. Nanny. Zoro looked at Usopp viciously when he heard this. Usopp was shocked immediately, just kidding. I'm just kidding. At this time, the gunshots of several people also attracted the attention of Buggy and his group in the circus. The deputy captain Machi looked at Zoro and Duddy carefully, why do these two look so familiar? Lee K, the lion beside him, roared twice. Machi nodded, oh, so it's a bounty hunter. Suddenly Machi reacted, Bounty hunter. He hurried into the tent and shouted at Buggy, "The captain is dead. We are being targeted by bounty hunters." "Nanny? Are you after my red nose?" Buggy yelled at Machi angrily. "Machi? Hey? Is this the legendary Captain Buggy 14? Luffy's voice suddenly sounded from the side, and Buggy, who was furious, was shocked. He suddenly turned his head to see that Luffy was holding his baby's treasure map. Buggy's face changed drastically, and he shouted excitedly, "Don't touch my baby!" Torn apart clown throwing knives. "Everyone, dot! Buggy! FK! I still can't find my hand! Falling pancakes!" Buggy roared again, and then his lower body split, his body flew towards Luffy like a pancake, and the barbed bayonet popped out of his toe, spinning and cutting towards Luffy. Luffy frowned watching Buggy's attack. It wasn't because of Buggy's unexpected strength. On the contrary, Buggy's strength is too weak. With the attack power currently displayed by Buggy, it is indeed worth his 15 million bounty, but it is only 15 million, and it is not worth a dime. Luffy looked at Buggy's lower body and directly raised his foot to flirt. Buggy, who was laughing triumphantly, fell to the ground with livid face and twitched all over, wailing loudly, "It hurts, hurts, hurts. Damn it! FK me, little ones! Catch him!" Buggy resisted the severe pain and shouted to the outside. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement outside. And Zoro and Duddy opened the curtain and walked in. "What a mob," Zoro said, yawning in disgust. "I'm scared." Buggy turned around and was surprised to find that all the members of the pirate group outside had been wiped out. "Did you actually stay on Roger's ship?" Luffy looked at Buggy suspiciously and asked. Buggy broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the words, "I'm drowning." "How do you know?" In the next second, he tightly covered his mouth. He had been keeping these secrets all these years so that he could be happy in East Blue safely. If he really exposed his identity as an intern crew member of the Roger Pirates, then he would definitely be surrounded by Marine. Buggy burst into tears at this time. "Damn it, which BD took my hand away, otherwise I wouldn't be exposed." Machi on the side retorted, "Didn't you say, boss, that I set up the circus to earn some extra money while someone was setting off fireworks?" "Buggy! Shut up! If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Immediately, Buggy threatened Luffy angrily, "I was planning to get along with you as ordinary people. Now that I have been discovered, I will show my cards. Stop pretending. I, Captain Buggy, am the crew of One Piece Gold Roger. 4 emperors with red hair is my brother. If you dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not let you go." Zoro scratched his head and looked at a Buggy and asked, "4 emperors? What's that?" Hearing this, Buggy staggered and yelled at Zoro, "You BD, you don't even know the 4 emperors." Luffy touched his chin, took off the straw hat on his head, and said to Buggy with a smile, "Red hair? I know him well. But how did I hear that you hate him so much?" In order to eat the fruit for himself, Buggy was frightened by Shanks and swallowed the chop fruit and became a landlubber. This made Buggy hold grudges against the red hair all the time, and at this moment, looking at the straw hat in Luffy's hand, he finally reacted. "Me? This straw hat looks exactly like Captain Roger's hat? Dare to ask brother who you are?" Buggy asked Luffy cautiously. Luffy smiled, "Monkey D. Luffy is a Marine." Buggy's face changed drastically when he heard the words. The one in front of him turned out to be the Naval Headquarters Commodore that was hyped up in the newspapers recently. 053. I saw that the lower body in front of Luffy was suddenly torn apart. Buggy himself yelled, "5 cracks, run away." For a moment, the whole person fled in all directions in disarray. Machi on the side looked at the fleeing captain in a daze. However, Luffy raised his foot and stepped on Buggy's feet on the ground. The body that fled around for a while suddenly flew around in the air, but it couldn't do without the sun within 200 yards. Soon Buggy reunited with a depressed face, floated in the air and said softly to Luffy, "Look, I haven't done anything harmful to the world these years, I'm just hunting for treasure at sea, if we don't mess with the river, what do you think?" Luffy looked at the depressed Buggy with a smile and said, "Sure." When Buggy heard this, a look of great joy appeared on his face. "But I have one condition." Luffy spoke again. Zoro and Duddy looked at Luffy in astonishment. Why the hell does this scene feel so familiar? Sure enough, the next second Luffy said to Buggy, "I want you to be my subordinate." Chapter 68. Hey! Luffy! Zoro frowned and looked at Luffy. "This guy is a pirate, are you sure you can recruit him into the marine?" Duddy also looked at Luffy with some doubts, wondering why he wanted to recruit Buggy to his subordinates. Luffy smiled and said to the two, "It's a demon fruit power anyway, and this guy didn't commit some unforgivable capital crimes. More importantly, Luffy thinks that Buggy is essentially greedy for money, and in the original book, Buggy's contribution is even much greater than that of Luffy in the original book." During Impel Down, Luffy released a large number of pirates. Originally, this group of people were extremely vicious and cruel villains. As a result, by mistake, these people voluntarily surrendered to Buggy, but instead of leading the group to do evil, Buggy joined the 7 warlords of the sea to make a living by plundering pirates. Later, the pirate dispatch company Buggy Express was established. The jailbreak event that would have caused a great commotion in the world was killed by Buggy alone in the cradle. It also allows Marine to focus more on moving the Marine headquarters to New World. So Luffy doesn't have the disgust of Buggy for killing civilians like Kid does, and if handled well, Buggy will bring Luffy a lot of wealth. After all, if Grand Line can expand the express delivery industry, it will not lose to the news agency in terms of intelligence or money. So when he saw that Buggy was not a hidden boss like the previous life conspiracy theory, Luffy had the idea of bringing him under his command to provide himself with funds. After all, it is impossible for me to live on the wool of the world government forever. When the pirate bounties I redeemed increased, the world government would definitely not allow the large bounties to be exchanged by myself. But if you want to develop power, you must have sufficient economic resources. Buggy Express is undoubtedly a good entry point. With him relying on relationships in Marine to operate, it is a piece of cake to whitewash a mere 15 million little pirate. And Buggy's identity as a red-haired gay friend can make him flourish in the Grand Line including New World. After all, the red-haired face fruit is not something to talk about casually. Luffy squinted at Buggy and asked, "How? What do you think?" Buggy was reluctant when he heard the words, "How can I, Captain Buggy, bow down to Marine? My dream is to search for treasures at sea." Luffy gave Buggy a sideways look, and stomped hard on Buggy's leg again. Buggy screamed in pain, "I'll think about it again. I'll think about it again." Luffy said to Buggy at this time, "I didn't ask you to be my Marine, I think it would be good to open a courier company in Grand Line for your sake. With me in Marine to help you endorse, plus the face of the crew of Roger Pirates, I believe that no matter which side of the sea, it will give you face. You can also hunt for treasure in the Grand Line openly, and you only need to give me a part of the treasure you find as a public relations fee." Buggy's eyes lit up when he heard the words, so that he could fulfill his dream of treasure hunting openly, without worrying about being wanted by Marine. The key is that you don't have to be controlled by Luffy every day. Isn't this of the same nature as Shishibukai? As for the protection fee paid? I just like the process and result of obtaining the treasure. Anyway, it costs money, wouldn't it be better to just spend money to buy peace of mind? Just as Buggy was about to nod his head in agreement, he suddenly frowned. "Isn't that right? Just because you are a naval headquarters commodore, you also want to whitewash my identity as Roger Pirates? Are you kidding me?" Luffy calmly said to Buggy, "My grandpa. Garp." Buggy's eyes widened when he heard the words, "After you grow up, you will be my big brother. Grandson of marine hero Garp." Back then, it was the monster that chased its own captain around. Although it is a Marine Vice Admiral position today, who doesn't know Garp's status in Marine? Even Admiral Aokiji is the root of Garp before, and Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral are Garp's best friends. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods saved countless celestial dragons and made Garp's position in Marine unshakable. Tang Tang withdraws the fruit ability user Garp. There is no bigger backstage than him in Marine. Even the four emperors dare not shout in front of him. This is definitely a monster that can walk sideways in the pirate world. Buggy looked forward to the future of running Grand Line with excitement, looked at Luffy with a flattering face and said, "Brother, when will we start planning?" Duddy and Zoro looked at the villain who had changed his attitude 180 degrees speechlessly. Luffy spat Buggy's hand out of the shark muscle and threw it over. "Ah! My palm!" Buggy looked at the palm and exclaimed, "It turned out that the eldest brother took it away." Luffy looked at Big Brother. "Big Brother's non-stop Buggy, a little nervous, speak normally to me." "Okay. Brother." Luffy. At this moment, a burst of thick smoke drifted over from outside the tent, bigged. "What are you guys doing?" Smoker led Tashigi in through the door. "Buggy the clown." The 10 hands in Smoker's hand slammed directly at Buggy. Seeing this, Buggy's body was torn apart and dodged Smoker's sea stone weapon. Seeing this, Luffy raised his eyebrows. This guy really has observation haki talent similar to Usopp. Unlike Usopp's ultra-long-range sniper talent, Buggy's knowledge color is aimed at avoiding melee attacks. No wonder he can easily dodge Hawkeye's slash. If he didn't know the weakness of Chop Chop Fruit, he might not have let Buggy run away just now. Seeing that Smoker was about to continue to attack, Luffy directly grabbed Smoker's weapon. "Don't get excited, this guy is my undercover agent in New World." Luffy spoke to Smoker. "Undercover?" Smoker was taken aback for a moment, and he looked at Buggy carefully, just because of this guy. When Buggy saw this, he was furious. "BD. How dare you look down on me? I was on the ship of One Piece back then. Back then, the red hair also needed to rely on my breath." Smoker looked at Buggy with contempt and didn't bother to talk to this guy. After all, the pirate hypnosis teacher Zangao was also included by his classmate Hina in the original book, and Smoker didn't think there was any big problem. Buggy was instantly furious, and just about to continue provoking, Smoker's body suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. Logia Demon Fruit Power. Buggy was startled and calmed down. "After all, I have been dawdling all these years, except for the development of Demon Fruit Power, and I have not exercised my body to the extent of owning armament haki. How did you come here?" Luffy looked at Smoker in surprise and asked. Smoker handed over a document and said, "A message from the headquarters. Let you set off for the naval headquarters to receive the award immediately. All special warships will come to pick you up." Luffy's face showed surprise when he heard this. This place is not too close to naval headquarters. If there is a special warship to pick it up, it can only be a warship with a sea stone inlaid on the bottom of the ship that can walk on the comm belt if it is above the vice admiral of the headquarters. "So anxious? What happened?" Luffy asked Smoker strangely. Smoker looked at Buggy strangely and said, "I don't know the specifics. It is said that the Redhead of Four Emperors has contacted Four Emperors Whitebeard recently." Luffy immediately showed a clear expression when he heard the words. Obviously, dark fruit has been obtained by Blackbeard, and Ace has set off to hunt down Blackbeard. And Marine is worried that the two Four Emperors are plotting, and urgently needs some positive news to calm the panic of the common people. Luffy nodded, turned to Usopp and said, "Let everyone get together and prepare to go to naval headquarters." When Usopp heard this, his face showed excitement. "Hey! Can we go too?" Luffy nodded as a matter of course, "That's for sure, I will officially join Marine as soon as I become a Commodore." Usopp's eyes brightened immediately, and he ran towards the town of Rog in a hurry. Zoro on the side also nodded, "I'll look for them too." Luffy stopped him immediately, Don't make a fuss, save you and go out to find someone? I'm afraid not all of us will run out to find you by then. Zoro. Blanche. At this time, Luffy had no idea that naval headquarters was in full swing for the promotion ceremony, and the scale was beyond his expectation. Chapter 69. Amazing. Nami looked excitedly at the scene outside the boat. Zoro and others on the side didn't feel much. Is there anything so strange? By the way, the sea here is a bit too calm, right? Everyone asked Nami strangely. Zoro, Usopp and others knew nothing about the so-called calm belt. This is the calm belt. Strange seas on either side of the Grand Line. Nami looked around excitedly. Her dream was to draw the world's sea charts. She never thought that one day she would be able to sail on the calm belt. This sea area has no air currents or ocean currents. It is an eternally calm sea area. A ship that cannot rely on wind power can pass through. Nami patiently explained to everyone. Can't use wind power? Then we just use our hands to paddle and it's over. Usopp asked curiously from the side. Idiot! Do you think it's just that there is no wind? You must know that the real horror is hidden under this calm sea. Nami looked at Usopp with contempt and said, this sea is the nest of supergiant sea kings. Supergiant sea kings. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. Zoro curled his lips in disdain and said, is it as big as the sea beast that the dragon pirates brought back from the Grand Line? Nami is a little uncertain. After all, she has never seen the size of the legendary sea kings. Really? I heard the calm belt is scarier than the Grand Line. At this time, Buggy came out from the side and said disdainfully, sea beast. Just kidding, how dare that kind of thing compare to sea kings in calm belt? The largest sea monsters in the Grand Line are not as big as the smallest sea kings in the calm belt. Everyone was surprised when they heard the words, really? Just when everyone was questioning, a huge Millennium Dragon flew past calm belt not far away. Suddenly, a terrifyingly huge snake sea kings rose directly from the bottom of the water and swallowed the 1,000-year-old dragon that was comparable to a warship into its mouth. As if feeling the turmoil of their companions, one after another terrifying giant beasts poked their heads out of the sea. Everyone's eyes suddenly stared, and the eyeballs almost popped out. Usopp sat down on the deck, his legs were shaking wildly and said, Mom, I want to go home. Even Zoro was in a cold sweat looking at the terrifying scene in the distance. Nima, in front of such giant beasts, even if he tried his best, he could at most cut a gap in a scale, which would be good. In front of this super giant sea kings, the warship is really not as big as a scale. Luffy also came out of the cabin at this time, looking at the scene in the distance with a face of shock. No wonder Poseidon can be one of the three ancient weapons. Originally, Luffy felt that the ability to control sea kings was not worth mentioning in front of top powerhouses. After all, powerhouses at the Hawkeye level all have the strength to smash meteorites together. But at this moment, Luffy knows how terrifying Poseidon's strength is. If it weren't for these Sea Master coupons, they wouldn't be big enough to surpass the Red 10 continent. Luffy doubts that Poseidon will be able to destroy the celestial dragons with these big guys. Of course, in the absence of admiral-level powerhouses participating in the battle, no one knows how many cards the celestial dragons have accumulated over the past 800 years of ruling the world. At this time, Luffy re-examined the power of the legendary third-generation ancient weapon. Originally, relying on the impression of the anime, he felt that the ancient weapon was nothing special. But at the moment, maybe the ancient weapon can't threaten the real powerhouse who is at the peak of pirates. But in terms of strategic significance, even the combination of 4 emperors and 3 admirals may not be as terrifying as a Poseidon. After all, the number of sea kings in calm belt is outrageous, and even if 4 emperors plus 3 admirals are counted, there may be no more than 1,000 cotters who can compete with the giant sea kings. For countless sea kings, it is estimated that they can be wiped out with life piles, if they don't run. Hey, Luffy! Is it really okay for us to sail in this sea? Yes, is there a safer way to get us to naval headquarters? Usopp asked Luffy, trembling. At this time, a marine colonel came out with a smile in the cabin. Don't worry, the warship we're on is a newly developed sea stone warship. As long as we don't stay in a sea area for too long, the Sea Kings won't find us. Also, please don't make too much noise. Too much noise can easily attract the attention of the Sea Kings. This person was Colonel Joey's, who was in charge of taking Luffy and others to naval headquarters. Usopp and Nami immediately covered their mouths. Luffy looked at the giant Sea Kings in the distance. If he still had Li Jing's 100% template bonus, he might be able to kill these handsless guys in seconds. At this time, although the template of the Flash King has a terrifying bonus to observation haki, for these giant beasts, no matter how fast their reaction ability is, they can't hide from a slap. Unless it can restore 100% of the peak speed of Li Renbok. Maybe you can escape the attack of these giant Sea Kings by virtue of the speed of sound. At this time, Buggy looked at the stunned crowd triumphantly and said, "Humph, what's there to be afraid of? Our Captain Roger was serving Sea Kings for dinner at the time." Buggy traveled with Roger. Although his strength has stagnated for a long time, his experience is not comparable to that of everyone present. However, Marine was able to study the warships that came and went from the calm belt at will. Buggy looked with admiration at the warship that did not cause any commotion in Sea Kings. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Asking for flowers. If I could also have a warship like this, wouldn't I be able to shuttle around the Grand Line at will? Trembling, Usopp asked Joey's, "Are you sure these Sea Kings won't find us?" Joey's nodded confidently. "This has been tested countless times by our Marine." Luffy also sighed and said, "That is to say, Marine supported by the world government can still be so rich and powerful, using sea stone on a warship. You must know that the cost of a sea stone warship is already comparable to that of a pacifist. Don't look at the later pacifists who were scrapped by Straw Hat crew like a rotten street. You must know that when that thing first appeared on the scene, it was a war machine that could compete with the supernova of the evil generation. Only the strange monk Urage, who defeated one of the 4 generals, destroyed a pacifist by himself. The rest are at best on par with the pacifists. This is already close to the combat effectiveness of the captain of the large fleet under the 4 emperors. 0. And the most terrifying thing about this thing is that it can be mass-produced. And the price of a warship is comparable to that of a pacifist, which is enough to explain the high cost of a warship." Joey smiled and said to Luffy, "I believe Lord Luffy will soon have such a warship. As it stands now, only Marines of Vice Admiral level and above are eligible to own a sea stone warship." Luffy spread her hands, "I hope so." And at this moment, low humming sounds suddenly appeared in Luffy's mind. "Is it time? Are you here? The king has been born. How much longer? Hold on. Shall we eat that shrimp on top of our heads? Wait for the king's order." Luffy broke out in a cold sweat for a moment. "My grass!" Everyone looked at Luffy in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Luffy waved his hand, a look of seriousness flashed across his face. "Hear the voice of all things. Supergiant Sea Kings. I never thought that I would meet those big guys who pulled the boat for Noah. These supergiant Sea Kings with high intelligence will naturally not be confused by the bottom of the sea stone ship, and everyone has no idea that they have already walked through the gate of hell." Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "I must go to the Fishmen Island to clear the copy of Shirahoshi some other day. After mastering Poseidon, even if the 5 elders want to move themselves, they must take a good look at the Huangdian area. Speaking of which, after I awaken the Nika fruit, will I be able to perfectly match Shirahoshi's body shape?" A strange look suddenly appeared on Luffy's face. "Hey! What do you see that is?" Usopp suddenly pointed to a black shadow on the sea level in the distance and exclaimed. Everyone looked at a castle on the sea, which was located alone in the center of Calm Belt. Chapter 70. Impossible. This is Com Belt. Nami looked at the looming black shadow in surprise and exclaimed. Luffy stared at the black shadow and said, sure enough, impel down. Joey smiled and nodded. Unexpectedly, Master Luffy has heard of this place, so I don't need to explain too much. Impel down? What's it for? Everyone asked Luffy in surprise. Didn't I say that those pirates who get caught will live a life that is worse than death? That's why. Luffy laughed and said to the crowd, impel down, the strictest prison in the marine, is divided into 6 floors. A waste of 20 million Baileys like Arlong is not even worthy of entering the 3rd floor. It houses the ferocious criminals captured by the marine for hundreds of years. It is known as an iron wall and deters countless big pirates on the Grand Line. It is precisely because of the 3 of impel down that countless pirates are unwilling to fight against it even if their strength exceeds marine. After all, if they miss and are captured, they will live a life that would be worse than death. Everyone looked at this marvelous building with admiration. They couldn't imagine how Marine built this prison on the Com Belt. Aren't we going to naval headquarters? Why are we in impel down? Zoro asked Luffy with a puzzled look on his face. I think it's because we need to go on a special current that belongs to the Marine. Luffy raised his head to indicate a direction, and everyone looked up, only to realize that a terrifying giant door appeared beside the warship at some point. The Gate of Justice. Military strongholds connected to an ice lobby, naval headquarters, and impel down. So big. Everyone looked at the giant door in surprise, and a gap slowly opened. The waves on the other side of the door are choppy, in stark contrast to the calm of the Com Belt. Luffy turned his head and walked back to the cabin, waving his hands. Com Belt will soon arrive at naval headquarters, you should recharge your batteries. I think this time naval headquarters is not as easy as you think. Ah! Everyone looked at Luffy strangely, not knowing what he meant. Joey's on the side looked at Luffy's back with admiration. As expected of Master Luffy, he can even guess this. Everyone looked at Joey's in unison. Joey's explained with some embarrassment, Master Luffy's strength is naturally no problem as a Commodore. However, in terms of experience, Master Luffy only has the merits of the Dragon Pirates, and this award was broadcast live all over the world. Even I don't understand the intention of the world government. Not to mention that there are still many self-respecting thorns in Marine, and they are all waiting to give Lord Luffy a blow when he arrives at naval headquarters. Hey? There is such a thing? Is there still time for me to go back now? Usopp trembled when he heard the words. Challenges from other Marines. Zoro held the Onitsuo in his hand excitedly, just to try out my new knife. Sanji took a puff of a cigarette and didn't care about it. He was a student of Jeep at this time and thought he was no weaker than anyone. Only Luffy walked into the cabin alone, with a mocking look on his face. What is this? Do yourself a favor? Luffy believes that the strength he has shown must have appeared on the 5 Elders report. For 800 years, the world government has not been able to control rubber fruit. Although I have joined the Marine camp now, in order to prevent unnecessary increase and change, it is obvious that I plan to give myself a boost. Mushu Yu Linfeng will destroy it. Originally, I became a Marine through the back door, and was directly promoted to Commodore before entering the Grand Line. This will definitely cause dissatisfaction among a large number of grassroots Marine non-commissioned officers. If one's own strength is not enough to frighten this group of Marines, it will be extremely difficult to develop one's own lineage in Marines once one's reputation of relying on connections is solid. After all, no one wants to be with a dude who relies on the back door to get to the top. According to the original strength of Luffy, any school-level Marine can beat Luffy. After all, Naval Headquarters field officers have already mastered knowledge color and armament haki. Just like Zoro mastered the armament haki winding after 2 years of practice, he thought that the black sword was invincible in the world, but Zoro was shocked when a large group of soldiers in Dressrosa held a black sword. It's a pity that Luffy's strength is not what it used to be. After 2 template restorations, coupled with the addition of the Strike King template, Luffy's strength surpasses the original Luffy. Luffy walked to the training room, looked at the target on the field, shook his fist casually, waved his hand, and flicked his right hand like a booster pump. Luffy started to turn red all over, and bursts of steam came out. Second gear. Luffy took a deep breath, and disappeared from the spot with a swish. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from the training room, and the targets in the entire training room exploded instantly. Rubber jet pistol. Luffy let out a low cry, his arm shot out like a bullet and retracted instantly, a clear fist mark appeared on the wall of the training room. One must know that this is a sea stone warship, the walls of the training room are doped with a small amount of sea stone powder, its hardness even surpassed that of steel. At this time, Luffy can already leave a clear fist mark on it. Not so far. Luffy frowned at his fist. Even with the tenacity talent of the Flash King template, it seems to be a little bit worse for armament haki. But Luffy pressed his arm on the heart and lightly pressed the heart, which was beating violently, to speed up again. The blood in the whole body began to flow at a high speed, and the muscles of the body tensed and became extraordinarily hard. Iron Body by Marine 6 Styles. By accelerating blood flow, muscle movement is accelerated, so that the body has iron-like hardness, which can easily prevent bullet attacks. Iron Body is the predecessor of armament haki. Once you use Iron Body, your own speed will be weakened due to muscle stiffness. The first stage of armament haki is when the Iron Body is cultivated to the top level and can be controlled at will without affecting the speed. Armor color hardened. Feeling the arm whose strength has risen by another stage 4.6 times, Luffy directly waved it out. Iron Body jet pistol. With a loud bang, the walls of the training room mixed with sea stone powder were directly pierced by Luffy's fist. Luffy smiled slightly upon seeing this. Sure enough, the particularity of rubber fruit allows it to have a power similar to armament haki in second gear. The only difference may be that Luffy's fist in this state does not affect the elementalization of Logia demon fruit power. Luffy waved his aching arm and lifted his second gear. Such power combined with the top-level observation haki is enough for this honor ceremony. Lord Luffy, Naval Headquarters has arrived. The Marine soldiers stationed outside the door swallowed their saliva and reported while looking at the dilapidated training room. Luffy put the cloak on her body and walked towards the door. Chapter 71. Hey, Marine, is this crazy? Newspapers followed by newsbirds released a shocking news throughout the world of pirates. Monkey D. Luffy? Who's this? What's a Marine Commodore doing for an investiture ceremony? The #1 swordsman in the world that Hawkeye personally admits to be inferior to. Kill the Murloc Arlong, a member of the Sun Pirates. Are you kidding me? An unknown brat can make Marine boast so much. Just on Luffy's way to Naval Headquarters. News of Luffy's public honor spread across the seas and across the Grand Line. Among them, the most eye-catching one is the world's #1 swordsman who even thinks he is inferior to the Eagle Eye. Everyone looked at the news in front of them like a fool. No one believed that a mere Commodore dared to compare with the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, from 7 warlords of the sea. Among the red hair pirates, Lajilu and other cotters laughed and mocked their captain. Boss, haha, Luffy has become famous, and she really went to become a Marine. What about saying the same thing to Captain Roger? Pthahaha, is this the man who will become the Marine King? Everyone laughed and said strangely to Shanks. Go! 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 Shanks gave everyone a blank look, whether he is a Marine or a pirate, don't forget that he is a rubber fruit capable person. Everyone laughed when they heard the words, and stopped talking. Beckman frowned and reminded Shanks, Whitebeard refused to communicate with us, the newcomer was beaten up and released, why? Do you want to go there yourself? Shanks suppressed his smile when he heard the words, frowned and thought, now is not the time, the world government actually put Luffy on the bright side, is this trying to pour cold water on those lurking guys? Are you losing your bet? Ben Beckman asked with a faint smile, taking a puff of cigarette. It's still early. Sometimes what rubber fruit represents is beyond the control of the capable person himself. The redhead chuckled twice, otherwise, the world government wouldn't have never controlled this fruit for 800 years. And at this time the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, holding a bottle in his hand, holds a newspaper about Luffy's news, Monkey D. Luffy. The D family? Is this the grandson of that Garp guy? Ace's brother. Marco on the side laughed and said, Ace also brags about his younger brother all day long, but he didn't expect to become a marine. I really want to see what happens when the two brothers meet. You can't catch his big brother, right? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard the words, and they didn't think that Luffy, who had just been promoted to Commodore, was Ace's opponent. Whitebeard smiled slightly. For Ace, he is the candidate for the one piece that he puts his hopes on. If Yin thinks Kaido is the Joey Poi who brings change, then Whitebeard thinks Joey Poi is Ace. Originally, the redhead also thought so, so after he got the rubber fruit, he kept looking for the trace of Ace, but in the end he was swallowed by Luffy by accident. Later, Luffy and Roger said the same words, so Redhead decided to take a gamble and gave Luffy the straw hat representing freedom. Whitebeard threw the newspaper aside casually, haha, for Ace's brother, let's have a banquet. Father. You can't drink, hey. Once in a while, ya ha ha ha. Among Alabasta. Lockdoll looked at Luffy's photo disdainfully. The world's greatest swordsman? Don't be afraid to blow to death. How can Hawkeye's strength be compared to this kind of trash who hasn't even entered the Grand Line? He casually threw the newspaper aside, turned to Robin who was dressed in white denim and asked, Has Miss Wednesday's identity been investigated? Robin's brows jumped twice, No, not yet. MR5 has been sent to investigate. I believe her true identity will be found out soon. K. Lakadar nodded, Take Alabasta into your hands as soon as possible, and find out the location of the historical text. Okay, Robin backed out without saying a word, holding the newspaper with Luffy's photo in his hand thoughtfully. On the Grand Line, among the Four Seas, Kid, APU, Hawkins, and other supernovas looked at the reports in the newspaper and frowned. Kid looked at Luffy's photo with disdain, What marine supernova, marine has fallen to this point? Kira on the side waved the scimitar in his hand, If you kill him, I believe you can get a lot of rewards, right? Kid laughed, Let's wipe out this town and head to the Grand Line. Speaking of which, Kid controlled the iron knife and rushed directly towards the town, causing countless casualties in the town. And in North Blue, the blonde Hawkins is holding a card to keep telling fortune tellers, but as time goes by, Hawkins' eyes become more and more wrinkled. Impossible. Why can't this guy's fate be predicted? Since getting the straw fruit, Hawkingston, who has been relying on divination to plan his actions, feels a little confused. He is like a puppet controlled by devil fruit, once the divination loses its effectiveness, he has no idea how to act. After a long silence, Hawkins tore up the news with Luffy's newspaper and said to the crew, Let's go to the Grand Line. The reverent bow of the cult-like pirates should be, Captain, we are going to. Hawkins looked at Lu Fang, the big clay court player, Get rid of those who don't respect fate. Uraj, Capone Beeg, Jewelry Bonnie, APU and others either disdain or don't care about Luffy's news. But Luffy's fame has spread throughout the world of pirates. At this time, the warship Luffy was on had arrived at Marine Ford, where naval headquarters was located, from the Gate of Justice. Everyone looked at the towering naval headquarters with shocking expressions. Rows of Marines wearing Justice cloaks stand on the Crescent Bay port. The Marines on the Grand Line exuded a terrifying aura, causing everyone to take a step back unconsciously. Only Zoro and Sanji just swayed slightly, their eyes full of dignity. Intuition told them that the strength of every Marine here is not inferior to Arlong. At this time, Luffy walked to the front wearing the cloak of justice. Looking at the pair of playful eyes below, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly, and the whole person appeared directly above the port. Blitz's Knockout King. Blitz. The ability to move faster than the speed of sound appeared in front of many marines for the first time. Chapter 72. Impossible. How could it be so fast? The pupils of the marines who were watching the excitement at the port shrank, and they looked at Luffy who had appeared in front of them in horror. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Yo, it seems that everyone is very enthusiastic. Luffy smiled and waved to everyone. Shouldn't you all salute Commodore or something? The marines were taken aback for a moment, and then looked at the thick-skinned Luffy in front of them speechlessly. Suddenly a major rushed out of the crowd. I saw him bowing his head and nodding to Luffy, complimenting him repeatedly. Master Luffy is indeed mighty, I still remember your heroic appearance in Baratie. Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, and found that the person who came was Hobody, who had helped Luffy in the Baratie restaurant. After the Creek pirates were wiped out, he was directly promoted to the rank of major with some military exploits. Ah, isn't this Hobody? Yes, you're doing well. I've already told you that you must be right to hang out with me. I'll talk to my grandpa Garp another day and see if I can send you to go to training camp. Luffy looked at the marine who was watching, and said to Hope with a smile. Although this guy is as timid as a mouse and narrow-minded, he has not colluded with pirates to oppress civilians like Colonel Mouse. In the original book, after being demoted, he only wanted to make contributions and resume his official position, and later he worked under Hina's subordinates. So for this guy who wants to hug his thigh, Luffy naturally doesn't mind giving some empty promises. Sometimes this kind of villain is more useful than that kind of dead-headed marine who doesn't care about the overall situation. When the marines around heard Luffy's self-introduction, the hostility of a part of the marines towards Luffy subsided instantly. This turned out to be Garp's grandson. If true, it doesn't seem like a big deal to give a Commodore. That coxcomb head over there, that's right, it's you. What's your expression? If you don't agree, come and touch it. Luffy raised his eyebrows arrogantly at the future marine supernova Grunt and said. Nanny. Grunt, who had red hair and was equipped with a weapon in his left hand, suddenly showed an angry expression on his face. Boy! Others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Grunt yelled at Luffy frantically, I'm your brother. You'd better treat me with respect. Brother. Luffy looked at Grunt in surprise. Who are you hanging out with? Grunt. Come on, you're Marine, BD. Who are you messing with? Vice Admiral Garp, of course. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of the idiot who took the initiative to apply to go to the frontline base in the future in an attempt to kill the ant. So it's you? Luffy suddenly showed a motherly smile. How is it? Do you want to come and hang out with me? This guy and Luffy are both 17 years old. 2 years later, Luffy can only say that he has a crushing victory against this guy. But this guy now has the position of Naval Headquarters Colonel, Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, and has a weaponry that can destroy warships in one hit. If the original Luffy meets this guy, maybe it's not sure who will win. However, the current Luffy is not comparable to his strength. Grunt looked at Luffy disdainfully. I'm hanging out with Admiral Aokiji now, Commodore? Look at you. Oh, I think your military rank is just a colonel, set up a mere Commodore. Luffy said to Grunt with a smile. When Grunt heard the words, he was speechless, and his face was red with anger. At this time, Zoro and others also stepped down from the warship. As expected of Naval Headquarters, I feel that their strength is enough for me to use my full strength. Zoro looked around Marine excitedly. Sanji is not interested in fighting. Come with me, Hina, Vice Admiral Garp asked me to pick you up to the office. At this time, a female colonel with pink hair and a cigarette came out from the crowd. Sanji, who was originally indifferent, suddenly had red eyes in his eyes, and knelt down in front of Hina. "Oh my god! There is such a heroic beauty in the world, miss, are you interested in having dinner with me?" As one of the few marines in Daxia, a pair of angry eyes stared at Sanji. The corners of Hina's mouth raised slightly, she opened her arms and hugged Sanji. "Ah! Is my spring coming?" Sanji pouted and kissed Hina directly. However, in the next second, Hina's hands turned into black bands and tied up the nympho Sanji. The surrounding marines laughed loudly when they saw this. "This is Heijian Hina, wanting to eat her tofu is simply a dream." Hina glanced at Luffy proudly, then threw Sanji over. "Let your soldiers be honest for a while, Hina is very angry." Zoro lifted Sanji up, held Sanji in disdain and taunted, "You idiot! Hey? Chlorella head want to fight? It's all tied up, you perverted cook! Let go of me, I'm going to kill him!" Boom! Boom! There were two muffled sounds, and a huge swollen lump appeared on the heads of the two of them. "You two idiots give me peace of mind!" Nami yelled frantically behind the two, "If you want to make trouble, look at the place." Zoro and Sanji looked up at the marine watching and snorted twice, and stopped talking to each other. Luffy stepped forward, smiling and grabbed the iron fence wrapped around Sanji's body. "Hey, isn't he trying to break off Hina's black sill with his hands? That thing is comparable to steel." Hina also looked at Luffy jokingly, she didn't think Luffy could break the steel fence she made with Luffy's strength. However, they underestimated Luffy's physical fitness at this time. With the template bonus, Luffy's physical strength has reached the edge of awakening armament haki. In Alabasta, Zoro understood the move of cutting iron, not to mention Luffy at this time. I saw Luffy holding the black threshold with both hands, the muscles in his arms bulged, and a deep palm print was instantly made on the steel. Luffy pulled it out hard, and the black barrier was stretched and pulled off Sanji like Li Qian's noodles. The surrounding marines looked at Luffy in horror. What a terrifying power! Be aware that armament haki is an enhancement of physical hardness, not a physical enhancement. Although many of these people have cultivated armament haki, there are really few who can break steel with bare hands. There was also a trace of solemnity in Hina's eyes. She did not expect that Luffy's seemingly thin body contained such a powerful force. "Let's go, Beauty Chin." Luffy's voice came from behind Hina, and she just felt an arm climb around her waist. Hina's pupils shrank suddenly. So fast! His hands turned into iron bars again and were tied behind him. However, in the next second, Luffy appeared in front of her innocently with his hands spread out. Hina took a deep look at Luffy, turned her head and walked towards naval headquarters. Luffy smiled, waved his hands and followed. Chapter 73. Yo, old man! Luffy walked into Sengoku's marshal's office without any hesitation. "Is the kid very dancing recently?" Garp yelled at Luffy, "How dare you destroy the entire 16th branch marine? Even if they colluded with pirates and violated discipline, they should be handed over to the Nice Lobby Court for trial and sentence." After yelling, Garp calmly glanced at Sengoku who was holding the file next to him. Sengoku put down the document in his hand with contempt. "Okay, stop acting in front of me, I don't want to do anything to him, this is the Commodore promoted by 5 elders himself." "Ah ha ha ha, thank you very soon, Uncle Sengoku, if you have anything to do in the future, you can just go to him directly." Garp didn't care what the so-called face was, and recommended to Luffy loudly. Luffy decisively borrowed the donkey on the slope and gave a direct military salute. "Hello, Uncle Sengoku." Zoro and the others behind him twitched their lips when they saw their captain's shamelessness. Only Luffy knows that the big guy in front of him is really his own. During the Summit War, Sengoku punched down Luffy and deflected the attack with a rubber balloon, but when it came to Blackbeard, Sengoku almost missed the group with a punch. Such a double-standard behavior, Kizaru old uncle saw it and called it an expert. 430. Let me tell you the purpose of this visit, Sengoku looked at Luffy's address and did not respond, but instead said to Luffy, due to the loss of control of New World in recent years, the number of pirates in the Four Seas has increased sharply. Except for East Blue, several pirate groups known as pirate supernovas have appeared in the other three major regions. Now Marine urgently needs to set an example to boost the morale of Marines. Originally, Gurren's qualifications and strength are more suitable for this model than you, but 5 elders don't know what's wrong. Cough. 5 elders personally named you and ordered you to be established as a Marine supernova of this generation. All you have to do is enter the Grand Line, exercise your strength, and then snipe other pirate supernovas. It was only at this time that Luffy realized that the ceremony of promoting himself to the Commodore on such a large scale had such a meaning. I'm fine with that, but supernovas aren't that easy to find, are they? You must know that in the original timeline, these pirate supernovae gathered on the Sabaody archipelago almost at the same time. It means that the Marines did not complete their sniping in the first half of the Grand Line. You don't have to worry about these, the intelligence department of the world government will provide you with corresponding, BabJ, information. When the time comes, just run after them like your grandfather Garp, you don't have to catch them. The world government will promote your reputation to boost morale. Of course if you can catch the best, Sengoku said casually, and then looked at Zoro and the others, but with your current strength, you may not be able to beat them. Ha! Zoro shook the long knife in his hand unconvinced. Luffy waved his hand, signaling Zoro not to be impulsive, and save himself being rubbed on the ground. Oh, and, Sengoku said to Luffy with a sudden chuckle, the officers below seem to be very dissatisfied with you being a model Marine. Originally, this group of people planned to give you a direct discussion when you docked, but they were suppressed by your grandfather. Luffy looked at Garp in surprise. When did this old man be so protective? However, in the next second, what Sengoku said almost made Luffy spit out a mouthful of old blood. Your grandfather proposed to approve this group of Marines to challenge you face to face on the day of the award ceremony, and broadcast the whole process live to Four Seas and New World, so I'm here to ask for your opinion. Sengoku smiled and said to Luffy, your grandpa seems to be very confident in your strength. I also want to see what kind of strength the great swordsman who can make Hawkeye admit that he is ashamed. Luffy heard that the veins on his forehead were exposed, but he didn't expect that it was his own grandfather Garp who cheated him. Could it be that he was revenge for letting him kneel down at that time? Garp laughed loudly and patted Luffy on the shoulder. Don't be humble. Show your strength to make Hawkeye kneel down, and show those 5 old men from the world government how awesome my grandson Garp is. Don't worry, he will level up. Officers won't take action, you only need to deal with school level ones. The corners of Luffy's lips twitched when he heard this. What the hell, Li Jing was his template back then, if he still had that template, wouldn't he be afraid of mere challenges? Your knees are swollen. But his template at this time is no longer a bug template at the level of causality. Although it has a terrifying bonus in speed, the consumption of physical strength is also terrifying. College-level officers also want to fight Luffy. Before Luffy opened his mouth, Zoro said confidently, let those generals join in too. Luffy is my ultimate goal of pursuing the strongest swordsmanship. How could I be defeated by such a group of small shrimps? Luffy's eyelids twitched when he heard the words, this F***ck has been fooled too much. If it's a Vice Admiral player, Lao Zi can't beat him, BD. Luffy coughed dryly, ahem, this is pretty good, let's just go to the school level, if the general level is also defeated by me, Marine will lose face, right? Zoro behind him nodded regretfully, yes, for the sake of the overall situation, I wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about your swordsmanship. Luffy's heart was broken at this moment. Learn from your uncle. Sengoku nodded to everyone, if you have nothing to do, let Colonel Hina take you to the dormitory to rest. The award is expected to be at noon tomorrow. Take a good rest, recharge your batteries, and give the group of guys with high eyesight in the headquarters a good lesson. Recently, everyone has drifted away, and there is not even a newcomer who can see past. Immediately, Hina prepared to take Luffy and others to retreat. However, Luffy coughed dryly twice. Uncle Sengoku, there is something else I need to report to you. Sengoku looked up at Luffy in surprise. What's the matter? Luffy pointed to Buggy the Clown who was trembling behind him. I want to remove this guy's bounty and get it down to work. Buggy the Clown. Sengoku glanced at Buggy, a former member of the Roger Pirates. Buggy's scalp went numb when he heard that Sengoku knew everything about him. Ha ha, intern. I haven't heard of this guy committing any major crimes in these years. He has been nesting in East Blue and running around, and he doesn't care much. What do you want him to do? Sengoku put down the document in his hand and asked. Poor, Luffy cried with snot and tears. The old man asked me to save my military merits to save money to buy a ship, but my little salary can save enough money for a warship. Doesn't it mean that this guy is very clever, so I'm going to ask him to set up a courier company, deliver couriers on the Grand Line, and dig up treasure maps by the way. Sengoku was taken aback after hearing this. Didn't you let him join Marine? As far as he is doing nothing, even I despise the person who lost our Marine. Isn't this taking advantage of his status as a member of the Roger Pirates and a red-haired brother to make some extra money? Luffy smiled and said to Sengoku. You want him to be a Shishibukai? Sengoku squinted his eyes and looked at Luffy after hearing this. Haha, how come he has no vacancies now haha? Luffy smiled awkwardly. I couldn't help muttering in my heart, I underestimated the legendary the resourceful general. Chapter 74. Why is the world government able to control the largest armed force on the sea, the Marine? In addition to the thought control of the so-called creation royal family, in essence, celestial dragons control countless huge treasures. Marine warships, technological research and development, personnel supplies, marine salaries, not to mention the bounties of pirates all over the sea, all of these require extremely huge financial support. And celestial dragons, who have controlled the world for 800 years, is not an exaggeration to say that they even own more than 80% of the wealth of the entire pirate world. A random slave can create a golden emperor, and the priceless devil fruit is just a toy for slaves to please themselves in the eyes of celestial dragons. Without the support of funds, the entire marine system will fall apart in an instant. That's why 5 elders dared to curse directly in front of Akainu, your face is nothing. In their view, the so-called martial marine is nothing more than a dog raised by the world government. If it is disobedient, kill it and replace it with another one. Even Liu Qi, who is directly under the CPO of celestial dragons, dared to show his face to Akainu, which is enough to show how much the deterrence of martial marine has declined after Akainu came to power. And Luffy wants to get funds, it is naturally impossible to live on his own salary. And if you want to get out of the grip of the world government, you must have a unique source of income. As a marine, it is impossible to collect heavenly gold like celestial dragons, and it is impossible to burn, kill, and loot like pirates. Then there are only 2 paths left, trade routes and earn bounties. And these 2 routes are precisely the model of the arms business of 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo, and the Barlock work agency of K-Lock Dar. And it just so happens that I am familiar with the strategies of these 2 people, so I am really sorry for my identity as a time traveler if I don't get the money of the 2 of them. It just so happens that Buggy's complex background and identity are enough to replace his identity as Doflamingo and succeed him as Hork. After all, whether it is the identity of the crew of One Piece or the identity of a red-haired friend, it is enough to make him enjoy both black and white. The only thing missing is a legal identity. As long as I get rid of Kelkator and say hello to Garp and Sengoku in advance, I won't have to worry about Pele in the future. At this point Sengoku didn't know that Luffy had already set his mind on Lockdoll and Doflamingo. Sengoku knocked on the table and said, the bounty order can be revoked, Shishibukai is definitely useless, we can't recruit a special Shishibukai, buggy is not enough to replace anyone, but as long as he doesn't attack civilians or marines, you can let the people below turn a blind eye to him. Buggy was overjoyed when he heard the words, this treatment is no different from Shishibukai, that is, he can plunder pirates openly and take the treasures for himself. You must know that this is a privilege that only 7 warlords of the sea has. Luffy also nodded in satisfaction, yes, that's enough. Anyway, Luffy has already made up his mind to go back to Alabasta to kill Locke Dar. As a marine, I will definitely not be voluntarily recruited by Robin. In this case, I simply integrate the Bar Lock work agency first, and then trick Robin over. Perfect. Uncle Sengoku, I withdrew first, and the old man, I dug up the former East Blue genius marine sniper, you train people, I lack people on this ship. Luffy casually threw Duddy and Guy Luoer father and daughter to Garp, and ran away before he could react. Garp looked at the embarrassed Dottie in astonishment, and then he laughed, this kid Tong Chuan is causing trouble for me. Sengoku looked at Garp with distaste, you can pull it down, I don't think you are troublesome. Garp laughed twice and turned to look at Duddy, Daddy with a child, the former East Blue Marine's first talent sniper, Lieutenant Junior grade rank, because of losing a duel with red hair pirates Usopp, he fell into a slump, and then quit marine. Been hunting some bounties for small bounties in the town of Rog with my daughter. Garp read out Duddy's information in detail. Usopp. Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, then lost his voice, the number 1 sniper of the red hair pirates. Asking for flowers. Garp nodded, I once asked Smoker to try to persuade this guy to return to the marine, but unfortunately he was rejected. Unexpectedly, my grandson persuaded him. Seeing the irresponsible Luffy throwing himself to Garp, Duddy ignored him, so he hesitated and said to Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, Chief Luffy said to ensure the safety of my daughter. Garp took a look at Guy Luoer, and Guy Luoer, who was as big as a kid, ran directly to Garp's feet and stared at Garp with big watery eyes, Grandpa Garp is good. Garp was immediately elated when he was called, hello, you will be my granddaughter from now on, and this old boy will be your second grandfather, and you will follow your second grandfather to find a house in the small town behind, let me see who dares to bully you. Garp, who was called Luffy, the old man, and the old man since he was a child, felt relieved when he saw such an obedient little girl. Sengoku on the side rolled his eyes speechlessly, but didn't speak. Since his grandson became a marine, this guy's state is different every day, even his work has become a lot more active. Naturally, there is no need to bother with him about such a small matter. At this time, Duddy was full of unexpected surprises. Originally, he just wanted to find a way out for Guy Luoer, but he didn't expect to find 2 backers directly. With these 2, as long as naval headquarters is not demolished, I don't think I will have to worry about sleeping on the streets after my death. Duddy gave a military salute to Garp and Sengoku excitedly, the subordinates are always on standby and ready to fight. Garp nodded, you will go find that old guy Zephyr with me later, your talent has been wasted for a long time, it is time to train hard. Duddy's face became even more joyful when he heard the words, he never thought that he would have the opportunity to train under the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. This is the dream I have been working hard for. Today's Marine and Admiral are all Zephyr's apprentices. For the first time, Duddy felt that he really followed the right person, as expected of Garp's grandson, this connection is really terrifying. Chapter 75. Marine Ford ushered in unprecedented excitement. Numerous Marines stood in a square formation on the huge Crescent Bay Square. A video phone bug was carried on the shoulders of a reporter and aimed at the Marine below. Lieutenant and above Marine wears a coat with Justice written on the back and matches it with the standard uniform. Officers and above become the image of a Justice coat with personalized casual clothes. Although there is not such a huge lineup as Summit War, all the Marines standing on the square are above the rank of Lieutenant. The picture on the square was broadcast live to all over the world, which is different from Summit War, which was worried that Marine would fail, so it only broadcast live simultaneously on Sabaody Archipelago. The award ceremony was broadcast live worldwide. Even the New World and the countries that have separated from the world government are broadcast live by the news agency simultaneously. This made everyone 027 seem unbelievable. Hey, Marine, is this crazy? How can a little Commodore do this? Marco and the Whitebeard pirates are watching the live broadcast on an island at this time. The densely packed colonel and lieutenant marines made their scalps tingle. It is indeed the biggest force above the sea. In terms of the bottom-level combat power alone, unless the four emperors join forces, it is impossible to fight against it. After all, unlike the pirates' wild background, Marine has its own standard training system. You can train a large number of general-level Marine soldiers. Also Whitebeard laughed, it's definitely not just awarding honors, no one knows what that guy Sengoku is doing, after all, he used to be the resourceful General Sengoku. While speaking, Sengoku followed Garp and Crane Vice Admiral to appear in the screen. In the screen, there are no 3 Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral level Marines. Obviously, in order to prevent the pirates from sneak attacking while the base is empty, all the Vice Admirals have been transferred to the branch Marine base to sit in town. Shot to Sengoku. Sengoku stood on the high platform holding a loudspeaker phone and looked at the officers below with serious expressions. War is coming. Sengoku's first sentence made the world tremble, and everyone didn't know what Sengoku meant. Those who want to escape, escape now. And there is no cowardice allowed here. We are the bastion of peace in the age of pirates. The weakness of the people is not their fault. Justice is here. As long as there are powerful evil forces on the sea, we Marine will do our best to expel them. Sengoku glanced at Fang Mo's silent Marine, and shouted loudly. In the name of absolute justice. Below, Marine's excited blood churned and shouted loudly, drink. This old guy, Whitebeard said, looking helplessly at Sengoku in the frame. No wonder the whole live broadcast was started. This passage is the real purpose of Sengoku. He gave the whole world a shot in the arm and planted the seeds of resistance in advance for the uncontrolled islands of New World. Pirates are evil, and Marines are just, which is beyond doubt in the eyes of the public. At this time, Sengoku magnified this kind of justice and evil countless times. With these foreshadowing, Marines' actions on the Grand Line will definitely reduce a lot of obstacles. Sengoku suppressed the cheers of the soldiers below, and continued to speak to the crowd. This is an award, but also a military exercise. Next up is our new naval headquarters Commodore Marine Supernova Monkey D. Luffy accepting the challenge of tenure. Any school-level military officer who can defeat Luffy Commodore will be promoted to a higher rank and his salary will be doubled. The eyes of all the school-level officers lit up when they heard the words. Originally, they just wanted to give this so-called supernova a lesson, but they didn't expect that there would be additional benefits. Luffy, who hadn't entered the venue yet, turned dark when he heard the words. Does your uncle not give you a way out? Although it was not as exaggerated as the 100,000 elites of Summit War, there were hundreds of school-level officers present. Are you really going to let me call them one by one? Zoro on the side gave himself a thumbs up. Go to Luffy and let them see what kendo is. Nami punched Zoro on the head, are you an idiot? That's hundreds of naval headquarters colonels. What are you afraid of? You haven't seen this guy's true strength at all. Sanji on the side also had a relaxed expression on his face. At that time, Hawkeye's knife split the sea, and he didn't even move. Don't let him underestimate your captain. Really? Nami looked suspiciously at Luffy who was somewhat silent. Luffy. Boil. In the stands, 3 old men and women over half a century old were muttering in low voices. Are you sure Luffy can handle it? No problem, right? That's my trained grandson after all. You can pull it down, Can you train a swordsman who can defeat Hawkeye? To be honest, I don't remember that Luffy can use a sword, but when East Blue met him, his sword intent was a bit interesting. As long as the sword keeps on, even I can't move. Is it that strong? He doesn't seem to know haki yet, right? What if he breaks with his sword? Didn't the gang of Black Cat pirates say that this guy can use his sword intent out of thin air? It shouldn't be a big problem, and he can also play with water. Whether we win or lose this time, we can let the world see the strength of our naval headquarters. I believe those who want to be pirates will definitely weigh it. If Luffy knew that they had counted the abilities of all the templates he had been using, he would probably vomit blood and curse, FK, that's a temporary cheat, it's expired, okay. Fortunately, only school-level officers made the move this time, and this martial arts exercise is also of real benefit to him in establishing his prestige in the marine. Luffy took a deep breath, carried same hata on his back, and held a big sword in his hand, and walked up to the stage step by step under the watchful eyes of many camera phone bugs. 4.2 He rolled his eyes at the three old and unscrupulous guys who were muttering, and snatched the phone bug from Sengoku's hand. I, Monkey D. Luffy, am the grandson of this guy, everyone may recognize me. Luffy pointed at Garp amidst everyone's stunned expressions. I know you are all upset with me, and I also know that you think my military rank came through the back door. Now I'm giving you a chance. Luffy looked around at the school-level officer below and continued, the next thing I say is not aimed at you, as long as everyone here can fall down on this martial arts stage, I will voluntarily give up this promotion. So now. Luffy took off the shark muscles on his back and pointed at the crowd. Let's go together. Chapter 76. The generals below were stunned for a moment. Immediately, a contemptuous anger appeared on his face. Gront blushed and shouted, I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me. Luffy jumped down from the stands and said with a smile, Hey, you saw it today. Come on. I can't stand it. You all get out of the way. Let me teach him a lesson. At this time, a burly, dark-skinned man stepped out of the formation. The yellow clover shirt he wore proved that he was a Marine colonel. This fellow is Burnham, the subordinate of Marine Admiral Aokiji. I heard that he is a 6th-style genius, and he has made a lot of enhancements to the 6th style. I heard that this guy is also one of the candidates for the supernova, so it's been a long time since he was cut off. This guy is going to be unlucky. Everyone looked at Luffy mockingly. Burnham's strength was relatively strong among Colonel Marine. The first stage of breathing and blowing Qigong. Replenishment method. Burnham yelled and put his hands in a strange pose. I saw his originally huge arm soared again. Finger pistol. Burnham roared. The huge arm stretched suddenly and pointed directly towards Luffy. It's so strong. You've already cultivated to return 14 of your life, right? You can freely control the energy in your body. As far as his finger is concerned, it's not just a finger pistol, it's just a finger gun. Wouldn't it be death or disability if you get hit? The Marines watched in awe at Burnham's giant arms. Broadcast live to the world. The public was also shocked when they saw Burnham's performance. Is this the strength of the Marine? Zoro and Sanji frowned. They still underestimated the strength of these Marines. They were not strong enough to compete with them when they just went to sea. You must know that you have experienced layers of adventures, and it was not until the capital of the Seven Waters that everyone came into contact with the CP9 of the Grandmaster 6 styles. Now they can barely see a vague afterimage. Zoro's face was a little ugly, and he tightly held his word of harmony. A Marine with such strength is actually just a colonel. So how strong is Hawkeye compared to 4 emperors and admiral? How terrifying is Luffy's swordsmanship? At this time, Zoro's mind is full of the word becoming stronger. At this time, Sanji also knew that Zeppi, who had returned from sailing on the Grand Line for a year, was far inferior to the group of Marine colonels. Then he turned his attention to some female officers at the side, his eyes suddenly turned into red hearts. It's really not suitable for me to fight and kill, and the ladies of the marine are more attractive than ordinary beauties. Usopp, Nami. At this time, Luffy shook his head when he saw the finger pistol attacking him. It's too slow. Immediately, he leaned slightly to one side, rubbing Luffy's face with his arm and hitting the ground of the arena. With a bang, the stone slab exploded as if it had been bombed by a shell. All the viewers watching the live broadcast broke into a cold sweat for Luffy. Still quite agile. But it's not over yet. Finger pistol Huanglian. Burnham roared, and shot towards Luffy with both hands like dense lotus seeds in the lotus pod. Luffy yawned and walked straight towards Burnham's finger. One after another finger pistol rubbed against Luffy's body, and Burnham turned into a stroke master, stirring up bursts of gravel behind Luffy. This is... The pirates of New World were taken aback. Observation Haki. To be able to walk around in such a dense attack, this guy's observation Haki is already quite high. It seems that this Commodore, who relies on connections, is not so unreliable. Burnham looked at Luffy, who was getting closer and closer to him, with a look of embarrassment flashing across his face. I saw that the speed of his hands was raised to another level, relying on sacrificing power to shoot out air bullets. Flying finger pistol pull. Burnham yelled, "Don't be too arrogant. I'm a 6-style genius." Tempest kick. A slashing wave mixed with the finger pistol and slashed towards Luffy. However, in front of Luffy of the full-level observation Haki, these attacks are easily dodged by Luffy like snails. Burnham yelled angrily, "Will you just run away?" However, the next second, Luffy disappeared directly from his vision and appeared in front of him. Nanny! So fast! Burnham's expression changed. Yes. I saw the muscles all over his body tense, and his body suddenly became as hard as steel. Goulart, who was watching, changed his face and shouted, "Don't use iron body. This guy's strength is outrageous." Hey! Burnham looked at Goulart in a daze. However, Luffy's fist had landed on Burnham's chest. Boom! With a loud bang, Burnham was sent flying like a volleyball, knocking down an unknown number of marines along the way. Luffy stood on the spot and retracted his arms and shook his head, "May there be no iron body in heaven." This has become a meme in Luffy's previous life, but anyone who uses iron body to defend will not have a good end. The weak ones can't be used, and the strong ones can't be defended. When using iron body, the movement speed is slow, which is a must-have skill for death. Sengoku in the stands asked Garp strangely, "Didn't you teach him the 6 forms?" "That's for sure. He didn't intend to be a marine before, so why would I hand him 6 styles?" "UBD," Sengoku looked at Garp admiringly. Although his son became the leader of the Revolutionary Army and adopted Ace, the son of the One Piece, he has never disappointed people in righteousness. The 6 forms are a unique training technique among world government and marine, but because they were worried about being leaked out, even Luffy didn't teach them. Sengoku looked at Luffy and said, "However, your grandson's explosive power is a bit outrageous. The power technique without shaving has already surpassed the speed of shaving with pure strength." Garp laughed loudly when he heard the words, "That's right, don't you look at whose grandson it is." Sengoku looked at Garp with contempt, "What about his face? His strength has nothing to do with you. You said before that this guy only has the strength of seaman recruit. I'm humble. Do you understand modesty?" While Garp and Sengoku were arguing, the marines below can also see that Luffy's powerful strength is not something he can win alone. But Luffy's arrogant attitude is really hard to see. Hundreds of people looked around at each other, and all started gearing up for Luffy. Luffy chuckled, and muttered in a low voice, "It should have been like this a long time ago. If it's a wheel-to-wheel battle, I really can't beat it." After all, at this time, Luffy's physical strength is simply not enough to destroy this group of school-level officers. I saw Luffy slowly holding the shark muscles on his back in his left hand, and slowly pulling out the Oda key that belonged to the Lightning King with his right hand. Today, I will let you all know what is called two-sword style. Chapter 77. Don't blame me, there is no other way. Luffy looked at the officers slowly surrounding him and made an amen sign. The whole person directly entered the second steam state. Zoro frowned as he watched Luffy pull out his dagger. He decisively pulled Nami and others back towards the periphery of the square. Green Algae Head, what are you doing? What are you running behind? Sanji watched reluctantly as the crowd gradually moved away from the square. I have a bad feeling. Zoro looked at Luffy in the middle of the square from afar. The next second, Luffy moved. I saw the Tadeo in his hand swung forward violently. Under the solemn gaze of all. With a soft snap, Sengoku appeared in front of Luffy in a half-kneeling position and clamped Luffy's sword with both hands. For a time, the whole world fell silent. That's right, it was the whole world. Everyone watched in bewilderment as Martial Marine half-knelt on the ground and clamped Luffy's sword. Zhang Guo looked at Luffy in bewilderment. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Luffy watched Sengoku's eyes twitch. I wipe, it's not so unlucky. This first sword directly brought Sengoku over? Luffy put away the sword in embarrassment, looked at Sengoku with a dark face and apologized, what? Do you believe me when I said I didn't mean it? The surrounding Marines looked confused, not knowing what was going on. How awesome is this Luffy's sword? Even Sengoku was worried about him hacking himself to death and then going down himself to stop him from swinging the sword? Thinking of this, everyone involuntarily took 2 steps back. Sengoku glared at Luffy with a dark face, got up and jumped back to the stands. Garp on the side laughed loudly when he saw this. Pthaha! Why did you run to catch the sword? Is my grandson's supreme sword intent awesome? Sengoku glared at Garp viciously, shut up. Luffy below looked at the Marines who retreated around and comforted him awkwardly, I'm sorry, I made some mistakes, don't worry, it will definitely not happen this time. Saying that, Luffy swung the sword again. Everyone! Luffy! Well, Master Sengoku, why don't we stay away? My heart can't take it when you're so old. Luffy looked at Sengoku who reappeared in front of him in pain and suggested in a low voice. There are thousands of Marines in the huge square, why did they get Martial Marine under him twice in a row? Is there any hidden attribute of being 100% caught empty-handed? The bigger the official, the higher the success rate? It's not scientific. Luffy sighed helplessly, you are really unlucky. At this time, Hawkeye looked at the live broadcast on the screen with a serious face. Is this the sword of immortality? Could it be that Luffy is warning Sengoku? Even Sengoku can't resist his supreme sword intent? He is indeed a great swordsman who surpasses me. Hawkeye looked at Luffy's face full of admiration, knowing that Sengoku is the only one in Marine who has Conqueror's haki. His reigning justice speaks volumes for Sengoku's willpower. Unexpectedly, he knelt down in front of Luffy twice in a row. It seems that it is normal for me to lose to Luffy. Sengoku stood up from Luffy again, I know you have resentment for this competition, but if you come at me again, you will lose this competition. I didn't go after you, Luffy yelled, something went wrong in my practice recently, this move is not stable. Sengoku directly talked to Luffy lazily, this time he stepped back 3 kilometers away and looked at Luffy from a distance. Garp and Crane Vice Admiral also hurriedly followed, and the next person who went out of the field became himself. Except for the hundreds of school-level officers who fought against Luffy in the square, the rest of the people were just like the original Zoro, running outside the square, as if they were avoiding the plague. After a while, only Luffy and hundreds of officers were left alone in Crescent Bay Square, which can accommodate 100,000 people. Then shall we begin? Luffy tentatively asked Marine who was looking at each other. Come on, Burnham took the lead and rushed towards Luffy directly on the razor. Hundreds of others followed Burnham. It's a pity that they really underestimated Luffy's shamelessness. I saw Luffy's right hand Tachi and left hand shark muscle. With a wave of the Tadeo, a marine knelt down to receive the white blade instantly, and the shark muscle of the other hand directly smashed the kneeling marine into the air like a big hammer. A lot of physical strength was swallowed by Samehada and then countered to Luffy, who was in second gear. Everyone watching the battle frowned. Especially Hawkeye, who was sipping red wine, spit out the red wine in one sip. I'm RNM. This is what you said about the Sword of Immortality? Where's the face? Zoro covered his eyes and rubbed his eyebrows vigorously. Sure enough. The rest of the crew looked at Luffy in astonishment, like a whack-a-mole machine, swinging their knives and smashing them. The originally passionate performance of martial arts has now turned into a farce. The people watching the live broadcast were stunned. Is this an exhibition game? Why did they all run to pick up other people's knives one by one, and then they were thrown flying? Isn't this a joke? The pants are all off, so you just show us this? Isn't this bullying? We are not fools. One by one, we ran up to pick up other people's knives and were thrown away. This is what normal people can do? The colonels who participated in the martial arts performance were also depressed and wanted to vomit blood. Luffy's speed in second gear is simply not what they can catch up with. Not to mention the bonus of the Strike King. This made it impossible for hundreds of school-level powerhouses to even touch Luffy's clothes. They could only watch helplessly as a companion disappeared with a swish beside them, and was thrown back with a muffled sound the next moment. What made them vomit blood even more was that originally everyone was thinking about exhausting Luffy's physical strength, but as time went by, everyone discovered that this guy didn't even sweat, let alone breathe. On the contrary, it became more and more lively. On the other hand, the Marines who were thrown into the air by Samehada looked like they hadn't eaten for days. If you have the guts, don't run away. Marine Supernova Goulart blushed with anger. Luffy unhurriedly threw a colonel into the air again. Where did I run away? This is called a strategic transfer. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you he he he. Sengoku in the stands is almost autistic at this time. It was agreed to carry forward the fighting power of my big marine, the mighty Haki, but it turned out to be messed up by Luffy. Seeing Luffy getting more and more proud, everyone in Sengoku couldn't help shouting at the adjutant beside him, "This is the end. Stop the live broadcast for me." The adjutant trembled and hurried to contact the reporters. Wang Qunhao. For a while, the live broadcast screens in various places lost their pictures. Why is it dark? It's exciting to watch. Anything interesting is an exhibition match. Maybe it's because you think it's not good for children to fight and kill. But the speed of the Marines is nothing to say, especially the speed of receiving the sword. The guy is like teleporting. For a while, there were discussions all over the world about this martial arts performance. Only some strong men from New World looked dignified. When did Marine become so powerful? As far as the speed of receiving the sword, even I can't keep up with it. What's even more frightening is that this group of Marines seems to have that terrifying speed. Although their acting is quite fake, the speed cannot be faked. That said, it's clear that Marine is taking this Luffy back to show us what their Marines are capable of. That is to say, this Commodore is definitely a tool man. For a time, the whole world began to discuss this martial arts performance like a child's play. Chapter 78. Mr. Sengoku? Don't bring such in a hole. What about the promised rewards? Didn't I win? You can't blame me for the poor viewing. I want to see stone worship. Uncle Kizaru, you comment, shouldn't I be rewarded? In Marshal Sengoku's office, Luffy earnestly lobbied Sengoku, who had a black face like the bottom of a pot, and fully utilized the advantages of a thick rubber skin to ultimate. Get out! All the soldiers under your command have been promoted to the rank of major for you. What warship do you need? Sengoku couldn't help shouting at Luffy, let you promote Marine's military power. Look at Marine is almost a laughing stock now. Didn't our prestige increase a lot in New World? Luffy muttered softly. There's a ball for that. We Marine just have a base in New World. Sengoku looked at Luffy's innocent face and couldn't help but go crazy again. The so-called insiders look at the doorway, and laymen watch the fun. At this time, the One Piece World's evaluation of this martial arts award ceremony is extremely polarized. In New World, the pirates with good eyesight naturally feel that Marine's strength has improved a lot. However, the first half of Dai Hang 170 and most of the world think that this is a farce purely to please Garp and make Luffy famous. At this time, the entire pirate world, except for Hawkeye, is familiar with the guy who broadcasts the fake martial arts live broadcast all over the world. Sengoku was so angry that one Buddha ascended to heaven and two Buddhas vented his anger. Just ordered that this scourge be sent back to Rog. As a result, this guy even brazenly asked himself for a sea stone warship that only Vice Admiral had. What's even more exasperating is that I didn't ask for it for myself, but for that clown buggy. Sengoku was so angry that he almost transformed and sent this shameless guy away. Kizaru, who was sitting in Sabaody during the martial arts performance, saw this scene as soon as he came back. Uncle Kizaru? Uncle Kizaru? Hey, don't be in a daze, tell me, I'll give you shares after the Buggy Express Company is established. Luffy looked at the dazed Kizaru, poked him twice and said. Kizaru? Messenger? Messenger? Who told you to let this BD in? Can anyone in the marshal's office come in? Drive him out. Sengoku clutched his chest and growled loudly. Soon two soldiers walked in outside the door and carried Luffy out. What sin did I do? Why do I feel that Garp's grandson might as well become a pirate? Remember it for me in the future, as long as this kid comes to me, tell me I'm not here. Sengoku swears and throws Luffy's application for warship approval to his own goat. Kizaru scratched his head, this is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? He seems to be right, and it's okay to give him a warship. Deducted from your pay. Sengoku said without looking up. Kizaru said sternly, I don't think he is suitable to pilot a sea stone warship with his current strength. After all, it belongs to our marine's secret. On the other side, Luffy tidied up her wrinkled justice cloak. What the hell, stingy? Then he looked at Zoro who was waiting outside, at this time he was far away from him, afraid that people would know that he knew Luffy. After all, as far as the current naval headquarters is concerned, officers above the school level all hate it, but there is nothing they can do about it. Yo! Zoro! Luffy greeted Zoro in the distance. The surrounding marines looked at Zoro in unison. Immediately, Zoro felt the oppressive sense of mourning. Zoro bit the bullet and picked up Luffy and ran directly towards Joey's warship. At this time, Nami and others were already on the warship waiting to return. Wait until Zoro returns to the warship with Luffy. Buggy looked at Luffy excitedly and asked, how is it? Hearing that Luffy went to help him get the sea stone warship, he, Bev, couldn't be more excited. Luffy broke free from Zoro's arm, with a look of disgust on his face, yet, cross the river and tear down the bridge, and they won't even give you any benefits after using it up. When Buggy heard this, his face was filled with disappointment. In the end, I didn't get any benefits in the end. Usopp shook his head in disappointment. I can't even say that. Nami chuckled and dropped a bunch of wallets from his clothes. Oh, formidable! Everyone looked at Nami in admiration, not feeling that this kind of theft was an illegal act. Joey's on the side looked at this group of officers who were already at the field level with black lines all over their heads, and none of them had the awareness that a marine should have. After Joey's put the group of guys in the town of Rog, they left the port on a warship as if fleeing. He was afraid that Luffy could not help but dismantle the sea stone keel of this warship and install it on his own ship. See you later, Joey's. Luffy waved his hand at the departing warship and shouted. Zoro on the side said speechlessly, I guess I don't want to see you again in this life. Then there was a shout in the distance. Luffy Commodore! Everyone turned their heads and saw Tashigi running from a distance holding Shijir with an excited face. Behind him is Smoker, smoking a cigar. You really are surprising enough. Smoker said to Luffy with a cigarette in his mouth, even I watched the live broadcast and wanted to give you 2 punches. It's a pity that you didn't go, maybe you can show your face on the live broadcast. Luffy said to Smoker with a regretful face. Smoker's head was full of black lines, the devil would be willing to live broadcast the embarrassment there. If Sengoku hadn't cut off the live broadcast, it is estimated that hundreds of unlucky children would be live broadcast all over the world as sandbags. The key is that in the eyes of others, it is not inferior to others, but to succumb to Garp's despotic power. Luffy immediately shook his head at Smoker, that's a pity. It's a pity. Smoker gave them a blank look, I'm here to send you the charts, without the assistance of the warships from the headquarters, the Grand Line from Rogue Town must go through the reverse mountain, I hope you can reach the Grand Line alive. Nanny? Is it dangerous to go to the Grand Line? Usopp trembled when he heard Smoker's words. Smoker didn't speak, waved to several people and left here directly. Seeing this, Tashigi hurriedly bowed and Luffy chased after Smoker. Luffy yelled at Smoker, don't forget our bet. Smoker, who was leaving gracefully, staggered suddenly and at this moment he also realized that Luffy had bet with him before that he would be his little brother anyway. Smoker suddenly turned around angrily and shouted, get out. Luffy laughed. A group of people turned around and boarded the melee. Yang Fan set sail and sailed directly to the Grand Line. Chapter 79. As the Mary sails. The weather on the sea began to turn bad. Due to the obstruction of the Red Line, there are extremely thick rain clouds near the upside-down mountain. The storm is the first threshold to enter the Grand Line. Look there! Nami shouted excitedly pointing to a light in the dark clouds. Amazing, is it the lighthouse on the island? Usopp looked at the bunch of searchlights in the pitch-black sky and exclaimed in shock. The guiding light, the entrance of the Grand Line is at the end of that light. Nami explained to everyone looking at the chart that Smoker sent. Grand Line. Luffy sat on the sheep's head, and infinite thoughts arose in his heart. It has been a month since I came to this world. Since I met Nami, I have experienced a lot and changed a lot. But I finally came to the place where this legend started. Zoro and Sanji look longingly at the direction of the lighthouse, which is where their dreams are. Nami hugged Luffy excitedly and danced happily in the storm. Very well, in order to celebrate that the ship is about to sail into the great ocean, let's have a launching ceremony, shall we? Sanji raised his hand and suggested to everyone. Hey! What a great idea! Usopp looked excited, and the adventure he had taken along the way was beyond his bragging in his entire life. Then Sanji put his feet on a wine barrel, I'm here to find all blue. Not to be outdone, Zoro's face was filled with excitement, I want to become the world's #1 swordsman. Nami followed suit, I'm here to map the world. I'm here to be a brave sea warrior. Usopp hesitated to share his dream and promise to Kaya. Immediately, everyone turned to look at their captain Luffy, who seemed to have never heard him mention their dreams since joining him. Luffy laughed, I just want to take a trip as soon as I say it, and become the freest person in the world. It's better to have another 100 or 80 girls, 1,000 or 800 younger brothers, 800 billion banknotes and countless. Everyone. All in all, an adventure worth living in. Luffy laughed as he watched the crowd gradually collapse. The sound of barrels breaking echoed through the storm, go! Grand Line! Next day. Ajiu! Ajiu! Nami and Usopp nestled in the cabin with runny noses. Speaking of which, you two are really weak in physique. Zoro looked at the two who had a cold and taunted them. Shut up! Chlorella head! It's because of you that the lovely Miss Nami has a cold. No one in the world would get wet on deck in a storm. Sanji brought 2 bowls of hot porridge to Nami. Hi Nami-san, this is a health porridge specially prepared for you, do you want me to feed it to you? Nami, no. Hey, Sanji, you can feed me if you have time. Usopp, who obviously had a colder than Nami's, approached Sanji with a shy face. Sanji directly pressed Usopp back with a tray, go away. Drink it yourself, and be grateful if I can cook it for you, it's all thanks to Ms. Nami. Why don't you 3 catch a cold? Usopp asked unwillingly. Zoro, who was playing iron beside him, looked up in surprise, I haven't had a cold since I can remember. Sanji also nodded when he heard the words, that's true. How can I say that I am also a genetically modified person, so how could I have such a minor disease as a cold? What about Luffy? Usopp asked looking out at the storm that hadn't stopped. He said he was hungry and went to the sea to find something to eat. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, Hey, BD, there is still a patient, can you stop smoking? Usopp said with a look of disgust. Responding to him was the tray of porridge in Sanji's hand. Wait a moment. At this moment, Nami suddenly said, I remember when I was at naval headquarters, someone said that the weak point of demon fruit power is not seawater? Anyone who eats devil fruit will turn into landlubbers. Everyone was taken aback when they heard the words. Zoro and Sanji hesitated, can't you? I remember that guy was having fun swimming in the sea at Arlong Land. Isn't that the ability to fuse with that shark muscle? Where's the shark muscle? Everyone turned their heads and saw the big knife Same had a thrown in the corner of the cabin. Sanji asked hesitantly, how long has he been down? Zoro, half an hour. Anima. Go find him. Zoro hurried out of the cabin. Suddenly there was a loud bang. The soaring water column exploded from the side of the melee. What? What happened? Ask for flowers. Everyone turned their heads and looked aside, only to see Luffy laughing loudly standing on top of a Sea King's corpse that was bigger than the melee. In his hand he still held the big sword stuck in his waist. Luffy looked excitedly at the sword in his hand, and the number of star points on the sword had changed to 5,700. Luffy spat at the Sea Kings below, you have no hands and you are talking to me about your sister. Nami yelled at Luffy with a flushed face, you BD scared me to death. Immediately, his eyes were red and he was about to cry, I thought you were drowned. Seeing this, Luffy hurried back to the melee and comforted him, don't cry, I'm okay, I mainly want to get you some seafood to nourish your body, look, how is this guy? He looks like a donkey, let Sanji cook donkey meat for you, it's sure to be delicious. 0. Seeing Luffy's nervous look, Nami burst into tears and smiled, and rolled Luffy's eyes wide, I'll be scary in the future, you'll be the one to watch. Sanji on the side looked at Nami's worried look, his face turned green with envy, he got up and took off his clothes and was about to jump into the sea and go fishing. Pulled back by Luffy, hurry up and cook. You won't cry even if you drown Nami. Sanji, show. Only Zoro looked at Luffy and frowned, are you getting stronger again? Luffy smiled, looked at the big sword in his hand. He didn't expect that there would be a surprise this time. Hunting sea beasts and sea kings on the bottom of the sea can actually increase the star points on the knife. You must know that Knockdown King is a world ruled by numbers, and the higher the points, the stronger the strength. The way Lorenbach increases numbers is not only picking up girls, but also killing monsters. I thought that only killing humans can increase the number of stars, but I didn't expect killing sea beasts and sea kings to count. And the points obtained are much more than that of human sea monsters. Just half an hour of killing caused the star points in Luffy's hand to skyrocket to 5,700. Luffy looked at his attribute panel, and his stomach was full of regrets. If he had known earlier that killing sea kings would increase his points, he wouldn't need such a shameless way to win in naval headquarters. Wouldn't it be possible to easily sweep away those scumbags with the template of the Strike King and his own strength? Thinking of this, Luffy sighed. Ge Lao Zi, it seems that we should study our own system well. At this time, the long-lost system sounded again. Ding dong, the Strike King template has expired, do you want to re-enable random? Again. Chapter 80. Damn, is this due? Luffy scratched his head in pain, and finally found a way to refresh the recovery speed, but it turned out that the time limit was up. Hey, system, what is the probability that the same template will arrive at the same time? Can't you just max out one template and replace it with another? Luffy asked the system in his head. Hey here. Because the random objects of this system are all the characters in the second dimension of the heavens, from the perspective of probability, the probability of following the same character is approximately equal to 0. Luffy. That's cheating. That is to say, if I randomly find a character, if the line of sight cannot reach 100% restoration, then basically I have no chance with that character. Luffy growled loudly in his heart. Host personality explosion may be able to randomly randomize the same character continuously. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. 337 can be randomized to the same anime character continuously because of such a good character, isn't this pure nonsense? Is there any other way to load the template again? Luffy asked the system unwillingly. Ding dong, there is something. Luffy, oil vomits blood. It's you who didn't say it earlier. This system does not have any artificial intelligence, and all functions need to be checked by the host itself. Luffy rubbed his brows vigorously. Competing with this system that looks like artificial intelligence but is actually artificially retarded is simply 2B behavior. Luffy suppressed the depression in his heart and quickly asked the system, what else can I do? The system has opened the collection section when the host restores any template to 100%. Host can be actively loaded by using collection points. Each time you load a template, you can get a little collection point. Not in the state of loading templates, you can reload the templates that have already been lit in the collection section by consuming collection points. Currently available collection points for host, 4. Luffy hurriedly opened the system panel in his mind, but he didn't find the collection section mentioned by the system. Why is there no collection section in the interface? Need to open with consciousness. Luffy, Oi-shan. It's okay for the devil to call the collection section in his head, BD. Open the favorites section. Suddenly, an interface like collecting cards came into Luffy's mind. Currently there are 4 cards lit up in the interface. DC Poseidon, Shi Leng Li Jing, Hoshigaki Kisame, Blitz Wang Larenbach. Among them, the reduction degree of Poseidon is 10%. Shi Leng Li Jing and dried persimmon Kisame have been reset to 0 due to the 100% restoration. And just unloaded the Strike King, it was 50% reduction. After several times of template loading, Luffy also found some patterns of template restoration. Among them, the matching degree of body, strength, and template accounts for about 50% of the restoration degree. And character, experience, and restoration of similar events accounted for the other 50%. For example, Larenbach of the Blitz King template needs to kill a sufficient number of enemies so that the star points on the Otaki reach the 300,000 star points owned by the protagonist, in order to promote the restoration of the template. Luffy clicked on the template of King of Blitz. A brief introduction in the style of an Ultraman card appeared in front of Luffy. The introduction on the card included character level, equipment, attributes, as well as skills and nirvana. At the bottom is the reduction degree and the collection points required for active loading. Blitz's knockdown of Wang Larenbach. Class B collection card. Equipment, Otaki, 5700 star points. Innate abilities, Blitz, the ability to move faster than the speed of sound, enhanced thinking, able to adapt to and promptly handle actions in the state of notification, toughness, the body can easily withstand the impact of high-speed movement. Nirvana, critical strike, sword strike at the speed of sound at super altitude. Character reduction degree, 50%. Collection points required for loading, 2 points/1 day. Collection cards can be rented for a minimum of 7 days. Damn, a B-level card is still so expensive. Luffy couldn't help cursing when he saw the loading fee. 2 o'clock a day, 7 days minimum rental. It means that I need to spend 14 collection points to load the template of King of Blitz again. I currently only have 4 collection points, which means that I need to load 10 templates immediately before I can actively load the template of the Flash Master. And Luffy opened the rest of the templates again, and found that the card with the highest level of collection was Shi Leng Li Jing, an SSR level collection card. And its active loading cost has reached a terrifying 14 points/day. Followed by DC Poseidon, A and collection cards. The weakest one is that dried persimmon Kisame is only C level, and the cost is relatively the cheapest, but it also needs 1 point/day. Think about it, too, after all, it belongs to a person with skills at the level of causality, plus the number 1 swordsman of the Shang dynasty in the mythical period, and the difficulty of restoring it is relatively easy. It is enough to explain the rarity of Li Jing's card. But what Luffy didn't expect was that Hoshigaki Kisame, the majestic S-rank rebellious ninja, was only C rank. He also thought that this guy had a B-level rarity. However, it is considered normal. Compared with the strange power and ninjutsu possessed by Kisame, it is not a big threat to the strong in the world of pirates. The only thing that stands out is that the deceptive ninjutsu such as 3-body technique is very effective. Even its talent for strange power is at best comparable to that of a race like Murlocs. In Hokage World Super Cage level, the ninjas and pirates are indeed a little weak when compared with the strong ones. At this time, Luffy suddenly noticed that there was a grey learning button behind each skill in the card skill list. System. Can I learn collectible card skills directly? Luffy asked the system in surprise. Ding dong, yes. Luffy was overjoyed immediately. If he could learn it directly, why bother to restore the characters and then randomize the skills? It would be nice to get it right in one step. Why are these studies grey? 3.5 Luffy tried to click but found that there was no response. Ding dong, you need to consume achievement points to learn skills, and the achievement section has not yet been opened. Luffy frowned after hearing this. How to open the achievement section? Please host to explore by himself. Boil. Luffy cursed and closed the collection interface. Feelings have no other choice but to continue the random template with their current economic strength. Only faster random, and enough collection points can be actively loaded again. The cheapest ghost shark needs to be used 3 more times. System, open a new random template. Luffy said silently in his heart helplessly. Ding dong, the template is being generated now. Congratulations on getting the new template lawless 6 Britannia. For more information, please check it yourself from the Properties panel. Chapter 81. Lawless 6 Britannia. Luffy stared in astonishment at a tall and cold male god with black hair, dark purple pupils, and wearing an academy uniform standing in the void. The protagonist in Lawless of the Rebellion, a world where technology and superpowers coexist. In order to overthrow the brutal rule of his own father, he colluded with the rebel army to kill his elder brother, exterminate his parents, and finally killed himself as a benevolent story. Lawless's fighting power can be said to be almost equal to nothing. But he has a very bug skill. Geese. Also known as contract and power of the king. Geese owners can use superpowers that act on the spiritual level. Different characters have different geese abilities. And Lawless's geese is the power of absolute obedience that can make the opponent absolutely obey his orders. Abbreviation, Absolute Order. Luffy excitedly opened the system panel, and sure enough, the relevant introduction of Lawless was displayed clearly. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. 14 Current loading template, Lawless 6 Britannia, 0. Equipment, 0 Mask, Holographic Mask, which covers the whole head without affecting the line of sight. Mirage, special equipment has been stored in the system space. Innate ability, IQ, this template has good analysis and calculation ability. Geese absolute command, enough to make the recruiter absolutely obey his own order, must look directly into the opponent's eyes, and cannot see through indirect vision, such as TV screens, monitors, takes effect. The effective distance is about 270 meters, it can only be used once for the same person, it can be eliminated or resisted, and can be used again after elimination. Contractor, C.C. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Character reduction degree, 50%. Luffy looked at the attribute panel a little confused. This time the basic information in the previous characters had an extra column of introduction. Contractor C.C. An immortal witch? The holder of the superpower code has the ability to give others geese. It can be regarded as the heroine in the rebellious Lelouch. But why should the system mark it out separately? Is this the hidden condition for restoring this template? Luffy looked at the properties panel puzzled. I had no choice but to suppress my doubts first and look at other introductions. Lelouch has only 2 talents: IQ and geese. Needless to say about IQ, the old road repairer relies on super high IQ to plan wars and plans throughout his world. In terms of war layout and calculation, it can be regarded as the existence of the IQ ceiling level in all the 2 dimensions. The most glorious moment is relying on calculations to successfully crack and launch the Goddess of Love within 19 seconds based on various environmental disturbances. Its calculation ability is simply terrifying. And the most direct achievement of this day is that the future encountered through observation haki is even longer. It is different from the cheating-like thinking enhancement of the King of Blitz. The future met by Luffy observation haki at this time is more accurate and longer. But the speed of capturing surrounding information has been reduced. After all, as an ordinary person, Lelouch does not have the ability to adapt to supersonic speed. The introduction of geese made Luffy a little disappointed. Obviously, this superpower in the world of pirates is not as terrifying as it is in the world of Lelouch. In the world where Lelouch lives, almost no one can resist the ability of geese except the holder of the code superpower. Only Kokaki Vermilion Bird can barely stay awake with superhuman consciousness, but it is also difficult to resist. But in the world of pirates, there is the existence of Conqueror's haki, and the big pirates in New World basically have extremely strong willpower. If Luffy's guess is right, Lelouch's geese is ineffective against those who can fend off Conqueror's haki without fainting. But at this time in the first half of the Grand Line, this ability can basically be called heaven-defying. Luffy rubbed his chin. He was still thinking about how to subdue Lao Sha's Barlock Studio, but now it's done and saves trouble. Then Luffy looked at the item of equipment in the column above. In the next second, a pitch-black fully enclosed helmet appeared in his hand. The middle of the helmet was composed of dark purple unknown crystals. Luffy put the helmet on his head, and the lavender crystal suddenly turned transparent, and there were words similar to the operating system on the corner. This is a smart computer controlled by brainwaves. Good guy. Luffy opened a corner of the mask, and the seagull-like red light composed of geese flickered in his eyes, and his whole person shone with a certain sense of technology. If it weren't for the shorts and vest that he was wearing at this time, Luffy would be so handsome at this time. Luffy took off the mask happily. How cool would it be to restore the template to 100% and extract the mask to pretend? Finally, he put his eyes on the last equipment Mirage. Mirage? What is this thing? Do you still need system space for system storage? Luffy looked at the name wonderingly, and then he clicked on the introduction of the equipment. My grass! Luffy was stunned when he saw the detailed information. This thing is okay? I saw a long message suddenly appearing in my mind. Mirage. Type number, type 0/0. Overall height, 4.67 m. 933 combat weight, 8060 kg. The new special machine, 8th generation, developed by Lox Hata for Zero is equipped with the Druid system transferred from Gao Wen and the Absolute Guardian Domain system, equipped with a flying device. The operation method includes keyboard and joystick. The main weapons are the diffusible structural phase transfer cannon and the spherical hadron cannon inside the hands. It has the highest defense in the world, and can fight against a large number of enemy aircraft at the same time. The special prism energy weapon can attack the enemy in a wide range from a long distance. 1. Luffy looked at the long introduction and pinched his own face in disbelief. It doesn't hurt. Is it really a dream? No, I'm a rubber man. This thing. It turned out to be a machine. Luffy is already full of ecstasy at this time. This is not General Frankie's kind of funny machine. This is a real technological combat mech. Luffy excitedly ran to the cabin and shouted, "Come out! Captain, let me show you a treasure!" Excited, Luffy kicked open the cabin door. However, it was not Zoro and others who caught the eye first. Instead, a tall and cold beauty with long green hair and tights was eating pizza with her mouth open. Luffy staggered and fell to the ground. FK. C.C. Chapter 82. CC sauce. This is a freshly baked pizza, you can eat as much as you want. Sanji is holding a large plate of freshly baked Sea King's pizza and crowds around CC like a nympho. Where did you come from? Luffy said madly in pain. Did you pull up your trousers so quickly? CC looked at Luffy playfully. Nami on the side grabbed Luffy's collar furiously. What did you do to him? Sanji glared at Luffy even more viciously. Now is a society ruled by law. I am Marine, you have to be responsible for what you say. Luffy hastened to defend himself vigorously. Who knew that CC stretched out his hand and pulled Luffy to kiss her on the mouth. Nami and the others' eyeballs protruded instantly. Well. Luffy licked his lips in confusion. What are you doing? Suddenly a memory came to my mind through geese. It turns out that Lelichin C.C's memory has been replaced by Luffy. At this time, it is Luffy who CC likes. CC said confidently, I forgot when I signed the contract, but you are responsible for killing me. Nanny. Everyone frantically looked at Luffy. Such a cute girl, you actually want to kill her. I misread you, Luffy. Bah! You scumbag! Nami, Sanji, and others condemned Luffy one after another. Luffy has black lines all over his head. I had no choice but to tell everyone about Gisa's curse of immortality. Zoro's eyes widened. Nanny. You lived for thousands of years. So you're older than my grandpa's grandpa's grandpa. Usopp scratched the hair of his fingers in a daze. CC Zhang is so pitiful, she wants to die with all her heart. Don't worry, I will definitely give you enough love and encouragement, so that you can find the hope of life again. Sanji yelled while holding up a pizza. But CC is eating his own pizza like a bystander. Luffy is a little excited. This system template is still fettered? Can someone even bring it over? At this moment, Luffy suddenly remembered the purpose of coming into the house. Quick! Come out with me and show you a baby. Everyone looked at Luffy strangely, wondering what the baby he was talking about was. When everyone came outside the cabin, as they approached the upside-down mountain, the current became extremely unstable, and it was difficult for Usopp to turn the rudder with all his strength. Huge Uzumaki appeared one after another in the sea ahead. Zoro pointed to the huge Uzumaki one by one with a dark face and asked Luffy, "Is this the baby you said?" Luffy smiled and waved his hand directly, "Come out." First generation machine. A huge mech covered in pitch black and inlaid with yellow decorations appeared beside Melee. Nani. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp stared at the huge mecha that suddenly appeared. Even in the world of pirates, this is still the dream of all boys, just like ninjas. Only Nami on the side looked at the excited boy with a bored face. What's so exciting about this? Luffy said lightly to Nami, "Sell this thing to the world to conquer 10 billion Baileys, and they probably won't even bat an eye." What? Nami screamed, and his eyes instantly turned into Bailey. Put it away. What if it gets wet? The corners of Luffy's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is the 8th generation mecha with the strongest defense specially developed by Lu Luxia for Zero in the world. Let alone the rain, even Hawkeye might not be able to break it with a single blow. His energy shield. Hurry up! Usopp danced excitedly, sat up, and showed us. Luffy smiled triumphantly and put on the mask of Zero. Only then did he know that this thing is still the key to open the mecha. Amazing! So handsome! Usopp looked at Luffy with stars in his eyes. Zoro and Sanji on the side both showed envy. Open! Luffy waved his hand handsomely, and the cockpit on the chest of the mecha opened directly. Close! Luffy waved again, and the cockpit closed again. Lambda! Don't drive it on a rainy day, it's so FG wet. The moment the cockpit was just opened, heavy rain poured directly towards the driver's seat. Although this thing is waterproof, Luffy has no interest in going in to try it at all. Ahem. This thing can also be controlled remotely. Luffy coughed twice in embarrassment, and then manipulated the Mirage to sneak under the melee. What are you doing? Everyone looked at the mecha that disappeared into the water, a little confused. In the next second, the hull shook for a while. While everyone exclaimed, the melee rose slowly from the water and flew up. The mecha actually lifted the melee directly. The gold stars in Usopp's eyes shone even brighter now. Even Zoro and Sanji were overwhelmed by the mech's charm. Tisk tisk, it's a pity that this is a long-range defense fortress mecha. If it's a Kokaki Vermilion Bird or a Red Lotus mecha, you might be able to use the Three Swords style. Luffy smiled and said to Zoro. Zoro's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Ahem. When you have a chance, let me try it. Luffy gave it a thumbs up. And with the force of the Mirage, the melee was farther and farther away from the sea. The huge vortex and the water column rising into the sky are no longer obstacles. Everyone sailed against the storm, and the wonder of climbing upside down to the mountains and seas was fully displayed in front of everyone. It's amazing! What a spectacular scene! Is this the intersection of the Grand Line? Everyone looked at the climbing canal and laughed excitedly. Sanji and Usopp danced happily. Rushed towards the Grand Line. The crowd cheered loudly and excitedly. As the melee rose higher and higher, the sun also appeared in the sky. It's spectacular! It feels like flying. We're just flying, ha ha ha. My hawk is in this sea area. All blue is here, good Wang Zhao. Draw a perfect sea chart. Mirage is running out of power. Proof of a brave sea warrior. Everyone was stunned for a moment. No, is there some strange sound in the middle? Everyone turned their heads in unison, and saw that CC walked out of the cabin with a pizza in his mouth at some unknown time. What do you see me doing? Luffy asked CC uncertainly. What did you just say? Oh, Mirage was originally powered by solar energy. When I saw him go into the water just now, the power was gone. In addition to the heavy rain, probably, the time is about the same. What about? Time to fall. CC. As soon as the voice fell, the Mary, which was flying in the air, suddenly fell towards the canal below. Your uncle. The screams of the crowd sounded from the top of the red line. Photos of PSC.C. are up. Chapter 83. Rubber. Rubber. Huge balloon. With a roar from Luffy. A huge splash of water splashes from the starting point of the Grand Line announcing the arrival of Luffy and others. Everyone was lying on the bow of the melee in fear, their legs were a little weak. Stupid! Can you check the battery before driving? Nami yelled frantically at Luffy, who shrunk underwater. At this time, Luffy is still a miniature version of Luffy, which is the sequelae after using the third gear. This is a symptom of excessive energy consumption in the body. Before the exposure of the Luffy fruit, everyone thought it was a sequela after the rubber was blown and shrunk. As a result, it was only after the Nika fruit was exposed that it turned out to be their own ability. Ghost knows that such an advanced thing uses electricity. A smaller version of Luffy's voice came from the side. But what's your situation? Nami picked up the miniature version of Luffy and asked, "It's so cute." Then he directly hugged little Luffy in his arms. "Hey, wait a minute before flirting." At this time, Usopp's terrified voice came from the side. "Ah!" Everyone turned their heads to look at Usopp, only to find that he was pointing at the huge black figure beside the melee in horror. "What's the matter? What are you pointing at the rock?" Zoro looked at Usopp strangely. This is not a reef." Usopp sat down on the deck. The sound of a huge horn suddenly came from the reef. 510 This is a whale. "Lo! He called. What? Want to fight him? Idiot! Is this an opponent you can beat? Wait, I don't seem to have noticed us. Really? Our boat is too small for him to see. Run! Rubber pistol. Ah, Luffy came with a pistol. Ah, yes, a good punch. In the eye of a whale. As expected of Marine Commodore, look at the whale's eyes moving. Everyone! Are you an idiot?" Everyone who reacted roared at Luffy, who withdrew his fist. Only Luffy gave a weird laugh and made a comparison to everyone. Zoro looked into the whale's eyes and roared, "Hurry up! Run away now!" Several people rushed to the cabin and paddled frantically in an attempt to escape from the whale. However, an angry howl directly deafened everyone's ears. The huge mouth opened and formed a terrifying vortex directly above the sea surface. The melee was directly swallowed by the whale without any resistance. A hole. "Luffy! You idiot!" Nami was swallowed with tears in her eyes. Feeling the huge suction of Laboon's whale, Luffy once again felt that it was a miracle that the Straw Hats could reach the New World alive in the original book. If it weren't for Laboon's body being transformed into a resort space by Crocus, Straw Hat crew would have become whale feces the moment it first entered the Grand Line. I do not know how long it has been. Everyone just felt their eyes light up. "Ah ha ha ha, it's so interesting." Luffy laughed. Nami, who was still in shock, punched Luffy on the head and roared wildly, "Funny! We're feeding the whales!" Immediately, everyone looked around, only to find that this place was no different from the outside world. There is even a small island in front of you. Everyone was stunned in place, at a loss. Nami lowered his fist and looked around blankly and asked Zoro, "What do you think? What do you think?" Zoro also frowned deeply, "Even if you ask me that, I don't have anything to think about. I thought we must have been swallowed by a whale." Sanji lit a cigarette to try to calm himself down. Usopp's mouth grew wide, "Is this a dream?" "Ah, it's probably a dream, maybe this is heaven, and we're all dead." Zoro nodded aside. "Ah! I don't want to die. I haven't become a brave sea warrior yet." Usopp scrambled up and down the cabin in fright. How can it be so easy to want to die? The voice of CC came from the side, and she was casually looking around while holding a glass of juice as if nothing had happened. "Oh, yes, we still have an undead existence here. Why do I feel like this is all Luffy bragging? How is it possible that someone can't die?" Luffy looked at his funny crew with black lines all over his head. A squeak. Luffy pointed to the slowly opened door on the island and said to everyone, "Stop arguing, your god has come out." Everyone looked at Zyodeo in unison. I saw an old man wearing beach shorts and a shirt appearing at the door. It was Crocus, the ship doctor of One Piece Roger. The fierce eyes, overwhelming momentum, and fierce eyes made everyone sweat on their foreheads. Everyone stared nervously at Crocus, sweating all over. After all, no one would be nervous when meeting a weirdo with flowers on his head after being eaten by a whale. Crocus stared at Luffy and the others firmly, and walked towards the small island beside him step by step. Under the eyes of everyone, he slowly walked to a deck chair and lay down, with a newspaper spread out in his hand. Everyone! Sanji looked at Crocus frantically and yelled loudly, "What are you talking about, hey?" Crocus slowly turned his head to Sanji. An oppressive atmosphere spread on the melee. "If you want to fight, come here, BD." Usopp hid in the cabin while shouting, "We have cannons here." When Crocus heard the words, his eyes widened suddenly, bloodshot eyes seeped in his eyes, he stared at Usopp firmly, and his deep voice reached everyone's ears. "I advise you to stop, you will die." Nami and Usopp turned blue from Crocus' awe. Zoro frowned and tightly held the long knife in his hand. Sanji sneered while holding back the fear in his heart with cold sweat all over his face. Who do you think will die, BD? Crocus replied confidently, "Me." "Sanji oi! I'll plug in." "You're talking about you. BD." Zoro on the side also saw that the old man on the opposite side looked like an ordinary person. He hurriedly stopped Sanji, who was about to run away, and greeted Crocus politely. "Ah, old man, can you tell us who you are? Where is this place?" There was another burst of suppressed silence, and Crocus said slowly, "When you ask someone else a question, it's more polite to state your name first, isn't it?" Zoro nodded embarrassingly, "Ah, indeed, sorry, my name is Luo." However, just as Zoro spoke, Crocus's slow voice came over. "My name is Crocus, I'm a lighthouse keeper in Gemini, age 71, Gemini, blood type AB. Zoro, New York LH. Can I kill him?" Sanji hurriedly held down Zoro, who was in a frenzy, and comforted him, "Calm down. Calm down. This is just an ordinary old man. We are Marine." Luffy on the side couldn't help laughing anymore. Chapter 84. Crocus said the most embarrassing words with the most arrogant expression. "Where is this, you ask me? You broke into my private resort center, and you still speak so arrogantly. Do you think this is the belly of a mouse?" Nami burst into tears when she heard this. "Is this really the stomach of a whale?" Usopp also shouted, "I don't want to be digested by a whale." Who knew? Crocus glared again. "Zoro and Sanji, you're enough, hey? Don't you guys find this recurring image funny? Everyone, number. You're kidding, BD. If you exit, it's over there." Crocus looked at the frantic crowd and pointed to a sky direction, and a gate appeared in the crowd's field of vision. "Everyone, you can go out." But at this moment, everyone felt a violent shaking. There was a huge wave in the gastric juice below. The melee and the island shook violently. Crocus frowned. It started again. "Damn! What happened?" "Hey!" Usopp gripped the railing tightly, horrified. At this moment, Luffy gestured to CC, and CC hugged Luffy's body as if in agreement. On the side, Sanji smoked with jealousy. "BD, what are you doing to Miss C.C.?" Luffy giggled, reaching out and grabbing a passage directly above the stomach wall. Crocus looked at Luffy strangely, not knowing what he was going to do. "Can you feel it?" Luffy turned to CC and asked. CC nodded and placed his hand on the stomach wall of the whale laboon. A seagull-shaped crest representing a psychic power code lights up on its forehead. An upgraded version of Code Geese. Possess the ability of immortality and can carry out spiritual transmission, communicate with the other party's inner world, and can also give other people geese. CC. As a code holder, the moment he came into contact with Laboon, he saw clearly the encounter experience of Laboon with Brook and others when he was a child. "It's really touching," CC said with a deadpan face. Luffy gave CC a speechless look. "Your expression is so touching. Thousands of years of life have already made C.C's heart calm, if the system hadn't replaced Lelich's experience with Luffy, C.C's estimated Luffy. Transfer my consciousness to Laboon. Luffy grabbed C.C's hand and said. All of a sudden Brook is still alive and has been trying to find his way home passed to the whale Laboon by CC and promised him to bring Brook to visit him sometime. The originally swaying waves instantly became calm. Crocus looked at Laboon, who suddenly fell silent with a look of shock. He didn't know what Luffy and the two had done. How did you do it? Crocus couldn't help but ask Luffy. Keep in mind that Laboon himself had to slap him with big cans of tranquilizers every time he hit the red line. Secret? Luffy laughed. Hold the CC back to the melee. But at this moment, there was an explosion. Very good, I finally managed to sneak in here. A sissy voice came. Everyone looked up and saw Vivi and MR9 walking out of the door carrying cannons. We must complete the task this time. Miss Wednesday. Hey, that's right MR9, after all, this whale is an indispensable food for our town. Vivi also said strangely at the side. Who are these two? Zoro on the boat looked dazed, and had been in a daze ever since he was swallowed by the whale in the Luffy tunnel. That's of course what I'm here for in Laboon. Luffy smiled and waved to Vivi on the high platform. Nami on the side roared frantically, did you throw us into the belly of a whale just to pick up girls? Haha, this is not an ordinary girl. She is a majestic alabaster royal princess. If you get it, you will have the wealth of the entire kingdom. Nami's face turned aside for a moment, and she gave Luffy a thumbs up. Come on. Hurry up and get married on the spot. Zoro, Sanji. Get too fast. And Vivi in the stands suddenly looked at Luffy in horror. My own identity was exposed? Seeking flowers 00. MR9 on the side looked at Luffy wonderingly, what alabasta? Did he say you are a princess? Vivi shook her head nervously, he must have admitted the wrong person. Crocus also frowned at Luffy, are you with these two villains? Luffy smiled slightly, to be precise, I want to be with them. Hey, Luffy, don't always invite some strange guys on board, BD. Forget about this beautiful young lady, but what about the blonde wretched man next to her? Sanji poked Luffy on the head angrily. Crocus also stood up and said to Luffy, as long as I have breath, I won't let you hurt Laboon a little bit. 0. At this time, Vivi already wanted to escape here, she said to MR9, how about we come back another day? I feel that this group of people is a bit difficult to deal with. MR9. Even if you say so, we can't go back. It's our mission to kill this whale. Miss Wednesday. MR9 slowly picked up the cannon on his body, turned his head and shouted at Crocus, don't you want to organize our whaling today? Whaling. So these guys want to hunt this whale. Nami and the others suddenly realized. Hey, Luffy, do you want to invite him to be our crew? Nami poked Luffy on the head angrily. How is it possible, he is just a subordinate. Luffy chuckled, and the next moment, under MR9's terrified gaze, he bent his arms and stretched out, grabbed the barrier beside him and came to his side. You, what are you going to do? MR9 looked at Luffy with sweat profusely, this guy turned out to be demon fruit power. You bounty hunters are not doing well, Luffy shook his head, I will rectify it for you after you hang out with me. MR9 was shocked when he heard the words, why are you? But he hadn't finished speaking. I saw Luffy stretching out his hand to cover one eye, the other eye flashed a seagull-like red light and flew straight into MR9's eyes. Order again in the name of Monkey D. Luffy. Surrender to me 0. Chapter 85. Yes, Your Highness. MR9 knelt down on one knee, looking at Luffy frantically, even if Luffy asked him to die at this moment, he would not hesitate at all. Lelich's geese. Absolute domination. If there is no Jinjian that specifically removes geese, this command will accompany MR9 for the rest of his life. Call it the distinguished heavenly gods without the side effects. also known as the ceiling of hypnosis. Because the second male character, Kokaki Vermilion Bird, was given the geese order to survive by the protagonist. As a result, every critical moment, Kokaki Vermilion Bird will use the maximum potential of his body that he doesn't even know about to complete the geese order. Although MR9 still has his own consciousness at this time, Luffy has become his god at this moment. As long as it is Luffy's order, he will unconditionally execute it. 700. Vivi on the side looked terrified, covered his body tremblingly and said, "Don't come here." Luffy looked at Vivi with black lines all over his head. "Do I look like a bad guy?" Vivi nodded frantically on the opposite side. Luffy gave Vivi a blank look, and jumped back to the melee with her in her arms while she screamed. "Is this the princess of the kingdom you were talking about?" Nami looked at Vivi suspiciously. "It doesn't look like it." At this time, Vivi is wearing a long ponytail, and Vivi's eyes are pulled back by the tight hair rope, looking like Musashi in the Rockets with a mean face. Luffy took off the headband from Vivi's hair, and her originally mean face instantly became delicate and lovely. Vivi screamed, "I'm really not a princess." Luffy's expression suddenly became fierce. "Really? So you are an illegal whaler? Then let me arrest you and put you in impel down." When Vivi heard this, tears filled her eyes, and she stared pitifully at Luffy. "Damn it, don't scare such a lovely young lady." Sanji kicked up directly, and was thrown away by Luffy. "In short, your identity has been exposed. If you don't want to die, just follow me honestly and work with Barlock. Bah! Save Alabasta!" Vivi. After Vivi's resistance failed, he was poured into the cabin. MR9 was arranged by Luffy to report back to Whiskey Hill in advance, saying that Vivi had been caught by him. When Nami heard about Laboon's touching story, she was directly moved. "It's been 50 years. Those pirates must have died on the Grand Line, right?" Usopp muttered with a sigh. "Yes, not right." Luffy laughed twice. "There is still a skeleton alive." "Luffy! Don't be so cruel, look how pitiful Laboon is." Nami complained to Luffy angrily. "Well, what I said is a fact." Luffy spread her hands. Even if she told her about Brook, they probably wouldn't believe it. "How on earth did you manage to silence Laboon?" Crocus looked curiously at the excited, water-squirting Laboon. "I just told it Brook wasn't dead." Luffy chuckled. Crocus said in surprise, "The pirate group that Brook belongs to has not been heard from for 50 years, how do you know he is not dead?" "I can read minds. It's like when you were the doctor of the One Piece ship." Luffy looked at Crocus with a smile and said. "What? He was the ship doctor of One Piece?" Everyone stared in surprise at the ugly old man in front of them. Crocus suddenly stared at Luffy with his eyes wide open. "How do you know? Could it really be mind reading?" Luffy laughed and waved to Crocus. "Don't worry, I won't say anything, and Laboon won't run into Red Line again." Then Luffy directly greeted everyone to board the melee again. "Let's go, the goal has been achieved, let's go." Crocus looked at the departing Luffy and others full of admiration. "The new marine supernova? Commodore Monkey D. Luffy? What a mysterious man!" The newspaper slipping from his hand is a picture of Luffy versus Naval Headquarters. Luffy looked at the gradually disappearing Laboon and touched his chin in satisfaction. In this way, Laboon can be prevented from hitting the wall without destroying the Mary. At this time, Nami suddenly screamed in the cabin, and Nami walked out of the cabin anxiously. "Ah! Luffy, I feel that the current on this sea is a bit strange. I wanted to make a good sailing plan, but the compass scraping around inexplicably." Everyone gathered around when they heard Nami's cry. Sanji came forward with a large plate of delicacies made of elephant scorpion fish. Luffy touched a piece casually and threw it in his mouth, explaining. "Ah, it's not surprising. All common sense of navigation in the sea area of the Grand Line does not apply. This kind of compass in the open sea cannot predict the magnetic field in the Grand Line. The current and direction of the ocean are always changing. Then what should we do? If there is no way to point out the direction, wouldn't we be lost in the sky forever? Nami's expression turned ugly after hearing this. What are you afraid of? Luffy stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth again. Don't we have the record pointer that Vivi and the others brought? We can easily follow the route by following that thing, just ask Vivi for it. This was originally one of the purposes of Luffy to find Vivi in Laboon's stomach. I see, it scared me to death. I thought we were going to starve to death on the ocean. I didn't expect you, Luffy, to be reliable once in a while. Nami praised with a long sigh of relief. At this time, a weak voice came, that wasn't the record pointer that Mr9 and I brought with him taken away by Mr9 when he returned to Whiskey Hill. Everyone. 1.0. Quick. Drive back. See if you can get back to Twin Point. No way. The current Heffen has completely changed. There is no way to go back with our sailboat. Then let's move. There's no direction at all. Vivi. How did you survive until now? Finally, under everyone's coquettish operation, the melee was completely lost at the intersection of the Grand Line. Luffy. The desperate roar of the crowd resounded in the sea. If you don't eat, the food in the warehouse will be gone. Nanny? That's our food for a month, BD. Reserve in advance, return YYDS alive. Everyone. You get out of the way and let me cut him. Chapter 86. Above the Grand Line. A sheep-headed sloop sailed alone on the endless sea. Nami was wearing a cotton-padded jacket and looked out of the window at the heavy snow. What the hell is this heavy snowfall? It just fell, even though it was still very hot just now. And outside the window, Luffy and Usopp are making a snowman out of snow. Yaoxi. It's done. Let you see my snow sculpture. Usopp proudly points to a snowman modeled after Vivi. There was a muffled bang. Vivi stood behind Usopp with her fists raised and said frantically, "Clothe me a snowman, BD." Suddenly a large pool of snow fell from the sky and directly buried Usopp in it. "Nami-san, until when will you shovel snow with love?" Sanji's voice came from the roof. "Hey! BD Sanji! Do you want to fight?" Usopp poked his head out of the snowdrift and shouted defiantly. "Hey!" Sanji's nympho face instantly turned into disdain. "You want to kill me and I will help you. Ola ola ola, 14. Woo big wood big wood big." The two began to have a snowball fight on the boat. Nami put his hand on his forehead helplessly. Why are these guys so energetic in such a cold day? It has been 2 days since we left Gemini Cape, and because there is no record pointer, everyone can only advance aimlessly on the route. Until 1 day ago, the appearance of a Japanese cat and a vulture finally solved everyone's urgent needs. Unlucky combination, Bar Lock works a duo that specializes in clearing out runaway members for Keto Lock. After throwing a bomb at Vivi, he was kicked down by Sanji. The record pointer they carried was also searched by everyone, and everyone set foot on the road to Whiskey Hill again. However, the difficulty on the Grand Line is not only a matter of direction, the changeable climate also makes everyone miserable. Often it is still scorching summer in the first moment, and suddenly turns into cold winter in the next moment. In just a short while, the melee was covered with thick snow. Suddenly a thunderclap pulled Nami's thoughts back. She glanced at the record pointer in her hand and let out a piercing scream. "Ah! The boat is going the wrong way. Turn the bow quickly. Pull the jib lock. Bring the starboard side to the wind. Usopp go pull the jib. Sanji go helm. Zoro ubd, why can't you wake up in such thick snow? Hey, Nami, there are dolphins." Luffy pointed excitedly at a black shadow in the distance. Nami went crazy. "Shut up." Under the command of Nami, the melee survived the chaotic climate sea without any risk. Zoro awoke from hibernation with a yawn. "Hey! Zoro looked surprised at the exhausted people on the ground. Hey, even if the weather is fine you don't need to be so lazy, right? All lying on the deck and sleeping. Everyone number convex. Only you are being lazy, BD. Nami punched Zoro with a big bump on the head. You BD, thanks to the fact that you have been able to sleep leisurely until now. No matter how you call you can't wake up. Hurry up and go to work. Hey? You have a problem. Zoro turned to look at Nami viciously. Afterwards, he covered the 3 big bumps bulging on his head with a hideous face. Luffy sighed, what do you say you provoked her? Boom. Luffy also crouched beside Zoro covering his head. You also watched the whole show before, BD. Nami rubbed his nervous forehead vigorously. Fortunately, the first stage of the voyage is finally over. Hey! Everyone didn't know what Nami meant. I saw Nami pointing straight ahead, and an island resembling a prickly pear appeared in front of everyone. Oh! Here we are, the first island of the Grand Line. Usopp danced excitedly. Is this Whiskey Hill? A lot of people on the side of the road are welcoming us. Do they know we're Marines? Shouldn't it? We don't have a Marine logo on our ship either. Everyone looked at the enthusiastic town residents holding banners on both sides of the river with surprise. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to Whiskey Hill. Pirates. Welcome. Long live the heroes of the sea. The applause made Zoro and the others think they had come to the celebration site. Is it true that the identity of Marine is more useful? If it is a pirate, maybe we will be kicked out. It's the first time I feel the admiration of thousands of people. Is this the honor of being a Marine? Kaya, I have become a brave Marine warrior. But I seem to have heard them say long live the pirates. You must have misunderstood. The one I heard was clearly the hero of the sea, and the one who went up must be Marine. 2. Oh, there are so many Kawi girls too. Everyone boarded the port with excitement and cheers. Baba welcome. Ikram greeted Luffy and the others with a saxophone. I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak, why is there no pirate flag on your ship? Usopp took the lead, and excitedly shook Ikram's hand. Ah, my name is Usopp. Colonel Naval Headquarters, please give me your advice. Ikram was taken aback, and looked at Usopp suspiciously. Aren't you pirates? Usopp waved his hand. How can such a righteous and handsome person like us be a pirate? We are Naval Headquarters Major. Did you see that one? Naval Headquarters Commodore Monkey D. Luffy. Everyone looked at Luffy in unison, only to realize that the person in front of them was exactly the same as the Marine supernova in the newspaper they read 2 days ago. The originally cheering town residents stopped abruptly as if they were stuck. Everyone looked at 943 and others with disgust. Nanny? What's the matter? Usopp looked at the townspeople in bewilderment, wondering why they had such a big reaction. Zoro walked forward slowly at this time, looked at the town villagers with a sneer on the corner of his mouth and said, of course it's because they are not ordinary civilians. Usopp was taken aback. What do you mean? These people are all bounty hunters who aim to hunt pirates. It was rare for Zoro not to feel drowsy, and he explained to the crowd, I just said why those 2 people are so familiar. It turned out to be the Barlock company that invited me before. You are also well-known bounty hunters. At this moment, Luffy slowly stepped forward and said to Ikram with a smile, what? You don't welcome our Marine? I heard that Whiskey Peak is a town famous for its brewing and music, but now it only welcomes pirates and not Marines? Doesn't that make sense? After hearing this, Ikram's face became a little embarrassed. It was tacitly understood by everyone that we originally planned to get the pirates drunk and then kill them to earn bounties. What do you mean by your rip-off attitude? At this moment, Vivi stepped down from the melee. Ikram. Ikram's eyes changed. Why is Princess Vivi on this ship? Ikram's tone suddenly changed. Then please take your seats, Lord Marines, and let us treat you well. Chapter 87. Yeah, Mr. Usopp. It's great. I hate it. The three girls in the tavern looked adoringly at pretending Usopp. The bounty hunters on the side gave admiring glances. Come on, you're welcome, just drink. Luffy stepped on the table, raised his glass and cheered loudly. Oh! The crowd first applauded in unison. Then everyone turned their heads and wanted to cry without tears. This is the last surplus of Whiskey Hill. It was originally prepared to trap pirates, but at this time it was squandered by Luffy so recklessly. The key is that this guy is still a marine. Not only does he not have a bounty, but if he dies here, he might get into big trouble. Everyone had no choice but to hope that the guy in front of him would get drunk soon due to his overpowering drinking power. However, it is clear that this is not realistic for Luffy, who has learned to return life. Plenty of good wine poured into Luffy's mouth and turned into energy. And Luffy is still eating hot pot and singing happily without getting drunk. Outside the house, Ikram was worriedly asking Vivi, "Princess Vivi? What's going on here? Why did you come here with Marine?" Vivi excitedly said to Ikram, "Luffy is a marine supernova. And he discovered the truth about the civil strife in our kingdom. This time he went to solve this matter." What? Ikram was taken aback. He and the princess were lurking in the Barlock studio and finally collected Zeke Lockdoll's criminal evidence. He didn't expect a marine to say that he knew it. "Are you sure he's not joking?" Ikram asked suspiciously. "Of course not, he just told me all of Locke's evil plans. What Kelkator wants is not treasure or a kingdom at all, he just wants our Alabasta civil strife and the country to die. He wants to find Pluton, one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons on the ruins of our kingdom." "What? The Pluton battleship?" Ikram exclaimed in a low voice, "That thing is in our country." Vivi nodded solemnly, "This is the secret that Nefertali has always guarded. According to legend, the historical text recording the location of the Pluton battleship is in our country. If he hadn't revealed this secret, I wouldn't have believed what he said. I saw on the road that their strength is unbelievable." Vivi excitedly described the future scene to Ikram, and before he came this time, he had asked MR9 to summon the employees of the Barlock Work Agency, and was going to wipe them all out. Ikram was overjoyed when he heard the words, "Now the kingdom is saved. Let's go and treat them well." By the way, when will the employees arrive? Vivi calculated the time, probably tonight. Ikram, Vivi. Tonight. The two rushed into the banquet hall in a hurry. I saw Luffy lying on the sofa and sleeping soundly. Nami drunkenly raised his glass and looked at the fallen Zoro with disdain. "What, Zoro, you are too shameful." "Cheers. I won't stop until I get the bonus." Sanji hugged the two girls with a face full of nympho, and there were a dozen or so people sitting beside him drinking wine with him. "This is a paradise," Sanji murmured nympho with his pillow on his lap. Ikram looked at Luffy and the others who seemed to have no combat power in a daze. "Are you sure they are powerful?" At this time, CC came from the side with a piece of pizza in his mouth. "Is there any more?" "Finished." Ikram breathed a sigh of relief, and finally he was still awake. "Only Vivi looks depressed, CC, she has no fighting power." At this time, a Vatra Barbie wearing a nun's costume stepped forward, and she frowned and walked in front of Ikram. "Why do we entertain this group of marines? Obviously, there is not much food in our town." Ikram and Vivi looked at each other awkwardly. "You can't tell them that you are an undercover agent of Alabasta, can you?" Looking at Luffy and others who are sleeping soundly. Akalam coughed twice. "You call everyone to the square." The nun, to be exact, Miss Jo, looked puzzled, but she didn't decide to trust her partner. Soon hundreds of bounty hunters gathered on the square, all of which were under the management of Ikram. "Everyone," Ikram said to everyone with a solemn expression, "here I will tell you a secret." Ikram said in a low voice. He and Vivi looked at each other, and Vivi nodded. The two decided to reveal their identities and subdue this group of bounty hunters. After all, their target has always been the pirates who entered the Grand Line. The main source of income is exchanging bounties with the world government and marine. As the chief bodyguard and princess of the countries that joined the world government, they must not dare to do anything to themselves. After all, if they kill themselves, they will be wanted, which is equivalent to cutting off their money. Everyone looked at Ikaram strangely, not knowing what he wanted to say. Yo, everyone is admiring the moon. Suddenly a voice came. Everyone looked up in astonishment, only to find that Luffy was sitting on a roof in front of them at some point. And beside him sat Zoro holding 3 knives. I thought something big was going to happen, so I ran out. Zoro muttered impatiently. Of course something big happened. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the street in the distance. That's why you guys are going to die. Everyone turned their heads to look, but saw a dark man with dirty braids and sunglasses coming out of the corner, and a beautiful woman with an umbrella was sitting on his shoulder. Ikaram's expression changed upon seeing this. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. I didn't expect our dear Miss Wednesday to be the majestic princess of Alabasta, who wants to sneak into the workplace to collect evidence of the boss's crime. Mr. 5 picked his nostrils with his fingers and said lightly, if Mr. 9 hadn't reported to us, we really couldn't find any evidence. What? Vivi's expression changed. Didn't Mr. 9 ask you for help to support me? Hey? It seems that you didn't even know you were cheated. Mr. 9, Zhao Zhao, reported to us in detail about your identity and purpose. This time we came here to get rid of you. Ha ha ha. Miss Valentine laughed while talking. Vivi looked at Luffy in disbelief. You told them. Luffy nodded as a matter of course, sure, otherwise why would they come? Are you one of them? Oh. Vivi looked at Luffy desperately and asked. Before Luffy could speak, Mr. 5 said triumphantly. How is it possible? Hehe, this guy is also on our assassination list. Shall I chop them up? Zoro on the side yawned and said. Luffy waved his hand, it's hard to get here, this is our financial income. Zoro, hey. Luffy beckoned to the bounty hunters below, come on, look at me, hey, yes, come on and shout eggplant. Chapter 88. Everyone looked at Luffy in bewilderment. Only Vivi turned her head in horror, and covered Ikaram's eyes by the way. I saw a red light flashing in Luffy's eyes. In the name of Monkey D. Luffy, surrender to me. Yes, Your Highness. Hundreds of bounty hunters knelt on one knee in unison, half kneeling on the ground with their hands on their shoulders. Mr. 5 looked at the group of people with a frown and scolded in a low voice, do you want to rebel? However, these bounty hunters were not timid at all. Instead, they stared at Mr. 5 with red eyes and raised their weapons. What kind of power is this? Ikaram looked at Luffy in shock, and originally planned to subdue this group of people, but Luffy made them not even afraid of the cotters with just one word. Only Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, it seemed that Luffy didn't intend to shoot himself. Miss Valentine looked at Luffy solemnly, it feels like this guy's skills are a hint of Golden Week. Miss Golden Week can affect the mood of the enemy by painting on the human body. And Luffy's hypnosis is obviously more terrifying, and it makes this group of timid guys who are afraid of death don't care about their own lives at all. You must know that the 880s in the past would be terrified to death even if they met an unlucky duo, let alone Mr. 5 and Valentine as cotters. Hey, what kind of skill do you have, isn't this too much? Zoro looked at the many bounty hunters who turned enemies into friends in an instant, speechless. Are you going to fight those two? If you don't fight, I will. Luffy nodded to Mr. 5 who had just arrived and said to Valentine. That's for sure, how could it be possible to let the captain do it himself all the time, at least let our crew perform something useful. After Zoro finished speaking, he slowly stood up and looked at the two of Mr. 5. Hey, don't underestimate us. MR5 looked at Zoro, who came forward alone, and growled loudly. Luffy waved his hand, and hundreds of bounty hunters retreated behind Vivi in unison. The neat movements seemed to have gone through countless rehearsals. Okay, so scary. Ikarim looked at Luffy in shock. The bounty hunters who were originally scattered and fighting on their own turned into an army with just one sentence. Luffy Commodore. What exactly is your purpose? Vivi asked Luffy aloud. She still felt bitter about telling Lok Lok about her identity. All said and done, help save the villagers of Alabasta from fire and water. Luffy spread his hands. Besides, your identity as a princess has already been exposed. I think they can come so quickly is not only the reason why MR9 met on the road. MR9 nodded. Indeed, the two people I met on the way, their mission was to get rid of you. Vivi was startled and said, Why? Mr. 5 roared angrily, there is a limit to looking down on people. Valentine also said loudly, our level is different from theirs. Ahaha. We are demon fruit power. As he said that, M5 picked a piece of booger out of his nose and flicked it towards Zoro. The bewildered Zoro subconsciously turned the word Hideo on vertically, and the booger was instantly cut into two halves by the sharp word Hideo. Bang! Explosions came from both sides of Zoro. M5 looked at Zoro proudly. How is it? I am an explosive man who ate the fruit of the explosion. Any part of my body can explode. However, he found that Zoro was staring at Hideo with his mouth wide open. Damn it! I cut my booger. Zoro roared and yelled at MR5, BD. Can you stop using such a disgusting move? MR5 was furious. How dare you say that my moves are disgusting? I'll let you pick them up. I saw M5 crazily taking out booger from its nose and flicking towards Zoro. Ah! The booger is flying. Zoro, B, yelled and ran around to hide. Ahaha! Valentine floated lightly over Luffy. How is it? Do you know how powerful we are? We are not comparable to this kind of people in remote areas. Although the extra marines are not what we expected, but with our strength, we can easily deal with them. Valentine laughed and sat down from the sky towards Luffy. After eating the light lion fruit, she can easily change her own weight, first by reducing the weight to make herself fly, and then fall hard like a jackhammer. At this time, she can weigh up to 10,000 kilograms. Luffy slowly looked up at the sky. I saw Valentine throwing himself towards him at a high speed. With a bang, Valentine and Luffy directly smashed into the house, and it shattered with a bang, and the whole house instantly collapsed into ruins. MR5 sneered, let you meddle in your own business, I'm afraid your companion has already been smashed to pieces. Zoro frantically yelled at MR5, UBD. Where did you get so much booger? Are you angry? Vivi looked at the collapsed ruins and shouted worriedly, Lord Luffy. Satisfied, he floated to the sky again and returned to MR5, Ahaha, let him look down on us. Vivi hurriedly ran towards the ruins, anxiously looking for Luffy. Mr. Luffy, are you okay? Finally, Vivi found Luffy lying in a daze in the middle of the ruins. Luffy? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Vivi looked nervously at Luffy in the ruins. How can the person who was hit by my 10,000 kilograms weight still survive? Ahaha! Valentine laughed triumphantly. But Vivi saw that Luffy didn't look hurt at all. Luffy? What's wrong with you? Are you still conscious? White. Luffy's voice came from the ruins. Vivi, hey. Valentine looked in the direction of the ruins in astonishment. How could he be alive? Zoro gave Valentine a blank look. That guy is a rubber man who ate rubber fruit. Even if you weigh 100 quilts, don't even think about hurting him. Why is this? Then what is he doing lying there? Valentine looked at Luffy puzzled. At this time, Vivi asked Luffy wonderingly, what white one? White bear pattern. Luffy grumbled again. Valentine. Ah! A scream. Valentine blushed and covered her dress. Vivi, plus, Bang! Vivi raised her fist angrily and growled, "Don't be scary." Chapter 89. Master Vivi, why don't we run first? Why do I feel that these people are so unreliable? Ikaram looked at Luffy, who was shaking wildly with Vivi, and said with difficulty, "You can't go." Then Nami's voice came. Ikaram turned his head and saw Nami and CC walking leisurely from the side. "Aren't you asleep?" Vivi asked Nami strangely. Nami looked at Vivi proudly, "How can I get drunk without knowing why in the lair of the secret criminal group Lockwork Agency? I have searched your lair all over, you are really poor can." "Everyone," Vivi said helplessly, "this is something that can't be helped, we will regularly send Bailey to the boss behind the scenes. So that behind the scenes boss is really rich." Bailey's light flashed in Nami's eyes. Vivi has black lines on his face, is this the focus of your attention? This is Luffy also walking to Nami's side. Of course there's money. The Barlock Agency is a secretive criminal syndicate that combines espionage, assassination, theft, and bounties. No one knows the name and appearance of the boss, and everything is done according to the boss's instructions, with the purpose of holding important positions after the establishment of an ideal country in the future. Luffy explained to Nami with a smile. Vivi looked at Luffy in shock, "Why do you know so clearly?" "I barely came into contact with this after being undercover for a long time." Luffy touched his chin, and suddenly gave Vivi an evil smile, "Because I am Zero." "Mr. Vivi was shocked when he heard the words, "Impossible." Ming Mink Lock Doll. Boom. There was a muffled sound of hitting rubber. Nami rolled his eyes at Luffy whose head was dangling, "Don't scare people." Luffy returned to the original state in an instant, "I'm right, another purpose of this visit is naturally to bring the Barlock Work Agency under its name." Speaking of which, Luffy took out Zero's exclusive mask and put it on his head, "This mask is God's guidance to me." Nami looked at Luffy suspiciously, "This is a criminal group, what are you doing as their leader?" Luffy is rare to be serious, although we are marine, there is also hidden darkness in the world government. If you want to gain real freedom, you must have strong strength. There are many fetters in a person's life, and it is impossible for me to protect all of you by myself, so I want to establish a terrorist force that integrates fame, wealth, strength, and power, and become the maker of order. What Luffy said shocked Nami, Vivi, and others. No matter how it sounds like they are following the route of the Revolutionary Army. "You want a revolution?" Vivi exclaimed at Luffy in surprise. The sound of Dalian M5 and Valentine both looked sideways at it. Who knows that Luffy shook his head, "Revolution. That's what my cheap daddy did. What I have to do is to integrate resources. You don't understand the life of a rich second generation. I just need to make full use of my existing advantages and win over the current ones. If you have resources and connections, do you want the emperor to let the princes know?" Cough, "I probably don't know. All I need to do is to stand up and accept the stalls paved for me by cheap daddy, Uncle Kizaru, big cousin Aokiji, big redhead, and old Garp when necessary. Tisk tisk. What we need to do now is to collect chips that can talk to them on an equal footing before that day comes." Vivi was shocked when he heard that. Nami looked at Vivi strangely, "Do you understand?" Vivi shook her head, "No, it just feels awesome." "Nami, New York H. You don't need to understand, you just need to know that as long as we control the Barlock Work Agency, we can make it right and get a lot of Baileys." Luffy smiled and said to Nami. Sure enough, upon hearing about Bailey, Nami immediately expressed support with both hands. She yelled at Zoro, "Zoro! Don't kill me! This will be our money-making tool from now on." Zoro, who was avoiding the boogers, turned his head and growled in a frenzy, "I want you to manage." Ahaha! Valentine covered her mouth and smiled, "If people know that Commodore, a dignified marine supernova, is aiming to overthrow the world government, I'm afraid you will end badly, right?" Mr. Five also shouted in a hurry, our mission is to kill the princess that Alabasta once had. Luffy watched speechlessly and Zoro snarled, you are enough. How long do you want to use this little guy? Zoro frantically turned around and yelled, damn it, who knew his fights are so disgusting, why don't you come? I come and I come. A red light suddenly lit up on Luffy's mask, come out, Mirage. Nanny. MR5, Valentine, Vivi, and Ikram suddenly widened their bell-like eyes, staring in astonishment at this terrifying machine that suddenly appeared that did not belong to this world. Asking for flowers. Mecha. Valentine exclaimed loudly. The cockpit opens, and Luffy jumps into it. I haven't used it well after it's fully charged, so I just want to use you as an experiment. Mr. Five and Valentine stared at the war machine in horror and swallowed. I'm not afraid of you. MR5 pretended to be calm and shouted loudly, my whole body can explode and explode people. Sitting in the cab, Luffy felt a bit of a headache looking at the densely packed operation buttons. When watching anime in his previous life, he only felt that the Mirage model was very cool to operate. But watching Lelouch operate a machine like Mirage all the way with the keyboard, which is completely different from the nerve-assisted joysticks used by Kokaki Vermilion Bird and Gurren. Let me take a look, it looks a bit complicated, is it this thing? Well, not quite like that. This? It seems not. Everyone looked at Mirage doing all sorts of strange movements in midair in bewilderment, but had no intention of attacking at all. MR5 feels insulted, too much bullshit. Nose bomb. He suddenly rubbed a big booger from his body and smashed it at the mecha. There was a bang, and the Mirage was submerged by the explosion. Mr. Luffy. Vivi covered her mouth and exclaimed. The idiot, Zoro said, covering his face with his hands. M5 sneered triumphantly, you dare to underestimate me. Ah, I found it. Then Luffy's voice came from the explosion. How can it be? MR5 looked in shock at the hexagonal energy light shield that appeared in front of Mirage. Absolute protection system, an effective light shield that can only be formed through complex calculations, an absolute defense that only monsters with super high IQs like Lelouch can perfectly use. Luffy, who loaded the Lelouch template, found and learned the system in just a few tens of seconds. The explosion produced by Devil Fruit didn't even produce a single sway. And the next moment, the light shield disappeared, and a huge prism muzzle appeared on the chest of Mirage. A laser beam was emitted, and the purple diffuse structure phase transfer cannon exploded in midair in the astonished eyes of everyone. Countless laser cannons blasted in all directions, and the entire Whiskey Town was reduced to ruins in an instant. Everyone. Luffy, W. Oh, I'm sorry, I used the wrong weapon, Wang. Chapter 90. Idiot. Are you trying to blow us up? Zoro stood in the ruins with two knives in his hands and his face was pitch black, roaring loudly at the mech. When Mirage mechs usually use the phase transfer cannon of the diffuse structure, they first launch the prism, and then shoot a beam of powerful beams at the prism. The prism changes its internal structure through computer calculation, and refracts it into dozens of devastating and precise attacks. But it is obvious that Luffy is not yet able to accurately calculate the landing points of each laser cannon, which also caused the laser cannons to fly in all directions, and the most unlucky Zoro exploded directly in front of him. Luffy coughed twice in embarrassment. Accident, it's a pure accident. This time I will make a good calculation and try to focus all of Guangdong on them. Stop. Wait a moment. Suoji Renlong and MR5 opened their mouths in unison. These two little bastards don't bother you. I'll do it. I'll do it. Even if he shits and throws it out this time, I'll kill him. Zoro snarled to hold back Luffy's urge to strike again. Different from Kizaru's 8-foot Kyanguyu, the laser cannon of this thing is more terrifying than the piercing because of the power of the explosion, which really makes Luffy do it again, in case it blows up his proper fart. Luffy retracted the cannon on the shoulder of the mecha regretfully. Don't believe me, this time I used a spherical hadron cannon, not a diffuse one. Stop you! Zoro and Nami roared at Luffy together. Everyone then turned to look at the two of MR5, did you talk just now? Unexpectedly, the two of them knelt on the ground in unison, we were wrong. We surrender. Everyone. I still want to try new weapons again. Luffy jumped down from the Mirage Mecha, looked at the two people who were still in shock and said. The two of MR5 were frightened and trembled again, it's so FG cruel. Just one blow turned the entire whiskey town into ruins. Ghosts want to fight with such a strange thing. The power of this thing is almost the same as the legendary Pluton battleship that wiped out an island in one blow. How could it be possible for a young guy like me who was in the first half of the Grand Line to fight it? Without the slightest hesitation, the two decisively raised their hands and surrendered. Boring, Luffy shook his head, you two look at me. The two raised their heads without hesitation. Compared to being blown to pieces, being hit by hypnosis seems to be no big deal. I saw Luffy open his mouth and said to the two, in the name of Monkey D. Luffy, when I make this gesture, you will regard me as MR0. After speaking, Luffy stretched out his middle finger and made a contemptuous gesture. Yes, Your Highness. The two responded mechanically in unison. Then Luffy lifted the geese, and the two of them woke up instantly, but they didn't have the slightest memory of what happened just now. You two go. Luffy smiled and waved his hand. MR5 and Valentine looked at Luffy in bewilderment. You don't control us and become your men? Mr. 5 asked Luffy with a look of astonishment. No, I pay attention to convincing people with virtue, relying on external force is not my style. Luffy waved his hand generously. Watching Zoro, Nami, and others go up and give him a slap. Where's the face? Mr. 5 and Valentine ran towards the outside of the island in a daze, they didn't want to stay here for a moment. Why did you let them go? Nami looked at Luffy strangely and asked, aren't you going to control the Barlock Work Agency? Look for big fish with a long line. Didn't I say it? No one knows who the so-called MR0 is, and if I appear in high-level gatherings as MR0, hee. The corner of Nami's mouth twitched when he heard this insidious guy. By the way, do you really know who the boss behind the Barlock Work Agency is? Vivi said solemnly at the side, although you are already a Commodore, but that is Lock the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Nami froze in place when she heard the words, Nanny. 7 warlords of the sea. Nami covered his face with tears in his eyes and said sadly, how could this be? Just entering the Grand Line and being chased by Shishibukai or something, it's too much woohoo. Zoro leaned against a broken wall with a curious face on his face, it's really lucky to meet Shishibukai so soon, what kind of person would he be? I heard that someone changed from a woman to a man. Luffy laughed and teased. Nami, plus. Shut up. Although we haven't been together for long, thanks to your care, I ran away before he knew what I looked like. Nami angrily walked towards the Mary. And suddenly a vulture and Kai's pointed at Nami with some paintings in his hand. Nami took a closer look, and it was Luffy, Zoro, and his own portrait. The painting really looks like it, it's amazing. Nami clapped his hands to Kai's in surprise. In the next second, Kai's rides on a vulture and disappears from Nami's sight. Nami, oi! It means that I can't even run now, hey! Looking at Nami who was furious, Zoro asked wonderingly, where is he going to go after all? All in all, we have also entered the killing list of the Barlock Work Agency. At this time, Vivi ran to Nami, who was already exhausted and crouched in the corner, and comforted him, if you want to talk about Pele, I still have 500,000 Pele on my side. If it's enough. Don't worry. Ikarim's voice came from the side, I have a plan. Everyone looked back and saw that Ikarim was wearing Vivi's plus-size clothing on the boat at this time, and was holding 3 straw figures in his hands. Ikram? Do you still have this hobby? Vivi looked at Ikram in women's clothing with a dazed expression. Ikram. I mean, I'll pretend to be you, and be the bait to go out to sea first. Luffy looked at Ikram's outfit and rubbed the center of his brows. Do you really think everyone is mentally retarded? Let alone Robin, even Buggy probably wouldn't be fooled by such a low-level trap. I can't take it anymore, you idiots. Nami complained in despair. You may not understand the horror of Barlock Studio. If we are targeted by the boss's intelligence network, there will be a steady stream of members chasing us, you know that, right? Master Vivi. Ikram nodded solemnly. It seems that there are at least 1,000 pursuers. Nami burst into tears behind him. 0.7. So I want to pretend to be a princess like this, and stay with 3 more dummy to take a boat and return directly to Alabasta. When the attention of the pursuers is attracted by me, Master Vivi and everyone will sail to Alabasta from the row. Ikram. Vivi's eyes were full of emotion. I will go directly to Alabasta through the permanent pointer, and you will follow the marines and return to the country island by island. After Ikram finished speaking, he jumped on a small boat and headed overseas without waiting for everyone to refute. Zoro on the side scratched his head in confusion. What happened is like parting life and death. Vivi said excitedly, you don't understand the horror of K. Lockdale at all. Zoro nodded, I really don't know much about it, but I think Luffy is a little scarier. Hey? Where's Luffy? At this time, everyone suddenly found that Luffy, who was at the side, disappeared at some point. Chapter 91. Ikram in the distance looked reluctantly at Princess Vivi on the shore. He knew that his trip as a bait must be bad or bad. However, before he finished sighing, he only felt a whirlwind, and he was dragged away by a strong force. And at the same time, a violent explosion occurred on the boat. Shore. Vivi stared at the boat disappearing into the sea with wide eyes, and fell into a daze. Nami, who originally complained that everyone provoked Shichibukai, directly hugged Vivi in his arms. No problem. We will definitely send you back. The few of them, although they look unreliable at ordinary times, are also great heroes who saved East Blue. What about Lock Works? What about Lock Doll, Shichibukai? We don't care at all. Nami tightly hugged Vivi, who had already bitten her lips. At this time she felt extraordinarily reassuring. And above the sea, a large turtle is floating behind the explosion. Robin was sitting on a large sofa with his cheeks in his hands. What a fool, what kind of bait is it? Robin taunted Ikram, who was still in shock. You are. Ikram looked at the woman in front of 14 in shock. Miss All Sunday. Why did you save me? Robin didn't answer Ikram at all. She looked at what Zoro and others were thinking on the port. Who knows? Of course she doesn't want you to die. Then a voice came from behind Robin. Robin, who was originally calm, suddenly changed his face. Who? However, she had just turned her head when she saw a scarlet eye, and a seagull-shaped red light directly caught Robin's eyes. Robin's eyes turned red for a moment and he fell into a daze. This ability is really convenient. Luffy looked at the controlled Robin and clicked his tongue. It's a pity that Lelouch didn't use it to do some strange things. Master Luffy. Ikram looked at Luffy, who appeared behind Robin in astonishment. Why is the picture here? Luffy waved her hands casually. Oh, I'm passing by, and I'll drop you off by the way. Then Luffy lay down next to Robin's ear and ordered, live. The red light in Robin's eyes flashed back to normal. Who? Robin looked around for the first time, but found nothing. She frowned at Ikram and asked, was anyone here just now? Ikram shook his head, remembering the silence Luffy made before leaving. Is it my auditory hallucination? Robin frowned, and then said to Akalam, I can't let you go back now. Wait for Miss Wednesday. Oh, it should be Princess Vivi, and well, I'll put you back in town after Marine is gone. Ikram frowned after hearing this. what do you mean? Robin looked indifferent, it's just for fun. There was an angry expression in Ikaram's eyes but he didn't make any rebuttal. Robin glanced at Ikaram in admiration, smart choice. At this time, Zoro and others have joined Usopp and Sanji who were awakened by Luffy. Why is the town like this? Is this an alien attack? The two looked at the ruined town with dazed expressions. Well, that's a long story. Zoro didn't want to explain to the two sleepy idiots at all, anyway, it's Luffy's fault. Nanny? He entertained us with delicious food and drink, but Luffy demolished his town. Then this group of people came to settle accounts with us. Sanji pointed at the bounty hunters who had been controlled by the geese and said solemnly. You can't say that either. Ikaram's death made Zoro a mess. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Have you seen Luffy? Usopp and Sanji shook their heads. When they woke up, there were already ruins around them. Fortunately, no one saw it. We didn't meet Zoro until we came to the port. Luffy smiled and waved to everyone. BD. What did you do? Nami waved at Luffy angrily, a Kalem. Thinking of the sad Vivi, Nami didn't continue to say more. However, Vivi still couldn't stop crying. Luffy sighed helplessly, sorry, I went to the boat to rescue him just now. Everyone fell silent when they heard the morning, and Vivi couldn't help but burst into tears. It turns out that I went to save him, saved, UBD. Everyone yelled at Luffy frantically. Vivi also looked at Luffy in surprise, a Kalem is not dead. Luffy nodded, the reason why he didn't object to Ikaram was originally because of Luo Chen. He knew Robin would save Ikaram from the explosion. Her purpose is to study the historical text, and if she can do something to add to Lock Doll's problems, she must come at her convenience. Where's Ikaram? Vivi hurriedly asked nervously. I put him in a safe place, save him from wanting to go to sea as bait. Luffy rubbed his chin and said, as expected, this guy probably solved it when he met again. However, Zoro and the others did look worthy of being captains. 953. Vivi also became sad again and then pretended to be calm, really? That's good. Nami stepped forward and said in a low voice, I didn't expect you to have a high EQ. You know that lying makes Vivi less sad. But your excuse is too bad, and Vivi can see it. Nami continued to wave his fist with righteous indignation, damn cloak doll. It's so cruel, this time we must seek justice for Vivi. Vivi was moved and shed tears of sadness. Definitely not for the Billion Bailey's commission. Vivi. At this moment, Usopp and Sanji only felt that they had fallen asleep and the world war outside was over, so the two had no choice but to board the ship in a daze. Luffy waved to the bounty hunter below, continue to do what you were doing before, and I will send a guy named Buggy over to find you in the future, and you will be under his control. The bounty hunters below knelt down and drank together. Yes, Your Highness. At the same time, the reduction rate of the lawless template loaded by Luffy has directly increased by 30 percentage points reaching 87%. It was at this moment that CC dragged his chin and stared blankly at Luffy, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 92. I don't have time to look for it now. But I can't leave him here. But... Zoro looked at Nami and Vivi who were arguing below and asked strangely, what are you looking for? He said the duck was almost gone. Nami yelled at Zoro. Zoro, hey! Vivi said worriedly, I came back as soon as I whistled, but I didn't come. Zoro looked at the big duck standing beside him expressionlessly, is it this one? Run fast, Ga! Vivi, Nami, number. When did you go up? Hello. He came earlier than us. The sun gradually rose, and the Mary left Whiskey Hill slowly with the monsoon. Nami took a deep breath, I should be able to leave this island soon. It's foggy, doesn't it matter? Be careful to hit the rocks. Don't worry, there is me as a navigator. Vivi, were you talking just now? Ah? No. Vivi asked Nami strangely, why do you say that? At this time, everyone looked behind in unison, and sure enough, there was a woman wearing a cowboy hat sitting on the mast. Nice boat. Robin dragged his chin and looked at the group of people below with interest. Vivi stared at Robin with wide eyes in shock. You? Yes. Robin smiled and said to Vivi, I was doing Kendo Mr8 over there just now. Vivi immediately stared at Robin angrily, it's you who put Ikaram on him. Zoro and Nami looked at the emotional Vivi with strange expressions. What's wrong? Who the hell is she? Miss All Sunday. Mr0's partner. Vivi said solemnly. Clock Doll's partner. Nami was taken aback for a moment. Luffy looked at Robin with a strange expression. How dare you appear on this ship? It seems that you are kinder than I look like. Robin's originally calm expression suddenly froze, as if he didn't know what Luffy meant. Luffy? You know this guy? Zoro looked at Luffy strangely. Of course, Luffy smiled, this is our next crew member. Nani? Everyone opened their mouths and looked at Luffy in surprise. Aren't you kidding me? This is the only woman who knows the identity of Mr0, and we only found out the identity of the boss by following him. Vivi looked at Luffy in disbelief and said. To be precise, I asked you to follow me, Robin added with a smile to Vivi, you don't even know my identity and you want me to be a crew member. I knew that kind of thing a long time ago. Vivi was still furious, but you were the one who sued the boss for exposing this matter, right? Correct. What is your purpose? Vivi yelled at Robin angrily. Robin still kept smiling, who knows, maybe I just saw that you were too serious, so I accidentally helped you, and the princess who is an enemy of the Pakistan Lockwork Agency and wants to save the country is really stupid. Seeing Robin's indifferent expression, Vivi immediately thought of the dead Ikaram, shouted angrily and wanted to kill Robin directly. Slap! However, Luffy held Vivi down, and gently patted Vivi's head, I'm helping you, can't you tell? Vivi opened Luffy's hand, it's obviously her. If it wasn't for her, Ikaram. Luffy sighed helplessly, I told you, Ikaram is not dead, why don't you believe it? But Robin on the railing was shocked, and blurted out, how do you know? Vivi was overjoyed when he heard the words, Ikaram is really alive. Luffy shrugged, he is the savior of Ikaram, if it wasn't for him, Ikaram would have been killed by the bombs dropped by the Vulture and Sea Ceto. What? Luffy, did you see who dropped the bomb? Nami was taken aback when he heard what Luffy said. Luffy gave a thumbs up, of course I saw that unlucky duo put it in with my own eyes. Nami, asterisk. Then you don't stop Ikaram from going to sea. Hey, put a long line to catch a big fish, isn't this a big fish coming out? Luffy looked at Robin and said. I thought you wouldn't dare to appear on my boat, but I didn't expect you to underestimate your kindness. Luffy looked at Robin with a smile, is it? The legendary son of the devil, Niccolo. The face of Robin on the opposite side changed greatly, how do you know? The moment Robin lost control of his emotions, a pair of arms suddenly appeared from the back of the crowd and strangled them tightly around their necks. What's this? Ah! I have hands on my neck. Everyone looked at the arms around their necks in horror, as if they would cut off their necks the next moment. And Robin looked at Luffy with a dark face, who the hell are you? You must know that the reward order is a photo of her when she was 8 years old. She has been incognito for so many years, and she is far from the photo. At this time, Robin felt for the first time that things were out of his control. The rest looked at Robin and Luffy strangely, the devil's son? Nico Robin? Who is that? And why is she said to be kind? Does this look like kindness? Luffy stretched out his hand to show that he didn't have any malicious intentions, I'm also Garp's grandson anyway, and Aokiji is my brother. Is it difficult to know your news? Robin's expression changed instantly when he heard Aokiji's name. What are you going to do? Robin asked Luffy excitedly, Monkey D. Luffy. Robin asked Luffy word by word, especially when he said D, his tone was aggravated. Luffy didn't panic at all about Robin's vicious expression, instead he opened his mouth to himself. Nico Robin became a survivor of O'Hara when he was only 8 years old. He has been hunted down by the world government for many years. In order to survive, he had no choice but to move between various pirate groups. The last time was with Lock Doll Cooperates. Kyun Zhao, seeing Cloak's plan, and Vivi, who is trying to save the country, is soft-hearted and helps her find the mastermind behind the scenes. In order for Vivi to recognize the gap in strength between herself and the Pakistani Lock Work Agency, she deliberately exposed her identity as an undercover agent. While sending out the killer, he himself followed, preparing to deceive Locke by creating the news of the fake death of the two. It's a pity that we encountered this unexpected situation. And the reason why I came here is because I found out that the next stop of the record pointer in Nami's hand is the little garden which is said to be only accessible, so I'm here to give away the permanent pointer, right? Following Luffy's words, Luoshi's face was full of shock. Vivi also looked at Robin on the fence in disbelief. If Ikram is really alive as Luffy said, then Robin has indeed been helping them all the time. Luffy smiled and continued to Robin. As for my purpose? Didn't I say it? You are my next crew member, how about it? Do you consider hiding in the marine? Chapter 93. I do not know what you're talking about. Robin threw an eternity pointer to Vivi angrily, and then jumped onto a huge turtle in a panic. Come on, bunch. Robin ordered the huge turtle with a cigar in its mouth to leave quickly. Vivi looked at the pointer in her hand and sat down on the deck. Is she really helping us? Hey, if that lady is a good person, why don't you hurry and get her back? Sanji looked at Robin's back full of nympho. What's the rush? Do you think people are as easy to deceive as your brother, the perverted cook? Luffy chuckled. Nanny? Luffy, are you going to fight? Sanji gestured at Luffy with his teeth and claws. Nami knocked him unconscious with a punch. Shut up. I'm a mess now. Zoro and Usopp looked at Robin's back and shouted, what a big turtle. Luffy, was everything you said before true? Holding the eternal pointer in his hand, Vivi's face was full of hope. Ikram is not dead, and all Sunday has been helping us. Of course, Luffy smiled, but I didn't expect that she would have the courage to set foot on Marine's warship. It seems that she has been a little tired of living on the run for so many years. Nami asked Luffy strangely, by the way, you said before that she is the child of the 233 devil, or a pirate. Luffy shook his head and said slowly, to be precise, he is a bounty criminal. The bounty is 79 million Baileys. Nanny. Everyone was stunned and shouted loudly, 79 million berry. Nami looked shocked, it's almost catching up with the 4 Arlongs. Vivi was also shocked, how could it be? You must know that before 7 warlords of the seas K-Lock became Shishibukai, he only had 81 million Baileys. Sanji stared at the direction Robin was leaving with nympho eyes, is Miss Robin so strong? Zoro looked at the crowd speechlessly, hey, you guys are Marines, why are you so excited? Did she do something heinous? Nami asked Luffy with a frown. Luffy was silent for a while, and casually lit a Sanji cigarette in his mouth. It's just a group of fools with no strength who tried to explore history and got implicated. Ha! Everyone looked at Luffy suspiciously. Luffy laughed, and didn't explain too much. I'll tell you when she becomes a Beatty partner. I can be sure that this guy didn't make any mistakes. It can only be said that he was born at the wrong time. Are the scholars of O'Hara innocent? In terms of motives, it is indeed innocent. These people just want to interpret the history with blank records. But they ignore the fact that history is always written by the victors. The birth of a unity must be accompanied by fire, and these cruelties will be rewritten by the victors as the righteous ones. In the absence of strength, they tried in vain to interpret and restore the history and words that those rulers were afraid of. This is intolerable for any ruling class. Then the demise of O'Hara must be inevitable. Trying to touch the bottom line of the world government without enough strength is simply killing you. Therefore, although Luffy does not agree with the Buster Call, it is not incomprehensible. If Luffy is on the side of the world government, he may make the same order. After all, in the face of a group of people who have no strength, but are jumping around studying things that they have explicitly prohibited, no one is upset. But the understanding is the understanding. Luffy is Joey Boy who ate the Nika fruit. Once awakened, the future is doomed to be incompatible with the world government. Then Robin, who can interpret the historical text, whether it is because of his love for the original plot or to find a legitimate reason to rise up in the future, Luffy will naturally not give up on Robin. As for Robin O'Hara's identity, it is estimated that the world government does not think that the 8-year-old Robin can interpret the text of history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have turned a blind eye to Aokiji's behavior of releasing water for so many years. It's purely to sell face to Aokiji, who has become admiral. As long as Luffy doesn't go around showing off Robin's identity in a big way, no one in the world government will trouble Luffy. After all, the dignified withdrawal of fruit ability user Garp's face is not comparable to Aokiji's face. Everyone saw that Luffy didn't intend to mention Robin too much, so they didn't go into it. After all, he was the captain and the highest officer of the ship. At this time, Nami took the pointer in Vivi's hand and looked at it for a while, and sure enough, the pointer was always pointing to the east, which was different from the record pointer in his hand. If that Alcinde is a good guy, then can we go directly to Alabasta according to this guideline? Nami turned to Luffy and asked. Luffy grinned, no, we continue to follow the original route. Nani? Why? Everyone looked at Luffy in puzzlement. Vivi also hurriedly reminded, Ba Lock has more than 2,000 people, and there are several nearby towns similar to Whiskey Hill. If we continue to follow this route, we will definitely encounter many pursuers. When Nami heard that there were more than 2,000 people, he exclaimed, there are so many. Let's use the permanent pointer. How do I get Bar Lock to work if they don't come? Luffy said to Nami strangely. Ah! Luffy chuckled, you see Zoro and Sanji are a little scared of this mob. Zoro smiled proudly, don't say 2,000 people, even 20,000 people, I can show you. Luffy nodded, courage is admirable, don't say that there are actually a million elders and hundreds of millions of elders in the Lock Works, maybe there are tens of thousands of elders in total. Zoro froze when he heard that. Sanji on the side shouted with red eyes, as long as Princess Vivi becomes our companion, let alone 10,000 people, 100,000 people will be fine. Hey, you perverted cook, what are you bragging about? Hey? Chlorella head, don't call me if you can't do it yourself. What's the situation now, can someone explain to me in detail? Usopp looked at everyone with a depressed face. After waking up from the explosion, he has been in a dazed state. Ah! Why is there an ostrich on board? That's a duck. Run fast, Ga. The melee sailed straight towards Little Garden amidst the noise. And behind them countless boats whistling with the Bar Lock Work Agency are ready to go. Chapter 94. Three Swords Style Tornado. Barbecue Set. A group of little Karlami were kicked and scattered as Zoro and Sanji shouted. On the melee, Luffy and Nami drank coffee leisurely and watched the battle on a Bar Lock ship not far away. How many waves is this? It took Nami only 2 days from the initial nervousness to numbness. A steady stream of Pakistani lock workers among the two came to send heads to everyone. A dozen waves, right? But the frequency seems to be much lower. Luffy yawned and said. Vivi on the side looked excitedly at Zoro and Kamui, and she was full of confidence for this trip back home. Soon Zoro and Sanji tied the group of youngsters to the boat and jumped back. Done! Sanji excitedly yelled at Nami, Cici, and Vivi, Nami-san, Vivi-san C.C-chan, did you see my big kamui? Are you overwhelmed by my heroic figure? Nami waved his hand in disgust, not at all. Sanji suddenly hid in the corner with a depressed face and drew circles. Zoro cast a contemptuous glance at Sanji, this idiot. Then he walked up to Luffy and said, it's your turn. Luffy yawned and stood up, flying straight to the opposite boat. Scarlet eyes glared at members of Bar Lock, obey me. Geese instantly controlled the group of youngsters. Shouting too many times, Luffy even said the pretend softly. Yes, your highness. The little minions were instantly manipulated by Luffy, and were sent back the same way by Luffy, becoming a ruthless tool man. Luffy looked at the leaving crowd, and looked directly at his own system panel. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, Lelich 6 Britannia, 0. Equipment, 0 mask, holographic mask, which covers the whole head without affecting the line of sight, Mirage. Special equipment has been stored in the system space. Innate ability, IQ, this template has good analysis and calculation ability, Geese absolute command, enough to make the recruiter absolutely obey his own order, must look directly into the opponent's eyes, and cannot see through indirect vision, such as TV screens, monitors, takes effect, the effective distance is about 270 meters, it can only be used once for the same person, it can be eliminated, it can be resisted, and it can be used again after elimination. Contractor, C.C. Character reset countdown, 10 hours and 59 minutes. Character reduction degree, 99%. After these few days of using Geese and proficiency in mechas, Lelich's restoration speed has reached a critical point. However, recently Luffy found that no matter how many times he used the Geese, the last bit of proficiency did not increase at all. Luffy frowned and went back to the Mary. Nami asked in surprise after seeing it, what's wrong? Luffy shook his head, it's just reached the bottleneck. Zoro looked at Luffy in shock, you still have a bottleneck. Different from the original book, Wang Luffy will take the initiative to find Zoro and Sanji to practice together whenever he has time. Play Iron with Zoro, and learn Marine 6 styles from Garp with Sanji. Although the rest time is short, the few people are more or less stronger than themselves in the plot. Especially Luffy, he can faintly feel the flow of armament haki at this time, and he believes that it will not be long before he can reach the stage of entanglement. In the eyes of Zoro and others, Luffy with such strength has made rapid progress, but Luffy actually said that he still has a bottleneck. This made Zoro feel dissatisfied, and turned around to go to the deck to push the iron. At this moment, CC suddenly stepped forward and said to Luffy solemnly, it's time to complete the contract between us. Everyone looked at CC after hearing the words, only Vivi asked Nami next to him with a puzzled face, contract? What contract? Nami didn't answer but turned to CC in disbelief, you really want to complete that ridiculous contract? CC said with a blank face, this is what I decided when I bestowed on Luffy. Hey, C.C-chan, don't be kidding me. Sanji also looked at CC excitedly and persuaded, how can you give up your life casually? Vivi was full of doubts at this moment, what are you talking about? What is the contract between her and Mr. Luffy? Usopp whispered, it is said that she made a contract with Luffy that she must kill her herself. What? Vivi looked at CC in surprise, she didn't know why this girl who usually eats pizza quietly made such a contract. Luffy's face was also a little ugly at this time, and he finally knew why Lelich's template restoration rate could not reach 100%. This time, the system has an additional contractor CC, just to restore 100% of the template. Because Lelich finally got the code of eternal life. Originally, Lelich killed the father who inherited VV code and thus inherited the code of VV. However, there is no VV in this world at this time. If you want to get the code, you can only achieve 100% recovery by killing the CC in front of you. Although it is only one-sided, Luffy is not the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately for rewards, even if this person is about to disappear. Luffy shook his head decisively at CC, and was about to say no. CC jumped into Luffy's arms suddenly, and kissed Luffy directly under the stunned eyes of everyone. Damn it! Why doesn't CC sauce like me? Sanji looks at Luffy with envy. Nami and Vivi blushed shyly at the side. Pfft. It's still broad daylight. But in Luffy's side it's different. The moment CC kissed her, C.C's life began to reverse like a horse on a horse. Overthrow Britannia, establish the code order. Until the picture freezes on a certain day in the Middle Ages, a nun stabs a dagger into C.C's chest with red eyes. Luffy lost consciousness instantly when he saw this. In the eyes of others, CC, who was kissing Luffy passionately, suddenly took out a dagger and directly stabbed it into Luffy's chest. What are you doing? Everyone exclaimed loudly. However, it was too late at this time, and Luffy, who was hit in the heart, fell down amidst the shocked and angry expressions of everyone. Ding! Congratulations to host Lelich 6 Britannia, the Zero Template Restoration degree has reached 100%. Chapter 95. I do not know how long it has been. The Melee was walking aimlessly on the route. Nami was already crying at this time, and in front of him was Luffy, whose chest was full of blood. Sanji was sitting at the dining table smoking a cigarette. Zoro clenched the word Hideo in his hand angrily. Vivi was too scared to say a word by the solemn atmosphere in the cabin. Suddenly Usopp ran in a hurry. It's bad. That girl is gone. Boom. What? Zoro smashed the table angrily. How could it be missing? Did you just run away from laziness? Usopp shouted. How is that possible? I stared at her for 10 hours without blinking, and then disappeared in a blink of an eye. Zoro grabbed Usopp and ran to the warehouse quickly, and sure enough, there was only one rope left on the CC that was originally tied up. How come? Zoro's face was ugly. The murderer who killed Luffy escaped. Usopp bowed his head in shame. But at this moment, a huge force swept across the entire melee. Usopp fainted before he could stand still. Zoro looked at the cabin of the melee in horror. What is this? He ran to the upper floor with difficulty, but saw Nami and Vivi fainted on the ground, and only Sanji was sweating profusely resisting the force. What happened? Zoro asked Sanji angrily. Sanji gestured to Zoro with difficulty. Zoro turned his head and saw that the dead Luffy was frowning and rubbing his temples, and this power was the awakened conqueror's haki. Damn, my head hurts. Luffy slowly opened his eyes from the buzzing in his head. He looked around and saw Zoro and Sanji who were slumped on the ground, Nami and others who were fainted. Hey? What's wrong with you guys? Luffy looked strangely at Zoro and Sanji who were staring at him in horror. Why do they sleep on the ground? They are not afraid of catching cold. Luffy smiled and prepared to move the two to bed to rest together. Who would have thought that Zoro directly blocked Nami with the knife? Are you a human or a ghost? Luffy looked at Zoro in bewilderment. What do you mean? Zoro pouted at Luffy's chest, and Luffy looked down to see the bloodline all over his body and the clothes with a hole in them. My grass! Luffy screamed, and took a look at his clothes, but there was only a scar on his chest. Who the FK stabbed me? Luffy looked at Scar with a mask on his face. Zoro looked at Luffy strangely. You don't know? Just that CC, I'll stab you for a kiss. The picture I saw in the memory corridor before I fell into a coma came in seconds. Luffy was startled, and blurted out, where is C.C? Zoro shook his head. I don't know, it just disappeared. Luffy heard the words and hurriedly read the system panel in his mind to find the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to host Lelich 6 Britannia, Zero Template Restoration has reached 100%. Ding dong! Lelich 6 Britannia, Zero Template has expired. Congratulations to host Lelich 6 Britannia, the Zero Template Restoration degree has reached 100%, and the reward will be drawn soon. Congratulations on obtaining a special hidden reward, God's Power Code. Do you want to enable template refollowing? Really? Luffy's shock was beyond words when he saw the system prompt. To complete the awakening of the code, in addition to killing the original code holder by the geese-capable user who opened his eyes, there is another way that the code holder forcibly adopts the code to the geese contractor. The earliest CC was forcibly adopted by the nun of the previous code holder, and this method was the code holder who killed the geese ability user of his contract. However, this adoptive method has obvious flaws, that is, if there is not enough willpower, the code cannot be inherited at all. Otherwise, the nun wouldn't wait until she went crazy before forcibly using this method to transition the code to CC. Fortunately, Luffy is a human being in 2 lifetimes, and his body has the qualifications of Conqueror's Haki. With the blessing of double reasons, Luffy successfully inherited the code of CC, completed the restoration of Lelich's template and awakened Conqueror's Haki. But Luffy never thought that this kind of skill that is not written on the template attribute can be extracted. And got it myself. This skill is undoubtedly the most powerful skill since I came to Pirate World. If geese can be summed up as integrating the power of others. If you want to understand the heart of others, you can melt into their thoughts and see their hearts. If you want to know what others are going to do, you can integrate into their thoughts and predict their behavior. If you want to get the love of others, you can melt into their thoughts and make them give love to themselves in reality. The minds, spirits, and souls of these others are protected by solid copper walls and iron walls, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone other than themselves to interfere. And by touching these, then having some effect on them, and getting the effect, this is the essence of geese ability. But code is different. If geese is the power of king, then the power of code is the power of God. Code's immortality will affect the host's inner body, but this is only a byproduct. The essence of code is to immobilize human beings and the world. It's like human beings are born from the root and eventually return to the root. From birth to death is a cycle. However, the existence of code does not allow people to go back to the root. It cuts off the loop of reincarnation and leaves people, and the world they create, at the moment they want. This is the use of code in the true sense of 5.6. To put it simply, Luffy's body will only stay at his peak moment, and will only become stronger but will not fall or die. From this moment on, Luffy's body already has the characteristics of immortality. Although he does not have any bonus to strength, this is simply the biggest cheat for Nika Fruit, who relies on consuming vitality in exchange for strength. Unlike in the original book where Luffy beats Kaido by consuming life in exchange for physical strength, Luffy at this time can remain awake for 24 hours after awakening. Back to the top. At this time, Luffy only had one sentence in his mind. This trademark is awesome. Chapter 96. Nami? Nami. Luffy slapped Nami's cheek. After confirming the situation, he hurried to wake Nami up. Oh my god! Ghost! A scream followed by a fist that knocked Luffy straight out. When Nami took a closer look, he found Luffy standing in front of him alive. In the next second, he fell directly into Luffy's arms and cried. I thought you were dead, woo woo woo. Looking at Nami's pear blossoms with rain, Luffy felt a sense of guilt, that is, this time belonged to Anu Long. If she really died, Nami and others would be very sad. Just when Luffy was thinking about how to comfort Nami, Nami's fist hit Luffy violently. I'll let you find Miss Sister again, and let you sign another contract. Looking at the excited Nami, Luffy finally knew how Nami smashed Luffy's nose and face when he was furious in the original book. He decisively used the rubber fruit ability plus life return to make himself bruised and bruised. Soon Nami couldn't do it anymore. 14. Humph. Let's see if you dare to do it in the future. Nami waved his fist angrily. Luffy laughed, don't dare, don't dare. At this time, the rest of the people gradually woke up, and Usopp covered his head and moaned, why do I feel like someone is using a big hammer to round my head, scary. It's a scam. Usopp sees Luffy's eyes popping out of fear. When everyone woke up, Luffy told everyone about CC adopting the superpower code to himself. Nanny. Everyone cheered loudly after listening to Luffy's explanation. That is to say, you are also immortal now. Zoro looked at Luffy suspiciously and said, let me try to chop you up. Luffy, get out. Nami and Vivi looked at Luffy with jealousy. Does that mean your skin will be smooth and supple? Sanji took a puff of cigarette and put forward a more constructive suggestion. Is it because we don't have food storage in the future, we can kill you and eat you? Anyway, you can be resurrected again. Luffy, back dish convex. Believe it or not, I'll kill you first. The crowd fought for a while, and the melee returned to laughter again. As for whether people believe that Luffy is immortal, probably only they know. Nami patted himself on the cheek, very good. Replan the direction. Go to the next destination. Everyone was taken aback when they heard the words, didn't we sail to the next island? Nami looked at this kind of person with a look of disgust. Luffy is dead, how can I have the mood to steer the helm? Everyone roared wildly, are you planning to bury us with Luffy? Ha ha ha, don't worry about those details. Nami hurried to the cab. 10 hours of yaw made everyone farther away from the direction of Little Garden. Anyone want to go fishing? Luffy asked everyone with a fishing rod. Me. Usopp hastily raised his hand. Sanji stood up and walked into the cabin, I'm going to get the bait. Zoro rolled his eyes looking at the excited people and found a corner to lie down and continue to sleep. In order to appease the emotions of the crew, he, the deputy captain, was exhausted. Sanji, why is the bait empty? Luffy, the bait seems to let me feed the ducks. Sanji, hey? How do we fish when you feed the ducks? Luffy, how about we try it with duck? Sanji clapped his hands, hey? That's a good idea. Run fast, Ga? Suddenly the three of them started chasing a duck on the deck. Stop! Stop! When you catch sea kings, I'll share the meat with you. Ga! 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 Nami was furiously yelled at the yuppies who were annoyed by the yelling, give me enough time. Vivi looked at Luffy speechlessly and said, it's hard to imagine that he turned out to be the Marine Commodore Supernova that Marine focuses on, and it doesn't look like a serious Marine. Nami also laughed, it's true that ordinary people can't even imagine it. Zoro opened his eyes below and waved his hands, no, I'm afraid everyone now knows that Luffy is a parallel importer Marine who came in through the back door. Nami thought of the scene of performing martial arts at naval headquarters, and immediately nodded in agreement. Vivi on the side looked at the two with a strange face, not knowing what they meant. But Luffy is very reliable when he is serious. Nami remembered when Luffy helped him destroy Arlong Paradise, and looked at Luffy's figure with an unconscious smile on his lips. Hey! Vivi poked at Nami in a low voice with a teasing smile, do you like him? Nami blushed and glared at Vivi, the devil likes him as a scumbag. Humph! After speaking, Nami turned and walked directly towards the rudder. Enough is enough. Bastards! Zoro screamed in pain when he was stepped on by Sanji, if you have nothing to do, go to exercise. Save the time and let a little girl who can't hold a chicken get stabbed. Luffy gave Zoro a blank look, have you ever seen a little girl over 1,000 years old? He is older than your ancestors. Zoro. Boil. Forget it, anyway, I don't think we can catch anything with this duck. I'm going to prepare some special drinks. Do you want anything? Sanji let go of his struggle and ran towards the kitchen. As a result, he ran fast and heard the drink squawking and followed. Oh! And I! Luffy and Zoro raised their hands in response. Only Vivi looked at the leisurely crowd 247 and his face became a little ugly. His own country is in danger. At this time, Nami smiled and offered Vivi a glass of drink to comfort him. Trust Luffy, at least this kind of boat will make you forget a lot of troubles, won't it? Vivi looked at the crowd below hesitantly. Oh look, ducks can drink drinks. Have a drink. Have another drink. With a thud, he ran quickly and fell to the ground. Pthahaha silly duck, there is alcohol in here ha ha ha. Come on, let's tie him up and fish sea kings. Hey hey. Vivi, Hwakwa. You guys are enough. Let me put down the running. And at this moment, a huge dolphin leaped from the sea. Everyone who was fighting together looked at the sky. What a cute dolphin. Stupid. Run. You're going to overturn the boat. Everyone moved in unison. The helm of the helm, the sail of the sail. In Vivi's surprised expression, the shadow of Little Garden appeared before everyone's eyes. Luffy looked at the mountains formed by the huge sea kings, and there was a flash of shock in his eyes. Is this the power of Titan in the pirate world? In the future, I can also control this power myself. System. Open the next template immediately. Chapter 97. Ding dong, templates are random. Congratulations on getting the template this time. Uzumaki Nagato. Ding dong, anti-meme male Uzumaki Nagato template is equipped. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Current reduction rate is 50%. Please check the property panel for detailed properties. With the possession of a human figure, chakra from the Hokage world reappeared in Luffy's body, and it was more terrifying than the ghost shark template before. I boiled. Luffy listened to the prompt from the system in astonishment. Uzumaki Nagato? 6 paths pain. Luffy opened the system panel in surprise. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, 6 paths pain Uzumaki Nagato. Anti-me male. Equipment, Black Rod, Chakra Receiver, 6 paths pain. Innate abilities, Rinnegan, Summoning, Universal Pull, Shenluo Tianzheng, Planetary Devastation, Summoning Cerberus, Yata Bird, Chameleon, Chakra, Physical Strength, Devouring, Sealing Spell Suction, Soul Extraction, Hades Wheel Regeneration, Mechanism Armor, Attack of Azura, Summoning Gedo Statue, Chakra Dragon, Heterogeneous Rhine Tensei, Uzumaki Bloodline. Ninjutsu Skills, 6 kinds of Chakra attribute Ninjutsu, Rain Tiger Free Technique. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Character reduction degree, 50%. It really is pen. Luffy looked at his system panel full of surprises. He was still thinking about how to get through Little Garden, but he didn't expect the system to be so powerful and directly gave him a 6 paths pain template. This is the most B-character villain boss in the early stage of Hokage. Although he was finally defeated by Uzumaki Naruto, who is also the prince like himself, this is the boss who flattened Konoha with his own strength. I saw Luffy flying directly towards Little Garden amidst Zoro and others' facial expressions. I boiled? You slap me, did Luffy fly away? Sanji turned his head to Zoro who was beside him and said in a daze. Slap. Zoro shook his hand, it seems to have flown away. BD Chlorella. Are you looking for death? Sanji yelled while covering his flushed face. Zoro showed no sign of weakness. Come to fight? You asked me to fight the perverted cook. I tell you to hit you, and I tell you to die, why don't you die? Call, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Sanji, number dish convex. Zoro, Zhang dish convex. Boom. Boom. After 2 muffled sounds, Nami stood behind the 2 of them with a dark face and raised his fists. I want to fight on the island. If you dare to destroy the boat, I will castrate you too. Zoro, Sanji, Long Masai. Oh, the Tigress is the most powerful on this ship. Usopp shook his head and sighed. He ran fast and nodded again and again. Quack. Boom. Boom! One duck followed in the footsteps of Zoro and others. At this time, Luffy flew back to the melee and hugged Nami. With Nami screaming, the two rose straight from the sky. Come on, Dad will fly to let you feel the charm of nature. Let's have an air shock some other day. Speaking, Luffy uses Rinnegan's gravity control to fly around in the sky. From surprise to joy, Nami screamed excitedly. After all, flying in any world is the dream of many people. Just when Luffy arrives at Little Garden. On a resort island not far away, Mr3 and Gold Zhou Zheng are drinking afternoon tea leisurely. Little Lolita Golden Week held a document in her hand and complained to Mr3, so boring. Mr3 picked up a cup of black tea and sniffed it, and let out a contented voice, as expected, you still need this Earl Grey tea for black tea. You are bored all day long, but you hate work, don't you? Golden Week nodded in agreement, yet. How about enjoying the happy time before the mission? This is a special privilege for our senior agents. Mr3 took another sip of black tea, looked at the document in Golden Week's hand. By the way, what is that thing in your hand? I see you have been holding it for several days. Golden Week, oh, an order from the boss. Mr3, poof. Why didn't you say it earlier? Mr3 snatched the command and took it into his hand to look at it. Has Mr5 been defeated? Humph, it's a pity it's not M2. That way you can break through. Are all the members sent out accidentally attacked by pirates and returned without success? Is it just because of this that I, a senior agent, is needed? Mr3's face darkened. Let me, a senior agent, let them experience the fate of fighting against criminal organizations. Golden Week, if we don't start again, we won't be able to catch up with them. M3. Then why didn't you give me the order earlier? Little Garden. Luffy and others looked at the huge plants on the island with novelty. This is the first wild island they have landed on since entering the Grand Line. Is this Little Garden? Sanji looked at the towering giant tree in a daze. How small is this? Zoro is also full of strange colors. Nami nodded, it's really not as cute as the name. Usopp looked tremblingly at the depths of the dark jungle. Yes, this place is simply a secret place. I will die and get sick as soon as I get on the island. I'd better stay on the melee and watch the ship. Suddenly there was a piercing cry. Nami and Usopp covered their ears in fright. Nympho Sanji looked at Nami with a nympho, kawaii. Usopp made a show of cuteness to Sanji when he heard the words, are you talking about me? Sanji, Zhang Sanpan, convex. What was that just now? Nami looked at the howling from the sky in horror with a look of horror. Ah, I thought you saw it just now, Lilies. Luffy stepped forward and smiled at this moment. Isn't that the bird we saw earlier? Little bird. Nami looked at Luffy suspiciously. How big is Little Bird? It doesn't matter, it's just an ordinary bird, and this is an ordinary forest, don't worry. Sanji smiled at Nami and comforted Deosatai. He didn't notice that a pterosaur-like conceited green-feathered duck-billed bird had come behind him with big wings. Zoro and Luffy nodded, indeed, it's just a bird. Hey? Why do you two feel so embarrassed? Sanji looked strangely at Luffy and Zoro who were watching a show. In the next second, the big bird stretched out its claws and grabbed Sanji away. Pthahaha, the chef was captured by the bird. The two laughed loudly below. Luffy directly pointed at the giant bird, and a terrifying suction pulled the bird back. Universal pull. Chapter 98. Shenluo Tianzheng. The huge blue bird and Sanji hit the big tree on the bank of the river with a bang. Sanji snarled at Luffy in rags, are you trying to kill me? Usopp on the side looked at it with bright eyes, amazing, Luffy, how did you do it? Luffy smiled triumphantly and said a quote from Payne's classic Zhong Er, O you lay wa kami de. I am God. Immediately, Zoro and others stared blankly at him. Due to the innumerable abilities Luffy has shown from the meeting to the present, Everyone already has a strong heart at this time. God? Crazy. Everyone complained in unison. Sanji kicked the giant bird cursingly, I'll make you into grilled chicken wings tonight. And at this moment, another giant tiger appeared in the forest. Its size was comparable to 1/3 of the size of Mei Li. Are you kidding me? Is this a tiger? Nami's eyes widened as he watched the tiger pounce on Sanji. Sanji contemptuously lit a cigarette and kicked the tiger upside down. Nami-san, am I handsome or not? Have you been fascinated by my heroic appearance? Sanji was handsome for only 3 seconds, and immediately after defeating the tiger, he became nympho to Nami. Usopp was sweating, raised his hand and shouted, Yuxi! I decided not to log on this island. 620. Nami also firmly agreed, well, just wait for the magnetic record on this ship. Usopp, exactly. Then leave this island as soon as possible. Usopp, exactly. After all, gotta get to Alabasta ASAP. Usopp, exactly. Zoro, are you two talking about cross-talk? Plop. The sound of the anchor falling into the water made Nami and Usopp startled. The two looked back, only to see Luffy stepping on the fence, pointing at the dense forest and shouting, Go west, let's go. Nami, Usopp, let's go ghost. Luffy chuckled, there are 2 bounty criminals worth 100 million in Little Garden. If you catch you will get rich. Dash is. Nami stared at the words, go. Zoro, Sanji. Hi Nami-san, I must catch those 2 pirates. Sanji happily responded loudly. Zoro said impatiently, ah? Why should I listen to you? Nami said with a smirk, you bought a knife in Rogtown and lent me 300,000 Baileys. Ah? Didn't I return it to you that day? Zoro stared at Nami in disbelief and said. 9 out and 13 out, you haven't paid enough. Nami said triumphantly, with the interest these days, you still owe me 300,000 Baileys. Zoro looked at Nami with veins exposed, you must go to hell. Nami smiled at Zoro indifferently, thank you for the compliment. Vivi's face is full of MMP in her heart. She asked Luffy, there are really 2 pirates here with a reward of 100 million. Luffy nodded with a smile, of course, it's still the 100 million reward offered 100 years ago. 100 years ago. Vivi looked at Luffy in surprise. Nami looked at Vivi strangely, what's wrong? Is the reward order from 100 years ago invalid? Do you understand the seriousness of the matter? Vivi was a little crazy at this time, even before Lock Doll became Shishibukai, there were only 81 million Baileys, not to mention the rewards offered 100 years ago. The rewards at that time were not as much as they are now. Don't worry, Luffy smiled and waved his hands, don't think about it, it's been 100 years. Vivi was taken aback. That's right, those 2 pirates would have died of old age in 100 years, right? It seems that Luffy just wanted to arouse Nami's interest. What she didn't know was that these 2 big pirates were all titans, and they had a long lifespan and could live up to 350 years old. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, anyway, it will take at least 1 day to record the pointer and record the magnetic force, and he will only worry about Alabasta even more on the boat. Vivi said to Luffy, Bick, then I will go together. Eh? Why do you say that? Luffy and the others don't mind, it's too dangerous for you, isn't it? Nami persuaded Vivi, you'd better stay on the boat with me. It's okay, don't worry, I ran fast, and he ran fast. Vivi smiled and pointed to the duck beside him. Run fast. It's about my bird, hello. Luffy took the lunchbox prepared by Sanji, and regretfully asked everyone again, are you sure you don't want to go? It's a good opportunity to have a picnic. What a pity to see the ecology of this primeval forest. Nami and Usopp stretched out their hands and shook them in unison, impossible. Only ghosts get off the boat. Luffy sighed, in that case, summoning technique. With a bang, Pain Six Paths, dressed in a red cloud and black background with sticks stuck all over his body, appeared handsomely in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the six people in bewilderment. Who is this? Your bodyguard. After Luffy finished speaking, Lilintao quickly formed seals with both hands, summoning technique. A huge lizard was summoned. Mother! Monster! Usopp screamed in terror. Lolita waved her hand, and the lizard swallowed Six Paths Pain and then disappeared in front of them. Ah! They ate Luffy! Usopp exclaimed loudly. Zoro and Sanji frowned and looked in the direction of the chameleon. They could vaguely perceive its position. Don't worry, it's just hiding, they are responsible for protecting you. Luffy smiled and retracted his vision in Six Paths Pen. This kind of open feeling is quite strange. All pain is the same as the original body, and Luffy is not uncomfortable at all because of multiple perspectives. Next, Luffy looked at the dark forest and took a deep breath. Great breakthrough! Boom! While everyone was stunned, Luffy spewed out a wind blade like an air cannon, directly piercing through the forest on the entire island. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. Usopp's eyes were even brighter. Ninja, ninja, ninjutsu. Is it wine style this time? The ninjutsu that Luffy hadn't used since the last time Luffy left Kokoyashi village reappeared in front of everyone. This power is a little too much. Zoro looked at the gap that had been flattened with a sore face. At the beginning Orochimaru's great breakthrough directly plowed a gap in the death forest, but at this time Luffy used Pain's template to directly penetrate the little garden which is similar to the death forest. Looking at a flat dirt road, Luffy nodded in satisfaction. There are no roads in the world. If there are too many people blowing it, it will become a road. Everyone, I believe you a ghost. Chapter 99. Luffy led Zoro and Sanji down the newly built dirt road. Along the way, countless dinosaurs that were overturned by the hurricane screamed. This random one is enough meat for us for a week. Sanji took a breath and looked around these dinosaurs. Luffy, is there really a bounty on here, offender? Zoro frowned and looked around. No matter how you looked at it, it was an uninhabited virgin forest. Vivi already regretted coming out with these three people at this time. She never thought that this island seemed to be like ancient times. Vivi couldn't help asking, this is a dinosaur. Aren't you curious? Hey? What's so curious, it's just a big prey. Zoro said indifferently. And at this moment, a huge brachiosaurus in the air bit down. Vivi was suddenly startled and screamed. Summoning technique. Cerberus. A huge three-headed dog with wings was summoned directly by Luffy. Zoro on the side said, you can't summon it, it's much smaller than this dinosaur. What's the rush? Strength doesn't depend on size. Luffy gave Zoro a blank look and said. The head of the Cerberus rushed forward, biting the Brachiosaurus neck tightly, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the Brachiosaurus body. Brachiosaurus screamed in pain. Suddenly, more than a dozen larger Brachiosaurus appeared in the sky. Come on, this guy is just a cub. Zoro looked at the other taller Brachiosaurus in astonishment and said nothing. You must know that the one that attacked everyone at the beginning was at least 20 meters away. The Cerberus, which was already 5 or 6 meters old, was torn off like a toy and thrown on the ground. Sanji gloated at the Cerberus that was pulled down and thrown to the ground. It's over, your dog is going to be cold. Luffy, it's early, you underestimate my way too much. I saw that the torn body of the Cerberus suddenly split into two, and soon became two identical Cerberus. What? Can it still be split? Sanji watched in astonishment as the two hellhounds flapped their wings again and rushed towards Brachiosaurus. Afterwards, everyone saw what is called crowd tactics. Under the attack of the Brachiosaurus, one hellhound was born, and soon dozens of hellhounds bit the group of Brachiosaurus crazily like hunting dogs living in groups. Sanji looked at the hellhounds in the sky in shock and swallowed. What kind of ninjutsu are you doing? Isn't this too outrageous? Luffy smiled triumphantly. This is the summoning technique that increases the animal path in 6 paths pain. It is a summoning technique with special conditions attached. Summoning objects are given conditions such as proliferate as soon as they are attacked. Once this condition is met, he will activate the trap of proliferation. Summoning objects that increase with the attack, never-ending reincarnation attack. As long as there are enough chakra, theoretically, an infinite number of summoning beasts can be copied. Taking Nagato's vortex bloodline as an example, there is no problem at all in separating out 181s. Soon, more than a dozen Brachiosaurus were bitten by hell dogs and screamed again and again. The leader at the head wailed and yelled, and led the tribe to flee towards the coast frantically, leaving behind several corpses of the tribe who died tragically. Gie. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from the air beside him. Everyone turned their heads to look, and a long-bearded titan with a height of 20 meters was laughing and looking at everyone. Real or fake? Zoro and Sanji gasp, good day. You actually dare to fight against the long necks in this forest, you are really a brave person, it has been a long time since you have had any guests. Luffy smiled slightly, the strongest fighter in Al Buff Village, Dory. Am I right? Titan was stunned, could it be that my legend is still circulating in the sea? Gie. Zoro and Sanji looked at Luffy in disbelief, don't tell me he is what you call a bounty criminal. Luffy looked at the two with a smile and nodded, of course, the former captain of Ganbing pirates, Blue Ogre Dory. The bounty is 100 million shells. Zoro and Sanji went mad and yelled at Luffy, I'm blah. Is this something we can handle? Gie. Dory laughed loudly, are you bounty hunters who are interested in my bounty? Luffy smiled and pointed to the cloak of justice behind him, no, we are marine. Dory was taken aback, after so many years, you marines can also get a commission? Luffy smiled and said to Dory, that's not the case, so the purpose of my coming this time is to subdue you too. Gie. Dory looked at Luffy's thin and small body with disdain, although your strength is good, but using your little dog to subdue Al Buff's strongest fighter is undoubtedly a dream come true. You know, in terms of size, Luffy is not even the size of Dory's finger. Luffy didn't refute and said with a smile, it's definitely impossible to rely on that kind of thing alone. I'm not counting on that kind of thing. How about we bet? Dory looked at Luffy strangely, what bet? If I win, one day I will return to Little Garden again, and you and Broggy go out to sea again, bringing the village of Albav to join me. Asking for flowers. Luffy said unhurriedly to Dory. You want to subdue our titans to join the marine? Dory frowned at Luffy. Luffy said meaningfully, join marine? No, just rely on me. Luffy knows that world government has always had a good impression of world government through the big drama directed and acted by itself, especially the nun who is considered by Al Buff to be his best friend. Now 5 elders don't think that Luffy has the ability to awaken Nika fruit, so naturally they won't take the risk of turning against Garp to kill Luffy. After all, Luffy joined marine instead of pirate. If Luffy is a pirate and the world government kills Luffy, Garp can only help Luffy secretly in order to maintain the justice in his heart. But if Luffy is marine, and the 5 elders dare to kill Luffy blatantly, Garp will definitely bring marine back to the world government. After all, if he killed himself as marine's grandson just because of a legend, this is absolutely not acceptable to Garp. After all, even when Ace died, Garp almost ran away to kill Akainu, and finally retired from marine and no longer managed the front line. And it is precisely because of this that Luffy joins marine with no fear. He is not O'Hara's group of weak chickens who have no strength and no backing. The world government absolutely dare not do anything to itself. Because once he does it, he is sure to take a drastic drudgery and move the entire marine away. After all, Garp's prestige is better than 5 elders in marine. Wait until I find some time before going to Zephyr to brush up on his presence, and dug this teacher who is most of the naval headquarters officers into his hand. Then the entire marine force itself is absolutely sure to let it directly separate from the world government. As for economics? Are you kidding me? Do you really think that as a revolutionary army father, you eat dry food? What he did was revolution, not robbery. They have a huge mass base. If Marine can rebel, wouldn't they be in favor with both hands and feet? So as long as you don't awaken the rubber fruit, the world government will never dare to touch your Khanate. Even after awakening, there is a high probability that they will only send CP0 and those old shady men to trip him up and let him die in an accident. As for the Titan race, which is the most mysterious race that runs through the main line of the pirate world, Luffy naturally does not want to let it go. Dory and Broggy, who were the strongest fighters in the original Al-Buff, were the easiest entry. Chapter 100. The original plan that Luffy prepared before the immediate pain template was to use MR3's plan to gain favorability just like the original book. After the strength becomes stronger, come to subdue the two titans. However, after Luffy randomly got the Nagato template, he immediately changed his plan. As the most powerful country in the world, the Titan has a warlike personality. For them, the strong are more worthy of respect than the wise. However, Dory and Broggy have been fighting non-stop for 100 years, and both energy and weapons have been worn out, and their strength has dropped significantly. This is why Luffy has the confidence to challenge the two. Gie. Dory laughed when he heard what Luffy said, "Since you are so confident, let's have a fight." Luffy smiled slightly, and flew directly into the sky slowly, and soon reached the level with Dory's 263 line. Vivi below was frightened and froze, turned to Zoro and Sanji and hurriedly said, "You don't stop him? No matter how you look at it, it's impossible to win." "Why can't you win?" Zoro said in surprise. In Zoro's eyes, Luffy, who defeated Hawkeye, is absolutely heaven-defying as the world's #1 swordsman. And Sanji also nodded, "Anyway, I can't die, the worst is to lose." But at this moment, the volcano suddenly erupted with roars. Dory's plan to attack stopped. Gie, wait a minute Marine, my promised battle has arrived, after I finish my appointment, let's fight together again. Dory laughed. Luffy smiled slightly after hearing this, "No need, I think Broggy should be the same as you." "Like me?" Dory was taken aback when he heard this. In the next second, a loud bang came from the other side of the island. And at the Merry, Nami and Usopp watched in tears as Six Paths Pen battled Titan Broggy. "Where are you protecting us?" Nami looked at the 8-foot bird flying in the sky and wanted to cry, "This is courting death for us." Not long ago, Broggy suddenly appeared next to the melee and asked Nami for a drink. They were so scared that they lay down on the boat and pretended to be dead. Who would have thought that Pen jumped out of the chameleon and said that he would tame Broggy, and if he lost the bet, he would give Broggy all the wine on the boat. As a result, the two immediately fought. The figures of Six Paths in the sky were all standing on top of the 8-foot bird. Shureideo took the lead, and suddenly stretched out countless weapon missiles from his body and shot towards Broggy. The violent explosion sounded directly throughout Little Garden. That's exactly the bang that Dory and Luffy and others heard. Gie. Dory laughed loudly, "Are you going to start a war with both of us at the same time? I accept this bet. If you win, I am willing to be your subordinate." I saw Dory slashing towards Luffy fiercely with a long sword in his hand. The giant sword looks like a building to Luffy. The Zoro at this time is not the Zoro 2 years later. The Zoro 2 years later has no fear in the face of Sika, who is several times bigger than Dory, and the 3,000 worlds are directly divided into two. At this time, Zoro and Sanji looked at Dory and both trembled a little. At this time, the strength of the two had not been out to sea for a long time, and even Zoro could not even reach the level of cutting iron. Facing the attack of this 22-meter tall titan, Zoro even thought, "I dare not even think about it." But Luffy was not afraid of the attack at all, and he slapped his hands on the ground, summoning Gedo statue. A wooden titan countless times more terrifying than Dori soars into the sky. Huge cloud of smoke rises from behind Luffy, 10 tails Gedo statue. Dori, who was originally huge, was like a child in front of Gedo statue. What is this? Dori looked at the huge wooden golem that suddenly appeared in confusion. As a titan, 22 meters is already extremely terrifying. The Gedo statue in front of him has already competed with the former ounce the island demon. The gigantic Gedo statue roared in the sky, and punched Dori directly. Dori hurriedly raised his long sword to block it. A bang, far exceeding the previous Ajuradeo attack, spread throughout Little Garden. The mighty Dori felt the terror of being a titan for the first time. The whole person was directly smashed by the huge force of Gedo statue, creating a gap on the island. Unaware, Nami and Usopp looked at the towering Gedo statue and burst into tears. Woohoo, I want to go home, the Grand Line is too dangerous. Gie. Dori's face was full of excitement at this time, and he looked up at the Gedo statue, which was almost 70 meters away, full of excitement. The battle between Broggy and Six Paths Pain also stopped, and Broggy looked at the Gedo statue who suddenly appeared in astonishment, and he also looked confused. Tiandeo Pain said slowly with the appearance of a magic stick, "We are the messengers of the gods, your companion, just like you, swore an oath with the gods, and then I will show you my true strength." I saw Pain put his palms together, and a small black ball suddenly appeared in the middle of his hands. Pain threw the black ball into the sky, and a terrifying suction suddenly spread from above the black ball. Planetary devastation. Pain roared, and countless rocks flew towards the sky. The mountain range formed by the huge Sea King's bone fossils instantly became fragments and flew towards the sky. Broggy looked at the sky in shock. Is this a black hole? Broggy floated towards the sky uncontrollably. And his figure was naturally seen by Dori. Broggy! Dori yelled in shock. Luffy smiled charmingly, "Do you dare to be distracted when you fight with me?" Gedo statue, who was nearly 100 meters away, punched down directly. The huge size also meant a huge gap in strength. Just like Little Oats and the Titan Vice Admirals, Dori flew out without any resistance. 4.4 What is even more frightening is that the 10 wooden thorns protruding from the Gedo statue's back flashed terrifying thunder. With a bang, the whole world was shrouded in dazzling thunder, and the roar made everyone's ears buzz. A pillar of thunder more than 10 meters high fell from the sky and directly struck Dori. Dori screamed and passed out. On the other side, Broggy is also struggling frantically in the sky, but he has no resistance to the first full-fledged anti-male trick in Hokage. Numerous stones tightly surrounded Broggy, and finally the dead seal was floating in the air in the earth ball. 07. Gedo statue declared his horror with a loud roar. Sanji, Zoro and others stared blankly at the huge Gedo statue and the stars appearing in the sky. This trademark can be done by humans. Chapter 101. Win, 1. Everyone looked at Dori who fell on the ground and Broggy who was sealed. Suddenly the 8-foot bird in the sky suddenly disappeared. Six Paths Pain fell towards the ground like a dumpling. The Gedo statue also turned into a pool of white mist with a bang, leaving only the ruins of the previous battle in Little Garden. Luffy. Zoro turned his head to look at Luffy in astonishment. However, he found that Luffy, who was originally in high spirits, was now shriveled, with grey hair, looking like an old man who was dying, and even his breath became faint. Luffy! What's wrong with you? Zoro and the others asked Luffy in shock. Luffy raised his right hand with difficulty, and stretched out his middle finger, Zhou. The next second, the arm fell, and the whole person was silent again. Luffy! Zoro and the others screamed. It is obvious from this that Luffy is dead at this time. Suddenly, a golden seagull-shaped logo flashed on Luffy's chest, his whole body rapidly swelled and became rosy as if inflated, and his originally pale hair quickly turned black. Code 14. Always freeze the capable person at the peak moment. I boil. Luffy sat up abruptly with a growl. The three of Zoro, who had just brewed sadness, were so frightened that their eyeballs protruded in an instant. It's cheating again. Luffy rubbed his stiff arms and cursed, this F***ck is too difficult to deal with, and it's still too difficult to summon Gedo statue and use planetary devastation to seal the Titan at the same time. As one of the three major pupil techniques, Rinnegan is known as the highest pupil power of the eye that controls life and death. It is the ultimate pupil technique that originated from the Tsutsuki family and the fruit of the sacred tree chakra. If there is no corresponding chakra and blood, it will consume a lot of vitality of the user. Although Luffy's body is strong, but at the same time summoning Gedo statue and sealing a large and strong man like the Titan race, the chakra consumed is particularly terrifying. After the battle, Luffy's vitality has been swallowed by Rinnegan, and this is the scene Zoro saw before. However, the last code rewarding God's power just made up for Rinnegan's defect of consuming vitality. Unlimited resurrections and stay in top shape. Let Luffy's strength at this time reach an extremely terrifying state. If Pain's own chakra hadn't been limited, Luffy felt that he could use all the functions of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, including Tengai Shinsai and Susanoo. It's a pity that Nagato's upper limit is limited after all, and the strength of this pair of Rinnegans cannot be fully exerted. Only the Nagato template's carpal and Luffy's vitality will not be able to exert the full strength of Rinnegans after all. Luffy shook his arms, feeling the energy in his body, and his face was full of excitement. It is indeed the most buggy skill in Lelich's world, and there is simply no other skill that is more suitable for me, who uses life as fuel. Card Fruit Ability User. Heavenly Daopain flew up again, and with a wave of his hand, the planetary devastation shattered, and the scarred Bragi fell from the sky. On the other hand, Luffy directly cast a Rain Tiger free spell, and the pouring rain poured on Dory, and the Black Spirit screamed loudly. Luffy smiled and said to Dory, "How? I won the sacred bet. I remember that your village has a rule that the god of Albath will always protect the right side, which means that it is right for me to ask you to join me. Yes, do you have any questions?" Dory glanced at Luffy with a complex expression, and the glory of being a Titan warrior made him kneel in front of Luffy on one knee. "I, the captain of the giant pirates, is willing to submit to you." And Bragi on the other side did the same. Luffy nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Let's go. Go get these dinosaurs and prepare for the banquet." Gie. Dory laughed. Luffy directly used medical ninjutsu to cover Dory's body, and Dory's body quickly collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh, formidable!" Dory looked around his body excitedly. Soon Luffy and others returned to the vicinity of the melee with a few Brachiosaurus that they had beaten before. At this time, Bragi was sitting in an open space with Nami and Usopp to rest. "Jigigi." Dory looked at the embarrassed Bragi and laughed loudly. "It seems that you lost too." "Ka blah blah." Bragi laughed without showing any weakness. "Isn't it better to see you in black?" Dory also sat down on the ground, and the ground shook twice like an earthquake. "We all lost," Dory sighed. Bragi also nodded. "The person here is indeed too strong. Don't be so depressed." Luffy walked slowly with a smile, with a few huge Brachiosaurus he lifted up by gravity floating behind him. "This is just an instruction from you, Albath God, to resolve the fight. Your life is not worth it. It should be wasted on this kind of duel. Since you both lost, there is no need to continue to compete for a so-called loser. I think you two are already homesick, right?" Dory and Bragi nodded. "We will continue to exercise, and one day we will send you an honorable duel again." Luffy. "Damn it, it seems that I have caused myself another trouble. Before, there was only one Eagle Eye, and now there are two more Titan War Kings." Luffy waved his hand. "No problem, but I think you two will decide the winner before challenging me, and then the stronger one will fight me." Dori and Bullet and 517 Rocky looked at each other, of course. The crowd immediately began to hold a celebratory banquet. And in a certain corner of the forest, Mr. 5 and Valentine came to a white wax house in fear. Hey, isn't this Mr. 5? Mr. 3 with the letter 3 hairstyle on his head was drinking black tea leisurely. You have such a convenient ability that you actually built a house in the forest. Mr. 5 looked at the leisurely M3 and said with some displeasure, but as I said before, we will not participate in this mission. He thought of the Gundam that Luffy drove before and the terrifying fighting power of the two titans just now, both of them suddenly panicked. Mr. 3 looked at the two with contempt, you two are too weak, Mr. 5 Valentine. The faces of Mr. 5 and Valentine became extremely ugly. Mr. 3 took out an old bounty order, thanks to you, I found out that these two titans are the captain of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Broggy. Excellent criminals commit crimes with excellent brains, no matter how high the mountain is, as long as they use more brains, they can be leveled. Mr. 3 took a sip of black tea leisurely, you all just watch how I destroy this group of trash and get a reward of 200 million. Chapter 102. Jigigi. Baba Baba. It's been a long time since I've had wine, thank you for sending such delicious wine, it's just a little less. Zoro watched speechlessly as Dori picked up a barrel of rum and threw it directly into his mouth like he was holding a bonbon. It's strange that there are so many. Mr. Dori, how long will it take to record the magnetic force of this island? Nami asked, frowning and looking at the record pointer in his hand. Jigigi. Soon. It only takes 1 year to record it. Dori laughed and swallowed a mouthful of dinosaur meat, not seeing Nami and Vivi who were instantly petrified. Nanny? 1 year. Vivi screamed loudly. Nami ran up to Luffy and shook Luffy's collar crazily, why? Why did we take this route? We're going to live in the barren mountains for a year, woohoo! Luffy quickly comforted, don't we still have the record pointer given by Robin? That's right, as soon as Nami and Vivi clapped their hands, a light flashed in their heads. Hey? Didn't you say she might be a bad person? I threw it away. Zoro looked at everyone strangely and said. Boom. Idiot. Nami punched Zoro on the top of the head. At this time, Vivi's face was hard to see. Ultimate, Sanji beat Zoro's head with his leg and said, hey. Apologize to Miss Vivi. Whispering, you guys. Zoro frantically pulled away the harassing people. Didn't you all object when Luffy died? Damn. We didn't see you destroy the record pointer, okay. And at this moment, white mist in the shape of snowflakes began to fall in the sky. Luffy touched his chin, the record pointer is here. Hey. He looked at Luffy strangely, not knowing what he meant. At this moment, Tiandao Pain suddenly appeared in midair. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? You have to carry a bag of rice to the second floor. A bag of rice has to be washed so muddy I have to dry a bag of rice. What is he saying? Don't know? Feel the pain. Spicy Tiansen. Boom. Centering on the melee, all the trees, rivers, animals, plants, and grass were blown away like a hurricane. Ah! Vivi and Nami hold Luffy's arms to keep from being blown away. Not far away, 2 weak figures accompanied by a few huge candles were blown to pieces by the hurricane. Nanny? What is this? Mr. 3 was blown away in horror. The Golden Week is even more dyed by its own paint. What is this doing? Nami growled at Luffy with a long breath. The rest of the people also looked at Luffy strangely, they all knew that pain in the sky was summoned by Luffy. Luffy stood up slowly, and took the lead to walk towards a smear of white in the dirt. Tisk tisk, as expected of demon fruit power, this range of skills really can't hurt you. Everyone looked at the direction Luffy looked in strangely, and finally saw a snow-white square room at the end. What is that? Everyone was stunned when they saw the room. A door opened from the room, and MR3 fell out of the room in a panic. Damn it, who the hell is this person, how can he be so strong? MR3 looked at the expressionless pain in the sky with some horror. Bang bang! The sound of Luffy applauding came, as expected. The senior agents of the Bar Lockwork Agency are indeed much stronger than those little gangsters. BA Lockwork Agency. Everyone looked at MR3 in unison. At this time, Golden Week quietly poked its head out of the candle house, and when it saw Luffy and the others, it immediately shrank back in fright. It just so happens that we lack a record pointer, I think you should have it. Luffy looked at MR3 with a smile and said. MR3 stood up abruptly, don't underestimate the senior agents of our Bar Lockwork Agency. MR3's arm suddenly turned into candle oil and bound towards Luffy and others. Candle, what a pity, it seems that you are afraid of fire, right? Luffy smiled at the oncoming candle. Tianhu Pain appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Grandmaster's 6 attribute Chakra Ninjutsu directly spews out terrifying flames. Nani? Are you the Fire Fist Ace of Maramara Fruit? MR3 looked at the flame-breathing Pain in shock. In his impression, only Maramara Fruit had the ability to cause such a terrifying attack. You can think so. Luffy walked slowly in front of MR3. M3 looked close at hand and suddenly smiled. You are careless, my candle is comparable to steel. MR3 laughed and looked at Luffy with a saw made of candles. Steel. Luffy smiled slightly. Super Shinra may only target the range, but at such a close distance. Luffy stretched out his arms slowly. Shenra Tianzheng. MR3 suddenly felt a death threat attacking him. In the next second, the steel cage he made was instantly shattered into pieces. Countless fragments smashed hard on MR3's body, and MR3 was immediately bloodied by his own candle. It's too weak, Devil Fruit's ability is weaker than yours, and the 2 cards are almost as weak as you. Luffy shook his head and sighed. As a Devil Fruit that is similar to fluid, Kaji has developed a waxy fruit to be comparable to Logia, but the canned lemon in front of him can only harden and soften the candle made from the fruit. If Luffy is to develop, whether it is the flame of the candle, or softening deformation, and hardening are all good development directions. Please forgive me. MR3 stood up and knelt down without hesitation. Zoro and others looked at MR3 with contempt. Of Li Zhao's is it so easy to admit defeat? Suddenly, several sharp wax arrows appeared from Luffy's side, shooting straight at Luffy's heart. Luffy, watch out! Zoro from behind shouted a reminder to Luffy. You don't know anything about strength. Luffy squatted beside MR3 without turning his head. Didn't your boss tell you what observation haki is? Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Who is your boss? Do not know at all. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to find the record pointer. However, Luffy smiled slightly, and slowly stretched out his right hand to give a middle finger to a ruin. What? MR3 looked at Luffy in bewilderment. In the next second, he saw MR5 and Valentine's eyes glowing red, and they ran out from behind the ruins with surprise on their faces, and shouted excitedly, Boss! M3? Chi! Chapter 103. Boss? Are you the boss? MR3 looked at Luffy in disbelief. Who knows, it's a secret. Luffy stared at MR3 indifferently, quickly sealed with both hands. Fire-style flame bomb. With a bang, MR3 was directly melted by the flames in desperation. Mr. 5 and Valentine trembled in fright, and the Golden Week, which had poked its head out again, closed the candle door dozens of times. Boss, what is this? Mr. 5 said with a look of hesitation. He betrayed the organization and dared to attack me as MR0, shouldn't he be killed? MR5 nodded repeatedly upon hearing the words. The 2 of you head to Alabasta immediately, and there will be a meeting of senior agents in the near future, and you will follow me to see how many people have betrayed me. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 responded in unison. then turned their heads and walked towards the distance. "Hey, Luffy, where's our log pointer?" Zoro reminded in a low voice. Luffy pouted, motioning everyone to look at the wax house. Luffy yelled viciously at the Golden Week inside, "Did you come out by yourself or I burn the house down?" 793. There was a clanging sound inside, and a shivering loli with braids came out of the candle house. "Why is there a child?" Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Luffy said with a smile, "This is not a simple child, right, Miss Golden Week?" Hearing the words of Golden Week, he was quite frightened, tears flowed from his eyes. Nami behind him tapped Luffy, "Don't scare the kids." Luffy looked at the motherly Nami speechlessly, this guy is 16 years old anyway. In the original book, Golden Week didn't want to join the Bar Lock Work Club. After the Alabasta incident, she directly used her ability to transform everyone into her ideal appearance, and lived together in the Spider Bar. Worked as a painter at the Spider Bar. So Luffy didn't kill her completely. After all, although her ability to mix colors is just a kind of hypnosis with psychological hints, the effect is called a bug. Even Luffy, who has the potential of Conqueror's Haki, was put to sleep by her and couldn't move. The point is that this guy hasn't passed Devil Fruit yet, it can only be said that she, Beb, is a real hypnosis master. Is this guy a senior member of Bar Lock's agency? Usopp looked at the seemingly harmless Golden Week with a look of disbelief. "By the way, what ability do you have?" I saw that Golden Week took out his own palette, painted on the palette with paint for a while, and then took out the brush and flicked it, and the yellow paint suddenly fell on Usopp. Combination of colors, hilarious yellow. What? What did you do? Usopp looked at the paint on his chest with a puzzled look at first. Immediately laughed involuntarily. What are you laughing at, Usopp? Everyone looked at Usopp suspiciously. I don't know what I'm laughing at, but it's just so funny, ha 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 ha. Usopp panted while laughing, no way, I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. With a snap, Usopp fainted from laughter. Oh, it's amazing. Everyone looked at the smiling Usopp and praised. Usopp got up madly and roared, "Do you have any conscience? Use me as an experiment." Golden Week once again applied the blue paint on top of the original yellow paint on the mixing board, and the paint on Usopp immediately turned green. The blue of sadness and the yellow of hilarity become the green of leisure. With the Golden Week, the voice just fell. Usopp, who was originally angry, suddenly sat down and drank tea with a satisfied face. Ah, what a good tea! Wah ha ha ha! Everyone laughed when they saw Usopp's embarrassment. Usopp's face was full of madness, but his body was sitting firmly on the ground, drinking tea leisurely. Tea, really good. Drink it. Ah! Usopp said through gritted teeth. The crowd laughed and wiped the paint off Usopp. Hey! You guys! Do you have any sympathy? Returning to his senses, Usopp roared at the crowd. The banquet ended with loud laughter from everyone. With the record pointers carried during the Golden Week, everyone packed their bags and continued to set off from Little Garden. Above the estuary, Dory and Broggy waved loudly to Luffy on the shore, "We are waiting for your news." Luffy gave a thumbs up, "It won't be long, remember to take me to your Albuff, I also want to see the legendary world-recognized strongest country." "Sure. Jigigi. Ka ba ba ba." Everyone waved at Dory and Broggy in unison. Suddenly, Luffy slapped Nami's a. Nami screamed and punched Luffy directly, "Damn it!" Luffy spread out his palms innocently, "There are mosquitoes." Looking at the mosquito in Luffy's hand, Nami blushed and walked into the cabin angrily. Sanji's eyes were red with jealousy, "Damn mosquito, why didn't I notice it?" "Zoro, are you an idiot?" Suddenly, a goldfish comparable to an island suddenly appeared in the sea. Momentum and Broggy on the shore were chatting with each other. "My friend's ship is about to set sail. Ah, there is a monster in the sea to the west." With Luffy's strength, it must be a piece of cake, right? I think so too. With a loud snap, the melee sank into the mouth of the island eater. Dory, Broggy! Broggy, looks like they got eaten. Dory, don't make trouble, Luffy must be planning a big move. Broggy, the goldfish are sinking. Dory. I boil? The boss I just recognized is going to die. Suddenly on the sea, Geto statue rose with blood. A big hole was cut directly above the stomach of the island eater, and the melee was held in the hands of Geto statue. Nami and Vivi rolled their eyes and collapsed in Luffy's arms. Gone! Luffy yelled, and saw Geto statue throwing a shot put. Mei Lishuan was like a small piece of cloth, and went out in the direction of the record pointer. Everyone, Luffy! Your uncle! Ah! Dory, Broggy! Boss is so brave!